start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Master Lu, I fell in love with you at first sight. The news that Lu Changsheng was promoted to the second-level Talisman Master and was about to hold a Talisman Master celebration swept across the entire Qingzhu Mountain like a storm. Previously, because Lu Changsheng said that he needed time to prepare, this news was only known to some senior members of the Lu family and was not spread. Now, as this news was announced in the Lu family, it immediately caused a festive atmosphere. A second-level Talisman Master, the ninth elder, has actually been promoted to second-level Talisman Master. Although I have always heard that Uncle Changsheng is gifted in the art of talismans, I didn't expect him to be promoted to second-level Talisman Master. He has become a second-level Talisman Master at this age. He has a bright future in the art of talismans. The eldest lady is also a top-level first-level Talisman Master. Maybe she can be promoted to second-level Talisman Master in the future. Now our Lu family has a second-level Talisman Master in charge. Alice, I thought that Lu Changsheng had a ninth-level spiritual root and was obsessed with women all day long. Even if he had a natural talent in the art of talismans, he would not be able to go far. I didn't expect him to become a second-level Talisman Master. Since breaking through the late stage of key refining, I have neglected my cultivation and indulged in alcohol and sex. Compared to Lu Changsheng, what qualifications do I have to fall? From today on, I will quit drinking and go into seclusion. Second-level Talisman Master, why didn't I choose Lu Changsheng at the welcoming banquet? If I had known this, I would be willing to marry Lu Changsheng as a concubine. In Qingzhu Mountain, everyone heard the news. Some were happy and some were emotional. But overall, the atmosphere was jubilant. After all, this was a great thing for the Lu family. The Lu family was now thriving overall. Not only did they destroy their worldly enemy, the Chen family of Red Leaf Valley, but they also controlled 40% of the Red Leaf Valley market. They also had Lu Yuanzhong, who was in his prime, sitting in charge, worry-free for 100 years. Now there was another second-level Talisman Master like Lu Changsheng, which naturally made people happy. Congratulations to my husband for being promoted to second-level Talisman Master. Congratulations to my father for being promoted to second-level Talisman Master. Congratulations to my father for being promoted to second-level Talisman Master. And in Lu Changsheng's home, all his wives, concubines, maids, and children came to congratulate. The news was not disclosed before, so Lu Changsheng also asked Lu Maioya not to mention it at home for the time being. The announcement of the news at this time naturally surprised and delighted his wives, concubines, and children. After all, they all knew that their living status came from Lu Changsheng. As long as Lu Changsheng's status and position were higher, they would also be able to rise with the tide. At the same time, invitations were sent from Qingzhu Mountain to the Bai family of Bainao Lake, the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge, and the Yu family of Bihu Mountain, as well as the foundation-building families that have dealings with the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, the surrounding small key refining families, or business friends. Lu Changsheng also sent an invitation to his friend Hong Yi. It's not for gifts. There is no profit in this kind of celebration. The main thing is for reputation. After all, the cultivators who participate in this kind of celebration are at most foundation building, and most of them are key refining cultivators, who can't give any precious gifts. So the whole celebration will probably be a loss. Unless it is a giant ceremony, the major foundation-building forces are willing to spend a lot of money to give gifts. So inviting Hong Yi is simply a friendship. Let Hong Yi also expand his network of contacts through this celebration. Yu family of Bihu Mountain. Second-level Talisman Master celebration. I didn't expect that Lu Changsheng would be promoted to second-level Talisman Master so quickly. The head of the Yu family looked at the invitation in his hand, his expression slightly condensed. As several major families adjacent to Qingzhu Mountain, they naturally have a clear understanding of the situation of the surrounding families. Like Lu Changsheng, he has long been on the attention list of several major families. Otherwise, the Yu family would not have asked Yu Ningyun to dig Lu Changsheng and sent people to attack Lu Changsheng and Lu Maioja. But he never expected that Lu Changsheng would be promoted to the second-level Talisman Master so quickly. After all, talent is talent. I don't know how many so-called geniuses can't take that step after reaching the top of the first level. But this Lu Changsheng only has a 9th grade spiritual root. Even if he is gifted in the way of talismans and promoted to the 2nd level, cultivation is the foundation. Without the strength of cultivation, he will not be able to make any progress in the way of talismans now. It's the mysterious female foundation building cultivator behind Lu Changsheng who seems to have never appeared in all these years. I don't know if the two are still in contact. The head of the Yu family murmured to himself. A 2nd-level talisman master is certainly worthy of attention. But a great foundation-building cultivator is even more fearful. In the past few years in the Red Leaf Valley market, their Yu family did not press the Lu family step by step, but boiled the frog in warm water, also because of Meng Xiaochen. I don't know what the situation is with this mysterious foundation-building cultivator, and I am afraid. Huh? He exhaled lightly, poured away the invitation, and reported the news to the ancestor. By family of Bainao Lake. 2nd-level talisman master. I remember that this Lu Changsheng is very obsessed with women and children. Now he has 20 to 30 wives and concubines, and hundreds of children. The head of the Bai family thought of the information about Lu Changsheng. If a woman from my Bai family marries Lu Changsheng and gives birth to children, maybe she can also get in touch with this Lu talisman master. But Lu Changsheng is the son-in-law of the Lu family. If you want to marry your daughter, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and his face showed a thoughtful look. Name is nothing but clouds. Lu Changsheng is a person who values friendship and his children very much, and uses most of his resources to cultivate his children. As long as my Bai family daughter can give birth to a few gifted children for him, there is no need to worry about not helping my Bai family in the future. The head of the Bai family thought in his heart, and when he thought of the current situation of his ancestor, he immediately made a decision. Then he said to the housekeeper outside the door, "Let Fifa come to see me." The Zheng family, several small families around, or forces have similar ideas to the Bai family. After all, most cultivators don't spend too much time on starting a family. Even if they take concubines, they mostly practice dual cultivation, enjoy, or even collect essence. They rarely give birth to heirs. Without heirs, the effect of sending a daughter is naturally very ordinary and has little effect. People like Lu Changsheng, who marry wives and concubines, give birth to children crazily, and value love and righteousness, naturally make people want to make friends in this way. During the days when the Lu family was preparing for the celebration, Lu Changsheng stayed at home with his wife, concubines and children, and drew talismans with peace of mind. He was going to draw all the 102nd-level talisman-making materials from the Lu family into talismans. With a Zuanin pearl in the consciousness of the late stage of foundation building, I can even try to draw 3rd-level talismans. In the talisman room, Lu Changsheng said to himself after drawing several talismans, "I think that with my current mana and consciousness, I can try to draw a 3rd-level talisman." I had never thought about drawing a 3rd-level talisman before, not only because I didn't have the materials to make talismans, but also because I didn't have the inheritance of the 3rd-level talisman. Now that I have the 99 Mysterious Talisman Sutra, I don't have to worry about inheritance anymore. The 129,600 kinds of talismans derived from the 81 spiritual patterns in the Talisman Sutra, from basic talismans to 5th-level talismans, are all included. But if you want to draw 3rd-level talisman, you also need 3rd-level talisman making materials and 3rd-level talisman pens. These can only be bought in the Immortal City. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly, poured away the talisman, and walked out of the study. With his current mana and consciousness, he wouldn't feel tired even if he drew talismans for a whole day. But when he's at home, he will still take time to accompany his wife, concubines and children to lubricate their relationship. "Husband, there is a letter for you." Seeing Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoyan handed over a letter and said aloud, "My letter." Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard it. In the past, he would often write to Hong Yi. But since he would go to Ruiyi County every few months, they didn't usually exchange letters. Well, a letter from Fiayu. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he saw the sender. Since Li Fiayu came back 3 or 4 years ago and didn't see him, and went to Qingyun Immortal City, there has been no news. This is the first time he has written to him. Lu Changsheng broke the restriction on the letter and checked the content. The letter didn't say anything. It was just a simple greeting, and told Lu Changsheng some of what he saw and heard in Qingyun Immortal City. Then he said that he had broken through the 6th level of key refining and now settled in Qingyun Immortal City, so Lu Changsheng didn't have to worry. If there's anything in the future, you can write to Qingyun Immortal City. Due to the long journey, he probably won't be back in the short term, so he hopes that Lu Changsheng, as an uncle, can help him take care of the situation and marriage of his children. It takes more than half a year to travel from Qingzhu Mountain to Qingyun Fairy City. It has been more than 3 years since Fiayu went to Qingyun Fairy City, settled down there, and wrote back. Lu Changsheng saw the letter and was relieved to know that his friend was fine. But when he thought that Li Fiayu was going to settle down and live in Qingyun Fairy City for a long time, he sighed again. Li Fiayu obviously wanted to make some achievements in Qingyun Fairy City, and even break through to the foundation building stage before coming back. Although Qingyun Fairy City is known as a holy place for casual cultivators, it has many opportunities, allowing many casual cultivators to soar to the sky. But think about it, you will know that it is not that easy to stand out and make some achievements. Li Fiayu is only at the 6th level of key refining now. With this level of cultivation, if there is no great opportunity, it will take more than 10 years to break through to the 9th level of key refining. Breaking through the foundation building stage is even more unlikely. If you have a chance in the future, you can also go to Qingyun Fairy City to have a look. Lu Changsheng put the letter away, thinking that if I have time in the future, I can also go to Qingyun Fairy City to have a look. After all, Qingyun Immortal City is different from the other 2 immortal cities. It is located at the border of Zheng State and Yu State, and is close to the Wanqiao mountain range. It is a holy place for casual cultivators. In a blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. On this day, Qingzhu Mountain was decorated with lights and colors, and it was full of joy. The head of the Yu family in Bihu Mountain has arrived. The head of the Bai family in Baniao Lake has arrived. The ancestor of the Zhang family in Centipede Ridge has arrived. The head of the Ning family in Zishan has arrived. The voices of the receptionist rang out one after another, singing and shouting to the guests and the gifts presented. Today is the celebration of the promotion of Lu Changsheng, the 9th elder of the Lu family, to the 2nd level talisman master. Therefore, the surrounding immortal cultivation families, some forces that the Lu family has business dealings with, and the cultivators all came to participate. But if you look closely, you can see that many of the guests who came are accompanied by a young and beautiful woman. Ruir, this Lu Fu master is only in his 30s now, and is in his prime. Maybe he will become the foundation building ancestor in the future. You must perform well. If he takes a fancy to you and takes you as a concubine, our Luo family will be prosperous. At this time, a middle-aged man with a somewhat vicissitudes of life was advising his precious daughter. There are many cultivators of the younger generation who admonish their daughters like him. After all, when these people came to participate in the celebration, they also asked about the situation of this Lu Fu master. Knowing that this Lu Fu master is an outlier among the immortal cultivators. Most immortal cultivators, in order to practice with all their heart, will not be greedy for women in the world. Even if they are greedy, they just find female cultivators to relax, enjoy, and use them for dual cultivation. Like Lu Changsheng, who took in many wives and concubines and gave birth to children diligently, he had hundreds of children in more than 10 years, which is rare. Not only that, it is rumored that this Lu Fu master is very generous to his wives, concubines and children. He spent all his cultivation resources on his wives, concubines and children. Therefore, with the spread of this kind of news, many forces and small families have ideas. They want to make friends with Master Lu by sending their daughters. After all, if their daughters and descendants can give birth to several gifted children for Master Lu, it is equivalent to getting to know a 2nd level master. At this time, Lu Changsheng and Lu Yuanzhong, the ancestor of the Lu family, were sitting on a high platform in the hall, accepting congratulations from others. Except when the foundation building ancestors came, he and Lu Yuanzhong came forward to get acquainted and exchanged a few polite words. Naturally, they didn't need to greet the guests at other times. After all, the identity of a 2nd level master also made him barely qualified to associate with the same generation of foundation building cultivators. In other words, the foundation building cultivators were also willing to give the 2nd level master some face. He is Lu Changsheng. I heard that he was originally a son-in-law of the Lu family. Tisk, 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 a son-in-law, He is so talented in the art of talismans and has such achievements. The Lu family is also lucky to pick up a son-in-law and bring him home, who actually has such a talent for talismans. I heard that this person only has low-grade spiritual roots. Otherwise, with such a talent for talismans, if he breaks through the foundation, his future will be limitless. Many people saw Lu Changsheng on a high platform, and their eyes showed envy and jealousy. After all, many cultivators from small families or small forces have a very difficult life. Now seeing Lu Changsheng, who was born in the bottom class but relied on his talent to turn things around, they admired him and envied him. Is he Master Lu? There is such a handsome man in the world. Such a peerless appearance, and a second-level talisman master. This is the real talent and beauty. Some girls and women who were told by their families looked at Lu Changsheng from a distance and were immediately attracted. Since today is Lu Changsheng's celebration, Lu Miaoyan and Lu Miaohun also dressed him up. His hair was neatly tied up by a jade crown, which made him look gentle and elegant. He wore a jade robe with wide sleeves and a jade belt with gold embroidery around his waist. He also wore a jade pendant with exquisite patterns on the left side of the jade belt, and azure boots with cloud embroidery on his feet. The overall look was gorgeous but not ostentatious. The embroidery patterns on his robes flowed, making the handsome Lu Changsheng even more dashing. If I could marry this Master Lu, it would be nice. My sister didn't want to come before. If she saw this Master Lu, she would definitely regret it. This Master Lu is so handsome, he must be a very good person. Some girls were a little resistant to the arrangements at home before they came. But when they saw Lu Changsheng's handsome appearance, they didn't resist it anymore. They felt that such a Master Lu would be very good even if he became his concubine. Ruai County Ruai Hao, here. With a roll call of the names of the guests, a majestic man in his 50s and a middle-aged man in his 30s entered the Lu family villa. When they saw Lu Changsheng, they immediately congratulated him. I wish Master Lu success in the art of talismans. Ancestor, this is my secular friend, Hong Yi. Lu Changsheng looked at Ruai Hao and Hong Yi and briefly introduced them to Lu Yuan's Hong. Yes, since you are Changsheng's friends, you will be my friends of Qingzhu Mountain in the future. Lu Yuan's Hong nodded with a smile, giving face. Meeting Ancestor Lu. Ruai Hao and Hong Yi were flattered. After all, the foundation building ancestors were usually high and mighty, and they basically couldn't contact them. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng, who had been promoted to the second-level talisman master, was willing to give them face and introduce them to the foundation building ancestors. There was also a burst of excitement in his heart. Uncle Hong, Brother Hong, please take a seat. Lu Changsheng didn't say too much and asked the two to take a seat. Some guests were also a little surprised to see that Lu Changsheng actually received Ruai Hao and Hong Yi in person. I couldn't help but go forward to talk with Ruai Hao and Hong Yi to get to know them. As time went by, guests arrived one after another. The whole Lu family villa was particularly lively, with hundreds of tables of banquets. Lu Changsheng also drank and chatted with some guests with Lu Yuan's Hong. Master Lu, this is my great-granddaughter, Zheng Yongwen, who has always admired Master Lu. At this time, the Zheng family ancestor brought a 17 or 18-year-old girl to introduce to Lu Changsheng. The girl named Zheng Yongwen blushed and lowered her head shyly. I didn't expect my ancestor to talk about such things in such a public place. Lu Changsheng was a little confused by the behavior of the Zheng family ancestor. I thought to myself that I was just a second-level talisman master. As for asking the dignified foundation-building ancestor to send a girl to me in person. However, he immediately thought in his heart that the Zheng family ancestor's life was short and the family had no successors. Although he was close to the Yu family, he also knew that the Yu family was unreliable. So the Zheng family ancestor also bet on himself, or the Lu family. He glanced at the girl named Zheng Yongwen. She looked like she was about 17 or 18 years old, and had the cultivation level of the 5th level of key refining. At this age and with this level of cultivation, I think her spiritual roots should be good, with medium-grade spiritual roots. But if it is specific, Lu Changsheng couldn't tell directly without contact and inspection. But he didn't have any ideas. After all, if he was looking for a girl, if possible, he would still like to find one with no background or concerns. Like the girl sent by the Zheng family ancestor, not only has a family, but may even affect the relationship between the Lu and Zheng families. Master Lu, this is my niece by Fifi. I heard that Master Lu lacks someone to take care of his daily life. People fell in love with Master Lu at first sight today. At this time, the head of the Bai family saw the Zhang family ancestor speak, and immediately came forward with a gentle and beautiful girl and said he was thinking of waiting until the celebration was almost over, and picking an opportunity to talk to Lu Changsheng about this. But he didn't expect that the Zhang family ancestor, the dignified foundation-building ancestor, would do such a thing. So he didn't want to wait, and immediately took his niece forward. Master Lu, my little girl also fell in love with Master Lu at first sight, and is willing to serve you. Master Lu, my niece is all alone, and today she fell in love with Master Lu at first sight, and is willing to serve you tea and water, and warm your bed. Seeing this scene, several people next to them, with the women next to them, spoke up. Chapter 177 Taking a Concubine. Lu Changsheng looked at the people who came forward with the girls one by one, and was a little speechless. He thought to himself, how come a good celebration has turned into a meeting to send girls? Is it like this for all celebrations, or is it because of his reputation that people like him? But he has been very restrained over the years. He glanced at these girls. They all looked beautiful. And they had spiritual roots and cultivation. This made Lu Changsheng secretly think in his heart that this was status. Back then, he had to worry about marrying a fairy with spiritual roots. He could only save money to go to Baiyu Tower to rescue the poor girl. Now, just after being promoted to the second-level talisman master, there are families and forces that send their descendants with spiritual roots to him as concubines. Changsheng, if you are interested, you can just accept it directly without any scruples. At this time, Lu Yuanzhang sent a voice message to Lu Changsheng. He naturally knew Lu Changsheng's temperament. He knew that Lu Changsheng did not have much ambition to cultivate immortals. He only wanted to have many children and grandchildren. So he didn't mind taking concubines. Besides, these people sent their daughters to Lu Changsheng in order to befriend him and his Lu family. His Lu family was also willing to use this method to befriend these people and consolidate the relationship. Lu Changsheng paused when he heard this. He thought that since he didn't have to worry about the relationship between the Lu family and these families, he could accept them. One reason was that he had the idea of taking concubines. He needed to increase income and reduce expenditure to enrich the backyard. Another reason was that as his cultivation strength improved, he didn't have to be so cautious about marrying wives and concubines. Although these women had families, he knew them well and had a clean family background, so he wouldn't cause any trouble. After all, it was impossible for him to find orphans for all his concubines. There weren't so many widowed female cultivators for him to take home. Although he could go to the White Jade Tower to buy a maid, in the White Jade Tower, a maid with low-grade spiritual roots cost hundreds of spirit stones, and a maid with medium-grade spiritual roots cost thousands of spirit stones. Even if he had money, he couldn't afford to spend like this. Besides, since he was going to build a family, he also needed some allies and a network of relationships. And marriage was the best way to build a network of relationships. Even if he didn't marry now, in the future, when his offspring started a family, if he wanted his offspring to marry a spiritual root woman with a clean family background, the best way was to marry with other immortal cultivation families. Alice, for the sake of the family and the children, I, an old father, can only wrong myself. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. Then he bowed and said, thanks to the love of all the ladies, but Lu has many wives and concubines. Although he was ready to accept a few girls, he couldn't just accept them as soon as they asked. Wouldn't it make him look too impatient and damage his status? However, before Lu Changsheng finished speaking, someone immediately said, it's a blessing for my daughter to serve Master Lu. I can be a maid. How can I ask for a status? Hiss, this Luo family master is so cruel. He didn't even fight for the status of a concubine for his daughter. When other people saw the words of the patriarch of the key refining family, they secretly thought that this person was so decisive. Although they also held the idea of not fighting for status. But they thought that they should at least give a concubine. They couldn't really let their precious offspring be a maid. After all, the offspring they chose to bring, although not the seeds of the family, were also good seedlings in the family. Since Master Luo said so, it's hard to refuse such a kind invitation, so I will be disrespectful to refuse it. Seeing that this person was so sensible, Lu Changsheng nodded. After saying that, he also added, when you have time in the future, you can exchange more experiences in the way of talismans. Since someone sent their daughter here to be a maid, he had to show his attitude a little. Master Lu, my daughter is the same. Master Lu, my niece is the same. Several other people also spoke up. It was the Zhang family's ancestor and the Bai family's head who were a little embarrassed in the face of this situation. These people are just small key refining families and forces. In the face of Lu Changsheng, a second-level talisman master, they are willing to put down their status. But their Zhang family and Bai family are at least well known. As an ancestor of a family and a head of a family, it would be embarrassing for them to give their legitimate daughters to Lu Changsheng as maids. I fell in love with Miss Yongwan and Miss Fifei at first sight, and I am willing to take them as concubines. I wonder if the two girls are willing. Lu Changsheng also saw the embarrassment of the ancestor of the Zhang family and the head of the Bai family, and took the initiative to speak. It was still in his backup plan to take over the Red Leaf Valley without bloodshed. So he was also willing to build a good relationship with the Zhang family and the Bai family. Moreover, through their appearance and cultivation, he felt that Zhang Yongwan and Bai Fifei should both have middle-grade spiritual roots. So it would not be bad to take the two girls as concubines. The two girls were slightly relieved when they heard this. After all, they were the legitimate daughters of the foundation-building family. Although they were willing to marry Lu Changsheng, like other small family forces, they would still feel a little unwilling to be maids. It's up to the ancestor. It's up to the head of the family. The two girls did not respond directly, but bowed their heads and said softly, "Haha, good. In that case, this matter is settled." Seeing this, the Zhang family's ancestors and the Bai family's patriarch smiled, and said that this kind of concubine is a concubine, and they will communicate with Lu Changsheng as peers in the future. Seeing this scene, the other families did not say much. Knowing that the Zhang family and the Bai family are foundation-building families, they are not comparable to their own. Although this Master Lu has many wives and concubines, he is not willing to give everyone a status now that he is in this position. But they are satisfied to be able to become maids. After all, there is still the opportunity to give birth to heirs in the future. As long as an excellent heir is born, maybe the mother will be honored by the son. Seeing this scene, some other guests can't help but think about which younger generations of the right age are in the family. Thinking of making friends with a Lu family and this Master Lu in this way. Just like this, after the celebration was held for 3 days and 3 nights, Lu Changsheng held another concubine banquet. Zhang Yongwan and Bai Fifei were taken as concubines. Regarding Lu Changsheng taking 2 concubines and adding 5 maids, Lu Changsheng's wives and concubines in the backyard had no objection. One reason was that they were used to their husband's behavior. Another reason was that the Lu family's ancestor spoke up about this matter. It's been a long time since I saw the 9th elder taking a concubine. I heard that one of these 2 is the legitimate daughter of the Zhang family, and the other is the legitimate daughter of the Bai family, but now they can only be concubines. Yes, I remember that Bai Fifei did not marry outside the family at the beginning, but I didn't expect that she would marry Uncle Changsheng as a concubine now. That's natural. Brother Changsheng is now a second-level talisman master. It's a blessing to be able to marry Brother Changsheng. Lu Changsheng already has 30 or 40 wives, concubines and maids, and now there are 7 more. The Lu family's children saw Lu Changsheng's wedding and talked about it inside. That night, Lu Changsheng came to the new house. He lifted the red veil with ease and looked at the shy faces of the 2 girls in front of him. This year, he was 36 years old, with 7 wives, 13 concubines, and 29 maids. And a fairy who gave birth to a child out of wedlock. For the next month, Lu Changsheng has been enjoying the beauty of being a bridegroom every night at home. Among the 2 concubines and 5 maids, Zhang Yongwan and Bai Fifei are both 5th-grade spiritual roots. Among the 5 maids, except for a girl named Luo Rui who is 6th-grade spiritual root, the others are all 7th-grade spiritual roots. But for Lu Changsheng, it is already okay. After all, in this kind of family, a middle-grade spiritual root is already considered a little genius. Willing to give it to me as a concubine is already a capital investment. Because of the addition of new people to his family, the manor, which was already full, seems a bit crowded. Lu Yuanzhuang was also very generous to pick a piece of land for Lu Changsheng in Qingzhu Valley and let people build another large manor for him. Should be there. After a month of hard work, Lu Changsheng felt that Zhang Yongwan and Bai Fifei should be able to get pregnant. He did not stay any longer, and arranged the trivial matters at home, and then set off for the Hongai Valley market. After all, this trip home has been so long. In a few months, Xiao Zhi will return to Qingyun Sect, and he will have to accompany her. After riding the Iron Feather Eagle to the Red Leaf Valley Market, Lu Changsheng first came to his Ping'an Fudang. He told Gao He that his Lingfu shop would sell one second-level talisman every month in the future. The first-level top-grade talismans were increased to 8 per month. At the same time, he asked Gao He to help him purchase second-level talisman materials for a long time. Now that he has the 9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra and the means to refine talismans into formations, his demand for second-level talismans has also increased greatly. He plans to keep a few hundred second-level talismans on hand at ordinary times. In this way, if he encounters a Jinden's Henren, he can rely on the talisman formation to protect himself. After talking to Gao He, Lu Changsheng also cared about his son Lu Xianzi. He took his son to the 3rd floor and taught him about puppets. Although the puppetry skill is not profitable, it is just hard-earned money. But the learning cost is also relatively low. Because when making a puppet, if a step goes wrong or fails, the materials will be partially wasted, but most of them can still be used. Unlike making talismans and refining pills. Once it fails, all the materials are basically scrapped, which is simply a waste of money. Xianzi, don't stay in the shop alone every day. Go out more when you have time. If you see a girl you like, you can also tell your father. After teaching the puppet, Lu Changsheng said to his son Lu Xianzi. This son is also 16 years old. You can consider marriage. Although many cultivators do not marry in their lifetime for the sake of cultivation. Or they get married after the age of 40 or 50. But for someone like Lu Xianzi, Lu Changsheng still hopes that his son can get married earlier. Dad, I understand. Lu Xianzi was a little naughty in his childhood. But as he grew older and became sensible, his personality became more calm and introverted. It's okay if you know it in your heart. Your father is not in a hurry towards you, but I hope you will still consider this aspect. Lu Changsheng nodded. The child is only 16 years old, so he is not in a hurry. Dad, don't worry, I won't worry. Lu Xianzi smiled and nodded in response. He knew that his father's wish was to have many children and grandchildren, so he could understand his father's thoughts. But he was only in 9th grade spiritual route, and his achievements in this life were limited, so it was better to get married as soon as possible. After explaining a few words to his son, Lu Changsheng came to the Lu family's spiritual talisman shop. During the previous Talisman Master celebration, Lu Maiyoj also returned to Qingzhu Mountain to participate in the celebration, so she knew about Lu Changsheng's concubine. In this regard, she just asked Lu Changsheng to pay more attention to his body. Don't be too obsessed with the women, because men and women hurt your body and delay your practice. Faced with this kind of rhetoric, Lu Changsheng used his actions to tell the other party that he is now in very good health. Afterwards, the two of them were warm and tender. Sister Maiyoj, this is the inheritance of the talisman that I got at the beginning. But because I failed to be promoted to the 2nd level talisman master and understand the content thoroughly, I have never been able to outline the content inside. This is the spiritual pattern I can outline now. Lu Changsheng took out a jade book and handed it to Lu Maiyoj. Inside this jade book is the 9 Mysterious Talisman Scripture, a basic spiritual pattern among the 9981 spiritual patterns. But this basic spiritual pattern can evolve into more than 300 runes. It contains the truth of the way of talismans that is difficult to comprehend. If Lu Maiyoj can comprehend it, it will be of infinite benefit and the way of talismans will be improved. Moreover, he wanted to see how long it would take Lu Maiyoj to understand and comprehend this spiritual pattern. If Lu Maiyoj can understand this spiritual pattern thoroughly and successfully outline it before building the foundation, Lu Changsheng thinks that he can consider teaching the 9 Mysterious Talisman Scripture to Lu Maiyoj. Although Lu Maiyoj practiced a Changsheng Shuai sword art. But compared to the 7 Yao Dazize sword scripture, this 9 Mysterious Talisman Scripture is obviously more suitable for her. Talisman inheritance. Lu Maiyoj was a little surprised when she heard this. I didn't expect Lu Changsheng to have other talisman inheritances. I didn't want to think about Lu Changsheng's understanding of the way of talismans, and I was slightly relieved. Yes, my rapid progress in the art of talismans is also related to this inheritance of the art of talismans. Lu Changsheng nodded and said in a gentle voice. Lu Maiyoj took the jade book and checked the spiritual pattern on it. Looking at the spiritual pattern on the jade book, Lu Maiyoj was stunned and immersed in it. After a long time, she came back to her senses and said, Changsheng, This spiritual pattern is so mysterious. It looks simple, but it is extremely complicated and contains countless changes, which makes people profound and difficult to understand. Lu Mioj said aloud. As a top talisman master, she still has a certain vision and understanding of the art of talismans. It can be clearly seen that this spiritual pattern contains many combinations and changes. She wanted to see these changes, but the more she looked, the more she felt that this spiritual pattern was profound and mysterious, and she couldn't see through it. She couldn't help but be surprised that Lu Changsheng could actually outline such a mysterious and complicated spiritual pattern. That's right, this spiritual pattern has a total of 365 changes, evolving into 365 runes. Lu Changsheng smiled and began to slowly explain the various changes of this spiritual pattern, and the mysteries in it. Hearing Lu Changsheng's gentle voice explaining the truth of the way of runes, Lu Mioj couldn't help but immerse herself in it. After Lu Changsheng finished explaining, Lu Mioj looked at Lu Changsheng's handsome and incomparable profile, and was slightly lost in thought, recalling every bit of her acquaintance with Lu Changsheng until now. From the beginning, she had a good impression of him, to being a good person, to being obsessed with women and feeling sorry for him. Then seeing that the other party's way of runes was progressing rapidly, he gradually became mysterious. Not only did he save her from the brink of death, but he also took out rare treasures such as the 3 yang pills, the exquisite level exercises, and the treasure hunting rat. Now he has taken out this kind of talisman inheritance and taught her such a profound truth of the way of runes. Being able to comprehend and understand this spiritual pattern so thoroughly made her feel that Lu Changsheng was definitely not as simple as just being promoted to the 2nd level rune master. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this all of a sudden? Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Miaoj's beautiful eyes, which were full of water and full of admiration, and couldn't help but smile. I just think that Changsheng, you are getting more and more powerful. Lu Mioj smiled and said softly. Sister Miaoj, I have some opportunities and secrets. But don't worry, I will tell you these opportunities and secrets later. Lu Changsheng knew that his explanation of this spiritual pattern made Lu Miaoj suspicious. This is normal. Even if it is just a basic spiritual pattern in the 9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra, it is very profound. It is not something that a person who has just been promoted to the 2nd level Talisman Master can understand thoroughly. I know. Changsheng, if you feel uncomfortable holding something in your heart, you can tell me. Lu Mioj's beautiful eyes are bright, her temperament is like water, and she said gently. Then she added, we are husband and wife. Sister Mioj. Lu Changsheng felt warm in his heart when he heard this. The strength, treasures, and secrets brought by the system made him keep them in his heart, fearing that exposure would cause trouble, which was indeed a bit tiring. But fortunately, he had these wives and concubines, so he had no other worries on weekdays. Looking at his wife in front of him, he embraced her graceful body and kissed her lips affectionately. Changsheng Lu Miaoj didn't expect that Lu Changsheng wanted it again just after they were intimate. Teaching and imparting fluids, combining work and rest, may be helpful for comprehending spiritual patterns. Lu Changsheng whispered in her ear, breathing hot air. Facing Lu Changsheng's teachings, Lu Mioj could only narrow her beautiful eyes, bite her lips lightly with her pearly teeth, and listen immersively. But because the truth was too profound, she was a little tired to listen, and her whole body was sweating. After a long time, as the teaching and imparting fluids ended, she also responded with a spring of springs, and experienced the truth. The next day, Lu Changsheng came to the yard he rented with Xiao Xiao. In the yard, Xiao Xiao was wearing a moon-white dress, with a graceful figure, and it was impossible to tell that she had just given birth to a child. She looked at Lu Wongshu, who was sleeping quietly in the cradle, with a quiet and peaceful face. Changsheng, you are done. Xiao Xiao saw Lu Changsheng, smiled and said softly. Xiao. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng thought of what he had done during this period, and felt a little ashamed. He felt that he was indeed not responsible enough. He came to sit aside, looked at the child, and chatted with Xiao Xiao. Xiao, do you know the blood talisman spirit body? At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of his daughter's spirit body and asked. During this period, he flipped through many ancient books on spirit bodies. But he did not find any information related to the blood talisman spirit body. He knew in his heart that this superior spirit body was probably rare. So he asked Xiao Xiao. After all, This is related to the awakening of his own spirit body and the awakening of his daughter's future spirit body. Blood talisman spirit body. Xiao Ziyu heard this and shook her head gently. She had never heard of this spirit body. I don't know much about spirit bodies. If Changsheng needs it, I will go back to Qingyun Sect to see if there is any news in this regard. Xiao Ziyu said aloud. I saw a brief description of this spirit in an ancient book before, and I suspect that I might be the spirit. So I'd like to trouble Ziyu to look up relevant information for me. Lu Changsheng said so. He didn't say that he could see that the child had a spirit. After all, it was a bit exaggerated for him to see that the child had a spirit when he was just born. As for his daughter having this spirit in the future, it was easy to explain. Isn't it normal for a daughter to inherit the excellent spirit of her father? Although the probability of inheriting a spirit is very small. But sometimes it's just a coincidence. Blood talisman spirit, good. When Xiao Ziyu heard that Lu Changsheng might be this spirit, her heart suddenly became more concerned. After planning to return to the sect, if the Sutra Pavilion did not have relevant information, she would ask her master. Afterwards, she also told Lu Changsheng that she was going to return to Qingyun Sect in 3 months. But when she had time, she would come down the mountain. If Lu Changsheng had anything to do, he could write to her. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng did not persuade her. After all, Xiao Ziyu had already said that she would leave at this time. As a disciple of an immortal sect, the other party is stationed in one place except for his missions and cannot stay away for a long time. Chapter 178 Xiao Ziyu leaves and awakens the blood talisman spirit. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this period, Lu Changsheng's 2 new concubines, Zheng Yongwen and Bai Fifei, both successfully became pregnant. As for the 5 maids, only Luo Rui was pregnant for the time being. This is also because Lu Changsheng spent most of his time in the Red Leaf Valley market. The family only took care of her a little. However, this efficiency has already amazed the Zheng family, the Bai family, and the Luo family. They thought that Master Lu really liked to have children. It has only been 2 or 3 months, and she is pregnant. Especially the head of the Luo family. He thought that his daughter was a maid and needed to spend a lot of effort to get the favor of Master Lu. Unexpectedly, she got pregnant so quickly, and he was very surprised. Immediately, the 3 families sent people to send supplements to let their women take good care of the fetus. After all, they gave their women to Lu Changsheng as concubines and maids in the hope that they could give birth to heirs and deepen the relationship between the 2 families. Now that they are pregnant, they naturally hope that this child has spiritual roots and excellent talents, and can be valued by Lu Changsheng. On this day, Xiao Ziyu was also ready to return to Qingyun Sect. She held her daughter and walked out of the Red Leaf Valley market with Lu Changsheng. Changsheng. Looking at Lu Changsheng and her daughter in her arms, she felt very reluctant. She even thought about giving up returning to the sect and staying with Lu Changsheng and the child. The separation now is just for a better reunion. Lu Changsheng looked at Xiao Ziyu and said in a gentle voice. He was also a little reluctant. But he still supported Xiao Ziyu to return to the sect to practice. During this time, because of the child, Xiao Ziyu was a little distracted from practicing. Wang Shu can't call her mother yet. When I come back, will she forget me? The fairy Guanghan, who was once like the bright moon in the sky, has now fallen into the mortal world, contaminated by the worldly world, and has become sentimental like most mothers. If you miss her, write to me and I will bring Wang Shu to Qingyun Sect to see you. Lu Changsheng comforted Xiao Ziyu's emotions. No, going from here to Qingyun Sect, what if we encounter unexpected dangers on the way? Xiao Ziyu shook her head immediately. Although with Lu Changsheng as a father, she would not encounter any danger. But the child was still young, and she did not want her daughter to suffer. Immediately, she handed her daughter in her arms to Lu Changsheng. She asked Lu Changsheng to take good care of her daughter. Don't worry, this is our daughter, I will take good care of her. Lu Changsheng held his daughter and said softly. The gentle tone was full of unquestionable firmness. Xiao Ziyu looked at her daughter for a while before she left on a crane with her clothes fluttering. Looking at Xiao Ziyu's figure gradually disappearing into the sky, Lu Changsheng felt a little empty in his heart. After all, the two have been together for so many years. Now they are separated, and I don't know how long it will take for them to meet again. Alice. Lu Changsheng looked at the child in his arms and sighed softly. Then he took a deep breath and exhaled, holding the child back to the small courtyard to pack up simply, restore his true appearance, and come to the Lu family's talisman shop. Changsheng, what is this? Lu Mioj saw Lu Changsheng holding a baby, and was a little surprised and curious. On weekdays, Lu Changsheng would not go out with such a small baby. This is the child of Xiao Ziao and me. Lu Changsheng said directly. Fairy Xiao's child. Lu Mioj was very surprised when she heard this. She knew that her husband was helping Xiao Ziao practice. She also guessed that her husband had a close relationship with Fairy Xiao. But she didn't expect that the two of them would have a child after practicing. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Lu Changsheng had told her about Xiao Ziao's situation before. She had broken through the foundation and was a core disciple of Qingyun Sect. And such a female cultivator of foundation building, a core disciple of Qingyun Sect, actually gave birth to a child for her husband. This made Lu Mioj not know whether to say that her husband was charming or what. Where is Fairy Xiao? Lu Mioj looked outside the spirit shop and asked softly. She was out for a long time this time and returned to Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng replied. Changsheng. Lu Mioj pursed her lips when she heard this. Thinking that Xiao Ziao's departure made Lu Changsheng feel uncomfortable, she stepped forward and gently hugged her husband. I'm fine, we're just separated temporarily. Lu Changsheng smiled, indicating that he was fine. What a cute child, what's her name? Seeing that Lu Changsheng was fine, Lu Mioj looked at the delicate and beautiful baby, smiled, and asked softly. Wangshu, Lu Wangshu. Lu Changsheng handed the child to Lu Mioj. He held the child in his arms, hoping that Lu Mioj would take care of the child more when she was free. Lu Wangshu. Lu Mioj took the child, her face full of tenderness, thinking of her daughter Lu Qingzhu. Changsheng, you should have brought Fairy Xiao and the child here before. Lu Mioj coaxed the child, her voice soft. This Fairy Xiao went back to Qingyun Sect alone, and she must be worried about the child. If you come together, we can talk to her and get to know each other a little, so that she will be more at ease with the child. Lu Mioj continued to speak, gentle and considerate. Xiao didn't mention it before, and I didn't realize it. Lu Changsheng felt that it was true when he heard this. Although the child would definitely be taken care of with him as a father, Xiao Ziao also knew that she didn't have much time to take care of the child. She would definitely leave the child to the wives and concubines at home. As for her wives and concubines, Xiao Ziao had only met Lu Mioj. They had only met briefly a few times and didn't know much. She probably didn't feel so relieved in her heart. How can you let Fairy Xiao take the initiative to speak about this kind of thing? Next time Fairy Xiao comes, Changsheng, can you let me get to know her and talk to her? After all, Fairy Xiao is willing to give birth to a child with you, and she also accepts you in this aspect. Lu Mioj said softly to her husband. She also knew that although her husband had many wives and concubines, he didn't understand women's minds thoroughly enough. My wife is right. Lu Changsheng held his wife's jade hand and said softly. Xiao Ziao and he both have children, but they are just missing a name. Sooner or later, I have to get to know my wives and concubines. Now I can use my children as a bridge to communicate and get to know them. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. As he is preparing to go to Juxiao Immortal City, Lu Changsheng has spent most of his time making talismans. Preparing for his own talisman formation. However, making talismans is making talismans, and he did not delay his business. He worked hard every day and made the remaining 4 maids pregnant. The total number of children reached 153. Husband, there is a letter from you. That day, Lu Mioj handed a letter to Lu Changsheng. My letter. Lu Changsheng took the letter. It was a letter from Xiao Ziao. There was a ban on the letter. If it was opened forcibly, it would automatically destroy the letter. Lu Changsheng broke the ban and checked the content. In the letter, Xiao Ziao said that everything was fine. At present, she was assigned a task by the sect to go to Luhefeng City to serve as the head of the G, so she could not come in a short time. Serving as the head of the G is a training treatment only for the core disciples of the sect. Let's expand our horizons and have an understanding of the world of immortal cultivation. There will be basically no danger. The first few pages of the letter are all about some daily trivialities and the longing for his daughter Lu Wangshu. At the end, Xiao Ziao wrote that she had found relevant information about the blood talisman spirit body and the green jade phoenix in the sect. The blood talisman spirit body is a hidden talisman physique. It is naturally compatible with the avenue of talismans. The cultivators who possess this spirit body are gifted and make rapid progress in the way of talismans. In addition, the blood talisman spirit body can also consume its own essence and blood to increase the success rate of making talismans. Moreover, it can burn the essence in blood life, nourish the talisman with blood, and upgrade the talisman to large grade. However, no matter which one it is, the loss in consumption to oneself is very large. As I guessed, this blood talisman spirit body is a talisman spirit body. Consume essence in blood to increase the success rate of making talismans, burn life essence in blood, and upgrade the amulet to large grade. Lu Changsheng looked at the information about the blood talisman spirit body and murmured in his heart. The letter also mentioned the awakening method of the blood talisman spirit body. One method is to awaken the spirit body through a blood sacrifice ceremony. However, Xiao Zhai did not write about this blood sacrifice ceremony in detail. Another method is to use the blood refining method to constantly stimulate the body with a second-level spiritual blood to activate the spirit body. In this blood refining method, the spiritual blood must be mild. Otherwise, it is likely to cause serious damage to the body during the stimulation process. Blood sacrifice ceremony, blood refining method. This blood talisman spirit body, whether it is the effect or the awakening method, is just like its name, related to blood. Lu Changsheng looked at the information and awakening method of the blood talisman spirit body in the letter and couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Zhai wrote down the second blood refining method. In Lu Changsheng's opinion, it is still quite simple. He plans to buy a few second-level spiritual blood later and awaken his spirit body according to the method in the letter. Let's see how the effect of this blood talisman spirit body is. As for the fact that the spiritual blood must be mild, Lu Changsheng directly ignored it. He practiced the 100 refining treasure body art, and his physical body is comparable to the best magic weapon. There is no worry that this kind of stimulation will cause any harm to oneself. The information about the Qingyun bird in the letter is about hatching and feeding. For hatching, use the sky blue warm jade to cast a nest. Then use the Qingyu snow lotus, Qiang snow ginseng, green scale snake bile, Yuanjin crystal powder, and lingxi powder to mix into a spiritual liquid and pour it into the nest cast by the sky blue warm jade. Put the Qingyun bird's egg in the nest, and then use spiritual power and magic power to warm it every day. After about 3 to 6 months, the spiritual pet egg can be hatched. It's really not easy to hatch a spiritual pet egg. Lu Changsheng looked at this hatching method and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. These materials alone cost thousands of spiritual stones. And the price of this Qingyun bird egg is estimated to be only a few thousand spiritual stones. This is why many people are reluctant to raise spiritual pets. Hatching, feeding, and waiting for growth not only take time and energy, but also cost financial resources. But I remember seeing these Qingyu snow lotus and Qiang snow ginseng in Meng Yibei's storage bag. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. He vaguely remembered that when he cleaned Meng Yibei's storage bag, he seemed to have seen these spiritual medicines and spiritual materials. And he hadn't dealt with these spiritual medicines and spiritual materials yet. Immediately, Lu Changsheng began to look for these spiritual medicines and spiritual materials from his own storage bags. After a while, Lu Changsheng found several materials for preparing and hatching the Qingyun bird from the storage bag. It seems that Meng Yibei had prepared all of these, but I didn't know it myself. Lu Changsheng looked at these spiritual medicines and spiritual materials and thought to himself. He immediately came to his own courtyard and made a nest with Qiang warm jade. Then he prepared the spiritual liquid according to the formula and put the pet egg in it. As for using mana to warm it, Lu Changsheng directly called Lu Miaoyan. Let his wife Lu Miaoyan come to warm and take care of this pet egg every day. After all, it takes 3 to 6 months to warm it before the Qingyun bird can be hatched. He didn't have the leisure time, and he wouldn't stay at home all the time, so he might as well leave it to his wife. When the green jade phoenix hatches, it will be given to Lu Miaoyan to take care of. Husband, what kind of spirit beast egg is this? Lu Miaoyan asked curiously after listening to Lu Changsheng's explanation. I heard from the seller that it is the egg of some kind of flying monster. As for the specific monster, you will know after it hatches, Yuner. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. It's not that he was hiding it on purpose. He just felt that there was some expectation. Lu Miaoyan didn't ask more after hearing this, and said that she would take good care of this spirit pet egg. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng spent 2,400 spirit stones and bought 3 gourds of spirit blood. This so-called second-level spirit blood is actually the blood of a second-level monster. In the Red Leaf Valley market, as long as you don't specify to buy a certain kind of monster blood, you can still buy it. 3 gourds of blood should be enough. Lu Changsheng looked at his 3 gourds of monster blood and thought to himself. He immediately came to his own training room, took out a large vat, and poured all the spiritual blood from a gourd into it. This gourd of spiritual blood is naturally not as little as it seems. This kind of gourd is also like a storage bag, which can hold several vats of liquid. A gourd of spiritual blood poured down, and immediately filled the large vat for most of it. Gurgle, this spiritual blood comes from a monster called the fiery lion. So this blood is like magma, and it is still steaming. Lu Changsheng's face is calm. He took off his clothes, and entered the large vat. Immediately, according to the blood refining method written by Xiao Ziyu, he used spiritual blood to stimulate his body. During this process, the monster blood constantly stimulated every inch of his skin, every inch of his flesh and blood, making his body seem to have winding blood runes. It looks mysterious and terrifying. Buzz buzz buzz, as Lu Changsheng continued to practice the blood refining method, the monster blood in the large vat entered his body through the pores, along the meridians, and came to the danshan. However, the blood veins in his danshan, which were originally vague and composed of strands, gradually became clearer during this process. Lu Changsheng knew that as long as this blood vein was activated, the blood rune spirit body would be successfully awakened. He opened his eyes and pointed his finger, causing the 2 gourds on both sides to open automatically, and the spiritual blood was poured directly into the large vat. These 3 kinds of spiritual blood were originally very overbearing. The 3 kinds of mixed together were even more stimulating to the human body. However, Lu Changsheng was a foundation-building cultivator and practiced the 100 refinements treasure body art, so he was naturally not afraid of this mere monster blood. As the spiritual blood continued to surge, stimulating the blood veins in the danshan, this blood vein became clearer and clearer, forming a mysterious rhythm. After a long time, a strange breath spread from Lu Changsheng's body. It made the blood veins in his danshan completely emerge and clearly visible. At this moment, his body was also covered with strange and mysterious blood runes. But after a moment, this blood rune gradually dimmed and disappeared. Is this the blood talisman spirit body? Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and knew that he had successfully awakened the blood talisman spirit body. Chapter 179, Blood Talisman Spirit Effect, Myriad Poisons Devouring the Heart. The blood talisman spirit body is so mysterious. It makes people feel as if they are born with many talisman insights. As long as you keep learning and delving into the talisman, you can integrate and understand many talisman problems. Lu Changsheng quietly experienced the changes brought by the blood talisman spirit body. When this spirit body was activated and awakened, the blood veins in danshan gradually emerged and finally merged into his blood and bones. Almost in an instant, many talisman experiences and insights came to his mind. These insights are very mysterious. It is hard to explain. But as a second-level top talisman master, a person who has inherited the talisman path such as the 9-9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra, Lu Changsheng clearly knew that this was a kind of talisman perception. This kind of talisman perception is not like the skills obtained by the system lottery, which directly brings the knowledge and experience of the talisman path into the mind like a revelation. Instead, it turns into a kind of innate instinct. Let people study the talisman path, and gradually understand and absorb it, so that the talisman path can make rapid progress. The ability of the blood talisman spirit body that Xiao Ziyi wrote in the letter before. By burning blood essence, the success rate of making talismans can be increased. The method of burning blood essence life and improving the grade of talismans is also included in these perceptions. And it has become a kind of innate ability. However, the cost of this ability is very high. For example, it takes half an hour to draw second-level talisman. Then you have to burn blood essence for half an hour. When the talisman is drawn, the blood essence will definitely be depleted, and it will take at least 3 or 4 months to recover. As for burning life and improving the grade of talismans, it is also related to cultivation. For example, if you want to upgrade a first-level talisman to a second-level talisman with key refining cultivation, it is estimated that it will take more than 10 or 20 years of life. If you want to upgrade a second-level talisman to the third level, I am afraid you will have to use up all the blood essence life. And even if the blood essence life is exhausted, it may not necessarily allow the talisman grade to be upgraded. It can only be said that the ability of this blood talisman spirit is powerful, but it is not against the sky. The ability of this blood talisman spirit body is quite suitable for being a tool for making talismans. Not only is it gifted in the art of talismans and making rapid progress, but at critical moments, it can also nourish talismans with blood to improve the grade of talismans. If an ordinary casual cultivator awakens this blood talisman spirit body, it might cause trouble for no reason. Lu Changsheng thought to himself as he experienced the ability of the blood talisman spirit body. Geniuses are rare. But not all geniuses can be valued and cherished. Just like Bai Ling. He has a talent that is not inferior to that of a top-grade spiritual root. If he hadn't been picked up by me, he might have died in the hands of a horse thief. Such cases have never been rare in the world of cultivating immortals. Many people who get geniuses do not think about training them first, but about maximizing their benefits. After all, to train a person, not only a lot of resources must be invested, but also loyalty and other aspects must be considered. So in the end, it's still strength. No, strength is the original sin. With me as a father, as long as Wang Shu awakens the blood talisman spirit body and starts practicing the 9-9 mysterious talisman sutra, it won't be a problem for him to become a 4th level talisman master in the future. After awakening the blood talisman spirit body and having a general understanding of this spirit body, Lu Changsheng also knew that this spirit body could make people advance by leaps and bounds in the way of talismans. Grow to the 3rd level, or even the 4th level of talisman masters. With the inheritance of the 9-9 mysterious talisman sutra, as long as his daughter is willing to learn, she will definitely be able to develop the blood talisman spirit body to the extreme and become a 4th level talisman master. It's a pity that this blood talisman spirit body is of no help in cultivation. If this blood talisman spirit body can also increase cultivation, then Wang Shu's future limit will be higher. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Like his son Lu Qingshan's Zhengjin body, it has an increase in practicing gold attribute exercises. Even if it is a 6th grade spiritual root, as long as it practices gold attribute exercises, the speed is not inferior to that of a high-grade spiritual root. But the blood talisman spirit body does not have this kind of increase effect. But fortunately, his daughter Lu Wangshu's spiritual root is not bad, with a 4th grade spiritual root. Otherwise, even if she has a blood talisman spirit body, her cultivation will be delayed by the way of talismans. But I have the 9-9 mysterious talisman sutra. After this talisman technique condenses the natal divine talisman, drawing talismans and performing talismans can also benefit cultivation. In this case, it can be regarded as a disguised benefit. Lu Changsheng thought of his own 9-9 mysterious talisman sutra. As an authentic technique, this talisman technique is naturally mysterious and infinite. It can make people's cultivation and the way of talismans complement each other and go hand in hand. This blood talisman spirit body is related to the blood pattern in the Danshan. If I can thoroughly understand this blood pattern, copy and outline it, and draw it into a talisman, can it enhance others' perception of the way of talismans? Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of it again. Many formations, talismans, and even techniques in the world of cultivating immortals are all learned and imitated from the spiritual patterns transformed by the rules of heaven and earth. The blood pattern of the blood talisman spirit body is also a manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth, and it is very mysterious. If I can copy it, maybe I can have some of its effects. Such a spiritual pattern that is the manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth is not so easy to comprehend and understand. If you can comprehend the mystery of it with just one look, the spirit body would not be so rare. Lu Changsheng shook his head and didn't think much about it. This blood pattern is very mysterious. If you want to understand it, the difficulty is no less than comprehending the 81 spiritual patterns of the 9-9 mysterious talisman sutra. It is simply beyond his current level. When the talisman path makes a few more steps in the future, he can study it. Walk out of the big vat. There is still about half a vat of spiritual blood left in it. Lu Changsheng didn't waste it. He played a cleaning spell to clean the body, put on clothes, and put it back in the gourd to feed the 6-winged golden silkworm. This kind of demon beast spirit blood is simply not something that ordinary key refining cultivators can bear. If you want to awaken Wang Shu's blood talisman spirit body, you must not do this. When we go to Juxio Immortal City, we must also see if there is any 2nd level spirit blood with mild properties. Lu Changsheng looked at the spirit blood gourd in his hand and murmured in his heart. The process of awakening his spirit body just now seemed simple. But this is because he has broken through the foundation building stage and practiced the 100 refining treasure body art. If it were an ordinary key refining cultivator, under the stimulation of 3 kinds of spirit blood, his meridians and dantian would be damaged. As for Lu Wangshu's blood talisman spirit body, he planned to awaken it when he was about 10 years old. At that time, Lu Wangshu could not bear this kind of spirit blood body refining. Therefore, he must find some kind of spirit blood with mild properties, or even good after absorption, to activate the spirit body. However, there are still more than 10 years, so Lu Changsheng is not in a hurry. If it really doesn't work, he will go to the child's mother. He has no channel to obtain it, but Xiao Ziyu has the channel of Qingyun Sect, so it will be much easier to obtain this kind of second-level spirit blood. Just like the relevant information about the blood talisman spirit body and the Qingyu Luan bird. I have searched many books on this subject, but I have not found any relevant information. But not long after Xiao Ziyu returned to Qingyun Sect, she found the detailed information of these 2 things. This is the benefit of a sect. Lu Changsheng sighed. He deeply understood what it meant to lean on a big tree for shade. Then he came to the table, took out the talisman pen, talisman making materials, and drew talismans from the storage bag. After awakening the blood talisman spirit body, he became more inexplicably proficient in drawing talismans. It was as if he knew that he was a natural talent for talismans from the moment he held the pen. Lu Changsheng drew 2 second-level talismans smoothly. Drawing second-level talismans, I can't experience the benefits brought by the blood talisman spirit body at all. There must be a new talisman inheritance for me to comprehend on my own, or drawing 3rd-level talismans, so that I can experience the effects brought by the blood talisman spirit body. Lu Changsheng put away the talisman pen. Now, 2nd-level talismans are as easy as eating and drinking water for him. Only the 3rd-level talismans that he had not yet experienced could make him feel a bit of a challenge. After leaving the courtyard, Lu Changsheng came to his own Ping'an Fudang to see the situation. His son Lu Xianzi was also here. Otherwise, he would not have come here very often before. But it was worth spending all this time. After his enlightenment teaching when he was a child, under the guidance of the past year, Lu Xianzi's puppet skills have made considerable progress. It is estimated that in another year or so, he will be able to create a 1st-level inferior puppet, and he will be considered a puppeteer. At that time, Lu Changsheng plans to open a shop in the Red Leaf Valley Market. Let him and the brothers Lu Quansun, Lu Rui, and Lu Yun manage the shop together. Come and get familiar with the ins and outs of doing business in person. After all, when he establishes his own family in the future, he must do business. In this regard, he certainly does not have the time and energy, and will leave it to his wife, concubines, and children to take care of it. And if he wants to leave it to his children, he naturally needs to let the children understand more, experience more now. This can also show whether the child has talent in this area. If so, he can develop more in this area in the future. If you don't have talent, you can be responsible for other aspects in the future. After all, in Lu Changsheng's imagination, his family has so many inheritances and the future industrial chain is also very broad. So his children can also choose to develop in many aspects. Boss, all the top-grade talismans in the store are sold out. I wonder if you can replenish some goods during this period. Many customers come to ask. Go He saw Lu Changsheng coming and immediately spoke up. Huh? How come this month's top-grade talismans are sold so fast? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard this. Because of him, the current business of Ping'an Fudang is really good. 1 second-level talisman and 10 top-grade talismans are basically sold out every month. Provide him with a considerable income every month. And because he is often away, sometimes he forgets, so he will store dozens of top-grade talismans with Gao He. He remembered that he had just replenished the stock not long ago, so how could it be sold out so quickly? I heard that the day before yesterday, 2 demon beasts fought in the Black Cloud Mountains, and a mountain collapsed, causing a rosy glow to rise into the sky. It was suspected to be a relic, which attracted many cultivators to explore. So there are more people buying high-quality and top-quality talismans, and many old customers also came to ask, so I took out the previous inventory to sell. Go, he explained. Relics. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly when he heard this. He knew that once such a thing happened, it would attract a group of cultivators to flock there to seek opportunities. At the same time, it would also promote elixirs, talismans, and magic tools. Okay, I will draw more talismans in the next few days. Lu Changsheng nodded when he heard this. Since there was such a thing, he was willing to sell more talismans. One is to make money, and the other is to earn some reputation for the store. After all, other stores are out of stock at this time, and his own store can replenish the stock, and people will think of his own store first when they buy talismans next time. However, he didn't have any idea about this so-called relic. He immediately warned his son Lu Xianzi in the shop to stay away from such ruins. Don't go exploring just because someone told you to, or go exploring ruins just because someone told you to. Dad, you don't need to tell me, I know. Besides, I'm only at the 4th level of key refining. Going to explore such ruins is just like sending myself to death. Lu Xianzi grinned when he heard his father's words. Okay, it's good that you know. Seeing that his son knew, Lu Changsheng nodded and felt relieved. After all, there are stories of small people rising up in the world of immortal cultivation every day. He was really afraid that his son would get excited or be fooled by some robber cultivators and run away. So even though he had explained this aspect before, he still continued to remind him. 5 Qingyun Sect. Sky Spider Peak. In the quaint and luxurious room, a colorful spring pool was steaming with purple mist. Snow-white silk clothes, golden edging, a bra embroidered with purple phoenixes, a solid-colored skirt, and jade-white silk stockings were neatly stacked by the pool. There was also a hideous blood-red spider lurking, with a strange red light all over its body. But in the colorful spring pool, there was a beautiful girl with an ethereal temperament. The girl's beautiful eyes were closed, and only her head and black hair floated above the water. Xiaojun, come to my hall. At this moment, a voice sounded in the girl's mind. Master. Meng Xiaojun heard the words and opened her eyes. She immediately stood up naked from the colorful spring pool. In an instant, the girl's perfect figure was revealed. Her slender waist was slender, and her legs were straight and slender. Her black and smooth black hair was scattered on her crescent-shaped hips. Her skin was stained with colorful crystal water droplets, making her snow-like skin look more crystal clear and dazzling, as if her whole body was glowing. The girl floated up and raised her white hands lightly. The colorful water droplets slid down her skin, causing the skirts, clothes, shoes and socks by the pool to fly up and be dressed neatly. Meng Xiaojun, wearing a purple dress, has an ethereal temperament, like a pure fairy. It forms a strong contrast with a hideous blood-colored spider next to her. After leaving the room, Meng Xiaojun immediately turned into light and came to a gorgeous palace on the top of the peak, and walked straight in. This palace is very gorgeous and magnificent. The ground is paved with black jade obsidian, which is bright and clean, and the walls are carved with beams and painted with rafters. But these pictures are all snakes, scorpions, spiders, butterflies, poisonous insects, etc. Coupled with the silver lamp holders on the wall that look like spirit snakes, it looks inexplicably weird and creepy. Beep beep beep. Seeing Meng Xiaojun coming, a purple jade spider with more than 10 pairs of eyes opened its eyes next to the black jade bed in the hall. Greetings, Master. Meng Xiaojun looked at this scene with a calm expression, and bowed respectfully to the black jade bed. Xiaojun, you are here. A lazy and charming voice came from the purple gauze of the bed, which was soul-stirring. I wonder what the Master wants Xiaojun to come here for. Meng Xiaojun continued. The purple gauze curtain slowly parted. On the black jade bed, a woman in a purple dress, about 28 or 29 years old, was lying on her side. Her face was extremely beautiful and enchanting, and her narrow and long phoenix eyes seemed to have just woken up from sleep, as hazy as peach blossoms, with flowing smoke and waves, and contained a magic that made people lose their souls. The sideline posture wrapped the woman in a purple gauze skirt, with a convex front and a curved back, and the enchanting and perfect curves from top to bottom were visible at a glance. Under the proud and upright towering body, there was a slender waist like a weak willow, round and plump. The curves were thrilling, and under the purple gauze, they were hazy and looming. 2 slender white legs, slightly bent, were as charming as a snake's tail. Xiaojun, I remember you lived in Jiangguo before. Nangguang Li opened her charming lips slightly, and her voice was indescribably charming and moving. Master, I grew up in Jiang country. Meng Xiaojun nodded. I have a mission and need to go to Jiang country. In that case, you will go with me. The purple-skirted woman stood up from the black jade bed with a lazy and elegant look. A strand of black hair passed behind her ear and fell on her full and upright chest. The purple skirt gauze fell, slightly covering the pair of snow-white jade feet that looked like jade carvings. Go to Jiang country. Meng Xiaoqin's heart paused when she heard this. A handsome face, tall and slender figure, and a graceful figure appeared in her mind. That's right, you are now at the bottleneck of the initial stage of foundation building, and it's just right for you to go out with your master. If this mission is successful, it will also be good for you. It's an opportunity. Nangguang Mili said in a soft and charming voice. Master, I wonder what the mission is. Meng Xiaoqin asked. You will know when the time comes. Nangguang Mili's jade feet moved lightly and gracefully to Meng Xiaoqin's side, and said with a chuckle. The voice was full of temptation and charm. In other words, her whole body was full of enchanting charm that made people want to ravage her. Master, when are we leaving? Meng Xiaoqin heard this and did not ask any more questions. Master's orders cannot be disobeyed. And Nangguang Mili went out in person, which means that this task is not simple. Besides, the cultivation world of Jiang Kingdom is so big, as long as she does not meet him, there will be no problem if she goes to Jiang Kingdom by herself. 1 month later, Nangguang Mili opened his lips slightly, and his white jade fingers stroked Meng Xiaoqin's face. Yes, master. Meng Xiaoqin nodded in response. How is your practice of the 10,000 poisons devouring heart art going? The woman in the purple skirt pinched her apprentice's face and continued to ask. Please check it, master. Meng Xiaoqin stretched out her white wrist directly for the other party to check. Her skin is very white, but Nangguang Mili's skin is whiter than hers. The whiteness seems to be a bit morbid, which makes her slender but exquisite body more morbidly beautiful, and I feel pity for her. Yes, you are indeed a body of thousands of poisons. Now you have achieved a small success in the poison body. If this mission is successfully completed, I will apply for the heart-eating goo for you in the sect. Nangguang Mili's charming face showed a faint smile, tempting and moving. Thank you, master. Meng Xiaoqin heard the words and immediately showed joy on her face. The thousands of poisons body is a spiritual body. And the 5 poison sect just happen to have this kind of spiritual body inheritance. As long as she has the heart-eating goo, her heart-eating goo of 10,000 poisons can be fully accomplished. Not only will her magic power be improved by 50%, but the probability of forming a pill in the future will also be increased by 50%. Let her achieve a true pill with a high probability. It's a pity that I lost the love-locking goo. Otherwise, with a love-locking goo, I would become the saint of the 5 poison sect. Why would I bother so much? Meng Xiaoqin sighed slightly in her heart, thinking of the love-locking goo in Liu Changsheng's hand. This love-locking goo is a top-level earth spirit goo, close to the existence of the heaven spirit goo. Even in the 5 poison sect, it is extremely rare. Chapter 180, Secret Realm of Ruins, 2nd level Demon Caller. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Because of the Black Cloud Mountain ruins, Liu Changsheng has been drawing not only 2nd level talismans, but also many 1st level top quality talismans these days. Not only him, but Lu Miaoj has also been busy making talismans these days. After all, the Black Cloud Mountains are not far from the Red Leaf Valley market. It is only 4,000 or 5,000 miles away. So many monks in the surrounding area went to the Black Cloud Mountains to try their luck. Moreover, after half a month of fermentation, the heat of the Black Cloud Mountain ruins has not decreased at all. It is also because of several rumors that some people have obtained ancient exercises, foundation building spiritual objects, and natural treasures from the ruins, which has become more popular and attracted more people to go. After all, for most monks, a set of exercises and a foundation building spiritual object are great opportunities. They have been pursuing this opportunity for a lifetime, but they may not be able to get it. Now that such a relic has appeared, they will naturally not miss it. It is for this reason that the flow of people in the Red Leaf Valley market has increased. Talismans, elixirs, and magic tools are selling hot, and the prices have risen by 30% to 40%, allowing Liu Changsheng to make a small profit. Faced with this situation, the 4 major families also transferred personnel to increase patrols and guards in the Red Leaf Valley market. This is to avoid attracting robbery cultivators because of the Black Cloud Mountain relics, and taking the opportunity to cause chaos. After all, the previous 2 robbery cultivators made the 4 major families feel lingering fear. During a chat with Lu Miaoj, Liu Changsheng learned that the Lu family, the Bai family, the Yu family, the Zheng family, and many surrounding immortal cultivation families have sent people to explore the ruins in Black Cloud Mountain. Immortal cultivation is like crossing a river, and thousands of horses and thousands of troops compete for the sails. If you don't fight for an opportunity, how can you win and succeed in cultivation? However, Lu Yuanzhong, the ancestor of the Lu family, is still in charge of Qingzhu Mountain. He did not participate in the exploration of the ruins. The same is true for the Yu family, the Zheng family, and the Bai family. They are just small families. There are only 1 or 2 foundation-building ancestors in the family. They dare not go out to take risks and compete for opportunities. After all, they are not just individuals, but also the pillars of the family. Once an accident occurs, the entire family will be in trouble and suffer a catastrophe. Only a few cultivators in the late stage of key refining can be sent to explore. However, Lu Changsheng heard that there are already foundation-building cultivators going to this relic. Is Qingyun Sect finished? A few days later, when Lu Changsheng and Lu Yuanling were chatting, they learned that Qingyun Sect also took action against the Black Cloud Mountain secret realm. Yes, it has been confirmed that this relic is a small secret realm, and there are many opportunities and treasures in it. Qingyun Sect will naturally not let it go, Lu Yuanling said. As the second elder of the Lu family and the head of the Lu family in Hongai Valley Market, he is very concerned about this news. Once Qingyun Sect is finished, the entire secret realm will belong to Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng said with a sigh. For the independent cultivators and major forces, the end of Qingyun Sect is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Other independent cultivators and forces have no chance to play. That's not the case. Qingyun Sect did not block the secret realm and drive away independent cultivators and other forces. Lu Yuanling shook his head. Oh, so the Qingyun Sect is quite generous. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He thought that the Qingyun Sect would directly seal off the secret realm and prohibit others from entering. After all, if the Qingyun Sect did this, others would have nothing to say, and they dare not say anything. Changsheng, you are still too young. How can the Qingyun Sect be generous? There must be hidden dangers in such a secret realm. The Qingyun Sect is naturally reluctant to let its own disciples charge into the battle. Why not give us some soup and let our family forces and independent cultivators act as cannon fodder to explore? Lu Yuanling sneered and said. At his age, he has experienced a lot and can see these things very clearly. Oh. Lu Changsheng heard the words and immediately understood the reason. Just like the Zhiao secret realm controlled by several major immortal sects, if it depends entirely on the disciples of the immortal sects to explore, not only will the gains be limited, but it is also easy to lose disciples in it. It is better to let independent cultivators and people from other forces go in together. Anyway, if there is a gain in it, some benefits must be given to the major immortal sects. For independent cultivators and small forces, facing such a secret realm, it is very difficult to profit from the opportunity that falls from the sky and reap the benefits. Lu Changsheng sighed. Every time he heard this, he deeply felt the difficulties of the bottom cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation. Without excellent talents, it is too difficult to succeed in cultivation. You can only rely on your life to keep fighting. Fortunately, I have a system, Lu Changsheng said in his heart. With a system, he only needs to live a stable life, marry a wife and concubine, have children and raise them, and he can get opportunities and treasures that countless people can't ask for in their lifetime. Thus, the road to immortality is smooth. At this time, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think of his good friend Li Fiyu, who was far away in Qinglun Immortal City. Although the other party did not elaborate. But he also knew that Li Fiyu was taking the life-threatening path of hunting monsters, exploring ruins, and the caves of predecessors. Just like these independent cultivators, if you are not careful, accidents may happen. Jiang Country, 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. This mountain range is endless, stretching from the southern border of Jiang State, spanning half of the southern wilderness Zhuoxin world. It is also a natural barrier between Jiang State and Yu State. Because there are many monsters in the Wanshao Mountain Range, and many rare spiritual medicines and herbs grow there are always cultivators entering the mountain range to train and hunt monsters. After all, for cultivators, monsters are treasures. Flesh, fur, tendons and bones can all be sold at a good price. If you can encounter some monster cubs and rare spiritual herbs, it will be a great harvest. At this time, outside the Wanshao Mountain Range, 5 cultivators are besieging 2 blue snake-shaped monsters. Both of these giant pythons are very large. The body is more than 1 meter thick, and it exudes a strong spiritual light. Two dim eyes flash with cold light, and constantly spray cold air at people. Roar! One of the cultivators shouted loudly, roaring like a mad lion, causing the giant python that was about to attack to stagnate. Then a golden rope was used to bind a giant python, and he shouted, loudly. Immediately, a middle-aged man in his 30s, tall, dressed in black, with a murderous look on his face and holding a red long sword, stepped out. His muscles burst out, and the long sword in his hand surged with red light, and he chopped it down fiercely at the giant python 7 inches. Clang! This knife was as powerful as thunder, mighty and domineering, and directly shattered the giant python's protective aura. Then it fell on its blue snake scales, making a golden sound, faintly breaking the scales. Hiss, hiss. The giant python roared, and the aura surged all over its body. The snake tail suddenly swung and swung it on the man in black. Bang! The man in black and the sword flew backwards, hitting a big tree in the distance and knocking it down. Fortunately, at the critical moment, his protective aura surged around him, resisting most of the damage, and he was not seriously injured. Kill now! Seeing this, the 3 people who were fighting with another giant python also drove their magic weapons and cast spells at this moment, turning around and blasting the giant python whose protective aura was broken. Ah, ah, ah! The giant python roared and howled in the sky under the surging attack. This roar almost made the other giant python crazy. But these 5 people were obviously very experienced in facing monsters. In this case, they did not choose to continue to fight head-on, but kept fighting. After grinding one giant python to death, they began to face the other giant python head-on and slowly killed it. This time the harvest is good. The materials of these 2 green blood pythons can be sold for a lot of money. After killing the 2 giant pythons, an old man with gray hair and gray robes said, "These 2 green blood pythons should be a pair. I don't know if they have laid eggs. If they lay eggs, we will make a lot of money." A middle-aged woman in a bright red robe said, "Laying eggs, what are you thinking? How can you be so lucky?" Another man in green robe shook his head and said. Then several people walked towards the cave of the 2 blood pythons. These monsters live in the mountains. If they see any treasures, or the remains of cultivators, the bodies of other monsters, or even spiritual medicines and herbs, they will bring them back to the cave. So sometimes after killing monsters and exploring caves, there will be unexpected gains. It actually laid eggs, 8 blood python eggs. The red-robed woman saw the depths of the cave, her eyes lit up, and she said in surprise, "What, it really exists? These 8 blood python eggs can also be sold for 400 or 500 spirit stones. This wave of profit." When the others heard this, they looked at the snake eggs, and their eyes were also surprised. For them, 400 or 500 spirit stones were divided equally, and each person had about 100 spirit stones. It was a considerable income. However, at this moment, the gray-robed old man looked at a gray and dark crystal core. When he saw the dark crystal core, his slightly cloudy eyes widened and his throat became dry. "Uncle Zio, what are you looking at?" the red-robed woman asked when she saw the gray-robed old man standing there motionless. Then she followed his gaze and saw the dark crystal core. "This is a demon core," the red-robed woman exclaimed. The demon core is similar to the Taoist foundation of human cultivators, and it is the core that stores mana. But not all second-level demon beasts have demon cores. Only some rare or powerful second-level demon beasts have demon cores. Because they have demon cores, it means that this demon beast has the potential to be promoted to the 3rd level. If it is promoted to the 3rd level, the demon core will also transform into a demon pill, which corresponds to the true pill or golden pill of the giant cultivator. At this time, a demon core appeared in the cave of the green blood python. Although this demon core seems to have lost a lot of energy, it is also priceless. 8 green blood python eggs and demon cores made the atmosphere in the cave solidify. After all, money can move people's hearts. The 5 people just often cooperated to hunt monsters, and they couldn't say that they had a deep friendship. Now that such a huge benefit appeared, people naturally had some ideas in their minds. This monster core is estimated to be able to sell for 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones. When we sell it, each of us can get at least 500 or 600 spirit stones. At this time, the gray-robed old man said to everyone. When the other people heard this, they all showed joy. This amount of spirit stones is not a small number. Who should we put this monster core in? the green-robed man said in a deep voice. Like the jade-blood python, they can directly treat the corpse as material, and each person will share it according to the value. The same is true for snake eggs. The extra 3 snake eggs are converted into spirit stones. But such a priceless monster core cannot be handled. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the cave solidified again. What's going on? I feel dizzy. At this moment, the red-robed woman suddenly held her forehead, her body shaky. No, it's poisonous. The green-robed man trembled and also realized that something was wrong. Who poisoned me? The man in black tights looked murderous and shouted, but he was also trembling and staggering. The elegant middle-aged man among the 5 looked at the gray-robed old man and said coldly, "Old man Zhao, you poisoned me." As he spoke, a spiritual energy shield formed around his body to isolate the poison. "Fellow Taoist Yao, you actually have a poison-proof treasure." The gray-robed old man looked at the elegant man, a little surprised. His soul-breaking powder is colorless and tasteless, and ordinary cultivators cannot detect it unless they have divine consciousness. So the elegant man was not poisoned, which made him know that he must have some kind of poison-proof treasure. After saying this, the other 3 people glared at the gray-robed old man. But at this moment, they were speechless, staggering, spitting blood, and fell to the ground. "Fellow Taoist Yao, I'm afraid that your treasure cannot completely protect against my soul-breaking powder. It's not too late for you to leave now." The gray-robed old man continued to speak, speaking slowly. "Okay, I admit defeat in this matter." The elegant man heard this and knew that he was no match for the gray-robed old man. He was wary of the gray-robed old man and slowly left the cave. Wait! Just as the elegant man was about to leave, the gray-robed old man suddenly called him. He said, "Dao Yao, take these snake eggs. In this way, this matter will be exposed. How about it?" "No need." Although Dao Yao was tempted, he did not dare to stay any longer and left quickly. However, at this moment, puff, a purple light flashed from the sleeve of the gray-robed old man. It was a thunder talisman that killed the elegant man. At the same time, a golden cone magic weapon was sacrificed, turning into golden light and killing the elegant man. In this situation, how could he let him go? Once the news leaked, he was afraid that he would be ambushed before returning to Qingyun Immortal City. After all, in this Changsheng Mountain range, not only are the monsters dangerous, but you also have to be wary of other cultivators. This is why many cultivators form teams to enter the Changsheng Mountain range. Not only is the mountain dangerous, but also they are worried that they will be exhausted after leaving the mountain, and will encounter disasters. Boom boom boom, facing the attack of the gray-robed old man, the elegant man immediately offered a small earth-yellow shield. But under this attack, the spiritual energy shield around him suddenly dimmed a lot, making him feel the toxins have entered his body. As the old man said, he has a poison-proof treasure. But this is just an ordinary treasure, and it can't always prevent the opponent's toxins. Puff, the gray-robed old man continued to attack. The elegant man knew that he was no match for the old man, so he kept retreating and fled from the cave. But the gray-robed old man immediately chased him. Just as the 2 of them walked out of the cave, the black-clad man who had fainted from the poison opened his eyes. What a powerful poison! It's colorless and tasteless, without any trace. If I hadn't practiced the Zhuangji refining body art, I might have died here this time. Li Fei looked at the entrance of the cave with a solemn face. He noticed that the old man was wrong at the first time, and noticed that there was something wrong. Immediately close your pores and breathe. But this poison is really powerful, colorless and tasteless, without any trace. If he hadn't cultivated the 3rd level of the body refining technique, his body would be comparable to the late stage of qi refining. With a certain resistance to poison, he would have died here. He didn't delay, took out a detoxification pill from the storage bag and took it to clean the toxins in his body. Then he held a talisman in his hand and continued to play dead, waiting for the gray-robed old man to come back. Not long after, the gray-robed old man rushed back to the cave. His breath was slightly messy. In order to make a quick decision and deal with the elegant man, he did not hold back. After this trip, I don't have to live this kind of life of licking blood on the edge of a knife anymore. The gray-robed old man took the 2nd-level demon core in his hand, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He is already over 60 years old, and it is no longer possible for him to impact the foundation. Now he goes out to hunt monsters for the sake of his descendants. However, at this moment, suddenly, He sensed a burning and sharp air. Not good. The gray-robed old man subconsciously wanted to produce a spiritual power shield. But the air shield was broken by the fiery fire talisman and the fierce and domineering blade light in a hurry. The next moment, puff, the sound of a sharp blade entering the flesh was heard. The gray-robed old man's vision suddenly rolled, and he fell from the air and saw a headless corpse. It was his own corpse. Behind the corpse stood a fierce man in black clothes and holding a red long sword. Why is he not dead? The gray-robed old man was astonished and unwilling, and his consciousness fell into endless darkness. Huh? Li Feiyu let out a long breath after killing the gray-robed old man with a knife. He was also very nervous about the situation just now. After all, the old man had the 9th level of Qi refining, while he was only in the middle stage of Qi refining. The only thing he could rely on was the body refining technique of the late stage of Qi refining. He quickly put away the storage bags of several people in the cave. Then he used the firebomb technique to burn the corpse to ashes. Now I'm going back to Qingyun Immortal City alone. I'm afraid it will be dangerous. This demon core may help me break through the bottleneck of the late stage of Qi refining. With the cultivation and body refining skills of the late stage of Qi refining, I will have more confidence to return to Qingyun Immortal City. Li Feiyu looked at the gray demon core in his hand, his face showing a fierce look. Most of the demon beast crystal cores have violent attributes. If the cultivator absorbs them directly, it will not only waste energy, but also easily hurt a body. It is not as good as refining them into elixirs. But in the current situation, Li Feiyu can't care so much. The matter of the ruins of the Black Cloud Mountain range, except for making a small profit for Lu Changsheng, has no impact on his daily life. He now spends most of his time every day making talismans and drawing second-level talismans to prepare for going to Qingzhu Immortal City. After nearly a year, he has also saved nearly 100 second-level spiritual talismans, which can form a talisman array that can kill the late stage of foundation building and even fake elixirs. However, to refine talismans into arrays, talismans are never too many. The more talismans, the more powerful the talisman array. Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry to go to Qingzhu Immortal City, so he prepared to store more talismans. Moreover, the journey to Qingzhu Immortal City was long, and it would take a lot of time to go back and forth. It was estimated to take more than half a year, or even a year. So he also had to arrange the following things properly. Prepare the talisman supplied by his own talisman shop and the talisman supplied to the Lu family in advance. Just like this, 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. Boom. On this day, Lu Changsheng felt a stream of air rushing into his body. He knew that his son Lu Quanzhen had broken through the middle stage of Qi refining. All the children in the family are now waiting to break through the middle stage of Qi refining and then go out to experience. Lu Changsheng also went back to Qingzhu Mountain to make arrangements for Lu Quanzhen. This son has a strong personality and wants to go out to try his luck. So Lu Changsheng did not arrange him to experience life in the market. Instead, he sent him to the secular world to follow Hong Yi. Now Hong Yi has become the son of Ruai Hao. He is responsible for all the affairs of Ruai County. Not only the martial arts world, but also the secular corrupt cultivators have to deal with the chaos. So arranging this son to go to the secular world, not only can he see the martial arts world, the secular immortal cultivation, and gain experience, but also he will not encounter any danger. Brother Lu, don't worry, I will take good care of my Quanzhen nephew. Hong Yi saw Lu Changsheng sent his son to him to take care of him, and as he gained experience, he agreed immediately. Then he said to a 12 or 13-year-old boy next to him, who was wearing a brocade robe and had an extraordinary demeanor, Zuanji, get along well with your Quanzhen brother in the future, be like brothers, and support each other. This boy is named Hong Zuanji, the 6th son of Hong Yi, with a 7th grade spiritual root, and is deeply loved by Hong Yi. Yes, father. Hong Zuanji nodded in response after hearing his father's words. He also knew that his father's current status had a lot to do with his uncle Lu. Moreover, Lu Quanzhen in front of him was only 3 years older than him, but his cultivation was already in the middle stage of Qi refining. If he made friends with him, it would be helpful to him in the future. Quanzhen, listen to your uncle Hong more in the future. If there is anything, just write back. Remember to write to your mother on weekdays, go home more often when you have time, and go to see your sister. Choose Henzhen, who was standing aside, said to her son with red eyes and a face full of reluctance. Although her son was so old, he was still a child in her eyes, and she was very worried about her son coming to the secular world. "Mom, don't worry, the child knows." Lu Quanzhen looked at his mother's appearance, and his face showed some helplessness. He immediately comforted her, saying that he would pay attention to safety, write home when he had time, and bring his sister home to see, so please rest assured, mother. Lu Changsheng looked at this scene, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I don't know how Lu Quanzhen's temperament was formed. Although he taught this son, it was Chu Hansen who taught him most of the time. But when facing her children, although Chu Hansen didn't say that she doted on them, she couldn't bear to beat or scold them. Sometimes, even when she preached to her children, she would feel wronged and think that she had not taught them well. So seeing that his son Lu Quanzhen was precocious and very opinionated, Lu Changsheng didn't know how he raised him. It can only be said that some children's personalities may be influenced by their innate nature. Zhenzhen, as long as you want, we can come to see Quanzhen often. Lu Changsheng also said to his wife. After settling his son Lu Quanzhen, Lu Changsheng also brought Chu Hansen to live in the Lu mansion. The eldest son Lu Pingyan had trained in the Red Whale Gang for a year before going out to venture into the world by himself, and has not returned yet. The second son Lu Wuai went to county town under Nanayu Prefecture to be a county magistrate under the arrangement of Hong Yi. The daughter Lu Wuai also shouted every day that she wanted to be a female hero and venture into the world, but her mother Lu Zier didn't let her. Lu Changsheng was also afraid that his daughter would suffer, so he pretended not to know about it and didn't agree with his daughter going out to venture. Now that Lu Changsheng and Chu Hansen have come to the Lu mansion, his wife Lu Lanchu, Lu Qinger, Lu Zier and other concubines have also talked to Lu Changsheng about their children's marriages. Children like Lu Wuiao, Lu Wuiu, and Lu Zile are all 17 or 18 years old. They are at the age of marriage and should consider marriage. Lu Changsheng is also quite emotional about this. He still remembers when these children were born. Unknowingly, these children have grown up and are about to get married. In this regard, he let Lu Lanchu, Lu Qinger, Lu Zier and others take care of the arrangements. But the marriage must be agreed by his children. After all, in his current situation, there is no need to consider the benefits of his children's marriage. The main thing is to let his children be happy and like it and make their own choices. Chapter 181 The Sumeru Tree King, a paradise in its own right. Lu Changsheng and Chu Hansen lived in Ruai County for half a month. During this period, the marriage of their son Lu Wuiu was also arranged. The woman was Li Fiayu's daughter, Li Zuir. Lu Lanchu had wanted her son Lu Pingyan to marry Li Zuir before. One reason was that Li Zuir had a good appearance and personality. They watched her grow up. Secondly, Lu Changsheng and Li Fiayu were good friends, so they naturally wanted to match them up. But Lu Pingyan had no such idea and was away. Now Lu Qinger asked about her son Lu Wuiu and Li Zuir. Lu Wuiu and Li Zuir had no objection to this marriage and were satisfied with each other. Seeing that both of them nodded, Lu Changsheng decided to settle it. Most marriages in this world are like this. There are not so many people who love each other. Being satisfied with each other is already good. Soon the two families made an appointment, chose an auspicious day, and got married half a year later. When they were engaged, Lu Changsheng also met Li Fiayu's father, Li Zhengyang. 16 years have passed, and the once majestic and powerful leader of the Red Whale Gang has become a gray-haired old man. His face is still a bit sick. "Hello, Uncle Li." Lu Changsheng stepped forward and greeted him. "Hello, Master Lu." Li Zhengyang looked at the handsome Lu Changsheng in front of him, who still looked like he was in his 20s, but was more ethereal than more than 10 years ago, and bowed respectfully. When Lu Changsheng came to the Red Whale Gang, he saw that Lu Changsheng was not an ordinary person. Now more than 10 years have passed, and his guess has been verified. It can be seen that Ruai Hao's son, and the casual cultivators who attended the engagement banquet are all very respectful to Master Lu. Fiayu and I are good friends. Now my son Wu Yu and Zuir are engaged to be married, which is also a close relationship, so Uncle Li doesn't need to be so polite. Just call me Changsheng. Lu Changsheng smiled and said to Li Zhengyang. Li Zhengyang saw that Lu Changsheng did not have the airs of a master, and he sighed in his heart. He thought his son had made a good friend. He immediately called Lu Changsheng his nephew. He also introduced his eldest son, Li Fihong, who is now the leader of the Red Whale Gang, to Lu Changsheng. During the casual chat, The marriage was confirmed, and Li Hengayang also asked about his son Li Fiayu's situation. When Li Fiayu left, he simply told him that he was going to the world of immortal cultivation, and did not say much. In the face of this topic, Lu Changsheng just said that Li Fiayu was fine and was training in a certain immortal city. Then he gave Li Hengayang a bottle of healing pills. He could see that Li Hengayang must have practiced martial arts too hard when he was young, or suffered some internal injuries, which led to his poor health now. This engagement banquet made the Lu mansion very lively. After all, it was the first person in the Lu family who was engaged and ready to get married. I don't know how Pingyan is doing. For more than a year, I didn't know to write to my family. Seeing that Lu Wuyu was engaged and would get married in half a year, Lu Lanshu also talked about her son Lu Pingyan. Pingyan said before that he would be away for a maximum of 3 years, and he would probably be back in 1 or 2 years. Lu Changsheng comforted him. He knew that his wife still disagreed with Lu Pingyan's going out. Now that his wife mentioned it, he also thought of his eldest son. I don't know where Lu Pingyan is traveling now, and how he is traveling. Jiang State, Jiangzhou, Guangling County. The white tiger monster is on this mountain. Lu Pingyan passed by a village and heard that there was a white tiger on this mountain, which often ate people. As a result, the villagers did not dare to go up the mountain to hunt. So I thought about coming to see it and get rid of the harm for the people. Just when he came to the halfway point of the mountain, he heard a deafening roar of a beast. He rushed into the mountain following the sound. After a while, he saw a ferocious white tiger that was a foot tall, chasing a girl in black. But this was not a one-sided chase. The girl in black was an immortal cultivator. While running, she was driving a black flying sword to attack the white tiger. The white tiger was covered in blood, roaring wildly, and choosing its prey. This white tiger should be the white tiger monster that the villagers said. It looks like it has really become a monster. Lu Pingyan was surprised to see such a big and ferocious white tiger. He knew that this white tiger had gone beyond the range of wild beasts and was a monster. However, the 9 nether mastiff he usually raised was much more ferocious than this white tiger. So when he saw this terrifying white tiger, he had no fear. Be careful. At this moment, he saw the white tiger's cold claws stretched out and held the girl's flying sword. Then the tail suddenly stretched out, a foot long, and chopped towards the girl like a long stick. Faced with this sudden attack, the girl was caught off guard and was hit hard, flying backwards, with a muffled groan. Seeing this, the white tiger opened its bloody mouth and pounced on the girl in black. Not good. Seeing this, Lu Pingyan hurriedly took out a firebomb talisman from his arms, concentrated his mind, turned the talisman into a firebomb, and shot it towards the white tiger. Bang! This firebomb landed accurately on the white tiger. It fell to the ground with a thump, and let out a wail and roar. Its whole body was burned by the firebomb, its skin and flesh were torn, and it was all charred. Roar! The white tiger was charred all over, bleeding, and its eyes were scarlet. It looked at Lu Pingyan, roared angrily, and flew over. Secret technique, Qingyun. Facing the flying white tiger, Lu Pingyan immediately took out a golden light talisman, which made golden light appear around his body. Then he roared, and his muscles were full of strength, and he punched out suddenly. Bang! The attack of the white tiger made Lu Pingyan's legs sink, and the golden light on his body dimmed. But Lu Pingyan's powerful and terrifying punch also made the white tiger wail, and the sound of bones breaking sounded in his body. Die? The girl also found the right opportunity at this moment, and made a gesture with both hands, making her flying sword burst out with sharp energy, and slash towards the neck of the white tiger. She wanted to cut off the head of the white tiger with one sword. Puff! However, the flying sword did not cut off the head, and the blade was stuck in the bones of the white tiger, causing the white tiger to scream in pain and struggle to death. Secret technique, Qingyun. Seeing this, Lu Pingyan's internal energy surged, and he took a step forward, and his fists were like 2 dragons coming out of the sea, and the latent dragon came out of the abyss and bombarded the white tiger. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches, boom boom boom. After a while, the white tiger wailed, and its eyes dimmed. Hello, thank you for your help. My father's surname is Qin, and my mother's surname is Yi, so my name is Qin Yi. The girl in black stepped forward, looked at Lu Pingyan, and said expressionlessly. Hearing this self-introduction, Lu Pingyan grinned and said, Hello, my father's surname is Lu, and my mother's surname is also Lu, so my name is Lu Pingyan. Puff. The expressionless girl smiled when she heard this. However, this smile made her blood surge in her body, and she coughed and coughed and coughed. The attack from the white tiger just now made her feel very uncomfortable. "Miss, are you okay? I have healing medicine here." Seeing this, Lu Pingyan took out a porcelain bottle from his bag, poured out a pill and handed it to the girl. "Just now, you used 2 talismans to save me, and I already owe you a favor. So I can't take this pill, and I don't have the money to pay you back." The black-clothed girl saw at a glance that this was not a secular pill, but a spiritual pill. She thought to herself, where did this fool come from? He obviously has no spiritual power fluctuations and is a warrior, but he has talismans and pills. And he didn't know her at all, but he took them out openly. "I saw injustice and helped. You don't have to take it to heart, girl. You don't have to pay back this pill." Lu Pingyan grinned and waved his hand. The black-clothed girl heard this and looked at Lu Pingyan in front of her, her face showing a bit of tangled distress. Then she said, "I, Qingyun, never owe anyone a favor. I'll take this pill and you can take this tiger monster. This way, we're even. I said you don't have to pay it back, and what do I want this tiger monster for?" Lu Pingyan shook his head. "This tiger monster can be sold for more than 20 spirit stones, but you don't want it. Didn't you come here specifically to hunt this tiger monster?" The girl heard this and looked a little surprised. "No, I heard from the villagers that there is a white tiger monster here that eats people, so I went up the mountain to take a look, thinking of getting rid of the white tiger, so that the villagers can hunt with peace of mind," Lu Pingyan said with a smile. The black-clothed girl heard this and looked at Lu Pingyan in front of her as if he were a fool. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the world. Although he had never met her before, she was willing to spend her talismans to help her and even gave her pills for free. The purpose of going up the mountain was because she heard that there was a white tiger eating people. "Anyway, I, Qingyun, never owe anyone a favor. Take this tiger monster and we'll settle our grievances." Qingyun's face was tight and expressionless, and she continued. She had already determined that Lu Pingyan was the stupid son of a landlord, and she didn't want to take advantage of a fool. The girl said that this tiger monster is worth more than 20 spirit stones. "My pills and talismans are not worth this money. If the girl feels bad, just sell the tiger monster and give me the equivalent spirit stones." Lu Pingyan said this when he saw the other party's determined face. He was training in the Red Whale Gang, and he usually came into contact with Hong Yi, and he also knew some of the prices at the bottom of the cultivation world. He knew that his 2 talismans and 1 pill were worth 7 spirit stones. When the girl heard this, she was immediately moved. In order to hunt this tiger monster, she spent a lot of time and energy. Besides, she was reluctant to give all the spiritual stones she had obtained to others. If she divided them equally now, at least she would gain something. And she would feel at ease, without having to owe anyone a favor. "Okay, there is a Qingyun Mountain 500 miles away, and there is a gathering place for scattered cultivators on the mountain. You come with me, and I will sell this tiger monster, and we will divide the spiritual stones equally. If it is inconvenient for you, give me an address and I will send the spiritual stones to you at that time," the girl said, her voice crisp and clear. "A gathering place for scattered cultivators. Okay, I will go with you." Lu Pingyan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He usually yearns for and has a strong interest in cultivating immortals. He just knows that he has no spiritual roots and has no chance to cultivate immortals, so he never mentions this aspect at home. Now when he heard the girl talking about the scattered cultivator market, he suddenly became curious and wanted to go and have a look. Soon, after the girl rested and healed her wounds, the 2 of them went together. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, half a year has passed. 2 months ago, the Black Cloud Mountain ruins, which had been bustling for a long time, also lost popularity. This is just a small secret realm. So in half a year, it was developed and cleared out, turning into a wasteland. The Lu family not only did not gain anything in this exploration of the ruins, but also lost a cultivator in the late stage of key refining and a cultivator in the middle stage of key refining, which can be said to be a big loss. However, Lu Changsheng heard from Lu Yuanding that the Bai family had gained a lot in this trip to the ruins. Maybe there's hope for the birth of a new foundation. The Lu family is also happy to see this situation, because the Bai family and the Lu family have a friendly relationship. Now the lifespan of the Bai family ancestor is only more than 10 years. If a new foundation cannot be born, it will also face the danger of the Lu family. In addition, The cooperation of the 4 families in the Red Leaf Valley market will also have problems because of this. Congratulations to the host for reaching 150 offspring and winning a high-level lottery. On this day, Lu Changsheng's 150th child was born. This child has no spiritual roots. But when this child was born, a system prompt sounded. High-level lottery. Lu Changsheng was surprised when he heard the system prompt sound. In the previous lottery for 100 offspring, he thought he could get 200 by the number of children. Unexpectedly, he could get 150. And it was a high-level lottery. This made him very happy. After all, in the previous high-level lottery, he won a Tongshan Lingbao. Although this Tongshan Lingbao was a bit inferior and had no spirit, it was still a Tongshan Lingbao. It made him improve rapidly in the Beibao refining body art. It is estimated that in another year, he will be able to break through the 5th level. At that time, he can also melt this Tongshan Lingbao and turn it into his own life treasure bone. System, draw. Without thinking too much, Lu Changsheng muttered in his heart. He wanted to see what he could draw in this high-level lottery. After all, ordinary draws are not too surprising for him now. Immediately, a high-level lottery disc with only 4 areas appeared. As Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, the lottery started directly. After a while, the golden light slowly slowed down and stopped on the column of Spirit Pet Magic Treasure. Another Spirit Pet Magic Treasure. Lu Changsheng's heart also stopped as the golden light stopped. Ling. Congratulations to the host for winning a spiritual pet, Zumi Tree King. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A golden jade sacred tree pattern with flowing divine light and surging rosy clouds emerged from the lottery plate, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Spiritual pet, Zumi Tree King. Lu Changsheng frowned when he saw the reward for his lottery. He immediately knew that he should have drawn a spiritual pet from the spiritual plants of heaven and earth. I wonder if this Zumi Tree King needs to be cultivated by myself like the 9 nether mastiff and the 6-winged golden silkworm. If I need to cultivate it myself, even if I have the blood of the true spirit, it is very useless to me at the moment. Lu Changsheng looked at his lottery reward and thought to himself. The 9 nether mastiff he won in the first lottery is still a first-level mid-stage monster. It is estimated that it will take another 1 or 2 years to be promoted to first-level late-stage monster. Even though the 9 nether mastiff's combat power is far superior to monsters of the same level. But now it can only become a secular Lu Mansion's house-guarding spiritual beast. Although the 6-winged golden silkworm that he drew the second time has a higher combat power than the 9 nether mastiff, it is unknown how long it will take for it to grow a second pair of wings. Now that he has raised it for 8 or 9 years, its combat power is still at the peak of the first level. So Lu Changsheng really doesn't have too many ideas about the spiritual pet. His mind moved slightly, and he looked at the Zumi Tree King in the system space. Spiritual pet, Zumi Tree King, grade, low-level true spirit, description. In the past, the Lotus Lantern Buddha obtained half of the branch of the world tree and planted it on Mount Zumi, nurturing it. It currently has the strength of the 3rd level, and it contains a world in its body, forming a cave heaven, and it is endless. Hiss. Lu Changsheng was shocked when he saw the description of the Zumi Tree King. The 3rd level strength means that this Zumi Tree King does not need to be slowly cultivated like the 9 nether mastiff and the 6-winged golden silkworm. It directly has the strength of the Jinden period. Not only that, this Zumi Tree King also contains a world in its body, forming a cave heaven, and it is endless. This ability simply surprised Lu Changsheng. In the world of cultivating immortals, there is a magic weapon called the Dongshan magic weapon. This magic weapon has its own space, which can be constructed into a small Dongshan secret realm to accommodate cultivators and spirit beasts. It can even form a spiritual vein by transplanting spiritual eye treasures, such as the spirit eye spring, and practice in it, plant spiritual medicines, and spiritual fields as a mobile cave. At this time, this Zumi Tree King has such an effect, nourishing a piece of heaven and earth in its body, forming a cave heaven. The cave heaven in the body of this Zumi Tree King can be used as the core of the future family. I just don't know if this Zumi Tree King can transform at present. If it can't transform, there must be a spiritual vein place to plant this Zumi Tree King. And the strength of this Zumi Tree King requires a spiritual vein level, which is probably not low, at least the 2nd level, or even the 3rd level spiritual vein. Lu Changsheng looked at the Zumi Tree King in the system space and did not extract it. Just by looking at the description, He felt that this Zumi tree king was many times larger than the Lingming treasure tree he had extracted before. Once it was extracted, it would be revealed directly. If it could not transform and move, such a spiritual plant of heaven and earth, once noticed by others, would probably cause the Qingyun Sect and the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world to be shaken. Moreover, the higher the grade of the monster beast, the more difficult it was to transform, so he felt that this Zumi tree king was unlikely to be able to transform. It seems that determining the spiritual land and establishing a family must be accelerated. Only by establishing your own family and owning your own family's spiritual land can it be convenient to release this Zumi tree king. And by then, there will be a great giant and demon in the family, so you can develop with peace of mind. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled for a long time. Knowing that this Zumi tree king must be planted in his own home and then hidden with a formation. Otherwise, such a demon plant can easily cause trouble. Xiaoyu wrote to me before, asking if I would like to attend the 100 Arts Conference, but I chose to postpone it. It seems that for the next 100 Arts Conference, I must enter Qingyun Sect in this way, and then see if the situation allows me to obtain a good spiritual land through Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself. Now, when it comes to obtaining family spiritual land, he still prefers to go the way of Qingyun Sect. See if he can obtain a good spiritual land through Qingyun Sect. If not, then consider Hongai Valley Market. After all, the 4 major families have spent so much thought on Hongai Valley Market, and so many family forces have settled in. If he wants to take it through the Lu family, he will have to pay a lot of price, and it is not that easy. Now I have more than 200 second-level talismans in stock, and the next talismans of the Lu family and Pingan feuding are also ready. After this trip to Wu Yu's wedding is over, we can almost set off for Jiuxiao Immortal City. In Jiuxiao Immortal City, after purchasing the materials for Jiujiu Set, 3rd-level talisman materials, and 2nd-level alchemy materials, my overall strength will be improved to higher level. When I come back, Sister Maya-Oj will be almost ready to build a foundation. I can also take this opportunity to announce to the outside world that this trip is to go to the Immortal City to build a foundation, thereby showing my foundation building strength. Afterwards, I will be given a quota through Xiaoyu to participate in the 100 Arts Conference, enter Qingyun Sect, and obtain spiritual land. The children in the family are almost old enough now, and they can manage the family for me, an old father. The only thing missing to establish the family is a formation. If I haven't drawn a formation by then, I will invite a formation master from Qingyun Sect, and then I will study some simple formations myself. Lu Changsheng was thinking about his future plans in his heart. After more than half a year of making talismans, he has accumulated more than 200 second-level talismans. Due to the material reasons, most of these talismans are second-level low-grade and medium-grade, and only a small part are high-grade talismans. But it is enough. If all these talismans are sacrificed, Lu Changsheng feels that the fake Dan Zhenren will definitely die. So this trip to Jiuxiao Xiancheng for a large purchase will basically not be dangerous. There's still half a month before Wu Yu's wedding day, and I should go there soon. Lu Changsheng did not think about it anymore, and got up and walked out of the study. In the yard, Lu Maiwen and several children were feeding a big bird with a body like green jade. This big bird was the green jade phoenix that was hatched not long ago. Since it was born not long ago, it cannot be used as a mount in a short time. So Lu Changsheng directly and generously said that he would send Lu Maiwen, which made Lu Maiwen happy, and choose Henzhen, Lu Maiwen and others envious. Yuner, Wu Yu's wedding day is almost here, you calls Henzhen and Huiner, let's go together. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Maiwen. After all, he is the first son to get married. As a father, he naturally has to go to the wedding. As his wife, Lu Maiwen, choose Henzhen, and Lu Maiwen should also participate in this kind of occasion. Yes, husband. Upon hearing this, Lu Maiwen immediately handed the bird food to the children and went to inform Chu Zhansun and Lu Maiwen. When the other children heard about this, they all expressed their interest and wanted to go together. But Lu Changsheng's spiritual boat could only carry 12 people. So he took his son Lu Yun, Lu Huizhen, Lu Qingshan, Lu Qingzhu and others with him. Chapter 182, Mysterious DZI Beads, by Ling's Changes. Half a month later. On the day when the second young master of the Lu family got married, the whole Ruai County was bustling with excitement. The dowry stretched for 10 miles, and thousands of buffets were set up in and outside the city. As long as you come, You can eat as much as you want. For a whole month, the buffet made the surrounding area quiet for 100 miles, and even beggars were fat. During this period, Lu Changsheng also paid a little attention to the children's martial arts training. He could understand that children of this age are playful and not diligent in martial arts training. But if they are willing to practice, he is willing to spend more money to train them. On this day, as the 10th child broke through the martial arts innate, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the martial arts innate and obtaining bloodline effects. The probability of reproducing offspring increases by 5%, and you get a chance to draw a lottery. It's really 10. Lu Changsheng was not surprised by the system prompt. When the 5 children broke through the martial arts innate before, there was no system prompt to trigger the lottery. He roughly guessed that it might take 10 children to break through the martial arts innate to trigger the achievement reward. After all, although the martial arts innate is more difficult than the key into the body, there is no spiritual root restriction. As long as you are willing to spend money to cultivate, you can basically break through the martial arts innate. So it is normal to require a higher level than the key into the body. System, draw. Lu Changsheng didn't think much, and silently said in his heart. The light red turntable appeared with a golden light, and began to rotate directly, and then stopped on the treasure. Ling. Congratulations to the host for winning the strange treasure, the sky bead. The reward has been issued in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A gray mist-filled bead pattern emerged, accompanied by the system prompt sound. Strange treasure, the sky bead. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he saw this reward. He still likes strange treasures. After all, the strange treasures won in the previous draw, the Demon Curse Book and the Qingyun Pearl are both very good. Although the Demon Curse Book has been gathering dust. But it gave him the confidence to curse and kill the giant's Henrun. As for the Qingyun Pearl, there is no need to say more. For Lu Changsheng, it is simply a treasure. Not only did it improve his combat power, but it also made it much easier to make talismans on weekdays. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and he looked at the system space to check the effect of this rare treasure, the sky bead. Sky bead, grade, 3rd grade, description, made from the mirage bead of a 1,000-year-old mirage monster. It has the ability to confuse the sky in illusory form. It can not only change its appearance at will, conceal its mana, but also completely disguise others and deceive the spirit contract. Can change its appearance at will, conceal its mana, completely disguise others and deceive the spirit contract. Lu Changsheng saw the description of the sky bead, raised his eyebrows, and showed a bit of joy on his face. He usually goes out, and has always had the habit of changing his appearance. The current tool for disguise is a high-grade mask magic weapon obtained from the robber cultivator. This mask is only a high-grade magic weapon, so it is naturally not very good. If a foundation building cultivator uses the spiritual eye technique to check it, it is still possible to see through the true appearance. As for the cultivation of mana, he has always relied on the jade pendant given to him by the female cultivator who formed the elixir. This jade pendant should be a rare treasure. After building the foundation, he checked the jade pendant. He knew that the jade pendant could not only conceal the breath, but also had a certain effect of hindering the consciousness. Now that I have this Mishiansu, it is much safer and more convenient to disguise myself. Lu Changsheng looked at the Mishiansu in the system space, and his mind moved slightly, and he extracted it. Immediately, an egg-sized, gray, misty bead appeared in front of him. At the same time, a detailed description of the effect of this Mishiansu emerged. It can change its appearance and conceal its aura, making it difficult for ordinary giant and cultivators to see through it. It can also consume its spiritual power and disguise itself as someone else, making its appearance, temperament, and aura similar to that of the other person. And the Mishiansu can also devour the essence, blood, and soul of others or monsters, so as to completely disguise itself as someone else or a monster. This kind of disguise has the ability to truly confuse the heavens. Not only is the face, appearance, temperament, and aura of mana the same, but even the blood and soul aura are the same, which can deceive the first and second level spiritual contracts. After Lu Changsheng learned about the effect of this Mishiansu, he showed surprise in his eyes. Because the effect of this Mishiansu was completely beyond his expectations. Not only did it change its appearance and aura, making it difficult for ordinary giant and cultivators to see through it, and it has a very amazing camouflage effect. It is so completely disguised that it can deceive the spiritual contract. You know, in the world of cultivating immortals, the spiritual contract is the most used by cultivators in daily transactions. When Lu Changsheng came to the Lu family, he also signed a spiritual contract with the Lu family. But this Mi Xianzu can deceive the spiritual contract. After signing a spiritual contract with a disguised identity, you can directly break the contract afterwards without worrying about the cost of the contract. Doesn't this mean that as long as you have an understanding of a person through soul searching, then kill him, and then use the bead of heaven to devour his essence, blood, and soul, you can completely disguise yourself as this person, making it difficult for those close to him to detect it. Lu Changsheng suddenly felt shocked by the effect of the bead of heaven. According to the effect introduction, this level of disguise can be said to be a perfect disguise. Not only can it deceive the spiritual contract, many blood-sensing techniques are difficult to detect flaws in true or false. Of course, this disguise is not without disadvantages. The disguise process requires the consumption of mana and consciousness. Therefore, it is impossible to maintain the disguise all year round. And during the disguise process, you cannot use all your strength. Once you use all your strength, the disguised mana aura will be difficult to maintain and will reveal flaws. But as a third-level exotic treasure, this effect is already amazing. SHH. Immediately, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged and refined the bead of heaven in his hand. He wanted to experience the effect of this bead of heaven. It took Lu Changsheng 3 days to refine the bead of heaven into his body. He imagined a cultivator he had met before, and then activated the mystic bead. Suddenly, Lu Changsheng's facial features and body shape began to change. He turned into a thin, ordinary-looking young man who looked a little lonely. The changes of this mystic bead can not only cover up the face, body shape, breath, and temperament, but also look flawless. Lu Changsheng's mana bounced, and a water mirror appeared in front of him. Looking at his appearance in the water mirror, he nodded slightly. The original top-grade magic mask can only change the face. It cannot modify the body shape and temperament. It can only be restrained and changed by consuming mana. The next moment, Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly. A spiritual power fluctuation of the early stage of ki refining emanated from his body. This spiritual power fluctuation rose step by step, from the middle stage of ki refining to the middle stage of ki refining, the late stage of ki refining, and the early stage of foundation building. Finally, a mana fluctuation of the late stage of foundation building was emitted. The change of the mana aura of the mystic bead is determined by the user's consciousness. Lu Changsheng's consciousness has now reached the late stage of foundation building. Therefore, through the Mi Xianzu, the mana fluctuations of the late foundation building stage can be directly simulated. Immediately, Lu Changsheng took out a coffin from a storage bag. He opened the coffin. There were 2 bodies, a man and a woman. They were the bodies of the 2 robbers who had caused chaos in the Red Leaf Valley market. Because he was going to take the bodies of the 2 to Changsheng to claim the bounty, in order to prevent the bodies from rotting in the storage bag, Lu Changsheng bought a yin coffin to hold the 2 bodies. The Mi Xianzu can devour the essence and blood of others, and achieve perfect disguise and deceive the spirit contract. In addition to devouring the essence and blood of others, the Mi Xianzu can also be integrated into the blood and mana of others, so as to make the disguise effect reach a higher level. Lu Changsheng sacrificed the Mi Xianzu from his body. He took some blood and mana from the bodies of the 2 robbers and integrated them into the Mi Xianzu. Then he put the Mi Xianzu back into his body, and his whole face and body were agitated. In an instant, he turned into a burly middle-aged man with scars all over his face. It was the gray-robed robber cultivator in the coffin. Ahem. Lu Changsheng looked at the water mirror in front of him and coughed lightly, and then the mana in his body surged. Whether it was his face, body shape, voice, temperament, or mana breath, they were all exactly the same as the gray-robed robber cultivator in the coffin. This effect is simply amazing. Now that I have this Mi Xianzu, it will be more convenient for me to go to Changsheng. After a simple experience of the effect of this Mi Xianzu, Lu Changsheng was very satisfied with the effect of this treasure. Now that things are almost ready, we can also prepare to go to Changsheng. Lu Changsheng restored his true appearance. Considering that his trip would take a long time, Lu Changsheng also arranged some of the next affairs at home. He first returned to Qingzhu Mountain with his wives and concubines such as Lu Maoyan and Chu Zhenzhen, and then came to Hongai Valley Market. He bought a shop through the Lu family. Xianzi, this shop will be fully managed by you from now on. There are 500 spirit stones in this storage bag. If you need to buy any puppet materials, go buy them yourself. If you have any questions, go to Gaohi or your Aunt Mayaoj. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can go to your Aunt Mayaoj for an advance. Lu Changsheng brought his son to the shop he bought, took out a storage bag, and said, "The location of this shop is not good. It is about the same level as the shop that Huang Yi bought. But Huang Yi only spent 1,800 spirit stones to buy the shop. And Lu Changsheng spent 2,300 spirit stones to buy this shop. The price of this spirit stone is still discounted through the Lu family. In other words, the price of shops in Hongai Valley Market has increased by 500 spirit stones in these 8 years. Thank you, father." Lu Xianzi looked at the shop in front of him and the storage bag, and was very surprised. Although Lu Changsheng said before that he would buy a shop for him. But seeing such a shop and so many spirit stones at this time, the whole person was a little dizzy. However, after hearing Lu Changsheng's words, he told Gaohi and Lu Mayaoj to go to work, so he couldn't help but ask, "Dad, are you busy?" "Well, I have something to do and need to go out, so I won't be here for the next time." Lu Changsheng nodded. "Dad, are you going to be away for a long time?" Lu Xianzi continued to ask. He knew that his father rarely went out. Except for occasionally going to Ruai County, he was either in Qingzhu Mountain or Hongai Valley Market on weekdays. "About a year." Lu Changsheng did not hide it and said directly. He patted his son on the shoulder and continued, "So in the next period of time, you should pay attention to anything. If Ruai breaks through the middle stage of key refining later, he will come here. You don't need a shop for puppets at this stage. When the time comes, give half to Ruai and let Ruai get some talismans from the Lu family to sell and learn to manage this aspect of affairs." Lu Changsheng instructed. His third child with spiritual roots, Lu Ruai, is now also at the bottleneck of the third level of key refining. It is estimated that he will be able to break through the fourth level of key refining in a few months or half a year. If he is not there at that time, he will let Lu Mayaoj bring him over and give him to Lu Xianzi to take care of. "Don't worry, Dad, I will take good care of Ruai when the time comes." Lu Xianzi nodded immediately after hearing this. Among the heirs with spiritual roots, he is also considered an elder brother, so he has a sense of responsibility as an elder brother. "Dad, what about Brother Yun?" Lu Xianzi thought of his younger brother Lu Yun, who is also at the third level of key refining now. It is estimated that he will break through the middle stage of key refining at about the same time as Lu Ruai. As for Yuner, Grandma will arrange it when the time comes. Lu Changsheng patted his son on the shoulder and said. As Lu Mayaoyan's son, Lu Yun is naturally doted on by the fourth elder for this great-grandson and will arrange for his care. In this regard, Lu Changsheng will not refuse the old man's kindness. "Yes, Dad." Lu Xianzi nodded immediately after hearing this. Knowing that his brother Yun has another layer of background in Qingzhu Mountain, he is even more favored. In this regard, he does not have any jealousy. After all, his father treats them equally. Moreover, as Lu Changsheng's first son with spiritual roots, he has received many preferential treatments and pampering. He is very clear about these things. So the whole person has a little more sense of responsibility. Okay, if you want to go back to Qingzhu Mountain for something, go find the second elder, or go back with your Aunt Mayaoj. Don't leave the market alone, just run the shop in the market with peace of mind, understand? Lu Changsheng continued to instruct his son not to run around. After all, his son is not as good as himself, and he has a lot of means. If he encounters a robber cultivator, it's basically a dead end. Dad, don't worry, I know all this. You should also pay attention to safety when you go out. Lu Xianzi smiled when he heard his father's instructions in this regard. He felt that his father's instructions were the most in this regard. But he was not bored in his heart. He knew that his father was concerned about his safety. And in the 2 years in Hongai Valley Market, he had also seen this kind of thing. Some people think that they can't earn spiritual stones by working as an apprentice, so they go out to explore with others, and eventually never come back. Well, you just need to know. After instructing his son, Lu Changsheng came to the Lu family's talisman shop and had a good time with Lu Mayaoj. Afterwards, "Sister Mayaoj, I have something to go out for." Lu Changsheng quietly hugged Lu Mayaoj's jade body and told her that he was going out. Lu Mayaoj didn't ask too much. She knew that Lu Changsheng had many secrets. This trip should be the same as the previous trip with Xiao Xiao, and there was something to do. It means that Lu Changsheng can rest assured that when Lu Ruai breaks through the middle stage of key refining, she will take him over and settle him down. She will take care of the Pingan feuding and the child. Sister Mayaoj, you have worked hard. Lu Changsheng hugged Lu Mayaoj's smooth shoulders and said in a warm voice. He then asked about Lu Mayaoj's cultivation and how long it would take to reach key refining perfection. In almost 2 years, my cultivation will be able to reach key refining perfection. Lu Mayaoj pursed her lips and said softly. Key refining perfection means that you can impact the foundation. But in the current situation of the Lu family, it is very difficult to get the foundation pill. The only way is to go to the Immortal City to buy. But the foundation building pills flowing out of the Immortal City are also very rare. The price of each auction is very high. Moreover, the Immortal City is far away. If the ancestor of the family goes out to buy the foundation building pills, the family will be in danger during this period. Sister Mayaoj, you practice well, and I will give you a surprise when I come back. Lu Changsheng said with a smile while pushing the snowman in his hand. He was ready to show his foundation building strength after returning from the Immortal City. At the same time, he gave the foundation building pills and foundation building spiritual objects to Lu Mayaoj to help her build her foundation. Surprise, what surprise! When Lu Mayaoj heard this, she looked at Lu Changsheng with her beautiful eyes. She knew that the surprise Lu Changsheng was talking about must be not simple. She couldn't help guessing several possible surprises in her heart. You will know when the time comes. Lu Changsheng did not tell the surprise, but kept it a secret. The next day, Lu Changsheng handed the talismans drawn in advance to Lu Mayaoj. Although he trusted Gao He more, but he was still worried about handing so many talismans to Gao He at once. Changsheng, you must be careful on the road. Seeing so many talismans, Lu Mayaoj knew that Lu Changsheng had been preparing for this trip. Otherwise, it would be impossible to draw so many talismans in such a short time. If she knew that Lu Changsheng had drawn more than 200 second-level talismans while drawing these talismans, she would probably be so shocked that she couldn't speak. Sister Mayaoj, don't worry. Lu Changsheng smiled and kissed Lu Mayaoj's white and tender face, then waved his hand. He left the Red Leaf Valley Market and didn't set off directly. He hadn't said goodbye to Qingzhu Mountain yet. After returning to Qingzhu Mountain, he told his wives Lu Mayaoyan, Chu Zhenzhen, and Lu Mayaohun about his outing. These wives had different personalities from Lu Mayaoj. Reluctantly, he told him to be careful on the road and asked what was going on. Lu Changsheng naturally couldn't say that he was going to Juxiao Xiansheng. If he said he was going to Juxiao Xiansheng, his wife would definitely say it was dangerous and wouldn't let him go. So he said he had a party with his old friends, and then he had something to do. Then he also cared about all the concubines and children. I can also buy a lot of materials for high-level breakthrough pills when I go to Juxiao Xiansheng. When the time comes, I will refine a few furnaces myself, so that Yuner, Huanhun, Zhenzhen, Xiaoyu and others can all break through the late stage of key refining. Lu Changsheng looked at the cultivation of his wives and thought to himself. Because they didn't have children in these years, Lu Mayaoyan, Lu Mayaohun, Xiaoziao and others also had time to practice. Their cultivation has reached the 6th level of key refining. The bottleneck from the middle stage of key refining to the late stage of key refining in the future. If there is no breakthrough pill to assist, it will be difficult to break through. As for Chu Zhenzhen, because she is not serious about cultivation and spends most of her time on children, she is still at the 5th level of key refining. Lu Changsheng didn't say much about this in letter B. After all, if it comes to serious cultivation, most of his wives and concubines in the backyard can't be said to be very serious and hard-working. For example, Lu Mayaohun. With her talent, if she practiced seriously, she should have broken through the late stage of key refining by now. If this goes on, I'm afraid that the second most powerful person in my backyard will be defeated by this girl Bailing. Lu Changsheng looked at Bailing and thought to himself. Bailing is gifted and listens to Lu Changsheng very much. Lu Changsheng asked her to practice well, so she has been practicing hard on weekdays. Now her cultivation is also at the 6th level of key refining. It is estimated that she can break through the late stage of key refining without a breaking level pill. Brother. Knowing that Lu Changsheng was going out, Bailing was also reluctant and went forward to hug Lu Changsheng. The once weak little girl is now 17 years old. She has grown up to be graceful. A melon seed face can be called stunning. The facial features are delicate and small, just right together, and there is a hint of charm in the purity. Especially the girl's big eyes with clear black and white, like peach blossoms, seeming drunk or not drunk, misty, looking charming, and charming, making people feel excited. This charm is very harmonious with the girl's overall pure and lovely pretty face. Without any conflict, it only looks pure and lustful, and even has a kind of taboo temptation. In addition, Bai Ling always looks timid and well-behaved, which makes people want to bully her even more. Little Ling, be good. Lu Changsheng watched the little girl grow up, and he rubbed her head out of habit. Over the years, he clearly saw Bai Ling become more and more charming. This charm is like natural. As she grows older, the white scales on Bai Ling's body continue to grow. 2 white arms, a slender neck, a flat belly, a smooth jade back, and round and straight legs are all covered with dense white snake scales. Lu Changsheng still hasn't figured out what Bai Ling's snake scales are. However, this snake scale, like Bai Ling's pure charm, blends perfectly with her fair and delicate skin. It doesn't look abrupt at all, as if she is wearing a close-fitting scale arm or soft clothing, with a kind of seductive alternative beauty. Lu Changsheng wondered if Bai Ling had the blood of the demon clan. As far as he knew, some people had the blood of the demon clan in their ancestors. Now it is rare, but there is still a small probability that the blood will return to the ancestral blood. If the blood returns to the ancestral blood, the situation of demonization will occur. Therefore, during this trip to Changsheng, Lu Changsheng also wanted to see if he could find some information in this regard. After all, the information in this regard in Changsheng must be more extensive than that in Xia at Fangxi. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Instant Kill of Foundation Building, the best use of the Mi Xiansu. After leaving Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng transformed into a middle-aged man with a majestic figure and a heroic face, driving a spirit boat and flying towards Jilong Market. Although this trip was to Juxiao Ferry City, he also went to Jilong Market to see if there were any good maids in Beiyu Tower. He also purchased and processed some materials. He had not yet processed the various things he had obtained from Meng Yibei and the 2 foundation building cultivators. He was ready to process them now. 2 days later, a spirit boat landed outside Jilong Market. Lu Changsheng saw the 9 peaks in front of him piercing the sky and the upright Jilong Market, and he felt like he was back home. When the war between the Lu family and the Chen family broke out, he left Jilong Market and never came back except for coming back afterwards to pick up the maid. Following the flow of people, he lined up, handed in a spirit stone, and applied for a temporary identity card. Then Lu Changsheng entered the market and went straight to Beiyu Tower. What do you need to know? Whether you want to marry a wife or a concubine, or buy a maid. As soon as he entered the door, a woman in a red dress came forward with a smile. It made Lu Changsheng feel like a return to his youth. He hadn't been to Beiyu for 10 years. Is Feng Jiunyang, the steward? Lu Changsheng asked afterwards. He remembered the steward who was so charming to the bone. Sir, Steward Feng was transferred and left 7 years ago. Now Steward Xia is in charge here. The receptionist said respectfully. Oh, transfer. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard it. He didn't expect that Steward Feng was no longer there. He didn't care. A force like Beiyu has branches in many places. It's normal to have transfers and promotions. Immediately, under the reception arrangement of the red dress woman, he went to the 2nd floor to meet the current Steward Xia of Beiyu. This Steward Xia is also a top choice in terms of appearance and figure. And he treats people comfortably, which makes people feel good. It can only be said that in terms of service, Beiyu is really impeccable. Does your building currently have maids with medium-grade spiritual roots or high-grade spiritual roots? Lu Changsheng picked up the tea, took a sip, and stated his needs. Maids with medium-grade spiritual roots or high-grade spiritual roots. When Manager Xia heard this, a bit of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. She knew that she had met a big customer. She had a dignified face, elegant posture, and a soft and gentle voice. Friend Han, Maids with medium-grade spiritual roots and high-grade spiritual roots are also very rare in our Baiyou building. It will only be supplied to members or at our Baiyou building's auction. If friend Han is willing to marry a wife and concubine, we currently have several female cultivators with medium-grade spiritual roots in Baiyou building, and we can introduce them to friend Han. Manager Xia said. Marry a wife and concubine. As an old customer of Baiyou building, Lu Changsheng naturally knew that marrying a wife and concubine belonged to Baiyou building, acting as a matchmaker. Although there is a certain degree of security. But unlike buying and selling maids, after completing the transaction, you can control the other party's selling of their spiritual contract, and life and death are at the mercy of a thought. Therefore, he had no idea of marrying a wife or concubine from Baiyou. I don't have any idea about marrying a wife or concubine at the moment. How often do you hold auctions? Lu Changsheng pondered slightly. He had learned about the membership-only offer of Baiyou. He knew that a batch of high-quality maids would be provided every year. These maids not only have high-quality looks and figures, but most of them have spiritual root qualifications, and even practice some kind of dual cultivation techniques, which are suitable for use as furnaces. However, due to the high price, it would easily start at several thousand spiritual stones. He had a simple understanding of it at the time, and did not ask more. Now that he heard this, he knew that if he wanted to buy a maid with a mid-grade spiritual root, he could only do it this way. It was normal to think about it. Although Baiyou was powerful, it was rumored that there was a Yuanying's engine sitting in it. But it was impossible to sell maids with mid-grade spiritual roots and high-grade spiritual roots indefinitely. After all, in the world of cultivating immortals, 90% of cultivators have low-grade spiritual roots. Having a mid-grade spiritual root means that there is a certain value for cultivation. Our White Jade Building's auction is held every 3 years, and it's only been a year since the last auction. If Dao Han is interested, I'll send someone to notify you then. Manager Xia said. Okay, thank you Manager Xia. Lu Changsheng nodded after hearing this. He planned to come and see the member-only offer and the auction if he had time. Immediately, Lu Changsheng said goodbye and left the White Jade Building. He went to Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, Wanbao Pavilion, and various stores to purchase second-level talisman-making materials, second-level elixir materials, third-level talisman-making materials, and obsidian refined iron, hardware iron and other materials for making the talisman 99 mysterious true strategy. Sure enough. After asking one by one, except for the second-level talisman-making materials and some elixir-making materials, other third-level materials were not available in Jiulongfang City. Most of the third-level natural treasures are already strategic resources, and only places like Xiancheng can get them. In Jiulongfang City, natural treasures of this level are not only difficult to sell, but may even cause trouble. Lu Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. He had guessed this and was not disappointed. After purchasing the materials for making talismans and alchemy, he also sold the materials he didn't need. As for those ordinary magic tools, he didn't sell them. After all, with so many children, the magic tools will be used sooner or later. These bits and pieces of materials were sold for nearly 10,000 spirit stones. Just when Lu Changsheng finished his work and was about to leave, he noticed a hidden divine sense, secretly scanning him. Huh? The early stage of foundation building. Are you trying to kill people and steal treasures? I didn't expect that Wanbao Pavilion, such a big sign, would actually do things like killing people and stealing treasures. Lu Changsheng's divine sense is comparable to that of the late stage of foundation building, and he has the magic beads to restrain the breath of magic power. So this cultivator in the early stage of foundation building couldn't find his disguise at all. After the divine sense investigated, he was just regarded as a cultivator in the late stage of key refining. Then he quietly left a divine sense mark on the corner of his clothes for tracking. Yes, I made such a large purchase, spent tens of thousands of spiritual stones, and sold the stolen goods for tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Even a foundation building cultivator would be tempted and greedy. Because of the mystic beat and the confidence of strength, Lu Changsheng was not as cautious as usual this time. After completing a deal, he went to the inn to change his appearance. The whole process was the same appearance and identity. Since you want to be a robbery cultivator, you have to pay the price. Lu Changsheng looked calm, as if he didn't realize that he was being targeted, and quickly left Jialong Market. After leaving the market, Lu Changsheng took out a high-quality magic weapon. Flying at the speed of an ordinary cultivator in the late stage of key refining. Following. Not long after, Lu Changsheng caught a figure wearing black robes and a mask on his face 100 feet behind him. This person is the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion in Jialong Market. The other party should also be concerned about his reputation. So he had to wait until he was far away from Jialong Market before taking action. After Lu Changsheng flew out of Jialong Market for nearly 100 miles, the manager of Wanbao Pavilion drove the escape light and attacked Lu Changsheng without any disguise. Young man, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing how to restrain yourself. He spread his foundation building power and used a spiritual weapon flying knife to attack Lu Changsheng, intending to kill him with one blow. HMPH. Looking at the manager of Wanbao Pavilion who was coming to kill him, Lu Changsheng snorted coldly. His spiritual consciousness urged the soul dispersion needle to let this spiritual consciousness attack suddenly pierce into the other party's sea of consciousness. Puff. The manager of Wanbao Pavilion was completely unprepared for this spiritual consciousness attack and was caught off guard. He immediately felt his sea of consciousness being pierced, his face turned pale, his brain was dizzy, he raised his hand to touch his forehead, and groaned. Not good. Spiritual attack. This person is a foundation building cultivator. A great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. The manager of Wanbao Pavilion barely managed to break free from this spiritual attack, and was extremely horrified. He didn't expect that he was greedy and wanted to kill people to steal treasures. But in fact, the other party was fishing. The spiritual light surged around him, and he hurriedly shouted, "Dao, mistake." But before he finished speaking, several sharp and domineering 7-star sword lights cut through the air and shot at him. Puff puff puff, the 7-star sword lights broke the spiritual light that protected the manager of Wanbao Pavilion. Then pierced his forehead, breaking a bloody hole. A great cultivator of foundation building died. This secret technique of spiritual attack is really useful. It's impossible to defend yourself when you are caught off guard. Lu Changsheng looked at the manager of Wanbao Pavilion who was killed by him, and thought to himself. Then he raised his palm lightly, and the beat of heaven appeared in his body. Go! The gray mist in the beat of heaven surged, like a gray snake, sweeping towards the corpse of the Wanbao Pavilion's manager. After a while, the corpse was sucked dry by the gray mist and turned into a pile of dry bones. Why does it look so much like a demonic method? Lu Changsheng looked at the corpse. That was only a skeleton after being swallowed by the beat of heaven, and couldn't help complaining. Then he waved his hand and took the beat of heaven back into his body. The next moment, his whole body was agitated. His face, body shape, temperament, and magical aura were exactly the same as the Wanbao Pavilion's manager just now. Is this the perfect disguise of the beat of heaven? Obviously, the flesh, soul core, and cultivation method have not changed, but the effect and appearance presented are as if it is another person. Lu Changsheng quietly experienced the current state. The beat of heaven in his body seemed to imprison the flesh and soul of the Wanbao Pavilion's manager, making his appearance exactly the same as his. If I go back to Jialongfang City now, can't I go to Wanbao Pavilion with this identity to make some money? Lu Changsheng touched his chin and thought to himself. He probably knew the best use of this rare treasure. It was to steal. Most Jindan's Henren could not see the effect of the Mishiansu. As long as he wanted, he could completely transform into a person with status and position in some small families and small forces, and rob them in this way. But the next moment, Lu Changsheng shook his head and gave up this idea. There must be all kinds of restrictions and secret codes in a chain store like Wanbao Pavilion. I don't know much about this aspect, and I might make a mistake and be discovered. If I am discovered in the store and provoke the foundation building master in Jialongfang City to take action, it will be very dangerous and troublesome. Moreover, in Lu Changsheng's view, this kind of thing is the same as fishing for law enforcement and robbing repairs. Doing it too much will become addictive. Once you start, it is easy to go down a road of no return. I have a system to rely on, so there is no need to do this kind of thing. After all, if you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. Although the mystic sky beat is powerful, it is not omnipotent. Maybe some family or force has a rare treasure or secret technique that can restrain this aspect. Immediately, Lu Changsheng's face changed and turned into another look. With a big hand, he took all the magic tools and storage bags of the manager of Wanbao Pavilion into his pocket, and turned into a beam of light and left. Half a month later. This is Green River Square. Lu Changsheng drove the flying boat and came to a medium-sized market built along the river. Xiao Ziyu served as the head of this market. The two hadn't seen each other for so long. Now that he was out, Lu Changsheng naturally came to see Xiao Ziyu. He took out a sensing talisman from the storage magic tool. Not long after, a beam of light flew out from the core area of Green River Square and came to the outside of Green River Square. She had a cold face, skin whiter than snow, and wore a moon-white dress. She had a graceful figure and a holy temperament, just like a fairy from the Moon Palace descending to the mortal world. Fairy Ziyu. Uncle Xiao. Uncle Ziyu. The Qingyun Sect disciples guarding the entrance to the market saw the fairy figure and bowed their hands in greeting. I don't know why this Lord Ji show came here. Outside the market, which was originally a bit noisy and lively, everyone saw this beautiful figure and calmed down. On the one hand, they were attracted by her cold and beautiful, noble and holy fairy posture. On the other hand, they were also intimidated by her momentum of building a foundation. Ziyu. Lu Changsheng looked at Xiao Ziyu, whose beautiful eyes were cold and calm, and who was graceful and fairy-like, and transmitted his mind. Now he has the Mi Xiansu to cover his appearance, temperament, and magic power. Even Xiao Ziyu couldn't see him at a glance. Changsheng. Xiao Ziyu heard the telepathic transmission, and her cold and arrogant face was moved, and she immediately saw Lu Changsheng not far away. There was a look of surprise and astonishment in her eyes. If Lu Changsheng hadn't sent her a telepathic transmission, she wouldn't have recognized that this was Lu Changsheng. It's me. Lu Changsheng nodded. Xiao Ziyu didn't ask any more questions. He asked a Qingyun Sect disciple to directly apply for an identity card for Lu Changsheng, and then he entered the market. Hiss. Who is this person? He actually asked Uncle Ziyu to greet him personally. Is he a senior from the sect? But I see that his cultivation aura is only in the late stage of key refining. How could he be greeted by Fairy Ziyu in person when he is in the late stage of key refining? He must have hidden his cultivation strength. That's right. I heard that some big guys like to pretend to be in cultivation to go fishing. Seeing this scene, the people around sighed and whispered. Xiao Ziyu came to the Green River Market to serve as the head of the G, and he was famous for being cold and arrogant. Except for the fake Dan Zhenren who was in charge of the market, he was not fake to anyone. At this moment, he actually went out in person to greet a key refining cultivator. If this was reported back to the Qingyun Sect, it would probably cause a sensation. Changsheng, why are you here? The two came to Nin, and Xiao Ziyu's cold face showed a soft color, and her voice was full of joy. I'm going to Xiao Ziansheng, so I came to see you. Lu Changsheng said without hiding anything. His figure changed while he was speaking, removing his disguise and restoring his true appearance. Going to Xiao Ziansheng. Xiao Ziyu was a little surprised when she heard this. She immediately remembered the two foundation-building calamity cultivators that Lu Changsheng had killed in the Red Leaf Valley Market. The two were wanted by the Qingyun Sect, and they could take their heads to the Qingyun Sect or Xiao Ziansheng to claim the bounty. Well, I want to buy some materials, but there are none in the market here, so I thought about going to Xiao Ziansheng to have a look. And I'll collect the bounty of the two calamity cultivators by the way. Lu Changsheng said so. Changsheng, if you need any materials, I can buy them for you through the Qingyun Sect. Xiao Ziyu said immediately after hearing this. If possible, please help me buy some third-level talisman-making materials, Ziyu. Lu Changsheng said after a slight pause. Although he went to Xiao Ziansheng to buy third-level talisman-making materials this time, it was hard to say how much he could buy. After all, third-order materials are much rarer than second-order materials. As for third-order talisman-making materials, he doesn't think too much. The more the better. As for the second-order spiritual blood with mild properties, it is the material for making the 99 mysterious true talisman. There are also materials for refining the breaking level pill, the 3-yang pill, and even the foundation building pill. He doesn't want to trouble Xiao Ziyu all at once. After all, Xiao Ziyu is just a foundation building cultivator. Although there is the channel of Qingyun Sect, it doesn't have that much power. He plans to trouble Xiao Ziyu if he doesn't get anything in Xiao Immortal City. Third-order talisman-making materials. Xiao Ziyu's beautiful eyes showed surprise when she heard this. Then he asked, Changsheng, can you draw third-order talismans? What are you thinking about? Lu Changsheng looked at Xiao Ziyu's surprised look, smiled and pinched her white face. Then he sat on the bed next to him, took Xiao Ziyu's soft and fragrant body into his arms, and said in a gentle voice, "I have a secret method of nurturing talismans, which can nurture the second-level spiritual talismans into the third-level spiritual talismans. But the premise is that it must be drawn with third-level talisman materials. So I am going to buy some third-level talisman-making materials to make talismans. When the time comes, you can use the method of nurturing to make the second-level talismans burst out the power of the third-level talismans." Lu Changsheng embraced Xiao Ziyu's graceful fairy jade body, smelled the refreshing fragrance between her hair, and said slowly, "There is such a secret method of nurturing talismans." Xiao Ziyu snuggled in Lu Changsheng's arms and said in surprise, "This is unheard of." "That's right, when I finish drawing the talismans, I will also teach you this method of nurturing talismans, so that you can also nurture spiritual talismans at ordinary times," Lu Changsheng said with a chuckle. This kind of nurturing spiritual talismans can only be nurtured 2 or 3 at a time. If you nurture too many, it will affect your own practice. So he didn't mind teaching this secret method to Xiao Ziyu, and giving her a few talismans for her to cultivate and use for self-defense. "Thank you, Mr. Lu," Xiao Ziyu said with a smile. She knew Lu Changsheng's character. Since he said he wanted to give it to her, she didn't like others to refuse. And she wouldn't refuse Lu Changsheng's kindness. "Ziyu." Lu Changsheng looked at the beauty in his arms. Thinking of Xiao Ziyu's cold and aloof, awe-inspiring and difficult to offend when she walked out of the market just now, like the noble posture of the fairy in the Nine Heavens Moon Palace, his heart was hot. Xiao Ziyu raised her head slightly. The next moment, Lu Changsheng held the 2 attractive lips that were rosy, bright, delicate, and juicy. The extremely familiar oppression and plundering invaded Xiao Ziyu's body, making her body soften, her heart tremble, and she let out a sweet hum from her nose. After a long time, Lu Changsheng finally let go of Xiao Ziyu, whose pretty face was rosy, her body was soft, and she was a little out of breath. He chuckled and said, "Ziyu's taste is still so sweet and rich." Xiao Ziyu's clear eyes were a little confused. She held Lu Changsheng's shoulders with both hands and offered her lips to him, expressing her longing. Chapter 184, Lottery of Spiritual Pets. Collision with a demonic path. In the room, the clouds disappeared and the rain stopped, and the fragrance filled the air. Xiao Ziyu's black hair was disheveled, and her delicate head nestled in Lu Changsheng's arms, saying some sweet words. Lu Changsheng hugged the warm and soft jade, raised his palm lightly, and took out a photo stone from the storage bag. It recorded some of his daughter Lu Wangshu's daily life. Knowing that Xiao Ziyu would miss her daughter, he had already prepared in this regard. Xiao Ziyu looked at the photo stone and saw that her daughter would call her parents every bit. She couldn't help but miss her and wanted to visit her daughter. "Ziyu, if you miss Wangshu, you can go to Hongai Valley Market to find Maya Oj and ask her to take Wangshu over. I've told her about her affairs." Lu Changsheng kneaded the smooth and creamy skin and said to Xiao Ziyu in a gentle voice. Xiao Ziyu hummed softly when she heard this. She has been in Green River Market for almost a year, and she can also take time to visit her daughter. By the way, Changsheng, the journey from here to Changsheng is long. Even if you rush at full speed, it will take 4 or 5 months. There is a spiritual ship that goes to the 3 major immortal cities every year in Qingyun Market. I remember there will be a spiritual ship that goes to Changsheng in a month. You can take this spiritual ship. It is not only convenient but also much faster. At this time, Xiao Ziyu raised her head and said softly, "Oh, spiritual ship." Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He knew that there were many spiritual boat pavilions doing this kind of business, traveling between several major markets and immortal cities to earn money for travel tickets. But these are all small and medium-sized spiritual boats. In his opinion, riding this kind of spiritual boat is not as convenient as driving a spiritual boat by himself. Now, hearing Xiao Ziyu's words, there is a giant spiritual ship that goes specifically to Changsheng, and he can't help but feel a little interested. That's right. This giant spiritual ship only takes 3 months to travel from Qingyun Market to Changsheng Fairy City. Not only is there a fake Danzhenren on the spiritual ship, but there is also an independent room, so Changsheng can practice making talismans at ordinary times. Xiao Ziyu said with a soft smile. Her eyebrows and eyes exuded a charming charm that only Lu Changsheng could see. This kind of spiritual ship It shouldn't be possible for everyone to ride it. Lu Changsheng said. You need to buy a ticket, but if you need it, Changsheng, I can get a ticket for you. Xiao Ziyu said softly. She served as the head of the Green River Market and had certain connections and power in the sect. In this case, then I'll trouble you, Ziyu. Lu Changsheng did not refuse and agreed directly. Apart from anything else, just this giant spiritual ship only takes 3 months, has an independent room, and can make talismans at ease, which makes him feel very good. If he drove the spiritual ship himself, not only would it waste time, but he might also encounter troubles during the process and could not concentrate on practicing and doing other things. Just like that, 3 days later, Xiao Ziyu handed Lu Changsheng a jade card with a cyan cloud pattern. Tell him that the giant spiritual ship of Qingyun Sect will set off in 24 days. After arriving at Qingyun Market, you can use this jade card to board the spiritual ship and go to Qingzhu Immortal City. As for how to ticket, you can hold the jade card and ask a disciple of Qingyun Sect to guide you. It takes more than half a month to go from Lu Market to Qingyun Market. So after accompanying Xiao Ziyu for 3 days, Lu Changsheng left and set off for Qingyun Market. In order to avoid trouble on the road and make it easier to take the spiritual ship, Lu Changsheng also used the Mishiansu to put his mana in the middle stage of foundation building. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng arrived at Qingyun Market smoothly. Looking at the market in front of him, he remembered that 6 years ago, he and Xiao Ziyu broke through the foundation building here and killed the grandson of a fake Danxianren. When applying for the identity card, Lu Changsheng took out a jade card and asked about the giant spiritual ship. The Qingyun Sect disciple saw the jade token and immediately told Lu Changsheng that the spirit ship would land at the north gate of the market in 3 days. Lu Changsheng would go there in advance and wait, and someone would make arrangements. After understanding the general situation, Lu Changsheng began to wander around the Qingyun market. His main purpose of going out this time was to purchase. As the largest market after the Immortal City, Qingyun Market can naturally buy a lot of materials. After 2 days of busy work, he visited Qingyun Market and really gained something. Not only did he buy many second-level talisman materials and rare medicinal materials, he also bought the spirit blood of a monster called Yueyang deer. This spirit blood has mild properties and can be used for refining medicine. It is perfect for his daughter Lu Wangshu to awaken the blood talisman spirit body. The only pity is that there is too little spirit blood. The store sells it one by one, not one gourd at a time. I spend money like water. I will probably have to sell some talismans and elixirs on this trip to Qingzhu Immortal City. Otherwise, the remaining spiritual stones may not be enough for me to create the 99 mysterious true strategy and purchase a large number of third-level talisman-making materials. In 2 days, Lu Changsheng spent more than 20,000 spiritual stones. He couldn't help but sigh that he spent money like water. This is also because he relied on the second-level talisman making to make the Ping and Fudang have a net profit of nearly 3,000 spiritual stones every month. Otherwise, any foundation building cultivator would not be able to spend like this. Just like the Wanbao Pavilion manager who robbed and killed him in Jiulongfeng Market before. There were only more than 3,000 spiritual stones in his storage bag. All his worth added up to more than 20,000 spiritual stones. And his spending during this period was more than 30,000 spiritual stones. In this case, he still had more than 40,000 spiritual stones. In addition, he had many natural treasures and spiritual tools that were inconvenient to deal with. If all were dealt with, he could immediately exchange for 70,000 to 80,000 spiritual stones. If the spirit stones were not enough, he could also draw spirit talismans and refine pills to quickly collect funds. The next morning, the sky was just turning pale. Lu Changsheng came to the north gate of Qingyun Market. At this time, there were already many monks waiting here, and there were also several patrol law enforcement monks from Qingyun Sect. I think they were all waiting for the arrival of Qingyun Sect's spirit ship. Senior Han, when the spirit ship arrives, you will line up here and go to the second floor of the spirit ship. A disciple of Qingyun Sect asked Lu Changsheng about the situation, saw the green jade card in his hand, and told him the general situation. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded. After waiting for almost an hour, a 3-story, 50 or 60-foot high, azure spirit ship lingering with the spiritual light of the formation slowly descended from the high-altitude clouds. This spirit ship is not only engraved with formation runes, but also has several artillery platforms, which makes people feel small, and at the same time, there is an indescribable sense of oppression. I wonder how powerful this kind of artillery is. Can it be comparable to a giant in attack? Lu Changsheng looked at the spirit ship and thought to himself. He had heard that some large spirit ships would be engraved with attack formations and equipped with large attack magic weapons. When major forces clash and fight, they will use spirit ships to transport resources and manpower to the battlefield. And this kind of spirit ship is also a strategic level magic weapon. Ordinary forces simply cannot afford it, and there is no way to buy it. Everyone, use the token in your hand to line up in turn to enter the spirit ship. If you disrupt the order, you will be disqualified from boarding the ship. The spirit ship was suspended in the air, and two foundation building monks walked out and spoke in a loud voice. As soon as the voice fell, a rainbow light flew down from the spirit ship and turned into layers of stairs. At this time, the law enforcement monks of the Qingyun Sect next to him asked people to line up and board the ship in turn. Through his observation just now, Lu Changsheng knew that the tickets for this giant spirit ship were divided into 3 levels. The first level is the purple jade card, which is a luxurious upper-class room. The second level is the cyan jade card likas, which is an ordinary guest room. The third level is the white jade card. Everyone is in the ship cabin, with no independent space. There are only 3 people holding purple jade cards on this trip. They look rich or noble, and should be descendants of Jindan's Henren, or people from a large family. After the 3 boarded the spirit ship, Lu Changsheng also began to queue up to board the ship. Junior sister Ziyu recommended, "May I know your name?" After boarding the spirit ship, a foundation building cultivator checked Lu Changsheng's jade card and asked, "Sam Xiu Hanli." Lu Changsheng bowed. "Okay, Handao, room 9, please come in." After the foundation building cultivator simply registered, he did not ask for too much information. "Okay, thank you." Lu Changsheng nodded and came to the guest room on the 2nd floor of the spirit ship. The room is not big. It's just a single room of about 10 square meters. For Lu Changsheng, it's enough. He bought a lot of talisman-making materials in Jiulongfang Market and Qingyunfang Market. In these 3 months, he can draw talismans on the spirit ship. Half an hour later, the spirit ship flew high into the sky and started to set off for Jiuxiao Immortal City. Lu Changsheng brewed a pot of spirit tea and quietly looked at the sea of clouds outside the window. He had long been tired of such scenery. But the first time he rode a spirit ship, it made him feel a bit of novelty, just like the first time he rode an airplane in his previous life. He couldn't help but wonder when he could own such a spirit ship. After all, such a spirit ship is really domineering. After drinking a pot of spirit tea and looking at the sea of clouds for a while, the novelty of riding a spirit ship almost disappeared. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly, took out the talisman pen and talisman paper, and began to draw the spirit talisman quietly. In a blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. Congratulations to the host's 10 offspring for completing the introduction of Qi into the body, entering the immortal path, and obtaining the blood effect. The probability of the offspring's spiritual roots increased by 5%, and a chance to draw a lottery. Well, 10. Lu Changsheng, who is making talismans, heard this system prompt and a faint smile appeared on his face. Now his children are starting to cultivate immortals in an orderly manner. In the next 3 years, 10 more children will enter the immortal path. These children will be the cornerstone of his future family. If the effect of the probability of spiritual root offspring continues to increase like this, won't it be 100%, so that all my future children will have spiritual roots? Lu Changsheng looked at the 5% increase in his probability of spiritual root offspring this time, and thought to himself. After 3 increases, the probability of his offspring having spiritual roots has increased to 15%. This probability is not low. You know, when 2 immortal cultivators give birth to offspring, the probability of the child having spiritual roots is only 10% or 20%. But there must be enough wives, concubines and maids to maximize this passive effect. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly. Now he is preparing to increase income and reduce expenditure, and have good eugenics. There are not many wives, concubines and maids in his backyard who can get pregnant. In addition to the 7 new concubines and maids, many of his wives, concubines and maids have given birth now. So except for Xia Ziyu, Lu Miaoj, and Xiao Ziyu, Lu Changsheng doesn't want them to keep giving birth. However, once I establish my family and show my foundation building strength, I think this problem will be solved. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He only revealed that he was a second-level talisman master, and so many people were willing to send their descendants to him as concubines and maids. If he showed his foundation building strength again, I think there would be more family forces willing to send their descendants with good talents. Sure enough, in the world of immortal cultivation, as long as you have strength, many problems are no longer problems. Lu Changsheng shook his head and sighed, then silently thought in his heart. System, draw a lottery. A large light red turntable emerged, and a golden light appeared, spinning rapidly. After a moment, the golden light slowed down and stayed on the pet. Ling. Congratulations to the host for winning the spiritual pet, Hanbi Zhuangui. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A turtle pattern with a blue body and a cold aura all over its body emerged from the large turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Hanbi Zhuangui? A turtle spiritual pet. Lu Changsheng looked at the reward for his lottery this time and frowned slightly. His first impression of turtle-like spirit beasts was that they had a long lifespan and grew slowly. So when he saw this cold green-black turtle, he immediately felt that this spirit pet was of little use and was rather useless. Immediately, Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly and he looked at the cold green-black turtle in the system space. Demon beast, cold green-black turtle, rank, lower heavenly rank, description, lower heavenly rank bloodline monster beast, with a bloodline of the true spirit Cambrian black turtle, can grow to its peak in 1,000 years, and is a 4th rank monster beast. It's really a turtle that raises 3 generations, and the turtle remains even after the person is gone. Although it takes 1,000 years to grow into a 4th rank monster beast, for monster beasts, turtle-like monster beasts, it is already very fast. But at this growth rate, a giant's henren would be outlasted by this turtle. Lu Changsheng couldn't help shaking his head when he saw the description of this cold green-black turtle. Although he was confident that he could outlast this turtle. But he disliked the slow growth of the Jiu Iao Mastiff at home, which could grow to a 4th rank monster beast in 500 years. Now, this cold green-black turtle will take 1,000 years to grow into a 4th level monster, so he didn't want to comment. Forget it, it's a lottery, there are always good and bad, just treat it as an ordinary pet. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly, and didn't care too much. Although this cold green-black turtle grows slowly, it can be expected in the future. After all, the lifespan of monsters is several times that of humans. And the lifespan of turtle monsters is generally several times that of other monsters. If this cold green-black turtle is well raised, it may be able to accompany him for tens of thousands of years. Lu Changsheng did not take this cold green-black turtle out of the system space. He planned to put it in the system space for the time being, and wait until he got off the spirit ship and arrived at Chukxiao Fairy City, and then take a good look at the situation of this spirit turtle. Blackwater Pond, Ziyao family. How dare you sneak into my Ziyao family? A loud shout sounded, straight into the sky. The next moment, a sword light broke through the void and cut a crack in the Ziyao family's formation. Then, a beam of light quickly passed through the cracks, soared into the sky, and quickly disappeared into the clouds. We must not let her escape. This woman is likely to be from the Qingyun Sect. This time she sneaked into our Ziyao family to investigate whether our Ziyao family has colluded with a demonic path. Now the sect master and the 5 poison sect master have invited Li Duixun to fight and want to go to war with the Zheng kingdom. We must not have any problems here. Several voices communicated deep in the Ziyao family. Immediately, a figure soared into the sky, turned into a black divine rainbow, and chased after the light that had just escaped. On his body, there was a terrifying spiritual pressure of a fake Danzhenren. Chapter 185, Fake Pill Battle, Chu Qingyi. In the guest room, after Lu Changsheng finished drawing 5 second-level spiritual talismans, he brewed a pot of spiritual tea, sat down to rest, closed his eyes and recovered his magic power. Although the spiritual ship was very stable with the fake Danzhenren sitting in charge, but there might be some accidents. So after drawing a few talismans, Lu Changsheng would rest and recover to keep himself in peak condition. Dear fellow Taoist passengers, I, the seat of Qingyan's Henren, just received an urgent request for help from the sect, so I temporarily deviated and went to rescue. Please be patient and don't panic. At this time, a deep and old voice sounded and spread throughout the spiritual ship. Huh? Urgent request for help. Lu Changsheng was stunned when he heard this. He opened his eyes and looked at the trip meter in the room. Only then did he find that the spiritual ship, which had been heading east, was turning around and deviating from the route to Zhuxiao Xiancheng. What kind of request for help actually made a fake Dan Zhenren choose to deviate the spiritual ship and rush to support? Lu Changsheng was surprised. He knew that the identity J tokens of Qingyun Sect disciples could be used to ask for help. As long as they asked for help, other Qingyun Sect disciples within hundreds of miles would receive the distress signal. But now, a request for help actually made a fake Dan Zhenren, such a huge ship, choose to deviate and rush to support. He immediately realized that things were not simple. Lu Changsheng looked at the sea of clouds outside the window. At this time, the speed of the spirit ship was greatly improved compared to before. It was obviously speeding up to the place where help was sought. I won't be so unlucky. The first time I took a spirit ship, I encountered an accident. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. He took the spirit ship to Zhuxiao Immortal City for convenience and speed. If there is any big trouble after rushing to the support place, he will also be involved. He is really numb. At this time, Lu Changsheng heard footsteps in the corridor outside. It should be that a passenger heard about the deviation, so he walked out of the room and went to the deck to ask and check the situation. After thinking about it, Lu Changsheng also put away the talisman pen, talisman paper, and spirit ink, walked out of the guest room to see what the specific situation was. At this time, there were several foundation building monks on the deck. They were asking each other about the situation. But these people didn't know what was going on. Soon, everyone stood on the deck, overlooking the sea of clouds, to see where the spirit ship was going. Just as the spirit ship was speeding for almost half an hour, a heavy breath of spiritual pressure suddenly came from the distant sky. Fake Dan Zhenren. Lu Changsheng and everyone on the deck looked at the distant sky. Through this breath of spiritual pressure, they immediately knew that this was the spiritual pressure power that only fake Dan Zhenren had. But they saw a chaotic escape light breaking through the clouds and escaping rapidly towards the direction of the spirit ship. A black divine rainbow followed closely behind, constantly bombarding the escape light in front. Boom! An axe light slashed out from the black divine rainbow, and countless runes on it flashed, as if it had set off layers of black wild winds and chaotic blades, sweeping away the sea of clouds, causing the escape light in front to groan violently, spit out blood, and fall from the sea of clouds. You daring lunatic, you actually dared to hurt my Qingyun Sect's true disciple. On the top of the giant spiritual ship, an old woman who looked to be in her 50s, with a dignified face and wearing a red robe, opened her eyes and shouted. Immediately, with a swish sound, she turned into a divine rainbow and flew out of the spiritual ship. The fake pill mana surged all over her body, turning the sea of clouds in the sky red, like a burning cloud, emitting bursts of heat. It turned out that the Qingyun Sect's true disciple asked for help. No wonder Qingyun Zhenren chose to deviate from the spiritual ship and come to support. Where is this fake pills Zhenren, who dared to chase and kill the Qingyun Sect's true disciple? As expected of a true disciple of the Qingyun Sect, he actually persisted for so long in the hands of the fake pills Zhenren. That's natural. The true disciples of the Qingyun Sect all have the cultivation of the late stage of foundation building, and their strength is invincible at the same level. As long as they don't die, they can become fake pills Zhenren in the future. Seeing this scene, everyone on the deck couldn't help but talk out loud. Lu Changsheng was also surprised. Having been with Xiao Ziyu for so long, he also knew the level division of disciples in Qingyun Sect. Outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and true disciples. True disciples all have the strength of the late stage of foundation building, and are the seeds of Qingyun Sect stand formation. As long as there is no accident and they die halfway, they will be the real elders of Qingyun Sect in the future, and their future is unlimited. But at this time, a fake Dan Zhenren was actually in the territory of Qingyun Sect, chasing and killing the true disciples of Qingyun Sect. If it's just a fake Dan Zhenren, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Seeing that there was only one fake Dan Zhenren chasing and killing, Lu Changsheng also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he would not be involved in any big trouble. After all, on the spirit ship, there are not only fake Dan Zhenren from Qingyun Sect sitting in charge. There are also 3 or 4 foundation building cultivators from Qingyun Sect, and more than 20 foundation building passengers. If Qingyun Sect needs help, I think everyone is willing to help. Boom boom boom, Qingyun Sect's Qingyun Zhenren, holding a red flag. As soon as the flag was raised, red flames that burned the sky and boiled the sea spread out, turning into fire dragons, intercepting the black-robed divine rainbow. Then the magic power reached out, trying to teleport the Qingyun Sect master to the spirit ship. Get out of here. In the black divine rainbow, there was a man in a black robe with his face hidden. He saw the fire dragon in front of him and was extremely angry. He swung the black giant axe in his hand forward. Countless dark runes emerged, accompanied by a terrifying aura that penetrated the sky and the earth, annihilating the fire dragons and bursting out with terrifying power. On the giant spirit ship, even if there was a spiritual light of the formation lingering, the terrifying aura and power of this attack made the blood of the people on the deck boil and their hearts tremble. Is this the strength of the fake Dan master? It's really terrible. Changsheng was amazed when he saw the two fake Dan masters fighting. After taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled. This was the first time he saw the fake Dan master take action. He immediately had a general understanding of the strength of this level. He knew that he was no match for the fake Dan master now. If I encounter a fake Dan Zhenren, I must seize the initiative and use hundreds of second-level spiritual talismans to form a talisman formation, so that I can have a hope of killing him. Changsheng looked at the two fake Dan Zhenren fighting in the distance, thinking to himself. Knowing his current strength, if he wants to kill the fake Dan Zhenren, he can only rely on the means of refining talismans into a formation. He now has more than 200 second-level talismans on him. Once he makes a move and forms a talisman formation, the fake Dan Zhenren will not be able to resist. But at the same time, it is not easy for him to find an opportunity to kill him in the talisman formation. After all, those who can become fake Dan Zhenren are not stupid and have many means. As long as they realize the danger and something is wrong, they can quickly escape. I heard that the magic power of the fake Dan Zhenren is only 60% to 70% of that of the giant Dan Zhenren. So, if I meet a giant Dan Zhenren, I must run away as soon as possible. Through the strength of the fake Dan Zhenren in front of him, Changsheng also had a rough estimate of the strength of the giant Dan Zhenren. He knew that he still had a hope of fighting against a fake Dan Zhenren. Facing the giant Dan Zhenren, there was basically no hope, and he could only find a way to run away. Boom boom boom, the two fake Dan Zhenren kept fighting, and their might was so amazing that the sea of clouds rolled and surged. At this time, the Qingyun Sect's true disciple was also sent to the spirit ship by Zhenren Qian with the great magic power and was caught by a Qingyun Sect disciple. It's her, the Qingyun Sect's fairy Qingyi. Fairy Qingyi? The disciple of Zhenren Qian, Chu Qingyi. On the deck, someone recognized the identity of the Qingyun Sect's true disciple. Qian Zhenren's disciple, Chu Qingyi, Xiao's senior sister. Changsheng was also a little surprised when he heard this. He knew that Xiao's master was Zhenren Qian of Qingyun Sect. But he didn't know about Xiao's other fellow disciples. Unexpectedly, the Qingyun Sect's true disciple who was being hunted was actually Xiao's senior sister. Changsheng looked at this fairy Qingyi. The other party looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, with a delicate and beautiful face, with both the softness of a woman and the heroic spirit of a woman. She was wearing a white martial arts outfit, which showed off her curvy and exquisite figure. But at this moment, her breath was disordered and weak, her white clothes were in disarray, covered with terrible bloodstains, and blood flowed out from the black wounds. There were wisps of gray air lingering on her exquisite and beautiful face, which made her beautiful eyes close tightly and reveal a look of pain. Senior sister Qingyi. The disciple of Qingyun Sect next to her immediately took out the elixir and gave it to Chu Qingyi. Yin corpse. This person is a demon cultivator. These 3 yin corpses look like bronze corpses at the peak of the second level. At this time, someone looked at the two fake Dan Zhenren who were fighting and exclaimed. In the sea of clouds ahead, after fighting with Qian Zhenren for a while, the black-robed fake Dan made a hand gesture and let 3 coffins fly out. 3 zombies with dark bodies, muscles like copper, and yin qi walked out. Roar, the 3 zombies roared like wild beasts, and fearlessly rushed towards Qian Zhenren. The red flag in Qian Zhenren's hand fluttered, and the fire was everywhere. He took out several talismans from his arms, which turned into golden thunders and blasted at the 3 zombies. Most zombies are cold and yin, and they are afraid of yang fire and thunder. Facing the heavy flames and golden thunder, the 3 zombies immediately wailed, and their dark bodies were like boiling in an oil pan, with dense white spots appearing. Chi. Seeing this, The black-robed fake Dan pinched his hands, and a black bowl appeared, and different evil spirits flew out of it and entered the bodies of the 3 zombies. The 3 zombies recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, which made Qingyun Henren and Lu Changsheng and others' eyelids jump. What kind of zombie is this? It actually has such a terrifying physique, and it is not afraid of Yang Fire and Yang Thunder. Qingyun Henren's eyelids jumped, and he felt bad. Kill. The black-robed fake Dan snorted coldly, holding a black giant axe and attacking Qingyun Henren repeatedly. With the offensive of the 3 zombies, Qingyun Henren was defeated step by step and could not resist. Not good. Everyone on the deck saw this scene, and they all showed worry. Once Qingyun Henren was defeated, they would be in danger. Zuanfeng, Qingyun cannons are ready. At this time, Qingyun Henren also gave up the offensive, turned defense into defense, and sacrificed a fire phoenix cover to cover his body, shouting, "Yes!" On the 3rd floor of the spirit ship, a Qingyun Sect Foundation building disciple responded immediately. After a while, a surging energy surged on the giant boat spirit ship. But I saw that several artillery turrets on the spirit ship were surging with spiritual light, as if they had turned into a group of prehistoric beasts, slowly opening their huge mouths, brewing great terror. Lu Changsheng and others stood on the deck, feeling the great terror brewing in the artillery turrets, and they all felt a sense of fear. This kind of artillery, with a full-strength attack, I'm afraid it's a full-strength attack from a giant. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think in his heart. He felt that this kind of spirit ship was simply terrifying. A second-level formation like the Red Leaf Valley Market would probably be broken by a single blast when facing this kind of spirit ship cannon. At this moment, he realized the importance of a good formation. Damn it! The black-robed fake Dan saw the cannon brewing on the spirit ship, and his eyes twitched slightly, and he also had a bad premonition in his heart. He knew that this kind of artillery locked on him, and if it hid him, he would also turn into ashes. Fire Dragon Pillar, suppress it. At this time, the red smoke Immortal offered a fire pillar that was a foot high and as thick as a bucket, with a lifelike fire dragon carving on it. But the fire dragon carving flew out and turned into a fire dragon chain, roaring towards the black-robed fake Dan, trying to bind him and kill him with the artillery. This little girl has been poisoned by my cyanide corpse poison. Now the corpse poison has attacked her heart. I don't think she will live long. The black-robed fake Dan looked at the attack in front of him, and then looked at the spirit ship. He was unwilling to give up. He chopped with a giant axe, put away the 3 zombies, and turned into Divine Rainbow and left quickly. Huh? Seeing the other party retreat, True Man Qian also breathed a sigh of relief. If the two continued to fight, she would not be a match for the other party with 3 zombies at the peak of Foundation building. As for the artillery attack of the spirit ship, once such an attack was launched, she would be affected if she wanted to restrain the other party. So if there was no other way, she didn't want to use this kind of attack that hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt herself by 800. She turned into Divine Rainbow and quickly returned to the deck. Elder. Meet True Man Qi Yan. Lu Changsheng and others immediately bowed to this fake Dan True Man. In the world of cultivating immortals, basically one's strength and one's seniority. Yes. True Man Qian nodded slightly and stepped forward to quickly check on Chu Qingyi's situation. Elder Qian. Chu Qingyi also slightly opened his eyes at this time, and shouted weakly to Master Qian. Junior brother Qingyi, what's going on? Who is this demon cultivator? Master Qian said immediately. Xiahao family. Chu Qingyi, whose face was full of gray death, spoke weakly. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of black blood. The blood spilled on the deck, with a strong corrosive effect, and the whole person fainted again. Xiahao family. Master Qian heard this, and his face darkened. Looking at the unconscious Chu Qingyi, she also knew that the other party's current situation was very grim. She immediately took Chu Qingyi and disappeared on the deck. Xiahao family? Could it be the Blackwater Xiahao family? Hiss, I remember that it's not far from here to the Blackwater Pond, and it's the territory of the Xiahao family. Could the demon cultivator just now be the ancestor of the Xiahao family? How is this possible? The Xiahao family is a large family of immortals, and has been in our Jiang kingdom for hundreds of years. How could they be a demonic force? If the Xiahao family is really a demonic family, this news is simply too shocking. Everyone on the deck was very surprised to hear the 3 words Xiahao family. Lu Changsheng was also a little surprised. He naturally knew about the Blackwater Xiahao family. This is a large family of immortals with a fake Danzhenren sitting in the head. In the entire Jing Kingdom immortal world, under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun Sect, it is also considered a top immortal family. But now, this Xiahao family is suspected of being a demonic force. You know, the Jing Kingdom immortal world belongs to the righteous camp. As for the demons, they are not to say that they will be exterminated, but they are absolutely not allowed to exist in the open. As long as the demon cultivators and forces appear in the open, the major immortal sects will take action to deal with them. Now, it is very surprising that a great immortal cultivation family with hundreds of years of history in Jiang State and a fake Danzhenren sitting in the seat is actually a demonic force. If this is true, it also explains why the other party dares to hunt down the Qingyun Sect's true disciples. Yes, the Blackwater Pond where the Xiahao family is located is also under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun Sect. Once this is confirmed by the demonic forces, I am afraid that soon, the Qingyun Sect will have a giant Danzhenren to take action, and the army will be on the border to destroy the Blackwater Xiahao family. Everyone was shocked by the news and talked about it. Fellow Daoists, please keep today's news confidential and don't spread it. At this time, the spirit ship turned around again and flew towards the direction of the Qingyun Sect at full speed. A Qingyun Sect disciple came and said to everyone on the deck, "Please rest assured, fellow Daoists, I, Su, will definitely not spread what happened today." Hearing this, someone immediately made a heart demon oath, saying that he would not spread the matter. Seeing this, others also made heart demon oaths, and Lu Changsheng did the same. After all, we still have to give Qingyun Sect some face in this matter. As the situation calmed down, the spirit ship set sail again, and Lu Changsheng returned to the guest room from the deck. "Among you, are there any doctors who are proficient in treatment and detoxification?" Not long after, an old and deep voice spread throughout the spirit ship. It was the voice of true man Qian before. Hearing this voice, Lu Changsheng immediately guessed that it should be the fairy Qingyi who is in urgent need of treatment. Through a few simple observations before, he saw that fairy Qingyi was surrounded by death. Not only was she seriously injured, but she was also poisoned by some kind of poison. However, he did not expect that this poison would make true man Qian, the fake Dan true man, helpless. It is necessary to seek a doctor on the spirit ship, someone who is proficient in treatment. I wonder if there is a doctor on this spirit ship. If there is no doctor, I am afraid that by the time we rush back to Qingyun Sect, fairy Qingyi will be dead. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Although he has many means, but he is not good at treating diseases and injuries, and can't help much. Chapter 186. It seems that this Mr. Han is a gentleman. Blackwater Pond, Xiahao family. A divine rainbow flew down, revealing a middle-aged man in black brocade robe. Ancestor. The Xiahao clan members in front of the door saw their ancestor return, and immediately saluted respectfully. Yes. Xiahao Wu nodded indifferently and entered the family land. Ancestor, I have just investigated clearly that this woman entered the back mountain of our clan through Xiahao Zhuan. At this time, the head of the Xiahao family next to him looked at his ancestor and said, "Xiahao Zhuan. For such a big mistake, he is to blame for 1,000 deaths. Throw him into the Blackwater Pond and refine him into a yin corpse." Xiahao Wu paused, and then said indifferently, "Yes." The head of the Xiahao clan nodded in response. Although Xiahao Zhuan is an elite child of the family, but for such a big mistake, it is naturally unforgivable. Moreover, as long as the children of their Xiahao family die, their bodies will be refined into yin corpses and turned into the family heritage. He looked at Xiahao Wu and continued to ask, "Grandmaster, have you captured and killed this girl?" This little girl was rescued by the people of Qingyun Sect, but she was poisoned by my cyanine corpse poison, and the corpse poison attacked her hard at that time. I don't think she will live long. Xiahao Wu came to the family hall and sat down, saying in a deep voice, "Rescued by Qingyun Sect." Just as he finished speaking, an extremely cold voice without any emotion sounded. But a bronze coffin flew out from the depths of the Xiahao family and came to the hall. In the coffin was an old man with a stiff face, no beard under his chin, gray skin, and dark red eyes. "Grandmaster! Grandmaster!" Seeing the old man in the coffin, Xiahao Wu and the Xiahao clan leader both saluted respectfully. Replying to the ancestor, "When I was about to kill the little girl, a Qingyun Sect spirit ship happened to come and rescue the girl. But this girl has been poisoned by the corpse poison, and she will definitely not live long. Xiahao Wuo said. This little girl's appearance in our Xiahao family shows that Qingyun Sect has long suspected that our Xiahao family is related to the devil. Now she is in trouble in our Black Water Pond territory. Whether she is dead or alive, this matter is inseparable from our Xiahao family. Xiahao Ji said in a cold and strange voice. After speaking, he looked at the head of the Xiahao family and said, Wu Xiu, you should secretly send some of the direct descendants of the clan away from Jiang State to Yu State and Jin State. Yes, Ancestor. The head of the Xiahao family responded immediately. Ancestor, why is it so? Now the sect master and the 5 poison sect master are about to invite Li Duixun to fight. As long as Li Duixun is defeated, when the Jin army invades Jiang State, our Xiahao family will cooperate internally and externally, and we can make great contributions. At that time, the sect master may give you the subsequent skills and the method of turning pills to help you, the ancestor, take another step. Xiahao Wuo said. Subsequent skills, take another step. Xiahao Ji's strange face of blue and gray sneered, ferocious and terrifying. His descendant was not aware of the situation in the Qianxi sect. He had just left the Qianxi sect and was still not aware of the situation in his own sect. He said in a cold and majestic voice, Li Duixun has dominated the Jing kingdom for 500 years. When he just broke through the Yuanying's engine, he killed a 4th-level demon king. Now his strength is unfathomable. It is not easy for the Qianxi sect master and the 5 poison sect master to repel this killer. Even if the Qianxi sect master and the 5 poison sect master can repel Li Duixun and allow the Jin kingdom to invade, it will take several years or even decades. If before this, the Qingyun Sect's army is approaching, how can our Xiahao family hold on until this day comes? Xiahao Ji said in a cold voice. Ancestor, in this case, why don't we just abandon this black water pool? Xiahao Wuo heard this, his face was heavy, and he said to his ancestor. Abandon the black water pool. Xiahao Ji's blue-gray face was like golden iron, and there was a small snake-like black evil spirit flowing between his mouth and nose. After abandoning the black water pond, where can our Xiahao family go? Once we are proven to be colluding with the devil, it will be wishful thinking for us to leave Jiang State. By then, the Qianxi sect of Jin State will also regard us as traitors, and there will be no place for our Xiahao family. Moreover, I have trained myself into a Zuansha demonic zombie. Now my ki and magic power are connected to the veins of the black water pond, and I can no longer leave this place. Xiahao Ji's voice was cold, and his whole body was filled with evil spirits. He saw Xiahao Wuo's ugly face, and his voice was calm and said, Don't worry, in this black water pond, it will not be that easy for Qingyun Sect to destroy our Xiahao family. It will cost a lot. As long as we hold on until the Qianxi sect and the 5 poison sect repel Li Duixun, then the crisis of our Xiahao family will be solved. Since Qingyun Sect has discovered that our Xiahao family is related to the Qianxi sect, there is no need to hide it anymore. Change the family formation to the 10,000 corpses Zuanayao formation. Xiahao Ji continued. Yes, ancestor. The two nodded in response. Knowing that his ancestor sent the direct bloodline away from Jiang State, it was also to be on the safe side. And at this point, their Xiahao family has no choice. On the 3rd floor of the spirit ship, in a luxurious guest room. Master, the toxin in Fairy Qingyi's body is very overbearing and has already invaded the heart meridian. I'm sorry that I can't do anything. A woman in green clothes checked Chu Qingyi's condition on the bed and said cautiously. Well, thank you for your hard work. Master Qian showed a bit of disappointment on her face. She also knew that the toxin in Chu Qingyi's body was very overbearing and difficult to deal with. Otherwise, as a fake Dan master, she would not have to ask for help on the spirit ship and ask someone to treat Chu Qingyi. This has reached the point where there is no other way. Looking at Chu Qingyi, whose breath was disordered and weak in front of her, she continued to use her own magic power to suppress the corpse poison, protect the heart meridian, and warm the body. But she could clearly feel that this corpse poison not only spread throughout the body, but also in the Danshan Qi Sea, making Chu Qingyi's vitality continue to weaken. I'm afraid that in a few hours, she will die. At this time, no matter how fast the spirit ship is, it is impossible to return to Qingyun Sect for treatment. Fellow Taoists, if you have elixirs or treasures for detoxification, you can come and try it. Whether it works or not, This real person will give compensation. If you can suppress and remove the toxins in my nephew's body and return to Qingyun Sect safely, my Qingyun Sect will definitely have a big reward and owe you a favor. True person Qingyun took a deep breath and continued to speak to everyone on the spirit ship. Chu Qingyi is not only a true disciple of Qingyun Sect. She is also a disciple of true person Qingyun. Now she is dying because of the mission of Qingyun Sect, so she will naturally not give up easily. On the spirit ship, everyone also knows the situation of this fairy Qingyi. Hearing the words of true person Qingyun, they couldn't help but be moved and took their own elixirs to try. After all, Qingyun Sect has a good reputation. If Chu Qingyi can be saved and Qingyun Sect owes a favor, it will be convenient to do many things in Zhang Kingdom in the future. It seems that the main problem of fairy Qingyi is the toxins in her body. I wonder if my 7 stars sword key can dispel this toxin. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think in his heart when he heard the words of the true man Qingyun. Now the true man Qingyun is desperate to seek medical treatment, and he is unwilling to let go as long as there is a glimmer of hope. This made him think about giving it a try. After all, his 7 stars sword key can not only refine the poison of Dan, but also dispel the resentful soul of the fake Dan true man, and it may have some effect on this kind of poison. Why not give it a try? Lu Changsheng thought about it and decided to give it a try. Not to mention saving Chu Qingyi, Qingyun Sect owes a favor. As for this fairy Qingyi, she is the senior sister of his child's mother, and he is willing to help. After all, he is just trying to use the 7 stars sword key to dispel the poison. It is not to use the yin-yang nirvana method and life-saving technique to save people. By the way, if I use the yin-yang nirvana method and the life-saving technique, would I also be considered a miracle doctor? Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of how he had used these 2 secret techniques to save Lu Miaoj, who was on the verge of death and had only a glimmer of hope. He shook his head, walked out of the guest room, and came to the deck. Fellow Taoist Su, the technique I practice has some effect on expelling poison. I am willing to give it a try and expel poison for fairy Qingyi. Lu Changsheng said to a Qingyun Sect disciple. Okay, fellow Taoist Han, follow me. Upon hearing this, the Qingyun Sect disciple immediately invited Lu Changsheng to the 3rd floor. Then he came to a door and knocked. Come in. An old voice came from inside. Elder, this is fellow Taoist Han Li, who said that the technique he practiced has some effect on expelling poison. The Qingyun Sect disciple said. I am Han Li, and I meet Master Qingyun. Lu Changsheng bowed to Master Qingyun. In that case, I'll trouble you, little friend Han. Master Qingyun glanced at Lu Changsheng and nodded slightly. Although she didn't believe that Lu Changsheng could solve Chu Qingyi's situation, she was still trying to save her. She was willing to try if there was a slight possibility. Yes, Han will definitely do his best. Lu Changsheng nodded, came to the bedside, and looked at Chu Qingyi. The wounds of fairy Qingyi had been treated at this time. But her jade-like face and fair skin were all tinged with a bluish-gray color. It was obvious that the poison was all over her body, causing her whole body to be weak. Master, Han's skills must have physical contact to expel the poison from fairy Qingyi. Lu Changsheng was about to hold Chu Qingyi's hand and began to try to use the Qiao sword key to expel the poison. But thinking that men and women should not touch each other. Moreover, for cultivators, once the body is in contact, they can see the other person's situation clearly through their spiritual consciousness. Therefore, in the world of immortal cultivation, using spiritual consciousness and magic power to touch other people's bodies is also a taboo. No problem. Master Qingyun said. In an emergency, she didn't have so many concerns at this time. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded and held Chu Qingyi's wrist. The mana in the body was steaming, and the Qiao sword energy penetrated the body and slowly entered Chu Qingyi's body through the palm. What a pure and sharp sword energy. Seeing the wisps of Qiao sword energy, the eyes of Qingyun's Henren looked at Lu Changsheng and suddenly changed. Zzz, but the blue-gray air on Chu Qingyi's white lotus arm suddenly made a sound like boiling oil in front of the Qiao sword energy. The blue-gray air on it faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ying. Chu Qingyi, who was lying on the bed, had a layer of fine sweat on his forehead and hummed softly. Good, good, good. Seeing this scene, Zhenren Qingyun's face suddenly showed joy. Her fake pale mana could only suppress the corpse poison in Chu Qingyi's body and slowly dispel it. But at this time, Lu Changsheng's sword energy could actually dispel the corpse poison quickly, which was amazing. Really effective. Lu Changsheng looked at this scene and raised his eyebrows. He originally wanted to try it, but he didn't expect that this poison was so easy to solve. This gave him a better understanding of the effect of the 7 stars sword key. But this was just the beginning. He could clearly sense that Chu Qingyi's body was already full of corpse poison. The most serious thing was that the corpse poison had entered the heart meridian and Danshan. These places were very fragile. If the 7 stars sword key was used to expel the poison, it would be very troublesome. If I was not careful, I might hurt Chu Qingyi. Master Qian, although my magic power can dispel the corpse poison, but this corpse poison has entered the heart meridian and Danshan. If I continue to expel the poison, I am afraid it will easily hurt Fairy Qingyi's heart meridian and Danshan. After almost dispelling the poison on his forearm, Lu Changsheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, I can protect her heart meridian, you can expel the poison. Master Qian said immediately after hearing this. Although she could not expel the poison, she could temporarily suppress the poison and protect Chu Qingyi's vitality. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded after hearing this. Then he was ready to raise his hand to Chu Qingyi's chest to expel the poison from the heart meridian. But the next moment, his palm froze, and he looked at Qian's Henrun. It's okay, a doctor is like a parent, and you can rest assured to expel the poison, Han Xiaoyao. Qian's Henrun naturally knew what he meant, and said in a deep voice, yes. Lu Changsheng then put his palm on her chest and continued to expel the poison with the Qiao sword energy. Even through the skirt, Lu Changsheng could feel the woman's softness and delicateness like condensed fat, with a faint body fragrance lingering. But he, Lu, has experienced hundreds of battles and has seen thousands of sails. Although this fairy Qingyi is moving, it doesn't make him distracted. Yes, it seems that this little friend Han is a gentleman. Seeing Lu Changsheng's serious look in expelling poison for Chu Qingyi, Zhenren Qian nodded slightly in her heart and secretly admired. She knew the charm of her own nephew. In Qingyun Sect, I don't know how many disciples admire her and think about her. But this little friend Han did not show the slightest charming color when facing Chu Qingyi, such a skin-to-skin treatment. Zzzz. Wisps of Qiao sword energy passed through Lu Changsheng's palm and entered the area around Chu Qingyi's heart meridian, dispelling the corpse poison. But these corpse poisons are different from the corpse poison just now. Like a carbuncle attached to the bone, it permeates the meridians and corrodes the meridians. Even the Qiao sword energy is difficult to erase easily. Huh? After a long time, Lu Changsheng put away his palm and let out a long breath. With a Zuanin pearl, his mana consumption is naturally not so great. But after all, the fake Dan Zhenren is in front of him, so he can't show too much mana and easily dispel the corpse poison. Zhenren, my mana can't eradicate this corpse poison, I can only remove the surface corpse poison. Lu Changsheng said to Qian Zhenren. He was not lying. This corpse poison should have slowly entered the body from several wounds, gathered here, like a carbuncle attached to the bone, and then continued to spread and spread, which is very difficult to deal with. Even if he can't solve it for a while, it's enough to be able to do this. Thank you for your hard work, little friend Han. I have a pill here. You can take it and restore your mana. True Man Qian nodded, took out a pill, and said in a gentle tone. She didn't need to completely eradicate the corpse poison. As long as Chu Qingyi can maintain her vitality and return to Qingyun Sect alive, it will be fine. Qingyun Sect has 3rd-level doctors, pharmacists, and 3rd-level elixirs, so it is naturally certain that Chu Qingyi can be saved. Thank you, true man. Lu Changsheng nodded, and saw that this was a 2nd-level top-level recovery pill. He took the pill immediately and quickly restored his mana. After meditating for half an hour, he continued to expel the poison for Chu Qingyi. Woo! At this time, Chu Qingyi on the bed groaned, and a touch of red appeared on her pale and weak jade face, and a mouthful of black blood spurted out. Am I still alive? Chu Qingyi's thick and long eyelashes trembled and fluttered, and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She felt that after she fainted, she fell into an endless dark abyss. During the process, she could feel a force trying to pull her out of the abyss. But it was useless. Her consciousness was gradually blurring. Finally, a wisp of sharp and domineering sword energy roamed in her body, breaking through the dark abyss and gradually making her consciousness clear. Junior brother Qingyi, you are awake. When true man Qian saw Chu Qingyi wake up, His face immediately showed joy. Huh? Seeing this, Lu Changsheng also retracted his palm on her chest and exhaled lightly. Chu Qingyi only then realized that a man had put his palm on her chest. A little blush suddenly appeared on her pale face. Junior brother Qingyi, this young friend Han's magic power is effective in expelling poison, so he did this. True Man Qian explained. She also knew that her nephew was pure and innocent, cold and aloof, and never had any contact with men. Now that she had such skin contact with a man, she would naturally feel a little uncomfortable. Thank you, Dao Han. Chu Qingyi nodded. She was not an unreasonable person. She knew that this kind of skin-to-skin contact was because the other party was treating her. If it weren't for the other party, she would not have lived long. But before she finished speaking, another mouthful of black blood spurted out. Friend Han. True Man Qian looked at Lu Changsheng and motioned him to continue to expel the poison. Fairy Qingyi, I'm sorry. Lu Changsheng raised his palm and said to Chu Qingyi. Chu Qingyi said him softly in a voice as soft as a mosquito, closed her beautiful eyes, and lay quietly on the bed. But her thick and long eyelashes were like two small palm leaves, constantly pulling. Obviously, the whole person was extremely nervous. The next moment, she clearly felt a warm big hand falling on her chest, making her whole body tense and her hands clenched into fists. The arch of the foot in the white jade boots was also tightly stretched, and the 10 green jade toes were clenched together. Then, threads of sharp and domineering sword energy entered the body, dispelling the corpse poison around the heart meridian. Chapter 187, Sitting on the Tao and Discussing Swords, the clan leader issued an order to destroy the Xiahao clan. Chu Qingyi was lying flat on the bed with beautiful curves. Her pale face was flushed, her slender body was tense, and her narrow eyes were tightly closed. Her thick and long eyelashes and tightly pursed lips could not help but tremble slightly. She had been in a coma before and had no consciousness. She didn't feel anything when Lu Changsheng used the Qiao sword energy to expel the poison for her. But now that she has woken up, she is fully conscious. She can clearly feel a warm hand pressing on her chest, which makes her feel awkward and uncomfortable. But at the same time, the sharp and domineering sword energy that slowly flows into her body from this palm makes her feel indescribably comfortable. It's as if she is in the ice and snow, and there is a gentle warm breeze blowing. It makes her feel like she is bathing in the warm sun. As the sword energy continues to travel in her body, removing the poison, she feels like she is soaking in a hot spring, warm all over and very comfortable. Even her own magic power was fatally attracted by the sword energy. What's going on? Chu Qingyi closed her eyes, not knowing what was going on. Why did the other party's sword energy have an inexplicable attraction to her? Is it because of the sword? Chu Qingyi murmured in her heart. As far as she could remember, she had been in Qingyun Sect and was adopted by Yun Wanshang. She had been withdrawn since she was a child, didn't like to talk, and had no interest in most things. However, after seeing Yun Wanshang's sword once, she became interested in inexplicably kind. After Yun Wanshang learned about it, she said that she had a sword heart. After practicing, she became a sword cultivator. Facts have proved that she is indeed gifted in swordsmanship. The sword heart is clear, and the heart is only for the sword. Not only did she practice one of the sect's stabilizing techniques of Qingyun Sect, Qingyun sword art, but she was also a leader in swordsmanship. At this time, she faintly realized that this inexplicable attraction came from the sword energy of the man in front of her. This sword energy, just like the sword she had seen from her master Yun Wanshang, had an inexplicable attraction to her, making her feel close to him. She wanted to talk about swords with him. Huh? At this time, Lu Changsheng felt that the corpse poison in Chu Qingyi's heart meridian had been almost eliminated, so he withdrew his hand from the silky soft part and let out a long breath. Chu Qingyi, who was quietly experiencing the mystery of the sword energy, couldn't help but moan softly at the moment his hand left. Her soft and weak body was sore and swollen after most of the corpse poison was eliminated. The tight jade feet in her jade boots slowly loosened, and her cold voice couldn't help but be a little charming. This moan immediately made Chu Qingyi's pale face turn red, her beautiful eyes drooped, and she didn't dare to look at Lu Changsheng in front of her. Lu Changsheng seemed not to hear this moving moan. He said to True Man Qian with a serious face, "True Man, Han has tried his best to remove the corpse poison in Fairy Qingyi's heart meridian. The remaining corpse poison cannot be eradicated with Han's ability." He was telling the truth. In order to remove the residual corpse poison like an ulcer attached to the bone, he had to sacrifice the 7 lights heart lamp. Only by burning the corpse poison with the fire of the heart lamp can it be gradually refined. But he obviously didn't have to do this. And he didn't want to show it too much. Thank you for your hard work, little friend Han. Please take a rest and recover, and then deal with the poison in the dancing for my nephew Qingyi. Afterwards, my Qingyun Sect will definitely reward you. I owe you a favor. True man Qian protected Chu Qingyi's heart meridian and vitality throughout the whole process. Knowing that Chu Qingyi's heart meridian corpse poison has been mostly solved now, it is enough to insist on returning to Qingyun Sect. However, this corpse poison not only attacks the heart meridian, but also the Qi Hai Danshan. If it is not handled in time, it will damage the foundation of Taoism. Once the foundation of Taoism is damaged, it will even affect the formation of Den, which is very serious. As she spoke, she took out another bottle of pills and handed it to Lu Changsheng, asking him to restore his mana. Yes, wait until Han recovers his mana. Lu Changsheng took the pills and swallowed them, bowing slightly. Thank you, fellow Taoist Han. Chu Qingyi also calmed down, blushing a little, and thanked Lu Changsheng softly. You're welcome, Fairy Qingyi. Speaking of which, Fairy Xiaoyu and I are still good friends. This trip on your sect's spiritual ship is also thanks to Fairy Xiaoyu. So I am willing to do my best. Lu Changsheng smiled and said. He took the spiritual ship with a ticket given by Xiaoyu. Qingyun Sect also has registration information in this regard. If Qingyun Sect checks his information afterwards, they will know that he and Xiaoyu know each other. So he also directly told that he knew Xiaoyu. It can be regarded as a close relationship with Qingyun Sect. Fellow Taoist Han is actually a good friend of my junior sister. Chu Qingyi was a little surprised when she heard this. Although she had been on missions outside for a long time, she didn't spend much time with her junior sister Xiaoyu. But she also knew that her junior sister, due to practicing the supreme forgetting love art, was like the bright moon in the sky, not disturbed by emotions or external things. On weekdays, she had no interest in anything except practicing. Not to mention contacting people. Unexpectedly, Han Daoyao in front of her could become a good friend of her junior sister. However, when she thought of the 7 Yao sword key that Lu Changsheng used to exorcise the poison for her, she felt a little relieved. She felt that it was normal for her junior sister to be willing to make friends with such a person. I didn't expect that Han Xiaoyao was actually a good friend of junior nephew Xiao. True man Qian was also a little surprised when he heard this. Then a smile appeared on her face. After being said by Lu Changsheng, she looked at Lu Changsheng with a little more intimacy because of this relationship. I met the Xiaoyu fairy who was training at the beginning, so I had the honor to meet her. Lu Changsheng said politely. The two heard it, and they didn't ask much. Those who can ride this spirit ship basically have some relationship with Qingyun Sect. Or they are forces cooperating with Qingyun Sect. Either it is a force under his command, or it is related to the disciples of Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng swallowed the pill and sat cross-legged to restore his mana. This elixir is a second-level top-level elixir. In about half an hour, Lu Changsheng's mana was almost restored. Fairy Qingyi. He looked at Chu Qingyi, who was lying on the bed, with a willow-like waist, straight and slender legs, and graceful curves, and was somewhat heroic, and said, I'm sorry to bother you, Daoyao-han. Chu Qingyi's eyelashes trembled slightly and she said softly. Then she closed her beautiful eyes. Lu Changsheng stretched out his palm and placed it on her soft and flat belly. Let the 7 stars sword key enter the danshan better and remove the corpse poison inside. As soon as the 7 stars sword key poured into the danshan, Chu Qingyi's whole body tensed up and she couldn't help but moan. If before, the 7 stars sword key wandered in her body, removing the corpse poison in her heart and veins, making her feel like she was soaking in a hot spring, warm and very comfortable. At this time, the sword energy entered her danshan, and it seemed to resonate with her magic power and foundation. And her instinct in her heart, she felt a little more inexplicably friendly to Lu Changsheng in front of her. Relax. Lu Changsheng looked at Chu Qingyi in front of him, and a strange look appeared on his face. Chu Qingyi in front of him was obviously poisoned by corpse. Why is your face blushing and moaning for no reason? Could it be that there is also silver poison in this corpse poison? Luckily I met someone like me, Lu. If it were someone else, how could they calmly expel the poison? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. However, even though he had read thousands of scriptures, he had to admit that Chu Qingyi in front of him was very moving. The exquisite and beautiful face and the curvy figure were better than countless women in the world. Even though she was pale and weak at this time, she still had a rare cold heroic spirit among female cultivators. What's more, this woman was a true disciple of Qingyun Sect and was gifted. If I could marry her and have a baby, the child would surely have good talent. Lu Changsheng placed his palm on the fairy's flat and delicate belly, and the strands of 7 stars sword ki slowly flowed into Chu Qingyi's danshan to remove the corpse poison. At this time, he found that when his 7 stars sword ki entered the deep danshan of Chu Qingyi's ki si, it actually resonated with Chu Qingyi's magic power and Taoism. This feeling is very wonderful. He has never encountered it before. Is it because this fairy Qingyi is also a sword cultivator? Lu Changsheng was surprised. This situation is very rare. Generally, it is because the cultivation methods have some similarities and commonalities that resonance occurs. However, this resonance only makes his 7 stars sword ki more fluent in Chu Qingyi's danshan, like a fish in water. There is no other effect. If you really want to say, maybe the two of them can sit on the Tao and discuss swords, exchange cultivation experience, and experience of cultivation methods, and maybe they can get some inspiration and help. However, Lu Changsheng had already mastered the Qiao Dazize sword scripture through the system inheritance, so naturally there was nothing to discuss. It seems that the cultivation method practiced by this young friend Han is not simple. It can actually resonate with the Qingyun sword art of my Qingyun sect, and there are some commonalities. True man Qian has been using his magic power to maintain and calm Chu Qingyi's life. At this moment, he also faintly sensed something strange and was surprised. The Qingyun sword art, the sect-level sword art of their Qingyun sect, is a side-door level cultivation method. Lu Changsheng's cultivation method can resonate with the sword art, which means that the cultivation method practiced by Lu Changsheng is also extraordinary. At least it is a side-door level cultivation method. A casual cultivator actually practiced this kind of inherited cultivation method, which means that it is not simple, and he has great luck and has obtained the opportunity to inherit. Yes, if it were an ordinary casual cultivator, he would not be able to make friends with a genius like junior brother Ziyu. True man Qian glanced at Lu Changsheng. Okay. After a long time, after removing most of the corpse poison from Chu Qingyi's Qi Hai Danshan, Lu Changsheng retracted his palm and said with a bow, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Han." Chu Qingyi resisted her tense body and did not make another shameful moan. Perhaps because she had been suppressing her voice, her clear and cold voice was a bit hoarse and magnetic. "Fairy Qingyi, you are too polite." Lu Changsheng bowed slightly. He thought that the other party's suppression of herself was quite charming. "Friend Han, thank you for your hard work this time. This is a second-level high-level breakthrough pill. It will help the middle stage of foundation building to the late stage of foundation building, so please accept it. Our Qingyun sect also owes you a favor for this matter. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to our Qingyun sect with this token." At this time, True Man Qian took out a porcelain bottle and a token and said, on the one hand, it was a thank you to Lu Changsheng for saving Chu Qingyi. On the other hand, it was also because their Qingyun sect was willing to meet a genius cultivator like Lu Changsheng. I really feel ashamed of such a generous gift. Seeing this pill, Lu Changsheng thought that it was a big sect that was generous. A first-level high-level breakthrough pill for a mid-stage key refining to break through to the late stage of key refining cost 1,200 spirit stones. But a second-level high-level breakthrough pill for a mid-stage foundation building to break through to the late stage of foundation building is worth more than 10 times. It is worth more than 20,000 spirit stones. Moreover, this kind of pill is very rare. It is in the market but not priceless. Many times, there is no channel and money cannot buy it. I think this Qian's Henren saw that he was in the middle stage of foundation building, so he gave such a pill as a reward. As long as little friend Han doesn't mind. Qian's Henren said with a smile. In the case that Qingyun sect owes a favor, a generous gift is actually just a gesture. But Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu are good friends. Just now during the detoxification process, she had a good impression of Lu Changsheng and had some good feelings for him. So she was willing to be generous and sell it well. Thank you, Xianren. In that case, Han will go back to rest first. Lu Changsheng said. Since Chu Qingyi's corpse poison had been mostly resolved, He couldn't stay any longer. Moreover, the expelling of the poison just now was very exhausting. He had to concentrate to prevent the sword energy from hurting Chu Qingyi. You've worked hard, young friend. True Man Qian nodded. Then he said to a Qingyun Sect Foundation building disciple outside, Zhuan Feng, arrange a luxurious guest room for young friend Han. Yes, elder. The Qingyun Sect disciple called Zhuan Feng outside the door responded immediately after hearing this. He saw Lu Changsheng in the room for so long, and knew that Lu Changsheng should have played a role in Chu Qingyi's poison. He was also a little polite to Lu Changsheng, making a gesture of invitation and saying, Friend Han, please. Then he took Lu Changsheng to a luxurious guest room. This luxurious guest room is only more than 30 square meters. But compared to ordinary guest rooms, this room has abundant spiritual energy. It should be the spiritual energy that maintains the operation of the spirit ship, which is also transported to the room on the 3rd floor, so that people can meditate and practice. Unlike in ordinary guest rooms, the spiritual energy is thin. If you want to meditate and practice, and restore your mana, you can only rely on elixirs, spirit stones, spirit wine, spirit tea, etc. I don't know how big this so-called favor is. Can I get a qualification to buy a spiritual land from Qingyun Sect? Lu Changsheng didn't pay much attention to the environment. He took out the J token given to him by Qian's Henren from his storage bag. The first thing he thought of for this favor from Qingyun Sect was to get the qualification to buy spiritual land through Qingyun Sect. In other aspects, he didn't have anything to trouble Qingyun Sect for the time being. When the time comes, ask Xiaoyu how much this favor is. Lu Changsheng took the jade token and looked at it twice, thinking in his heart. He planned to ask Xiaoyu what the favor represented by this jade token could do to Qingyun Sect. In this way, he could also maximize the benefits of this favor. By the way, this spiritual ship will not have to return to Qingyun Sect first, and then set off for Changsheng, right? Lu Changsheng put away the J token and looked at the sea of clouds outside the window. If it returns to Qingyun Sect and then goes to Changsheng, it will probably take another month or two. But after 5 days, the spirit ship slowly hovered. Lu Changsheng saw a man and a woman coming to the spirit ship. Is this someone from Qingyun Sect? Lu Changsheng guessed. The cultivation level of these two people, one is in the middle stage of foundation building, and the other he can't see through. Either they have some treasures that hide their cultivation and magic power, or their strength exceeds the foundation building. After a long time, he heard a knock on the door. The door opened and Chu Qingyi was standing outside. Friend Han. Chu Qingyi bowed to Lu Changsheng. Although her breath was still weak and disordered, her complexion was much better than before. She was wearing a luxurious white palace dress, her long black hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, and she carried a sky blue spirit sword on her back. The phoenix eyes were narrow and long, and her will was sharp, and the whole person was like a sharp sword out of its sheath. Fairy Qingyi. Lu Changsheng looked at Chu Qingyi in front of him. He thought that the other person's temperament was a bit like Xiao Ziyu's usual temperament, cold and aloof, making it difficult for people to approach. It's just that Xiao Ziyu's temperament is not as sharp as this, and is more noble and holy. However, the posture of this female sword fairy also gives people a sense of stunning beauty. Fellow Taoist Han, Qingyu will remember your life-saving grace this time. If you have something in the future, you can come to Qingyun Sect. Chu Qingyi said to Lu Changsheng. Fairy Qingyi is too polite. If I am free, Han will definitely come to Qingyun Sect to sit and discuss swords with Fairy Qingyi. Lu Changsheng smiled and bowed. He is also willing to make friends with this kind of sect genius. After all, every interpersonal relationship is helpful for the future development of the family. As for other ideas, it is impossible to say that there are none at all. It would be great for such a talented female sword fairy to be the mother of his child. But with a relationship with Xiao Ziyu, he was embarrassed to attack her sister again. After all, she has a master who has reached the Jinden stage. If her master knew about this, he was really afraid that the other party would chop him with a sword. Okay. Chu Qingyi heard this, and her beautiful eyes showed some joy. She was not interested in most things, but she was interested in swords. Before, Lu Changsheng expelled poison for her, and through the resonance with the Qiao sword energy, she felt inexplicably close, so she wanted to discuss swordsmanship with Lu Changsheng. But on the one hand, she was seriously injured and it was inconvenient for her to move. On the other hand, she didn't know how to start. After all, she wanted to exchange practice experience and swordsmanship experience, but others might not be willing. At this time, Lu Changsheng took the initiative to propose, and she was naturally very happy. After the two of them said goodbye briefly, Chu Chengyi followed the two who had just arrived on a small spirit boat, turned into a stream of light, and left quickly. Next, the spirit ship will officially return. Because my sex affairs have delayed your time and itinerary, after arriving at Jiuxiao Xiansheng, we will return 30% of the ticket spirit stones as compensation. Please understand. At this time, the voice of true man Qingyun also sounded on the spirit ship. It can also be regarded as a simple explanation to all passengers. Naturally, everyone will have no objection to this kind of compensation. Because, even if true man Qingyun Sect did not give any compensation or explanation, everyone could only hold back. It's finally setting sail. Hearing this voice, and seeing the spirit ship set off again towards Jiuxiao Immortal City, Lu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it would take a month or two. At this speed, it would only take 10 days or half a month. It was not bad in his opinion. Immediately, he took out the talisman pen and talisman paper, and continued to draw talismans. More than half a month later, a spirit boat entered Qingyun Sect. On Qingyun Peak, Yun Wancheng saw the spirit boat and immediately turned into a divine rainbow and shut out. She was in retreat before, and when she learned about her disciples' affairs, she came out of retreat and waited for Chu Chengyi to return. Hello true man Qingyun. Hello true man Qingyun. The two people on the spirit boat immediately bowed to Yun Wancheng when they saw her. Thank you for your hard work. Yun Wancheng nodded. At that time, it was too far from Qingyun Sect to the giant spirit ship, so they asked the two to go nearby. Then, she looked at Chu Chengyi, whose face was pale and whose breath was disordered, and asked with concern, Chengyi, how are you? Master, I am fine now. Chu Chengyi looked at her master and said with a bow. As she spoke, she said, Master, I have fulfilled your mission. According to my investigation into the ancestral land of the Zhihao family, the Zhihao family should be a hidden man of the Jin State's Qianxi sect. There is also a yin vein hidden under the black water pond. The Zhihao family raises and refines corpses through this yin vein. Moreover, according to my guess, there should be more than one fake Dan Zhenren in the Zhihao family. Chu Chengyu spoke and told the information she had learned from her investigation. A hidden man of the Qianxi sect. It's just as I expected. I didn't expect that the Zhihao family would hide so deeply. Yun Wancheng said with cold eyes. There is actually a yin vein under this black water pond. No wonder this black water pond was only a second-level low-grade spiritual vein at the beginning, and the environment was bad, but the Zhihao family was willing to take root here and spend a lot of money to cultivate the spiritual vein. The fake Dan Zhenren next to him also said after hearing this. Chengyi, let's go. And you will report this to the headmaster. Yun Wancheng was in high spirits and brought Chu Chengyi to the Qingyun Hall. Let Chu Chengyi report the Zhihao family's affairs to the headmaster of Qingyun truthfully. Zhihao family, Qianxi sect. It seems that this Zhihao family is one of the hidden players of Qianxi sect. Now that the head of Qianxi sect and the head of the Five Poison sect have invited Zuanjian's Henjin to fight and want to invade our Jiang kingdom, some hidden players of Qianxi sect, Five Poison sect, and Yinming Ghost sect are also ready to move and surface. After hearing the matter, the head of Qingyun said in a calm voice with majesty. Since the Zhihao family is under the jurisdiction of our Qingyun sect, now that it has been exposed, we should solve it as soon as possible. Junior sister Qingyun, why don't you lead the team to solve this matter? The head of the Qingyun sect looked at Yun Wancheng and said. Okay. Yun Wancheng nodded in response. Then he said, however, Qingyi has made great contributions in investigating the situation of the Zhihao family. After this battle, I think Qingyi's crystal-forming pill can also be confirmed. Okay. After hearing this, the head of the Qingyun sect pondered for a moment and nodded. Outside Qingzhu Mountain. That day, a Qingyun sect disciple landed in a spirit boat. Hello, senior. Seeing this Qingyun sect disciple, the Lu family garrison immediately saluted. Let the head of your Qingzhu Mountain Lu family come out. The Qingyun sect disciple spoke with a majestic voice. Please wait a moment, senior. Hearing this, the Lu family garrison children did not dare to delay. immediately sent a message to inform the head of the family Lu Miacheng and the ancestor Lu Yuanzhong. After a while, Lu Miacheng and Lu Yuanzhong hurried over. The upper sect has ordered that the Blackwater Xiahao family is colluding with the demons and hurting our Qingyun disciples. Now we are calling on all families to attack them together. After seeing Lu Yuanzhong, the Qingyun Sect disciple took out a token and said loudly, "The Blackwater Xiahao family is colluding with the demons." Lu Yuanzhong and Lu Miacheng were shocked when they heard the news. After all, the Blackwater Xiahao family is a great family of immortals. A family with a fake Danzhenren sitting in the family. It is an existence that their Lu family usually looks up to. But at this time, the Qingyun Sect said that the Xiahao family colluded with the demons and called on all families to attack together, which means that they want to completely destroy the Xiahao family. Qingzhu Lu family obeys the order. Lu Yuanzhong did not dare to think too much and said respectfully, "Their families are under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun Sect. As long as they pay tribute on time, the Qingyun Sect will not interfere in anything. But once the Qingyun Sect has an order, they must obey it unconditionally and cannot disobey." Not only Qingzhu Mountain, the Yu family of Beihu Mountain, the Zheng family of Centipede Ridge, the Bai family of Beinao Lake, the Ning family of Zishan, the Zhao family of Beihu Mountain, and other family forces under the jurisdiction of Qingyun Sect have all received orders. After all, if Qingyun Sect wants to destroy the Xiahao family, it does not mean sending a Danzhenren to solve the problem and kill all the Xiahao clansmen in Hishu. Even if there is a Danzhenren, there will be omissions. Moreover, the destruction of the Xiahao clan also includes the families affiliated with the Xiahao family, the markets controlled by them, the children outside, and so on. If all these things are left to Qingyun Sect to do by themselves, the forces that need to be mobilized at once, and too many disciples can easily cause damage. So at this time, the family forces under these jurisdictions come in handy. As I was writing today, I missed something in the middle and it didn't connect, so I should be able to add more tomorrow. Chapter 188 Arriving at Jiuxiao Ferry City and meeting Meng Xiaochen again. Qingzhu Hall. Meeting Hall. Lu Yuanzhong, the ancestor of the Lu family, is discussing with all the senior members and elders of the Lu family about the Qingyun Sect's attack on the Xiahao clan. Now the upper sect has issued an order that they, the Qingzhu Lu family, must send people to obey the orders and participate in this battle. For these family forces, this battle is dangerous, but it is also an opportunity. As long as they make military achievements, the Qingyun Sect will reward them according to their merits afterwards. Spirit stones, magic tools, elixirs, secret techniques and other rare resources that cannot be bought at ordinary times can all be obtained through military merits. In this case, it's settled. 3 days later, Uncle Yunhan, Uncle Yunfei, Yuanchen, Yuanhua, Yuanling, Maya Fen, will go with me to participate in this battle. Lu Yuanzhong made the decision. Then he looked at Lu Yuanding and Lu Miacheng and said, "Yuanding, Miacheng, you keep an eye on the family. Although all family forces must not clash during the war, there may be robbers who take the opportunity to cause chaos. So during this period, you should all be alert. The family should increase the number of patrols, and when necessary, use thunder to suppress directly." Lu Yuanzhong said in a deep voice. "Yes. Yes. Please rest assured, ancestor." In the hall, one figure after another stood up and responded to Lu Yuanzhong respectfully. "Mayaoj, do you know where Changsheng went? Can he come back to take charge of the family?" After the discussion, Lu Yuanzhong looked at Lu Mayaoj and asked through voice transmission. Now he, the ancestor of the family, has to take some of the elders, and elites out. It will definitely lead to a lot of internal power in the Lu family. If Lu Changsheng, a second-level talisman master, is in charge, there will be more protection. Moreover, he can achieve foundation building and is the ancestor of the family. Naturally, he is not stupid. Through Lu Changsheng's various behaviors, children, and spirit pets, it has long been seen that Lu Changsheng is not as simple as he seems. Not only does he hide many secrets, but his cultivation is also likely to be more than the 7th level of key refining. Therefore, he thought that with Lu Changsheng in Qingzhu Mountain, the family would be much more stable. Ancestor, Changsheng and his friends are out for something, and it is estimated that he will not be back until a year later. Lu Miaoj heard the question from her ancestor and pursed her lips. She did not expect that Lu Changsheng would encounter such a thing just 3 months after leaving. But this time, Lu Changsheng did not tell her where he was going. Okay. Lu Yuanzhong heard this and sighed slightly in his heart. Knowing that Lu Changsheng could not come back to take charge of the family in a short time. Then he said to Lu Miaoj, Miaoj, in the next period of time, I will trouble you in the Red Leaf Valley market. Yes, ancestor. Lu Miaoj nodded seriously. Now the second elder Lu Yuanling is also out with Lu Yuanzhong. So the person in charge of the Lu family in the Red Leaf Valley market also fell on her. Looking at Lu Yuanzhong, Lu Miaoj thought for a moment, and then transmitted his voice, Ancestor, Changsheng has a foundation-building friend from Qingyun Sect. When he left, he said that if he encountered any trouble, he could let me find his foundation-building friend, so please rest assured, Ancestor. Not long ago, Xiao Ziyu came to Hongai Valley Market to see her daughter Lu Wangshu. She and this Ziyu fairy also got to know each other. So in order to reassure her own ancestor, she also thought that if the family really encountered a big crisis or big trouble, she would go to this Ziyu fairy for help. At the bottom of the cultivation world, having a relationship with a foundation-building friend from the Immortal Sect is a very good background to rely on. It can deter and solve many problems. Foundation-building friend from Qingyun Sect. Okay. When Lu Yuanzhong heard this, his eyes suddenly showed a bit of surprise. I didn't expect Lu Changsheng to have such a relationship. You know, a foundation-building person from the Immortal Sect, even if he just came to Qingzhu Mountain as a guest, can also have a certain deterrent effect on the outside world. However, thinking of the female foundation-building cultivator who turned against the Chen family during the previous battle with the Chen family, Lu Yuanzhong suddenly wanted to ask curiously, Lu Changsheng, the foundation-building friend of the Immortal Sect, could it be that she is also a female cultivator? However, as the ancestor of a clan, he still suppressed his curiosity and did not gossip about such things. 2 months later, finally arrived. Lu Changsheng stood on the deck of the spirit ship, overlooking the sea of clouds. It can be seen faintly that there is a towering immortal city filled with 5 colored clouds below. As the spirit ship slowed down and descended, this Qingzhu immortal city continued to expand in Lu Changsheng's vision, magnificent and spectacular, making the surrounding continuous mountains all become hills to set off. Qingzhu immortal city, this is the immortal city. No wonder there are so many towns in the Jiang kingdom, but only 3 immortal cities. Lu Changsheng looked at the increasingly clear, majestic, and magnificent Qingzhu immortal city, and murmured in his heart. This Qingzhu immortal city covers an area of hundreds of miles, which is several times larger than the Qingyun market. The towering and majestic mountains around seem to be cut into wide and flat roads by swords. On the road, you can see many beasts of burden, and immortal cultivators come and go, just like the caravans of secular merchants. But in the sky around, there are many cultivators coming and going. Magical instruments, flying boats, spiritual instruments, and escape lights are dazzling. People know that this is not a secular world, but a world of immortals. The foundation-building great cultivators that are rarely seen on weekdays are also very common here. From time to time, you can see the escape lights of foundation-building cultivators. Half an hour later, the giant boat spirit ship slowly hovered in front of the gate of Qingzhu Immortal City. Fellow Daoists, Qingzhu Immortal City has arrived. The voice of true man Qingyan sounded on the spirit ship. All passengers came to the deck and prepared to jump off the spirit ship. Fellow Taoist Han, this is the 30% ticket money returned for delaying the trip before. At this time, the Qingyun Sect disciple named Zhuanfang took out 3 medium-grade spirit stones and gave them to Lu Changsheng. 30% of the ticket money. Lu Changsheng remembered that Qingyun's Henrin had said before that due to the deviation and delay of the trip, 30% of the ticket money would be returned as compensation. In other words, he would need 1,000 spirit stones to take this spiritual ship. However, when Xiao Ziyu gave him the ticket, she did not mention the spirit stones. This means that Xiao Ziyu paid the spirit stone money herself. Think about it. Even if Xiao Ziyu is a core disciple of Qingyun Sect, it is impossible for her to let him take the spiritual ship without paying. Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhuanfeng. Lu Changsheng put away the spirit stones. He couldn't help but say in his heart that this ticket is really expensive. The ticket for an ordinary room costs 1,000 spirit stones. The ticket for a luxury room would cost 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. But he also knew that this price was probably just turned the travel expenses. For a spirit ship like this, Going from Qingyun Market to Changsheng Immortal City consumes a lot of spirit stones. Moreover, through chatting these days, Changsheng also knew that this spirit ship went to Changsheng Immortal City mainly for some business between Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Sect, or strategic exchanges. Carrying others is just a side job. You are too polite, friend Han. Because of Chu Qingyi's matter, Zhuang Feng was very polite to Changsheng. After bowing, he returned the spirit stones of other passengers one by one. Friend Han, if you want to go back to Qingyun Market in the future, you can also take the spirit ship again. At this time, True Man Qian also came to the deck, looked at Changsheng, and said with a smile, "Thank you, True Man." Changsheng bowed and thanked him. Then he flew down from the spirit ship and came to Changsheng Immortal City. Just after landing, without the spiritual light of the spirit ship's formation lingering around, he felt a strong sense of oppression in the air. It was from the third-level formation of Changsheng Immortal City. It is rumored that the third-level formation can be completely connected with the earth veins, becoming one, and has the ability to form its own world. If you want to shake such a large formation, it is difficult to work effectively by relying on a single attack and breaking the forbidden talisman. Changsheng looked at the city wall in front of him, which was densely covered with various rune imprints and the spiritual light of the formation, and thought to himself. Because of the family formation, he spent a lot of time to understand the relevant information about the formation. He knew that the formation would have a qualitative change when it reached the third level. It could be completely connected with the earth veins to form a world. This not only can easily lock the spiritual veins and distribute the concentration of spiritual energy to each area. It also makes the formation have no weak points. Any offensive means of breaking the ban, etc., will reduce the power of the third-level formation to very low level. Because all offensives will be distributed to this world by the formation. For a world, even the offensive of a Giant's Henrin is very limited. If a third-level formation master presides over the third-level formation and maximizes the power of the formation, the power will be even more amazing. Changsheng didn't look at it much. Following the flow of people, he registered his information, paid the spirit stone, and applied for an identity token in the side hall of the gate of the fairy city. This fairy city only needs 10 spirit stones a year, which is not expensive. After Changsheng applied for the identity token, he took the token and walked into the fairy city. As soon as he entered the fairy city, his whole body immediately sank, and he felt an inexplicable pressure falling on him. Is this a no-fly ban? Changsheng frowned slightly. He immediately knew that this was the effect of the fairy city formation. It prevented the foundation building cultivators from flying in the city. Like the Red Leaf Valley Market and the Nine Dragon Market, although flying with flying tools and riding spirit beasts are prohibited. But as long as you become a foundation building cultivator, you can fly in the market. But in this Changsheng Fairy City, the formation directly has a no-fly effect, making it difficult for the foundation building cultivators to fly in the city easily. Yes, there are many foundation building cultivators in a fairy city like this. If they can fly around, it will greatly affect the order. And there is a no-fly ban, which makes it impossible to fly. It makes it difficult for people to cause trouble in the city and escape from the law enforcement team. Changsheng murmured in his heart, and he felt more and more that this third-level formation was powerful. Immediately, he wandered around the Changsheng Fairy City. Changsheng Fairy City is divided into 3 major areas. The outer city area, the inner city area, and Qingzhu Mountain. Like the real big shops, stores are all in the inner city area. However, the outer city of the fairy city is much more prosperous than many markets. Here, Changsheng also saw several familiar signs. It seems that these family forces have opened their own shops in Qingzhu Fairy City. After a brief stroll, he walked towards the inner city of Qingzhu Fairy City. If you want to purchase, you still have to go to the inner city. At the same time, just when Changsheng came to Qingzhu Fairy City, at the foot of Qingzhu Mountain, in a cave, a girl with white clothes like snow, delicate appearance, and ethereal temperament opened her eyes. Huh? What's going on? Why do I have an inexplicable whim and an inexplicable palpitation? The girl frowned her beautiful eyebrows and muttered to herself. Once a cultivator has a whim and an inexplicable palpitation, it mostly means that something is going to happen. Xianchen. At this time, a beautiful woman walked into the room. The beautiful woman was wearing a well-cut, tight black gauze dress. The skirt wrapped around her voluptuous and charming figure, revealing her snow-white shoulders on both sides, which were wide and smooth. When a man looked at her, he would naturally want to hug her shoulders. The slender waist was curved from front to back and up and down, with plump and full fruits. Two straight and slender snow-white legs were slightly exposed in the hem of the skirt, stepping on a pair of black high-heeled shoes with slender heels and pale red soles. She was full of temptation from head to toe. "Master!" Meng Xiaochen looked at the beautiful woman in front of her and shouted immediately. "You girl, I said you can call me mother now." Nangguang Mili looked at the girl in front of him, with a charming smile on his lips, and pinched her pure and white face. As if pinching was not enough, his rosy and soft lips kissed Meng Xiaochen's fair and delicate face again. "Mother!" Meng Xiaochen smiled and shouted sweetly. She went out on a mission with her master this time, and the two disguised themselves as a mother and daughter. "So good, come, dear daughter, open your mouth." The beautiful woman sat down beside the bed with a smile, and her plump buttocks were squeezed into plump meat pie. She pinched a red spiritual fruit with 2 fingers and fed it to Meng Xiaochen. She smiled sweetly, and her whole body exuded a charming and enchanting charm, but this charming and moving, but also mature and elegant. Meng Xiaochen couldn't help but sigh that her master was really a witch. This charm simply killed both men and women, making it difficult to resist. Then she opened her mouth obediently and ate the red spiritual fruit. Seeing the cute appearance of her own disciple, Nangguang Mili smiled softly. She picked up another red spiritual fruit and put it directly into Meng Xiaochen's mouth. "Come, dear daughter, eat another one." As she said, her white and tender fingers fit the red lips of her disciple, and after the little mouth and jade teeth bit the spiritual fruit in her hand and rolled it into her mouth with her small tongue, she gently retracted her wet fingers. "Mother, what do you want to talk to me about?" Seeing Nangguang Mili holding the spiritual fruit and trying to feed her, Meng Xiaochen asked immediately. "Is it okay for mother? Can't she chat with her good daughter?" The beautiful woman looked like she was about to cry, and she looked aggrieved, like a girl acting coquettishly, which made people feel pitiful, and even the best steel had to be turned into softness around fingers. "Master!" Meng Xiaochen shouted helplessly. At the beginning of the contact, her master, as a Jindan's Henren, was quite majestic in front of her. But as she continued to get along, she found that her master had a changeable personality and liked to play tricks on her along the way. "Okay, let's talk about business. Now the battle between the leader and the Qingyun Sect master and Li Duixun is about to begin, and we should also take some actions on our side." Nangguang Mili's beautiful face showed a dignified look. "Which family are you contacting this time?" Meng Xiaochen asked. She came to Jiangguo with her master Nangguang Mili this time to contact the hidden players buried in Jiangguo. As long as the 5 Poison Sect leader and the Heaven Corpse Sect leader repel the first person in Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, Zuanjian's Henjin Li Duixun, Jin Kingdom will launch a war and invade Jiang Kingdom. At that time, those who sneak into Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world in advance will gather their secret agents and cooperate with the Jin Kingdom's army from inside and outside. We have almost made contact. Since we want to do something, we naturally have to take action against Jiuxiao Xiansheng, so that Jiang Kingdom will be in chaos and undermine Jiang Kingdom's morale. Nangguang Mili pinched her cheek and said softly. "Take action directly in Jiuxiao Xiansheng." Meng Xiaochen heard this, her beautiful eyes widened, and her mouth opened slightly. Although Nangguang Mili in front of her is a Jindan's Henren, the 3 major demon sects of Jin Kingdom also sent other Jindan's Henren and fake Dan's Henren to Jiang Kingdom. It is completely wishful thinking to take action against such an immortal city. After all, Jiuxiao Xiansheng also has a Jindan's Henren sitting in charge. Moreover, Jiuxiao Xiansheng has a 3rd-level formation. A Jindan's Henren who is proficient in formations, if he presides over a 3rd-level formation, can be said to be invincible in the immortal city. Unless the Yuanying's Henjin descends in person. Of course it's not what you think, you will know when the time comes. Nangguang Mili saw the appearance of his disciple, guessed her thoughts, pinched her cheek with some amusement and said. Then he took Meng Xiaochen's arm affectionately and walked out of the cave. "Wainer, you are here." As soon as the two walked out of the cave, a tall, dignified middle-aged man with a bit of fierceness in his eyes came over. He looked at Nangguang Mili, the majesty on his face disappeared. The fierceness in his eyes also disappeared, and only the obsession remained. "Have you bought the things I asked you to buy?" Nangguang Mili looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. His face was cold, without any charm, and said in a cold voice, I bought it all. The middle-aged man took out a storage bag, walked forward quickly, and a flattering look appeared on his face. Well, not bad. Nang Guangmili took the storage bag, glanced at it, and nodded indifferently. Then he took Meng Xiaochen's wrist and continued to walk towards the inner city. Mother, isn't Master Xiang coming with you? Meng Xiaochen asked her master. But as soon as she said that, she saw the middle-aged man looking at Nang Guangmili with an obsessed face, keeping a distance from the two of them and following closely. Thinking back to before, Nang Guangmili asked Master Xiang to keep a certain distance from them. Seeing this scene, Meng Xiaochen didn't know what to say. A giant master was so humble in front of his master. The two came to the inner city from Qingzhu Mountain. Walking on the busy streets, Meng Xiaochen seemed to have a feeling in her heart, looking at a tall and heroic middle-aged man in front of her. I don't know why, when she saw this middle-aged man, her heart was inexplicably throbbing, and she had a familiar feeling. At this moment, Lu Changsheng also seemed to have a feeling in his heart. He tilted his head and looked to the right front. Immediately, I saw a beautiful woman in a black dress and a girl in a white dress walking hand in hand together. The beautiful woman had a gorgeous face, a black gauze dress, and a charming figure. It can be said that she exuded a charming temptation from head to toe. Even though Lu Changsheng had experienced many battles, he still felt that this beautiful woman was very beautiful and charming. She was born beautiful and charming. However, his eyes first fell on the girl in the white dress next to the beautiful woman in the black dress. The pure face and ethereal temperament of the girl in the white dress formed a sharp contrast with a beautiful woman. The slightly petite figure was also beginning to take shape, with a protruding front and a curved back. But walking hand in hand with a beautiful woman in the black dress, she looked a little thin and not good enough. Lu Changsheng looked at the girl, and for some reason, he had an indescribable sense of strangeness and familiarity. My dear daughter, what's wrong? Nang Guangmili looked at Meng Xiaochen and suddenly stopped, looked not far away, followed his gaze, then lowered his head slightly and asked softly. It's okay. Meng Xiaochen immediately came back to her senses and shook her head. But she couldn't help but wonder in her heart, who is this person? She believed in her intuition very much. Since she felt familiar, she must have seen this person before. But she couldn't remember that she had seen such a person before. However, Nang Guangmili took her to a courtyard where many people were discussing things, interrupting her thoughts and not thinking about it anymore. Lu Changsheng was also a little confused when he saw the beautiful woman in black skirt and the girl in white skirt leave. Because he had broken through the foundation and reached this realm, it was impossible for him to have inexplicable feelings and sudden inspiration. Is it peach blossom luck? Lu Changsheng frowned slightly and asked the peach blossom goo. He wanted to know if this inexplicable, strange and familiar feeling was related to the peach blossom goo. After all, apart from the inexplicable and mysterious peach blossom luck, he really couldn't think of any other reason. Love the peach blossom goo sent a thought, telling Lu Changsheng that this wonderful feeling did not come from himself. It came from another goo worm. The poisonous insect backfired. It's her. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he received the thought from the peach blossom poison on his forehead. He immediately knew that the girl in the white dress was Meng Xiaochen, who had once put a love poison on him and was backfired by him. I didn't expect to meet her here more than 10 years later. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and chuckled. No wonder he had a strange sense of familiarity just now. He didn't feel much about meeting Meng Xiaochen. The Lu family and the Chen family fought a war at the beginning, thanks to Meng Xiaochen. Moreover, Meng Xiaochen gave him 2 foundation-building pills and a foundation-building spiritual object afterwards, and his grudge against Meng Xiaochen was considered over. So he didn't have any hatred for Meng Xiaochen. He didn't miss her too much. At most, he wanted to ask Meng Xiaochen what effect the poisonous insect he had taken had. She seemed to be looking over here just now. It should be because of the love poison, right? But now I have the bead of the heaven to cover my breath. I don't know if she can recognize me. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Meng Xiaochen disguised herself. If it weren't for the strange sense of familiarity just now and the hint of the peach blossom goo, he really couldn't guess who the other person was. So he was a little curious whether Meng Xiaochen could recognize him when she saw him just now. If she recognizes him, I wonder if this counts as peach blossom luck. Lu Changsheng touched his chin and remembered when Meng Xiaochen left. She said that she had something important to do and couldn't stay with him for a long time. When the things were done, she would spend the rest of her life with him. She shouldn't have been very old at the time. At this age, she was building a foundation. I think her spiritual root talent is top-notch. If she has a baby, the child's spiritual root talent should be very good. Lu Changsheng thought secretly in his heart. Although the cultivation world does not test bone age, it is difficult to tell the real age of others. But not everyone at the bottom of the cultivation world can take the anti-aging pill and practice the anti-aging technique. So it is still possible to judge the approximate age by appearance. He remembered that when he first met Meng Xianjun, the other party was in the late stage of key training and disguised as a young man. The next few times were all girls. I don't think she is very old. Later, she was able to build a foundation by herself, which means that her spiritual root talent is very good. This matter has not been decided yet. And the beautiful woman beside her doesn't look simple either. Could she be her mother? Lu Changsheng shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. The first time he met Meng Xianjun, she was very extraordinary. The first time, she was able to survive under his talisman, the golden brick. The second time, if he didn't have the peach blossom goo, he might have fallen into her hands. The third time, she became a foundation-building cultivator. And she was able to take out 2 foundation-building pills and a foundation-building spiritual object for him. This kind of hand, even many foundation-building families can't take it out. Let him know that Meng Xianjun is very extraordinary. Although he is now building a foundation, his means are comparable to fake pills, but this trip is mainly for procurement. There is no need to hide trouble because of the thought of taking Meng Xianjun home to give birth to a baby. Moreover, as long as there is the fate of love goo, it is only a matter of time for the other party and himself, so there is no need to rush. Immediately, Lu Changsheng came to Nin and opened a room. He used the mystic beads to change his appearance in the room, changed into a blue robe, and came to the largest chamber of commerce in Jiuxiao Immortal City, Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce. After all, this trip was a big purchase. Even with the disguise of the mystic beads, it was necessary to be safe. Besides, his identity, Han Li, was known to the Qingyun Sect and other passengers of the spirit ship. Welcome to Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce. I wonder if the guest needs to buy or sell something. Lu Changsheng came to Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce, and a beautiful female cultivator in a uniform skirt came forward to receive him. Do you have third-level talisman-making materials here? Lu Changsheng asked. Third-level talisman-making materials. The receptionist was a little surprised when she heard Lu Changsheng's words. The guest is joking. Third-level materials are already strategic resources. They are very rare and rarely sold to the outside world. For example, third-level talisman-making materials, our Chamber of Commerce does not sell them to the outside world at present. If you are a second-level top talisman master, if you are willing to become a guest of our Chamber of Commerce, our Chamber of Commerce has third-level talisman-making materials to provide. The receptionist smiled and said kindly, "Not for sale." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng paused in his heart and was a little disappointed. Before, he roughly guessed that Jiuxiao Xiancheng would not have too many third-level materials for sale. But he never expected that Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce would not sell third-level talisman-making materials directly. But Lu Changsheng thought about it and understood. This level of materials is precious and rare. Most of them are used to train their own talisman masters. How can they be sold to the outside world? Moreover, several major immortal sects also use this method to monopolize resources. Craftsmen who have reached a certain level must choose to join a certain force. Otherwise, they will be restricted by the material channels and their skills will be difficult to improve. If it is an ordinary casual cultivator, they will naturally be willing to join a big force and lean on a big tree for shade. But in his current situation, it is not convenient to join Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce. It seems that in this regard, we can only go the way of Qingyun Sect. But even if we enter Qingyun Sect, it is not easy to obtain third-level materials. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly in his heart. I wonder if your Chamber of Commerce has these materials. He took out a list of materials for refining Jiujiuzuan's Hansen and asked. He had already bought all the second-level auxiliary materials for the 9-9 Mysterious True Strategy through the Jialong Market and Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Currently, he still needed 4 main third-level materials. Please wait a moment, sir. The receptionist said immediately after hearing this. She took out the jade book and began to check the various materials on it for Lu Changsheng. Sir, our Chamber of Commerce currently has a piece of obsidian refined iron and blue gold wood. After a while, the female cultivator took out the jade book and said to Lu Changsheng, obsidian refined iron, blue gold wood. Lu Changsheng heard this and immediately showed a look of joy on his face. He thought that it was indeed worthy of being a large chamber of commerce in Xiancheng. It actually had 2 third-level materials at once. Moreover, this obsidian refined iron was one of the most precious materials in refining the 99 mysterious true strategy. He thought that buying obsidian refined iron would be the most troublesome. I wonder what the price of these 2 materials is. Lu Changsheng asked. Obsidian refined iron, 21,000 spirit stones. Blue gold wood, 13,000 spirit stones. The receptionist quoted aloud. Hiss. Even though Lu Changsheng was relatively wealthy, he couldn't help but take a breath when he heard the price. Because this value was really expensive. At this rate, he would probably have to spend 60,000 to 70,000 spirit stones just to purchase the 99 mysterious true strategy talisman. This price has already exceeded the price of a spirit tool. Okay, bring these 2 materials to me. Lu Changsheng said. Even if it's expensive, there's nothing he can do. After all, everyone is here. Moreover, with the 99 mysterious true strategy talisman, he can use the power and means of refining talismans into formations in the 99 mysterious talisman sutra to a higher level. So in Lu Changsheng's opinion, this money is worth it. Immediately, the receptionist invited him to a room. There was a senior receptionist inside to trade with him. Third-level materials like this are expensive and rare, and ordinary receptionists are not qualified to withdraw from the inventory. I wonder if your Chamber of Commerce can accept spirit talismans. After checking the 2 materials and preparing to pay, Lu Changsheng took out a stack of second-level talismans and asked. During the 3 months he spent here, he drew many second-level talismans. This was to avoid the situation where he didn't have enough spirit stones. So, when he paid now, he just took out some talismans as a discount for spirit stones. Second-level spirit talismans. The senior receptionist took the spirit talismans, checked them, and nodded in response, indicating that he would buy them at a 60% discount on the market price. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng used 30 second-level low-grade spirit talismans and 10 second-level medium-grade spirit talismans to get a discount of 10,800 spirit stones. After paying the remaining spirit stones, he left Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce. Afterwards, he asked about other materials, third-level talisman-making materials, in every shop in Jiuxiao Immortal City. Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce does not sell third-level talisman-making materials to the outside world, but that does not mean that all shops do not sell them to the outside world. Moreover, Lu Changsheng also began to ask about third-level spiritual wood, third-level spiritual blood and other materials. Since there were no third-level talisman-making materials for sale, he would buy third-level spiritual wood and third-level spiritual blood to make talisman paper and spiritual ink by himself. After 2 days of shopping in the Immortal City, Lu Changsheng had a lot of gains. He bought some third-level talisman-making materials and several rare alchemy elixirs. He only needed 1 material for the 99 mysterious true strategy. Auction. At this time, Lu Changsheng learned a piece of news. A month and a half later, there will be a small auction held every 6 months in Jiuxiao Xiancheng. After hearing this news, he immediately became interested and thought he could participate. One reason is that there might be something he wants in the auction. Another reason is that there will be a trade fair after the auction. Let the cultivators trade and buy on their own. This kind of self-trading, bartering, often produces some rare items. But before that, I have to earn some spiritual stones. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly. He had spent almost all of his spiritual stones on purchasing these 2 days. So if he wanted to participate in the auction, he naturally had to prepare some spiritual stones. He not only purchased a large number of talisman-making materials, but also purchased a lot of alchemy materials. These alchemy materials are enough for him to refine a bunch of second-level elixirs, such as Yiqidan and Sanyangdan. Therefore, Lu Changsheng planned to try out the second-level alchemy skill that he had drawn but had never used before during this period of time. He used this skill to enrich his storage bag. Chapter 189, The Mysterious Formation of 10,000 Corpses, Alchemy. Blackwater Pond, Ziyahao Family. Boom boom boom, The entire black water pond was enveloped by the mysterious array of 10,000 corpses. On the array, gray and black fog converged, as if a sea of blood and corpses appeared, with a sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. Around the array, flying boats surrounded the black water pond tightly. On these spiritual boats, array patterns flashed one after another, and a large amount of spiritual light gathered, turning into thick thunders, bombarding the mysterious array of 10,000 corpses, causing a huge movement. Not only that, from all directions, there were also cultivators who, according to the instructions of the array master, performed magic and drove magic tools to attack the weak points of the array. More than 2 months ago, Qingyun Sect announced to the outside world that the Blackwater Xiahao family was a demonic force, and summoned all forces under its jurisdiction to attack the Xiahao family. In less than a month, the affiliated family forces of the Xiahao family and the children of the market were all hid and wiped out. As for the base camp of the Xiahao clan, the Blackwater Pond, the Qingyun Sect even sent a Giant's Henren to come and attack. But what no one expected was that the original Xiahao clan formation, the Blackwater Mysterious Wind Formation, turned into third-level formation, the 10,000 Corpses Mysterious Formation. Even if the Giant's Henren of the Qingyun Sect came in person, they would not be able to break this formation for a while. Inside the Blackwater Pond. Ancestor, I'm afraid it won't be long before the Qingyun Sect can set up a formation to break the formation with one formation, affect our Blackwater Pond veins, and break the formation. The Xiahao clan leader looked at Xiahao Wuwo and said worriedly. He could clearly see that on several mountains around the Blackwater Pond, there were formation masters of the Qingyun Sect setting up formations. Don't worry, with our ancestors in charge of the formation, unless Qingyun Sect has 2 more Giant's Henren, they won't be able to break through the formation easily. Besides, as long as the time is long enough, once Jin State takes action, the forces bared by Xianxi Sect, Wudu Sect, Yinming Ghost Sect will also take action, and Qingyun Sect will be unable to take care of itself. Xiahao Wuwo said calmly with an indifferent look. But there was also some worry in his eyes. Because all this is based on the fact that the leader of Xianxi Sect and Wudu Sect can repel Zhuangjian's Henjin Li Duongxuan. If Jin State fails to invade successfully, their Xiahao family will become an insignificant abandoned child. Outside the formation, a huge ship, was lying in the sky. On the deck of the ship, a peerless beauty in palace clothes stood. Her eyebrows were like distant black, her eyes were like autumn water, her nose was straight, her lips were rosy, and she was charming and tempting. Her black hair was tied into a bun with a phoenix hairpin inserted diagonally, making her look elegant and noble. How long will it take to complete the earth-shaking formation? Yun Wancheng stood on a high place with her hands behind her back, with an indescribable coldness between her eyebrows, looking down at the black water pool below as if looking down on all living things. Replying to Master Qingyun, it is estimated that there will be another month before the earth-shaking formation can be completed. A formation master below flew onto the spirit ship. Looking at the peerless beauty with a majestic aura, he was amazed and bowed to her respectfully. As soon as possible. Yun Wancheng said coldly when she heard this. She exuded an invisible majestic aura that was breathtaking. Yes. The formation master was shocked when he heard this and responded respectfully. Jiuxiao Fairy City. In an inn. To refine the elixir, you must first have an elixir furnace. As a second-level top-level alchemist, I don't even have an elixir furnace. Lu Changsheng wanted to make a lot of money by refining the elixir. Then he remembered that he didn't even have an alchemy furnace. Alchemy is not like making talismans. It is very time-consuming. If I use my foundation-building spiritual flame to make alchemy, I can't be distracted to do other things during the process. So, the best way is to rent an alchemy room with underground fire to make alchemy. This not only saves the money to buy an alchemy furnace, but also allows me to make alchemy and talismans at the same time. Lu Changsheng thought to himself and walked out of the inn. He was going to see if there was an alchemy room for rent in the fairy city. After all, he was short of money now. There were a lot of places that needed to spend spirit stones. If he spent 20,000 or 30,000 spirit stones to buy an alchemy furnace for temporary use, it would really be not worth it. He could wait until he had some spare money and buy a good alchemy furnace in one go. In addition, as a top alchemist, he didn't need to watch and guard the alchemy furnace carefully like most alchemists. He could do other things during the alchemy process. He could even open multiple alchemy furnaces to make alchemy at the same time. If the flame for alchemy completely depends on his foundation-building spiritual flame, then he can't be distracted too much and do other things. So he chose to rent an alchemy room to make alchemy. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to guard the alchemy furnace all day long. It would be better to make money by making talismans. I wonder if your pavilion has a second-level alchemy furnace and alchemy room for rent. After asking around, Changsheng came to an alchemy shop and asked, "Second-level alchemy furnace and alchemy room. We are currently open to the public, and only have quasi-second-level alchemy rooms." The receptionist of the shop shook his head and said after hearing this, "Second-level alchemy room? No. Alchemy furnaces are not rented out. You are a second-level alchemist. If you are willing to become our guest worshipper, we are willing to provide you with alchemy furnaces and second-level alchemy rooms." Changsheng asked 5 or 6 alchemy shops and alchemy stores. They all said that they did not have a second-level alchemy room for rent. Even in Qingzhu Immortal City, second-level alchemists are people of status. Alchemists like this don't need to rent a second-level alchemy room. They all have their own alchemy rooms. And these alchemy workshops and alchemy shops only provide second-level alchemy rooms to their own alchemists at most, and will not rent them out to others. Do I really have to buy an alchemy furnace and go home to make alchemy? In that case, I might as well make money by making talismans. After walking out of an alchemy workshop, Changsheng shook his head slightly. He originally thought that he could easily make a lot of money by relying on the high profits of alchemy. Unexpectedly, he was actually stumped by such a small matter. Forget it, this is the last one. If it really doesn't work, alchemy will be put aside for the time being. When I go back, I will open an alchemy workshop in Hongyafang City and recruit 2 fire-fanning boys as alchemy apprentices. Changsheng looked at an alchemy pavilion in front of him and thought to himself. He then stepped in. There was only a 15 or 16-year-old girl in this shop. The girl was wearing a goose yellow long skirt, with a bun on her hair, eyes like water, a pretty nose, and a rosy mouth. Her fair little hands supported a bored face, and her feet in small embroidered shoes swayed under the goose yellow embroidered skirt. Seeing Changsheng, she immediately perked up and asked, "Welcome, may I ask what kind of elixir do you need to buy? I would like to ask, do you have a second-level alchemy furnace and alchemy room for rent?" Changsheng looked at the girl and asked. The second-level alchemy furnace and alchemy room are not open to the public. When the girl heard this, she subconsciously shook her head and refused. Every alchemist doesn't like to let others enter their alchemy room and touch their alchemy furnace. Moreover, renting it out to others may cause the furnace to explode, which is very dangerous. But as soon as she said that, she looked at Changsheng and asked, "Excuse me, are you a second-level alchemist? If you are a second-level alchemist, our store has second-level furnaces and alchemy rooms." The girl looked at Changsheng with her big eyes, full of expectation and hope. "I am a second-level alchemist, but I don't have the idea of being a guest alchemist or a store alchemist for the time being." Changsheng smiled and shook his head. Just now, 2 of the several stores were willing to provide second-level furnaces and alchemy rooms. But the premise is to sign a spiritual contract and become a guest alchemist or a store alchemist. Although he has the bewitching heavenly pearl, which can deceive the spiritual contract. But the basic morality in his heart prevents him from doing such a thing. Is that so? The girl heard this, bit her finger, and fell into deep thought. Since it is not rented out to others, then I'm sorry to bother you. Changsheng didn't care, and bowed slightly to the little girl. "Senior, wait a minute. The furnace and alchemy room in our store are temporarily idle, and can be rented to you for use. But the price is 50 spirit stones a day, with a minimum of 10 days, and the spirit stones consumed by the earth fire array need to be paid by you yourself." The girl in the yellow skirt saw Changsheng leaving and immediately shouted, "Oh!" Changsheng paused when he heard this, looked at the girl and nodded, "No problem. 50 spirit stones a day, this price is not expensive. After all, buying a second-level furnace can easily cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. For example, a second-level top-grade furnace is twice as expensive as a talisman pen, costing 30 or 40,000 spirit stones. This is also the reason why Changsheng does not want to buy a furnace for himself for the time being. Just 10 days first, I will make up for it later, okay?" Changsheng took out 500 spirit stones and said to the girl, "Yes, no problem, senior, follow me." Seeing this, the girl took the spirit stones, smiled on her face, and nodded vigorously. Then she took Lu Changsheng to the backyard of the shop, in front of a house made of black bricks and stones. Lu Changsheng touched the black wall and it was cold. He knew it was washy. This kind of bricks and stones are very resistant to high temperatures. Most alchemy and refining rooms are built with this material. Otherwise, the heat of the ground fire alone would make most materials unable to withstand and melt. Senior, this is our alchemy room. The firepower is very stable and enough to refine most elixirs. The girl took out a token and opened the ban on the alchemy room. It was not big, only about 40 to 50 square meters, clean and simple. There was a fist-sized gourd hanging on each of the 4 walls. In the center of the room, there was a round mound about 10 feet wide. This round mound was made of washi, very flat, and only half a foot high. On the outside of the round mound, there were 8 fiery red mini dragon heads inlaid, lifelike. The dragon heads were slightly raised, just aimed at the sky above the center of the round mound, making a spitting gesture. How do I use this? Lu Changsheng looked at the alchemy room and knew that the round mound was the ground fire outlet, so he asked, Senior, don't you know? The girl tilted her head, a little surprised. In Zhuxiao Xiancheng, if you want to open an alchemy or refining shop and connect to the ground fire, you have to go to Zhuxiao Xiancheng to handle it. So, the alchemy rooms in Zhuxiao Xiancheng are basically the same. This is my first time in Zhuxiao Xiancheng. Lu Changsheng explained. I see. The girl suddenly understood after hearing this. She also understood why Lu Changsheng wanted to rent an alchemy room. Immediately, she stepped forward with a cute face and pointed at the round mound and introduced, this is the ground fire outlet of the alchemy room. The ground fire needed for alchemy is ejected from these 8 dragon heads. Senior, the size and height of the flame can be adjusted here. For the specific driving method, Senior, you can look at this jade slip. After pointing at the round mound and briefly introducing it, the girl took out a jade slip and handed it to Lu Changsheng. Okay. Lu Changsheng took the jade slip and glanced at it. Inside is the earth fire array drive, the use of the general introduction. He looked at the girl and asked, where's the alchemy furnace? The alchemy furnace was put away before, it's upstairs. Senior, wait a minute, I'll go get it. The girl slapped her head and said immediately after hearing this. Then she stepped out of the room quickly with her calves. It seems that this shop should be seriously mismanaged. Lu Changsheng looked at the girl and shook his head slightly. There was only one girl in this shop. The girl looked bored just now, and most of the elixirs on the counter in the shop were only first-level elixirs. He roughly judged that the current situation of this shop was not very good. Like the several alchemy shops he had just visited, no matter how bad they were, there were 1 or 2 apprentices to receive them. And looking at the clean appearance of the alchemy room, the alchemy furnace was put away, which meant that there should be no alchemist in charge. Senior, the alchemy furnace. After a while, the girl returned to the room and took out a half-human high-red copper cloud-patterned alchemy furnace from the storage bag. Okay, thank you very much. Lu Changsheng looked at the alchemy furnace in front of him, and the mana in his body surged, and he immediately let the alchemy furnace land steadily on the 8 fire-breathing dragon heads. By the way, Senior, these gourds are filled with Mars sand, which can temporarily enhance the power of the earth fire. If the Senior feels that the temperature of the earth fire is not enough and needs a big fire to increase the power, you can add Mars sand, which is free. The girl pointed to the gourd on the wall and said, Okay, thank you very much. Lu Changsheng nodded and smiled. Okay, Senior, you can make the alchemy, I won't disturb you. I've been in the store in front, you can call me if you have anything. By the way, my name is Li Zhengyu. The girl in the yellow skirt said. Haha, thank you for troubling Miss Li. Lu Changsheng nodded. After speaking, he added, my name is Yi Fan. Okay, Senior Yi. When the girl heard this name, her eyes smiled like 2 crescent moons. She knew that the other party was willing to tell her name, which meant that the relationship was also closer. This Senior Yi seems to be easy to talk to. I wonder if my sister can invite a master alchemist. If I can't invite a master alchemist, I wonder if I can ask this Senior Yi for help. The girl said secretly in her heart after she walked out of the alchemy room. Huh? After the girl left, Lu Changsheng closed the door of the alchemy room and began to prepare for alchemy. First, he embedded 3 medium-grade spirit stones into the earth fire array. Then, according to the driving formula of the jade slip, he shot 8 red lights on the dragon head. Puff. The dragon head immediately absorbed the red light, and then purple flames spurted out from the dragon's mouth. Let the alchemy room be filled with a hot and high temperature. Let's make a furnace of key combining pills to practice first. Changsheng was going to make a furnace of key combining pills that would increase his foundation building cultivation. Get up. He looked at the alchemy furnace, pinched his hands, and shot out a spiritual light. But then, the furnace cover flew up, and a stream of spiritual water rushed into the alchemy furnace, cleaning the alchemy furnace. Then, he slapped the storage bag. One by one, the spiritual medicine flew into the alchemy furnace for tempering. Blue moon grass, orange flower, bamboo cloud juice. Although it was the first time for Changsheng to make an elixir, he was not nervous at all and was calm and composed. With a second-level alchemy skills, ordinary second-level elixirs such as Hikidan were easy for him to make. In this way, Changsheng put all the spiritual medicines he needed into the alchemy furnace, and then put the lid back on. This step was perfect, without any mistakes. Watching the fire slowly burn and temper the spiritual medicine, Changsheng took out the talisman pen, talisman paper, and spiritual ink and began to draw. Taking advantage of the free time of alchemy, he took the time to draw a few spiritual talismans. If this scene was seen by others, I am afraid they would be shocked and speechless. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 The Poor Sisters. Jiangzhou, Dongning City. Lu Pingyan, I'm very happy to meet you. Don't worry, when I become a disciple of the Qingyun Sect and a great sword fairy, I will take you to cultivate immortality together. A girl in black tiptoed, patted the shoulder of the boy who was a head taller than her, and said goodbye to him. In that case, I wish Miss Qin a safe journey. Lu Pingyan grinned when he heard this. Then he took out a stack of talismans and 3 porcelain bottles from his arms and said, by the way, this journey is long, these are for you. Give it to me. The girl looked at the talismans and porcelain bottles in the boy's hand, and her face was stunned. She knew that the other party had a lot of spiritual talismans and elixirs. But she didn't expect that he would give them all to her at this moment. Qingyun looked up and down at Lu Pingyan and said, Lu Pingyan, did you get your head pinched by a door panel when you were a child? That's not the case. I just chased Xiaohei every day when I was a child, and was often thrown away by Xiaohei's tail. Lu Pingyan scratched his head. The girl in black knew that Xiaohei was a big wolf dog raised by Lu Pingyan's family. She raised her eyebrows, wrinkled her face, crossed her arms, turned slightly, looked at Lu Pingyan with a squint and said, Lu Pingyan, do you like me? Lu Pingyan was stunned when he heard the words, and was dumbfounded. The cold-faced girl who usually had no expression on her face also grinned like Lu Pingyan, with curved eyebrows. Then she gave Lu Pingyan a thumbs up and praised him, you have a good eye. But I, Qingyun, will become a peerless sword immortal in the future, so the man I, Qingyun, like must be the most powerful sword immortal in the world. Lu Pingyan, I can only disappoint you and say sorry. Qingyun raised her head and chest and said, Miss Qin, you misunderstood, I don't like you. It's just that the journey to the Qingyun Sect is long and very dangerous. Lu Pingyan waved his hand and explained. The girl raised her eyebrows, looked into Lu Pingyan's eyes, leaned closer, raised her arm, and left an inch between her thumb and index finger, and asked, don't you like me that much? No. Miss Qin, don't worry, I definitely don't like you. Lu Pingyan leaned back slightly, and said firmly. The girl withdrew her hand, looked at Lu Pingyan and sighed heavily. Shaking her head, she said, Lu Pingyan, people like you, even if you marry a wife in the future, are still stupid, and people can't wait to slap you to death. How is this possible? I'm not stupid. If I really have a wife, it will be another matter. I will never let her suffer any grievances. Lu Pingyan said with a serious face. Not stupid. Qingyun looked unconvinced, full of sarcasm. In this year of getting along, she felt that Lu Pingyan was the stupid son of a landlord. If he hadn't met her, he would have been deceived and sold to mine. Miss Qin, just keep it. I promised my father and mother that I would be away for no more than 3 years. It's been 2 years since I left home. It's time to go home. These things are useless. Lu Pingyan handed the talisman pills to Qingyun. After saying that, He grinned and said, "Just consider it as my advance investment in you, the future great swordsman." "Okay, in that case, I'll take it." Qingyun heard this, pursed her lips and said, "Be careful when you encounter danger on the road. If you can't beat it, run away. Don't fight with others." Lu Pingyun said with a smile when the girl accepted his things. "Lu Pingyun, how can you talk like that? The person standing in front of you is me, Qingyun, but the future great swordsman, okay?" The girl looked up and stared at Lu Pingyun in front of her and said, I know, so you have to be more careful. If you die before you become a great swordsman in the Qingyun Sect, it's a pity. I'm still waiting for you to become a great swordsman, so I can benefit from it," Lu Pingyun said with a smile. Influenced by his father Lu Changsheng, he usually likes to laugh. But his smile gave people a simple and honest feeling. "Lu Pingyun, you are really fussy, just like a woman. I advise you not to get married in the future, just find a woman to marry," the black-clothed girl said unhappily. Lu Pingyun did not refute, but just smiled. "Lu Pingyun, what are your plans for the future?" Qingyun asked. "Well, my mother has always wanted me to get married early. If my father hadn't agreed, my mother would not let me go out to travel. Now that I'm home, I should listen to my mother, get married, have children, and manage the family business." Lu Pingyun heard this and thought about it and said. But as he said this, his face showed a bit of loneliness. He has always been yearning for cultivating immortals. Especially in the past year, he and Qingyun traveled in the secular world of cultivating immortals. He saw many things that he had never touched before. It made him yearn for this wonderful world even more. But he has no spiritual roots, destined to be unable to cultivate immortals, and can only become immortal. Moreover, as the eldest son in the family, he must set a good example and not let his parents down. Both parents hope that he will get married and start a career soon. So after such a long trip, it is time for him to go home and follow the arrangements. The black-clothed girl was silent for a while when she heard this. She naturally knew that immortals and mortals were separated. Without spiritual roots, it is impossible to cultivate immortals. As for what she said about becoming a great sword immortal and taking Lu Pingyun to cultivate immortals, she couldn't say it at this time. After all, she was just a cultivator who had just broken through the 4th level of key refining. "Okay, have a safe journey." Lu Pingyun looked at Qingyun's appearance and smiled and said, "Let's go, see you later." The girl looked up and looked at the handsome and resolute boy in front of her, and said aloud, "See you later," Lu Pingyun said softly. Just like that, Lu Pingyun watched Qingyun leave. Qingyun did not look back. She knew that Lu Pingyun was looking at her. But she did not dare to look back, but just strode forward. As they parted, both of them felt a little empty in their hearts. Jiuxiao Immortal City. Bayodan Pavilion, in the alchemy room. Who, 8 mini dragon heads inhaled and exhaled purple furnace fire, quenching all the spiritual medicine in the furnace into spiritual liquid, filling the room with a faint medicinal fragrance. Lu Changsheng sat aside and calmly finished drawing a talisman. Then he raised his hand and pointed, and the porcelain bottles next to him opened one by one. Several drops of spiritual liquid in powder flew into the furnace, and then he cast a spell. After finishing, Lu Changsheng picked up the talisman pan again and continued to draw talismans. A day and a half later. Condensate? Seeing that the purple-blue liquid medicine in the furnace slowly turned into dark purple, and a spiritual light appeared, Lu Changsheng saw the opportunity and cast a spell. The dark purple liquid medicine continued to condense, and the color also changed between purple and blue, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. At this time, Lu Changsheng did not continue to make talismans. Instead, he quietly looked at the red furnace in front of him, using the fire control technique to control the size of the fire. Open. When the elixir in the furnace was formed and aura was blooming, Lu Changsheng shouted, pinched his hands, and performed the furnace opening method. The furnace cover flew up, and steaming hot air filled the air. There was a faint purple and blue glow, sweeping around, and the fragrance of medicine was scattered. Swoosh, swoosh, the heat wave rolled, and the magic power wrapped the 19 pills and flew into Lu Changsheng's hands. Not bad, 19 pills, 13 fine ones, and 6 top-quality ones. Lu Changsheng looked at the crystal-clear pills in his hand and nodded slightly. The quality of pills also varies. They can be roughly divided into inferior, genuine, fine and top quality. Inferior pills are unqualified pills. Although they can be eaten, They have poor efficacy and many pill toxins. Taking too much will be harmful to the body. Fine and top quality pills not only have good efficacy, but also contain less pill toxins. Most of the pills sold on the market are genuine or fine, and there are very few top quality pills. But Lu Changsheng made 19 pills in his first alchemy, 13 of which were fine and 6 were top quality, which was quite amazing. The cost of this batch of pills is about 100 spirit stones. 19 pills, if calculated in this way, the profit is actually about the same as when I draw second level talisman. But the pills I refine are all fine and top quality, so the price can be several % higher. Lu Changsheng calculated the profit of this batch of pills. At the beginning, he bought a bottle of Hiki pill at the Danding Pavilion in Qingyun Market, spending 1,200 spirit stones. A bottle of Hiki pill has 10 pills. In other words, his furnace of Hiki pills can be sold for more than 2,000 spirit stones, which is almost 20 times the profit. However, the Hiki pills he bought at the beginning were all genuine pills. If they were fine and top quality, the price would probably be 20% to 30% higher, or even more. After all, there are always rich guys who are willing to spend more money for a few more medicinal effects and a few less pill poisons. However, the Hiki pill is only the most common second-level pill. If you refine a difficult pill like the Sanyang pill or the breaking level pill, the profit can be much higher. If you can refine the foundation building pill and the crystal condensing pill, the profit will be even higher. However, the medicinal materials for these pills are very rare and cannot be mass-produced. And what makes alchemists most popular is that many cultivators are willing to prepare their own medicinal materials and pay people to make pills. No compensation is required for failed alchemy. If the alchemy is successful, not only will the extra materials go into your pocket, but there will also be extra red envelopes. This is why alchemists are popular. After being in the world of immortal cultivation for so long, Lu Changsheng also knows why the status of alchemists is a few points higher than that of talismans. Because the demand for some pills is rarer than that of talismans. As long as an alchemist has a reputation, there will be a steady stream of cultivators who will ask you to make pills. There is no need to rely on busy alchemy every day to earn spirit stones. After I return this time and show my foundation building strength, I can gradually show my alchemy skills to the outside world. After a few years, when I have made a name for myself as the Lu Master of Alchemy and Talisman, I will not only have a lot of money in the future, but also countless people will come to ask me to make talismans in alchemy. I can also recruit a large number of apprentices to make talismans in alchemy to work for me. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Although he now has more than 30 children with spiritual roots, he plans to let his children who are not talented go the route of craftsmen. But the threshold of cultivating immortals is here. It is impossible for every child to achieve something. Even if they all become craftsmen, Lu Changsheng will not exploit his children and let them make alchemy and talismans all day to make money. Who develops by exploiting and oppressing the inside? He established a family with the original intention of providing a good growth environment for his children and descendants. If he conducts internal exploitation and oppression, he will go astray. Therefore, he plans to train several batches of talented apprentices to work for his family after establishing the family. In the world of cultivating immortals, people are the least valuable. Even if one has spiritual roots and talent, it is still the same. With his current status as a second-level talisman master, as long as he is willing to recruit talisman apprentices, there are countless people willing to become apprentices and sign a spiritual contract to sell themselves. Alice, I didn't expect that I would also embark on the road of exploitation. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly and shook his head slightly. He took out a white jade porcelain bottle and put all the pills in his hand into the porcelain bottle. Then he looked at the alchemy furnace in front of him, pinched the magic formula with his hands, controlled the fire, cleaned the furnace, and flew all kinds of spiritual medicines into the alchemy furnace to continue refining the pills. Li Zhengguo dragged his tired body towards his own shop. Now that the shop does not have a second-level alchemist, not only has the business plummeted, but the 3-year shop assessment cannot be passed. Dad, Mom, what should I do? Li Zhengguo looked at her deserted Baodin pavilion and sighed deeply. She was born into a family of immortal cultivators. Her father is a foundation-building cultivator, a second-level alchemist. Her mother is also a foundation-building cultivator. This condition is very generous. So she has always been a star-studded existence since she was a child. But a year ago, everything changed. Her parents encountered evil cultivators during an outing and both died. She and her sister were left alone. Faced with this situation, the family not only did not give care and help, but even wanted to seize the property under their parents' names and marry her sister off. Fortunately, her parents had certain connections, so the family did not force them. So she gave up many of her family's properties and brought her sister to Changsheng, relying on this Baodan pavilion for a living. Originally, this medicine shop had been opened in Changsheng for so many years. Under the management of her parents, it already had a certain number of fixed customers and reputation. As long as a second-level alchemist could be invited to take charge, even if the business was not as good as before, it would not be too bad. But the family directly regarded them as traitors. Not only did they stop the supply of spiritual medicines, they also recalled the alchemy apprentices in the store back to the family, and did not allow other alchemists to cooperate with their store. As time went on, their Baodan pavilion business became worse and worse. Many partners gradually stopped cooperating. Half a month ago, she heard that Bei Shenfang had a second-level alchemist. She rushed over without stopping, wanting to offer a high price to invite him to come to her shop and become the alchemist in charge. The other party had just been promoted to a second-level alchemist, and faced with the conditions she offered, he readily agreed and was ready to sign a spiritual contract. But when he learned about her situation, he immediately chose to regret, making her go for nothing and return home disappointed. "Sister, you are back." In the shop, Li Zingyu, who was wearing a goose yellow dress and had a lovely face, was immediately refreshed when she saw her sister coming back, and shouted with a smile on her face. "Xiaoyu." Li Zingguo looked at her sister's happy look, and squeezed out a few smiles on her tired face. A year ago, she was also like her sister, carefree, happy every day, helping her parents run a business. But since her parents passed away, a series of things made her understand the warmth and coldness of the world. "Sister, how about it? Is the alchemist from Bei Shenfang willing to come to her house to be the alchemist in charge?" Li Zingyu saw that her sister was tired, made her a cup of spiritual tea, and said aloud, "I don't want to." Li Zingguo picked up the spiritual tea, took a sip, and shook her head gently. "It's okay, sister. If it doesn't work, just sell the Baodan pavilion, so that you don't have to be busy every day." Li Zingyu pursed her lips, held her sister's hand, and comforted her. Although she is young, she is also very sensible. Knowing that the Baodan pavilion is the hard work of her parents and the industry left to them, her sister is unwilling to give it up. But in the past year, she has watched her sister busying around for the Baodan pavilion. She is exhausted physically and mentally and has no time to practice. "Xiaoyu, I'm fine." Li Zingguo heard this and said with a smile, "Selling the shop is indeed the best choice. But this shop is not only the hard work of her parents. It also has beautiful memories of her and her parents. Once, her father taught her alchemy here, and her mother taught her magic. Oh, by the way, sister, a few days ago, a senior named Yi came to our store and asked you if we had a furnace and alchemy room for rent. I thought this senior named Yi was a nice guy, and he was also a second-level alchemist, so I rented it to him. We can talk to him later, maybe he's willing to be our family's chief alchemist." At this time, Li Zingyu spoke up. She had agreed to rent out the alchemy room for 10 days before, just thinking about waiting for her sister to come back. If her sister didn't hire a second-level alchemist, she would try to see if she could convince Lu Changsheng to become her family's chief alchemist. Senior Yi? A second-level alchemist? Renting a furnace and an alchemy room? Li Zingguo was shocked when she heard this. It wasn't a surprise. It was a shock. Because when she heard her sister's words, she thought of a liar the first time. A second-level alchemist doesn't need to find someone to rent an alchemy room. Even if he wants to rent an alchemy room, how can he rent an alchemy furnace? What kind of second-level alchemist doesn't even have an alchemy furnace? Only the alchemy apprentices, who could not afford to buy an alchemy furnace, used an iron pot to refine pills. Where is the second-level alchemist who needs to find someone to rent an alchemy furnace? Xiaoyu, where's this alchemist? Is he still in the alchemy room? Li Zingguo immediately stood up and asked anxiously. This alchemy furnace is one of her father's relics. It is also the most precious thing in the store. So she usually puts this alchemy furnace away and puts it in the storage room on the 3rd floor. I didn't expect that my sister would rent it out to others. If this senior Yi is a liar, he will make pills randomly and cause the furnace to explode. Or if he uses a fake alchemy furnace and steals his own alchemy furnace, it will be a big loss. Ah, no way. I think that Senior Yi is very easy to talk to, not like a liar. Li Zingyu heard her sister's words and couldn't help but panic. I didn't expect that she would do bad things with good intentions. She also knew that her family is in a difficult situation now. Her sister has been looking for a second-level alchemist outside. That's why she rented out the alchemy room to keep Lu Changsheng. Now that I hear what my sister said, I feel that it is true. How can a second-level alchemist not even have an alchemy furnace? And the Senior Yi seemed to be unfamiliar with the various types of star fire sands in his own ground fire formation. Immediately, the two sisters quickly came to the backyard. Xiaoyu, ask. Li Zingruo was relieved to see that the person was still in the alchemy room, and asked her sister to call him. Although she suspected that Lu Changsheng was a liar, she would not do anything to break into the alchemy room directly. After all, she was just suspicious. What if Lu Changsheng was really an alchemist? What if he was in the middle of refining the alchemy? As an alchemist, she knew that he could not be disturbed during the alchemy process. Moreover, she hoped that this Senior Yi was really a second-level alchemist. Because a second-level alchemist could be so embarrassed that he didn't even have an alchemy furnace, which meant that the current situation was very bad. As long as she offered generous conditions, she might be able to convince the other party to become her own store's alchemist. Senior Yi Li Zingyu took out the token and shouted into the alchemy room. Miss Li, what's up? Lu Changsheng was refining pills and making talismans at the same time, and he raised his head to ask, "Are you free now? My sister is back and wants to see you." Li Zingyu bit her lip and said. She felt that Lu Changsheng had a gentle temperament and didn't believe that he was a liar. Come in. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng guessed that a little girl might have rented the alchemy room, and now that the elders in the family are back, she is worried and came to check. Hey, the stone door of the alchemy room slowly opened. A wave of hot air spread from the room. The two sisters walked into the alchemy room. Immediately, they smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. Seeing the fire burning in the center of the room, and the alchemy furnace surging with spiritual light, it was obvious that some kind of good elixir was being refined. And Lu Changsheng was sitting aside, writing something furiously. This. The sisters were stunned when they saw this scene. What the hell is this? The fire was burning, refining the elixir. But Lu Changsheng was holding a spiritual pen and writing something. It looked like he was making a talisman. How could he do other things while refining the elixir? Two girls, wait a moment. Lu Changsheng said without raising his head. Although he could be distracted by making talismans. But after all, he was drawing a second-level spiritual talisman. He still had to look at the talisman paper and draw it, and he couldn't draw it blindly. After a while, buzz, Lu Changsheng's talisman pen in his hand was on the talisman paper, completing the last stroke, and the spiritual light on the talisman paper surged. The second-level talisman, done. Dao, Miss Li. Lu Changsheng stood up and looked up, looking at the two girls, smiling and greeting them. From the looks of the two girls, he could tell at a glance that they should be biological sisters. Li Zingyu was 15 or 16 years old, with clear eyes, a straight nose, an oval face, a calm temperament, and a well-behaved and cute appearance. This woman looked to be in her 20s. Her face was 70% similar to Li Zingyu, with clear and elegant features, bright eyes and white teeth. Maybe she had just come back from a busy day, and her face looked a bit tired. However, between her eyebrows, there was a crystal clear but hard look. Yi, Senior Yi, are you also a talisman master? Li Zingyu looked at Lu Changsheng and asked with disbelief on her face. The spiritual light of the talisman paper just now surged, allowing them to confirm that Lu Changsheng had just been making talismans and drawing spiritual talismans. This surprised the two and made them speechless. You know, whether it is refining the elixir or making the talisman, it is very difficult and cannot be disturbed by external objects. But Lu Changsheng was obviously refining the elixir in the elixir furnace, but he was making talismans here. And during the talisman making process, he was able to distract himself and talk to them. This is simply amazing and unbelievable. Haha, I know a thing or two. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Senior Yi, I am Xiaoyu's sister, Li Zingruo. I just heard from Xiaoyu that there is an alchemist who rented the alchemy room, so I came to pay my respects. I am really sorry to disturb Master Yi. At this time, Li Zingruo spoke and said respectfully. She is different from her sister. Not only is she much more mature, she has been learning alchemy with her father since she was a child, and is a first-class top-grade alchemist. Through the smell of medicine, the fire in the alchemy furnace, and the liquid medicine, it can be roughly judged that the second-class elixir is being refined. This senior Yi is indeed a second-class alchemist. Not a liar. This made her simply speechless. Refining second-class elixir, he can actually distract himself to draw talismans. Moreover, the aura of the talisman taking shape just now and the surging aura should not be an ordinary talisman. This made her excited. She knew that her sister really met a master. The senior Yi in front of her was a real master. If he could become the alchemist in charge of his own shop would be saved. Haha, it's okay. I forgot to bring the alchemy furnace when I came to Changsheng this time, so I could only find a place to rent an alchemy furnace and an alchemy room. Thanks to your sister, I have a place to make alchemy. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. It can be seen that Li Xingguo should be a relatively smart and capable person. Senior Yi, are you planning to settle down in Changsheng? If there is no place to stay for the time being, our Baodin Pavilion is currently lacking a store alchemist. I wonder if Senior Yi is interested. As long as Senior Yi is willing to become. Li Xingguo's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he spoke out immediately, with hope in his beautiful eyes. Friend Li, I came to Changsheng this time just to do some things, and I have no intention of settling down. So there is really no way for me to serve as the store alchemist of your pavilion. Lu Changsheng shook his head and declined. He was not opposed to the store alchemist of this kind of shop. If this shop is in the Red Leaf Valley Market, or in the market around Qingzhu Mountain, he doesn't mind using a vest to be a store alchemist. Not only does it have an extra income, but it also has an extra channel for selling pills. He can sell all the pills he refines in the shop. But unfortunately, his base camp is in Qingzhu Mountain. After completing this purchase, he will go back and will not stay in Changsheng for long. Where does Senior Yi live? As long as you are willing to become our Baodin Pavilion store alchemist, you don't have to come to the shop at ordinary times. Xingguo can come to communicate with you if there is something. I will trouble you to come here when I need it. Li Xingguo was unwilling to give up and continued. Friend Li, Yi lives in the Qingyun territory, which is really far away from Changsheng. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said. From Qingzhu Mountain to Changsheng, it has crossed half of Jiangguo's cultivation world. Qingyun territory. Li Xingguo heard this and felt a little disappointed. Knowing that this is indeed a long way. Even if you take a spirit boat, it will take several months to travel. She bit her lip, still unwilling to give up and said, I don't know when Senior Yi will leave. Her shop is not only facing the problem of declining business. It is also facing another problem. In Changsheng, there is a rule. The elixir, talisman, magic weapon, and other 100 art shops in the inner city must have a second-level master in charge. Therefore, Changsheng will have a shop assessment every 3 years. The talisman master in charge of the shop must go to the 100 Arts Hall in the Fairy City for assessment and registration. If the assessment is not passed, the shop's business qualification will be revoked. Now there are only 3 months left before the assessment. If she cannot invite a second-level alchemist who is not registered in the Fairy City within 3 months and pass the assessment, then her Baodin Pavilion will no longer be able to continue operating. About 2 months. Lu Changsheng said with a slight hesitation. He planned to wait until the auction was over, and then exchange the heads of the 2 robber cultivators in Honghai Valley and go back. As for why he didn't go to collect the reward now, Lu Changsheng also learned about it. The reward for the Qingyun Sect can choose something of equal value. Spirit stones, elixirs, magic tools, techniques, and treasures from heaven and earth are all acceptable. So he is not in a hurry to claim the bounty now. He's going to wait until he has finished shopping and see what materials are still missing. At that time, he will use the bounty of these 2 heads to exchange for what he needs. 2 months. When Li Xingguo heard this, he pleaded in his eyes and said, I would like to ask Senior Yi to register as the store master of our Baodin Pavilion and then participate in an annual inspection and assessment. This assessment will be in 3 months and will not delay Senior Yi for too much time. As long as you are willing, you can put forward any conditions. Li Xingguo looked at Lu Changsheng expectantly and said. His sister Li Xingguo beside him also nodded and looked at Lu Changsheng with hope. Any conditions can be put forward. Lu Changsheng did not expect that a store master could make the two women so compatible and reluctant to part and make such a big decision. He looked at the two sisters with a slightly strange look. The elder sister is at the 8th level of key refining. The younger sister is at the 4th level of key refining. At this age and with this level of cultivation, it means that the spiritual root talent is very good. If you marry her and have a baby, it should be good. However, Lu, would not ask the girl to be his concubine for such a small matter. There should be other second-level alchemists in the surrounding families of Jiuxiao Xiancheng, right? You can open a store in the inner city of Jiuxiao Xiancheng. It shouldn't be so difficult to hire a second-level alchemist. Lu Changsheng asked. The fact that this store can be opened in the inner city of Jiuxiao Xiancheng shows that it has certain strength. Now not only is the business deserted, but there are only 2 girls in charge of the store. It is not just because of poor management. So Lu Changsheng guessed that there must be other reasons. Senior. Li Xingguo gritted his teeth and told the reason. I see. After listening to Li Xingguo's words, Lu Changsheng sighed slightly in his heart. He thought that the two sisters were also pitiful people. Otherwise, the original family situation of the two sisters was simply better than many people. But this is the world of cultivation, and things are unpredictable. Senior. Li Xingguo recalled everything in his mind because of what his sister told him about her parents. His eyes were red and his face was full of sadness. If so, I can help you in the assessment 3 months later. But how do I know that what you said is true and will not offend the Li family behind you? Lu Changsheng said. Lu, is also a father. He has great love in his heart and has always been soft-hearted. He can't stand such things. If he can help, he is willing to help. As for the Li family behind the two women, he is not afraid. According to what Li Xingguo just described, the Li family is just a foundation-building family. After her parents died, there were a total of 4 foundation-building cultivators in the family. But he can't believe everything others say. This senior can ask around in Xiancheng. For example, Baek Xiaozie and Xian Solao in Xiancheng sell all kinds of intelligence information. Senior, you can buy news about our Li family and our store through Baek Xiaozie, and then know whether it is true. Li Xingguo said softly. Just talking about the past made her feel a little depressed. Okay, how about this? I will give the 2 girls a reply later. Lu Changsheng glanced at Li Xingguo and nodded. He also thought that after this purchase, there will definitely be purchase needs in the fairy city in the future. If the 2 girls are good people, they can maintain this relationship and channel. In the future, they can purchase some rare materials in Jiuxiao Fairy City through the 2 girls. Then let Xiao Ziyu ask Qingyun Sect's spirit ship to bring them back. This way, I can save myself from running around and causing all kinds of trouble. Thank you, Senior Yi. Thank you, Senior Yi. The 2 sisters heard Lu Changsheng's words, and they looked at each other, with joy in their eyes. Chapter 191, Zuanqi Dao Soldiers, experience the magical powers of the real person. Blackwater Pond. Boom boom boom, woo woo woo. One after another, the spiritual boats and monks took turns attacking the Ziyao family's 10,000 corpses mysterious array, causing a huge noise and accompanied by bursts of ghosts and wolves howling. However, it can be seen that the offensive of the Qingyun Sect's army has obviously slowed down, not as fierce as at the beginning. Report to Master Qingyun, the earth-shaking array is ready. At this time, a master of formations came to the giant spiritual ship that spanned the void. He said respectfully to the peerless beauty who was dressed in colorful palace clothes, graceful and noble, and incomparable. Break the formation. Yun Wanshang looked down from a high place, overlooking all living beings, opened her red lips slightly, and uttered cold and majestic words. Yes. The formation master next to him responded immediately, took out the formation plate in his hand and turned it. Suddenly, the mountains around the Blackwater Pond, the arranged mountain guarding array, mountain shaking array, mountain top array, earth shaking array, and mudstone array were all activated. Under the guidance of a famous formation master, spiritual light surged, formation flags fluttered, and bursts of sky-high light burst out. These lights connected the Earth's aura and spiritual energy, and merged into the earth-shaking formation. The entire formation was earthy yellow, like a ground dragon, stretching between heaven and earth, with amazing power. The earth-shaking formation can overturn mountains and shake the earth veins. The third-level formation is difficult to break and has no weaknesses, because this level of formation can perfectly connect the earth veins and form a small world of its own, making it impeccable. But the earth-shaking formation overturned mountains and directly destroyed the formation's earth veins, turning the third-level formation into an attic in the air, breaking without attack. Break the formation. On the spirit ship, the formation master pinched his hands and shouted loudly. Then he threw the formation plate in his hand, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the eyes of the earth dragon. Roar! The earth dragon seemed to be completely revived, roared, and rushed to the bottom of the black water pool. Boom boom boom, in an instant, everyone felt the ground shake violently, and then the ground shook and the spiritual energy was disordered. The second-level top spiritual veins of the black water pond were immediately damaged under the attack of the earth-shaking formation, and countless spiritual energy was scattered. The second-level spiritual veins arranged the third-level formation, which was barely maintained by relying on the countless yin corpses and treasures of the Xiahao family. Now under the attack of the mountain-shaking formation, the ground veins were damaged, and the power was immediately greatly reduced, and it was difficult to continue. Boom boom boom, the east wind blew, and the drums of war were beaten. On the giant spiritual ship, 36 monks blew the attack horns and beat the drums. The sound of the horns and drums made all the monks excited, as if they had received an order, and they all bombarded the 10,000 corpses mysterious formation of the black water pond. Boom boom boom, the overwhelming attack fell on the 10,000 corpses mysterious formation, causing cracks and flaws to appear in this formation in an instant, revealing the true scene in the black water pond. No. Ancestor. In the black water pond, the ground shook, the spiritual energy was trembling, the houses and buildings collapsed, and many Xiahao clan members wailed and screamed. They knew that at this moment, the Xiahao family was finished. Ancestor. At this moment, Xiahao Wuwo also looked grim and shouted to his ancestor. The earth-shaking formation, Qingyun Sect knew that the war between the two countries would start, so they would rather spend the price and use thunder to kill our Xiahao family. Wuwo, I will stop Qingyun Sect and others later, and you take the opportunity to escape. Remember, after leaving, don't go back to Qianshi Sect. In the depths of the black water pond, Xiahao Ji, with a stiff face, gray skin, and dark red eyes, spoke in a cold voice. Ancestor. Xiahao Wuwo's voice was heavy when he heard this. He had known his ancestor's decision for a long time. The entire black water pond was used to attract the attention of Qingyun Sect, and some of the family's elite were sent away from Qingyun territory and escaped from Zhang State. If they could not hold on until the invasion of Jin State, he would take the opportunity to escape. Now that the core members of our Xiahao family have been sent out, our Xiahao family has hope only if you are alive. Don't forget the family feud. Xiahao Ji's voice was cold and emotionless. Old ancestor, Wuwo, I dare not, don't forget. Xiahao Wuwo looked at his own ancestor, knelt down suddenly, and bowed with his forehead touching the ground. He bowed 3 times, his face solemn, and his eyes slightly red. Qingyun Sect. Xiahao Ji suddenly raised his head and looked at Yun Wansheng on the giant boat spirit ship in the sky outside the formation. A pair of dark red eyes gradually turned scarlet, dark as blood. The blue-gray skin showed the color of black gold and iron, and there were wisps of Xuansha corpse gas. Boom. 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 On the giant boat spirit ship, the cannons that had been ready also fired at this moment. One after another, the thunder and light pillars that were as wide as a foot and destroyed the world hit the crumbling formation. The sky was filled with gray and black air, the mountains of corpses and the sea of blood, the howling of ghosts and wolves, all turned into flying ashes at this moment and disappeared. The Xiahao family's 10,000 corpses mysterious array was completely broken at this moment. In the black water pond, the Xiahao family's mountain city appeared. The city, houses, buildings, and ground veins inside had collapsed countless times, like a ruin. Almost all the ordinary people in the Xiahao family died in the earth-shaking formation, and were crushed to death under the buildings, and they couldn't even make a wail. Only some cultivators survived the earth-shaking formation just now. The formation has been broken, and the Xiahao family will be bloodbathed. On the giant boat spirit ship, Yun Wansheng's face was noble and cold, and her eyebrows were full of domineering and majesty. Immediately, a golden and brilliant magic sword appeared in her hand. She took a step forward and stood in the void, with a momentum like a rainbow, suppressing the world. Kill! 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 Spirit ships, one after another, the foundation-building ancestors heard the order, and led their own children to fight in the black water pond. Now is the last time to harvest. My sons, Follow this ancestor to fight. In the black water pond, Zai Haoji looked up to the sky and howled. His voice was like the roar of a beast, the howling of a wolf at the moon, and it was breathtaking. Bang bang bang, in an instant, endless yin ki and corpse ki filled the air. But in the black water pond clan, black coffins flew out one after another, covering the sky and the ground, and there were thousands of them. Countless zombies broke out of the coffins, roared to the sky, and killed everyone with bloodshot eyes. Master Qingyun, I am Zai Haoji. Today I bring my Zai Hao family sons, Zuanqi Dao soldiers, to learn the master's magical powers. Zai Haoji stepped on a bronze coffin and soared into the sky. His skin was black, his eyes were bloodshot, and the mysterious evil aura around him almost turned into substance, like a demon, fierce and evil. Jiuxiao Immortal City. Baodin Pavilion, Alchemy Room. Hoo-hoo-hoo, 8 mini dragon heads swallowed and spit out purple furnace fire, filling the alchemy furnace with spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance. Senior Yi, your pill is almost ready. Li Zengruo looked at the alchemy furnace in front of him and reminded him. Don't worry, this furnace of pills is a second-level spiritual nourishing pill. In order to improve the efficacy of the medicine, I added more red lotus powder to it. It can not only lock the efficacy, but also make the pill quality better when it is condensed, but it needs to be refined for a while. Lu Changsheng, who was drawing spiritual talismans on the side, said in a gentle voice without raising his head. Before, the Li sisters invited him to become the store alchemist of the Baodin Pavilion, and he said he would consider it. Afterwards, he bought a piece of news about the Li family in Baodin Pavilion and Baixiaozhe. After confirming that the two sisters were telling the truth, Lu Changsheng also agreed to the store alchemist and store assessment. As for the price, the two sisters need to pay him a reward of 3,000 spirit stones. Moreover, during this period, they sold pills and talismans for him and purchased all kinds of necessary materials. Faced with this request, the two sisters agreed immediately. So for more than a month, Lu Changsheng was basically in the Baodin Pavilion, refining pills and making talismans. The sisters sold all the extra pills and talismans for him, which made his storage bag full of spirit stones again. Now he has a huge sum of more than 40,000 spirit stones. After more than a month of getting along and contacting each other, the Li sisters became closer to him. Li Zengruo would come to help him control the fire and watch the furnace when she was free. For this, Lu Changsheng not only didn't mind, but also taught the little girl alchemy. So that's it, the second-level feeding spirit pill. Add more red silk powder to lock the medicinal effect. Li Zengruo heard this and nodded thoughtfully. Refining pills, refining equipment, making talismans, even if there is a legacy, but without guidance, it is also difficult to explore on your own. But doing so requires a much higher level of condensation skills. When condensing the pill, it is necessary to derive water vapor and condense it into the pill. Lu Changsheng said calmly. There are many alchemy techniques and the inheritance of the second-level alchemy skills. Although these alchemy techniques are just common alchemy techniques, they are not rare inheritances. But they are enough to deal with 90% of the pills on the market. Let him refine the best pills, which are basically fine and top quality. Zengruo, watch it. After drawing another first-level spiritual talisman, Lu Changsheng said to Li Zengruo. When the spirit surged in the pill furnace, he pinched his hands. Huangxi Huayin technique, condense the pill. As the pill furnace was filled with clouds and mist, and the heat was steaming, a mist flew towards the liquid medicine that was condensed into pills. The moment this water vapor washes over the pill, the furnace must be opened, otherwise it will affect the quality of the pill. Open. Lu Changsheng said, pinching his hands repeatedly, letting the red furnace cover fly up. Suddenly, brown spiritual pills the size of longan flew into Lu Changsheng's hands. There were more than 40 spiritual pills in this furnace. They were all fine and top-grade pills. Different pills have different refining methods and ingredients, so the number of pills is also different. For example, spiritual pills can be refined by putting a large number of spiritual medicines at one time, which is relatively rough, so Lu Changsheng can refine up to 50 pills at most. Collect. Lu Changsheng took out a porcelain bottle and put all the more than 40 spiritual pills into the porcelain bottle. Then he looked at Li Zengruo, who was stunned, and said, "How is it?" Zengruo understands it. Senior Yi, I understand it. The stunned Li Zengruo immediately came back to his senses, his cheeks slightly red, and nodded to Lu Changsheng. Just now, Looking at Lu Changsheng's heroic face and gentle teachings in front of her, she remembered the days when her father taught her to refine pills here. However, her father, who was usually gentle, was very strict in refining pills, unlike Senior Yi in front of her who was so gentle. Let's stop here today. If you have any questions about alchemy, you can ask me. With your talent, as long as you work harder, you will soon become a top-level alchemist, and you may even become a second-level alchemist in the future. Lu Changsheng said to Li Xingguo. This little girl is really talented in alchemy and has a solid foundation. If your father hadn't passed away and she had no one to guide her, and had been delayed by trivial matters, she would probably have been promoted to first-level top-level alchemist. Thank you, Senior Yi. Li Xingguo nodded vigorously when she heard this, as if she was greatly encouraged. After more than a month of contact, she knew that Senior Yi in front of her was a very powerful alchemist. Even more powerful than her father. So she believed in Lu Changsheng's words. Knowing that the other party said that he had the hope of becoming a second-level alchemist, he must have the hope. The auction will start tomorrow, I hope I won't be disappointed. Lu Changsheng walked out of the alchemy room and let out a sigh of relief. He was going to go back and have a good rest. He was a little tired physically and mentally after several days of alchemy and talisman making. Senior Yi, all the key combining pills you made before have been sold. Several people came to ask when they would have more, saying that the pills you made are very effective. Li Xingguo in the store hall saw Lu Changsheng and said happily. Since Lu Changsheng came, the business of their store has improved a lot, and she is very happy to collect spirit stones every day. Although these spirit stones do not belong to her. But Lu Changsheng always gives her dozens of spirit stones as a reward. I will make a few more furnaces when I have time. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. You are the alchemist in charge of Baodin Pavilion. I wonder if Master you can make the exquisite Xianyin pill. There was a customer in the store. Hearing this, he looked at Lu Changsheng and said politely. If you pay a deposit, I can make a furnace and pick it up in half a month. Lu Changsheng said so after hearing this. Xianyin pill is a pill taken in the middle and late stages of foundation building to improve cultivation. If the other party wants it, he is also willing to make a few bottles to sell. After all, I will need it in the future. What's the price? The customer asked. 30% higher than the market price, 2,300 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng said. In that case, please trouble Master Yi. After hearing the words, the man thought for a moment, took out 1,200 spirit stones as a deposit, and then said goodbye and left. Wow! Li Xingguo couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw this scene. She couldn't help but be amazed that the other party was willing to pay a deposit and reserve the pill just because he bought a bottle of Hiki pill before. She thought to herself that if Lu Changsheng could stay in the store all the time, then their Baodin Pavilion would be able to flourish and surpass the past. Xiao, if the second-level pills in the store are sold out, you can put the talisman in a more conspicuous place, so that it will be easier to sell. Lu Changsheng looked at the spirit talisman next to him and said to Li Xingguo. After all, Baodin Pavilion is a pill store. The pills he put in the store for sale were basically sold out quickly. The spirit talisman was relatively slow. But it didn't matter if it was a little slower. He went to other shops to buy them back, but they could only buy them at 50% or 60% off. In Baodin Pavilion, they are all market prices. And if the quality of the pills and talismans is good, the price can be a few cents higher. Yes, Senior Yi. Li Xingguo heard this and immediately placed several talismans next to her neatly on the central counter. By the way, Senior Yi, these are the spirit stones for selling pills and talismans in the past few days. She took out another storage bag and handed it to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng glanced at it with his spiritual sense and found 11,350 spirit stones. They were the pills and talismans he had refined some time ago. Thank you for your hard work. He took out 50 spirit stones and handed them to Li Xingguo as a reward. Thank you, Senior Yi. Li Xingguo immediately accepted them with a smile. 50 spirit stones were not a small amount for her. Moreover, Lu Changsheng had given her more than 300 spirit stones during this period. Okay, you should rest early. Lu Changsheng looked at the little girl's smile and subconsciously rubbed her little head. Thousands of miles away from Jixiao Xiansheng, there is a sacred mountain called Qingyun Mountain. The ruler of Qingyun Mountain is the Li family. You said that a second-level alchemist came to Baodin Pavilion, and this alchemist is a second-level top-grade alchemist. The head of the Li family was a little surprised after hearing the news reported by one of his subordinates. There are not many second-level top-grade alchemists even in Qingzhu Mountain. This made him a little surprised. Where did his two nieces invite the second-level alchemist from? That's right, Patriarch. The quality of the pills refined by this person is very high, and he is definitely a second-level top-grade alchemist. As for his origin, I haven't investigated the relevant information. He should be an alchemist who has just come to Qingzhu Mountain, so he settled in Baodin Pavilion. The reporter said respectfully. Please prepare a gift and go to meet this alchemist. Test the relationship between this alchemist and Xingruo. If the relationship is average and they are just staying in the Baodin Pavilion temporarily, you can ask if they are willing to come to our Dai Li family as a guest minister. Our family is willing to welcome them. If the relationship is good, you can apologize and say that there are some contradictions and misunderstandings between the families. See the other party's attitude and don't offend them. The head of the Li family knocked on the table and said thoughtfully. A second-level top-grade alchemist, even if he has no foundation, can quickly accumulate connections through alchemy. So their Li family is unwilling to offend such an alchemist. If their two nieces get to know such an alchemist, it is really not a good thing for their Li family. After all, what their Li family did to the two sisters was really not glorious. Yes, head of the family. The reporter clasped his fists and responded. Chapter 192 Special Demon Core, Small Forbidden Formation. The next day, Lu Changsheng went out and walked towards the Qingzhu Mountain auction venue. Today is the day of the Qingzhu Mountain semi-annual auction. But for Qingzhu Mountain, this small auction is just a small excitement. Selling some rare fine products. As far as Lu Changsheng knows, the real excitement in Xiancheng is the auction held every 3 years and every 10 years. Like the foundation building pill, many rare elixirs, martial arts inheritance, and natural treasures can all be seen in such large auctions. After arriving at the Qingzhu Mountain auction venue, Lu Changsheng took out the invitation he had bought early. My fellow Taoist, you are holding an invitation to the private room, please follow me. A maid with a beautiful face and a sweet smile invited Lu Changsheng to the second floor of the venue. In the private room, the privacy of the guests is absolutely confidential, and after the guests bid for the treasure, someone will directly send you to the private room for the transaction. The maid led the way while introducing the facilities and rules of the auction venue. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. He knew these aspects before. The private room is not only much more comfortable, but also has a certain degree of privacy. It is worthy of being a fairy city. Even if it is just a small auction, it is more lively than the auction that took so long to warm up in the Red Leaf Valley Market. Lu Changsheng came to the private room and sat down. He could overlook the entire auction and look at the seats on the first floor. Most of them were cultivators in the late stage of key refining. There were also many foundation building cultivators. Dong, about half an hour later, with a loud gong sound, a tall, mature and charming female cultivator in a red dress walked into the venue. Thank you all for coming. This auction starts now. I wish all Taoist friends and seniors can buy their favorite things. The first lot is the low-grade spiritual weapon Jiang Yiki crossbow, which has the effects of attacking enemies, breaking laws, and breaking prohibitions, and can be activated by spiritual stones without consuming mana. The starting price is 2,000 spiritual stones. The red-skirted female cultivator's voice was a little numb and delicate. She introduced a small crossbow. The voice was clearly heard by everyone in the venue. 2,100 spirit stones. 2,500 spirit stones. Although this is a low-grade spirit weapon. But it is indeed a fine product to be able to appear at the auction. It can be activated without consuming one's own mana, so it can be used by cultivators in the late stage of key refining. 2,900 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng opened his mouth and offered a price. He naturally couldn't use this spirit weapon. But Lu Miaoji's cultivation at the peak of key refining happened to be practicing water-attributed exercises, which was quite suitable for this crossbow spirit weapon and could be used for self-defense. Besides, he had to give his wife, concubines and children some small gifts when he returned home after this trip. After several bids, Lu Changsheng bought it at a price of 3,800 spirit stones. It was not expensive, but it was not cheap either. Guest, this is the spirit weapon you bought. After a while, a maid came into the box through the secret passage with a tray. Well, Lu Changsheng picked up the crossbow and played with it briefly. He knew that this spirit weapon was cultivated by medium-grade spirit stones and daily nurturing, so that cultivators of key refining could easily activate it. If the energy stored in it is used up, it will be much more difficult to activate it. After paying the spirit stones, he put away the crossbow. Ice Heart Pill can help the ice attribute cultivation to break through the bottleneck, and has the effect of suppressing the inner demon and treating fire attribute injuries. There are 10 pills in total, and each pill starts at 500 spirit stones. The delicate voice of the red skirt female cultivator continued to spread throughout the auction venue and rang in everyone's ears. Lu Changsheng lazily leaned on the soft chair and looked around casually. Unless it was a third-level pill or some rare pills, he had basically no interest. This. Lu Changsheng, who was looking around bored, suddenly saw in the corner of the first floor. A cultivator looked at the red-skirt female cultivator on the stage with burning eyes, doing obscene behavior. Fuck. Lu Changsheng cursed inwardly, and his face showed the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his mobile phone. I didn't expect to see such a heaven-defying scene at the auction. But this person is really bold and fearless. You know, the red-skirt female cultivator on the stage is not a vase. She is a foundation-building cultivator. And this person is only in the late stage of key refining. Maybe this is exciting. Lu Changsheng didn't understand what this kind of person was thinking, so he shook his head and quickly looked away, looking at the curvy and plump female cultivator in a red skirt on the high platform. The auction continued. I have to say that the quality of this auction is indeed good. Basically, they are elixirs, magic tools, natural treasures, and spiritual beast cubs that are rarely seen in normal times. In the process, there are also some inheritances of secret techniques and the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. However, the techniques are only advanced techniques, and the inheritance of skills is only the top of the second level. It seems that the inheritance of techniques and advanced skills are severely blocked everywhere and rarely leaked out. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. As the items were auctioned one by one. Finally, an auction item made the lazy Lu Changsheng excited. Purple Thunder Spirit Wood. This spirit wood is in the third level middle grade, can be used as medicine, set up formations, refine spiritual tools, treasures, or make talisman skins. The starting price is 4,000 spirit stones. The female cultivator in the red skirt had a charming voice and introduced the auction items in detail, which made the boring auction more colorful and not so boring. A third-grade middle-grade spiritual wood. This trip to the auction was not in vain. Lu Changsheng looked at the piece of spiritual wood and sat up slightly. The main purpose of his trip to Juxiao Immortal City was to purchase more third-grade talisman-making materials. But third-grade materials are very scarce. He had almost run all over the inner city before, and only bought a dozen third-grade low-grade talisman-making materials and a third-grade low-grade spiritual wood. Now this third-grade middle-grade spiritual wood is made into talisman skin, which can be used to nourish treasure talismans and produce third-grade middle-grade spiritual talismans. He is determined to get it. 4,500 spiritual stones. In the first floor hall, a foundation building cultivator immediately bid. 5,000 spiritual stones. 5,100 spiritual stones. 5,300 spiritual stones. 6,000 spiritual stones. Seeing that there were fewer people bidding, Lu Changsheng also made a bid. 6,100 spiritual stones. A price was shouted out in a box. 6,500 spiritual stones. Lu Changsheng continued to bid. 6,600 spirit stones. This voice was a bit gnashing. Because the price of a third-level medium-quality spirit wood is 5 or 6,000 spirit stones. But this piece of spirit wood has thunder attribute, which is relatively rare, just suitable for him to refine a treasure. 7,000 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng shouted slowly. Although the premium is quite high. But for him, as long as it can be made into talisman, everything is worth it. After this price was announced, no one in the other boxes offered any more. After all, in the foundation building period, there are really not many cultivators as rich as Lu Changsheng. After a while, a maid brought a piece of purple veined spirit wood several feet long. The spirit wood was covered with purple lightning veins, and a faint spiritual light flowed, which was very extraordinary. Not bad. Lu Changsheng looked at this purple thunder spirit wood with a faint smile on his face. If the spirit wood is made into third-level talisman skin, it can be used to draw some third-level thunder-related talismans. After he paid the spirit stones, he continued to look at the items introduced on the high platform. A second-level medium-quality formation, the Wild Wind and Fiery Fire formation, with a complete array plate and 108 array flags, is easy to operate and can transform into Wild Wind and Raging Fire. Even a foundation-building cultivator will find it very difficult to deal with. It can be used to guard caves and trap monsters. The starting price is 5,000 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng thought this formation device was good. However, the range of this formation was too small, only 100 feet. It was only suitable for guarding caves and spiritual fields. It could not be used as a family formation. So he did not participate in the auction. However, this formation device was sold for a huge sum of 9,000 spirit stones. Next, it's the finale of our auction. After the auction lasted for another quarter of an hour, on the high platform, the female cultivator in a red skirt took out a blue crystal core and introduced it aloud, second-level special demon core, which can replace the heavenly spirit fruit and become a supplementary material for foundation-building pills. The starting price is 8,000 spirit stones. Second-level special demon core. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he saw this demon core, showing some interest. The reason why the foundation-building pill is rare is that the main ingredient, the heavenly spirit fruit, is too rare. Except for the purple nether secret realm that opens once every 30 years, there is no fixed output. The foundation-building pills that occasionally flow out of the 3 major immortal cities, except for someone who gets the heavenly spirit fruit by chance, use the second-level special demon core to replace the heavenly spirit fruit as the main material of the foundation-building pill. However, this second-level special demon core is also extremely rare. First of all, only some very rare and very powerful second-level monsters have demon cores. For example, the second-level blue wolf that Lu Changsheng killed at the beginning did not have a demon core at all. Secondly, the demon core used to refine the foundation-building pill cannot contain too much energy or too violent, and must be gentle and pure. Otherwise, it will conflict with other materials of the foundation-building pill. For example, demon cores with gold, fire, thunder, ice, and multiple attributes do not meet the requirements. Therefore, it is very difficult to obtain this special demon core by hunting monsters. You must enter the depths of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range. But in the depths of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range, countless monsters are entrenched. There are even 3rd and 4th order demon kings. Even Giant's Henren would have a headache if they went deep into the mountain, and they would fall into it accidentally. Therefore, ordinary foundation-building cultivators and Giant's Henren would not go to the depths of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range to look for special demon cores. They basically try their luck in the outer areas. Or they may encounter such demon beasts in other mountains and obtain special demon cores. Use the second-order demon core instead of the shining fruit to refine the foundation-building pill, and the pill formula and refining method only need to be slightly adjusted. If I have this second-order special demon core, I can collect the auxiliary materials myself and refine 3 foundation-building pills. Lu Changsheng thought to himself and prepared to bid for this second-order special demon core. Although he didn't need the foundation-building pill. But the foundation-building pill is a scarce commodity, and no one has too many. Not only can it be used for wives, concubines, and children, it can also be used to exchange for rare natural treasures. In the world of immortal cultivation, the foundation-building pill can be said to be a top-quality hard currency. 8,500 spirit stones. A voice immediately quoted. 8,600 spirit stones. 8,800 spirit stones. Many cultivators present were interested in this second-level special demon core. The key refining cultivator wanted this special demon core and asked someone to refine a foundation-building pill. The foundation-building cultivator had a family descendant. After a while, the price of this demon core exceeded 10,000. 12,000 spirit stones. At this time, an old and majestic voice sounded, directly raising the price by 1,000 spirit stones. At the same time, a window in this box opened. Through the window, people could see an old man with gray hair, a square face, and a majestic face. It turned out to be Master He. I heard that Master He is very good at refining foundation-building pills with demon cores, and can guarantee at least 1 pill, and 2 foundation-building pills if it works normally. Master He took this demon core, and there will be foundation-building pills at the auction 2.5 years later. Hello, Master He. Many people in the field looked at the box and recognized this majestic old man. They knew that the other party was a famous alchemist in Jiuxiafang City. This master he was indeed very popular, and many foundation building cultivators gave up the fight. Many even said hello and planned to visit Master He later, presenting him with auxiliary materials and asking for a foundation building pill. 13,000 spirit stones. But Lu Changsheng didn't care at all, and without giving Master He face, he made an offer. As soon as this voice came out, everyone else in the field immediately looked at the box where Lu Changsheng was. 13,500 spirit stones. Master He also looked at the box where Lu Changsheng was, snorted coldly, and raised the price by 500 spirit stones. The price of a foundation building pill is about 20,000 spirit stones. The price of this crystal core plus the auxiliary materials is almost 20,000 spirit stones. If only one foundation building pill is refined, there is no profit at all. But for alchemists, it is often good to be able to make a profit. After all, every time you refine a pill, you also accumulate experience and proficiency. 15,000 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng directly raised the price. With a second-level alchemy skills, he was confident that he could refine 3 foundation building pills. Among the 3 foundation building pills, there was even a top-grade foundation building pill. Therefore, he was determined to get this special demon core. This fellow Taoist, I am him now. Master He said coldly when he saw Lu Changsheng's offer. Why, can you use your power to suppress others at the auction? Lu Changsheng said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, Mao's face turned pale. He was a well-known figure in Jiuxiao Immortal City. Even if he revealed his identity, the price of this crystal core was almost the limit. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng did not give him any face at all. He gritted his teeth and quoted, 16,000 spirit stones. 17,000 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng said calmly. 18,000 spirit stones. Master He continued to quote. 20,000 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng said calmly. Faced with this situation, Master He stopped quoting. Although he was 50% sure that he could refine 2 foundation building pills, the time and energy spent on collecting auxiliary materials and refining pills was not worth it even if the price was raised. Besides, Lu Changsheng's offer was not respectful to him, which made him feel cautious and dare not defend him. Hiss, who is this person? He actually spent 20,000 spirit stones to bid for this special demon core. The price of foundation building pills is only this price. Could this person also be a master of alchemy, or know a master of alchemy? How is it possible? Where do so many master of alchemy come from? Yes, there are only so many famous and well-known alchemy masters in the fairy city. Maybe this special demon core is just needed, for example, to help spirit beasts advance. In the venue, the high price of this demon core caused a lot of discussion. After all, on weekdays, the price of a special demon core is at most 15,000 spirit stones. After a while, this second-level special demon core was delivered. After Lu Changsheng checked it, he put it away in a jade box. Many natural treasures in the world of immortal cultivation must be stored in special treasure boxes, otherwise they will leak spiritual energy. After the auction of the second-level demon core ended, Lu Changsheng was not very interested in the next few things, so he did not participate. In addition, he spent more than 30,000 spiritual stones on the auction of 3 items. His wealth and grandeur might attract the attention of those who are interested. Fellow Taoists, the auction is over now. The next is the trade fair, a free trade session. Fellow Taoists who are interested can move to the side hall. The woman in the red skirt said, announcing the end of the auction. After hearing this, Lu Changsheng told the maid of the auction that he wanted to participate in the trade fair. This was also one of his purposes for participating in the auction. In the world of immortal cultivation, many cultivators who obtained rare natural treasures did not like to sell them for spiritual stones. Instead, they sought what they needed by exchanging things for things. Upon hearing this, the maid asked Lu Changsheng if he needed to conceal his identity. The venue provided cloaks and masks. As expected of the Immortal City, it is the Zhou Dao. After hearing this, Lu Changsheng received a cloak and mask. However, this mask and cloak require 300 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng came to the side hall through the secret passage. As soon as he entered the main hall, he noticed that there was some kind of formation here that could affect other people's consciousness. Combined with the mask and cloak, it is basically impossible for others to detect their identities. However, only half of the people in the side hall hid their identities. Many people directly revealed their true faces. I think these people should have lived in Changsheng for a long time, or they are not afraid of being targeted. A quarter of an hour later, after the side hall gathered 40 or 50 people, the trade fair officially began. The trading method is very simple. Everyone speaks in turn, showing the resources sold, or indicating what they want to buy. The foundation building spiritual item Earthly Evil Key can be exchanged for a gold-based foundation building spiritual item, with brilliant gold key preferred, which can be used to replenish spiritual stones. A copy of the exquisite level key refining technique can be exchanged for a divine consciousness technique, or for a technique of the same level. Of course, if someone offers enough spiritual stones, I will also sell it. Dragon Transforming Ginseng, a rare second-level spiritual medicine, can be used as an auxiliary material for foundation building pills and exchanged for a myelin pill. One person after another spoke up. This trade fair really has some good things in hand. Lu Changsheng looked at these people and thought to himself. For example, the dragon transforming ginseng looked good to him, and it was one of the main auxiliary materials for foundation building pills. He would ask the other party if they were willing to sell spiritual stones. At this time, a woman in a blue skirt spoke up. A quasi-third-level formation inheritance, a set of forbidden instruments for the inverted 5-element formation, or a second-level formation that can be set up for people, in exchange for yin-cold attribute spiritual medicines, natural materials and treasures, as many as you can get. Chapter 193 Purchase completed, Dragon Roar Body. As the blue-skirted woman spoke, many people in the hall turned their eyes to her. Lu Changsheng also looked at the blue-skirted woman with surprise. Quasi-third-level formation inheritance. A set of inverted 5-element forbidden magic tools. Both of these things are extremely rare. Especially the inverted 5-element formation tools. This formation is very famous. Even Lu Changsheng, a formation novice, has heard of it. It belongs to the second-level top formation. It has the name of Small Forbidden Formation. In addition to the general coverage area and no active killing effect, this formation is first class in defense, concealment, illusion, confusion, forbidden magic, and trapping enemies. It stands to reason that such a powerful formation cannot be arranged by relying on formation tools. It requires a formation master who is proficient in this formation to spend several months in a certain place, consuming a lot of manpower and material resources to arrange it. But at this time, this blue-skirted woman said that she had a set of forbidden magic tools for the inverted 5-element formation, which was simply amazing. My set of reversed 5 elements array equipment is just a simplified version. Relying on the array equipment, it can only exert 1/10 of the power of the array. Seeing many people looking at her, the blue-skirted woman explained with clear eyes and a calm and elegant face. No wonder. So that's it. Many people in the field heard this and showed a look of realization on their faces. However, there were also many people with calm faces, obviously knowing this for a long time. It seems that this woman is also a famous array master in Changsheng. Lu Changsheng looked at the blue-skirted woman and thought to himself. His trip to Changsheng was not just for procurement. He also thought about whether he could meet some array masters, obtain the array inheritance, and solve the problem of his future family array. After all, it is unknown when the array skills can be extracted through the system. As for inviting the array master of Qingyun Sect through Xiao Xiao, this was considered last. Because if the array master of Qingyun Sect is invited to arrange the family array, the internal situation of the array will inevitably be understood by Qingyun Sect. Therefore, he still preferred to set up the formation by himself and find a formation master from other places to set up the formation. This blue-skirted woman has a quasi-third-level formation inheritance, can make a simplified version of the inverted 5 elements formation equipment, and can also set up a second-level formation for others. I think her attainments in the formation are extraordinary. Lu Changsheng thought he could get to know her. Apart from anything else, this inverted 5 elements formation can be used as a large formation within the family in his opinion. Dao, can we talk in detail? Lu Changsheng asked the blue-skirted woman. Yes. The blue-skirted woman nodded slightly when she heard Lu Changsheng's words, with an elegant temperament. Then the two came to the next compartment. I would like to ask if Dao can set up a complete inverted 5 elements formation and a second-level family formation. Lu Changsheng asked. Formations can be divided into ordinary formations, advanced formations, and large formations. Like the several formations at the previous auction, they are all ordinary formations. You don't need to understand formations. According to the formation equipment and operating instructions, you can use it. For example, the inverted 5 elements formation belongs to the category of advanced formations. It cannot be arranged by formation tools, and must be arranged by formation masters. As for the formation that covers the entire family's spiritual land, it belongs to a large formation. This kind of formation is the most difficult. Many second-level formation masters may not be able to arrange a second-level lower-grade family formation. Even if they can arrange it, the power effect is very general. I can arrange the complete inverted 5 elements formation and the second-level large formation. But these two formations take too long, and now my lifespan is less than a year, so I won't take on this kind of large formation. The blue-skirted woman has a beautiful face. When she heard this, she was a little surprised and said softly. When she said that her lifespan was less than a year, her expression was very calm and calm. Less than a year of life? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard this. After a closer look, he saw that the complexion of the woman in front of him was indeed not very good. It seems that the other party has some problems with her body and needs yin-cold attribute spiritual medicine and natural treasures to prolong her life. I wonder what yin-cold things you have. If you have some rare yin-cold treasures that can extend my life, I can set up even a second-level medium-grade formation. The blue-skirted woman looked at Lu Changsheng and spoke in a clear voice. I don't have yin-cold treasures, but I am an alchemist who can refine second-level Bingyin pills and Bingpo pills. I wonder if it will be helpful to you. Lu Changsheng said. These two kinds of pills are second-level top-grade pills. If the other party needs yin-cold spiritual medicine, these two kinds of pills should be helpful. I have taken too many ordinary yin-cold pills, and now they have no effect on me. If you don't have this kind of treasure, forget it. The blue-skirted woman heard Lu Changsheng's words and shook her head gently. Her face was not beautiful, but elegant and beautiful. But when she raised her hands and feet, she had an elegant and calm temperament. Too many pills. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly when he heard this. He knew that if one took too much of a certain elixir, one would develop elixir poison and body resistance, which would make the efficacy of the medicine worse. He had originally wanted to use the elixir to ask the other party to set up a formation, or to exchange the other party's quasi-third-level inheritance. Now that he thought about it, as a formation master, the other party must have tried most methods to prolong his life. I wonder what the reason is for your body, and you only have less than a year left to live. Lu Changsheng asked. The other party had such attainments in formations, and he was willing to get to know him. If he could solve the other party's physical problems, he could not only ask the other party to set up a formation. Maybe he could invite the other party home to sit and serve as a guest official. I have the body of Dragon Roar. When I broke through the foundation, the yang energy exploded, causing the yin and yang in my body to be unbalanced, the meridians and danshan to shrink, and my lifespan was not much. I could only rely on yin and cold spiritual medicines and natural treasures to prolong my life. The blue-skirted woman said calmly. Her situation was no longer a secret in Jilxiao Immortal City, so she said it frankly. Dragon Roar Body. Lu Changsheng was surprised when he heard this. Because of the previous search for Bai Ling's physical condition, he made up for a lot of knowledge about spirits. He just happened to know about this Dragon Roar Body. This is a rare hidden physique. The spirit will gradually awaken as it grows and practices. During the awakening process, it will make people's yang energy vigorous, their blood and ki will be like dragons, and their cultivation will progress rapidly. It can be said to be a top-level spirit. But this spirit has a drawback. It is only suitable for men. If a woman has this spirit, as she practices, her yang energy will become more and more strong, resulting in imbalance between yin and yang, burning her body with yang energy, and withering meridians and danshan. Unexpectedly, the woman in front of him was actually a woman with a Dragon Roar Body. This made Lu Changsheng feel regretful. If a man had this spirit, he would soar to the sky and have a bright future. Speaking of which, this dragon sound body is caused by excessive yang energy, which leads to imbalance of yin and yang in the body. If I use the dragon-inducing art to collect and replenish, plunder this yang energy, and even plunder the spiritual body origin of the dragon sound body, can I solve the situation of this dragon sound body? Lu Changsheng paused in his heart. Suddenly he thought of the yin-yang harmony gong he had obtained. There is a secret method of collecting and replenishing called dragon-inducing art in it. This secret method is very domineering. Not only can it replenish the essence of the female cultivator. If the female cultivator has a special spiritual body, it can also replenish the spiritual characteristics of the other party. At this time, hearing the words of the blue-skirted woman, he wondered if he could solve the other party's dragon sound body in this way and extend his life. If I extend her life and solve the dragon sound body, it shouldn't be too much to let her become a guest official and a mother of her child. Lu Changsheng thought to himself and began to calculate. Although the blue-skirted woman in front of him was only of average appearance and could not be considered stunning, but beautiful skins are all the same. At his point, appearance is actually not the main thing. As long as he's not ugly, it's fine. Moreover, the other party has an excellent temperament. He is not only a foundation-building cultivator, but also a master of formations. These 3 points can be said to be better than countless beauties. If he can be brought home, it will be a great help. He needs some help to establish a family of immortals, and he can't rely on himself. Does Dao Yao know how to solve this physique? The woman in the blue skirt looked at Lu Changsheng in deep thought, and her clear and beautiful eyes, as calm as a lake, showed a little ripple. She started practicing with a strange man since she was a child. She is gifted in practice and formations, and it can be said that she has a smooth journey. But she never expected that when she broke through the foundation, the dragon yin body that had been hidden broke out, and she almost died. In order to prolong her life and solve the dragon yin body, she ran around and came to Zhuxiao Xiansheng. She even spent countless spirit stones and natural treasures to ask a Qingzhu Henren in Xiansheng to diagnose her condition. But after seeing it, the Qingzhu Henren also looked regretful. It means that she is in this situation now, and there is no way to save her. If she had not embarked on cultivation, she could still live a peaceful life. But she not only embarked on cultivation, but also broke through the foundation. Even so, she did not choose to give up. Relying on the attainments of formations, she earned spiritual stones in the fairy city, purchased various spiritual medicines, natural materials and treasures, and extended her life. Therefore, as long as she can extend her life, there is a glimmer of hope and opportunity. She is unwilling to give up. Yi has a secret technique. Maybe it can solve the problem of fellow Taoist. But I don't have this secret technique with me now. Can I contact fellow Taoist in 2 days? Lu Changsheng saw the other party's bright eyes and pondered slightly. Although the dragon-attracting art can theoretically solve the problem of the other party's dragon body, but he dare not be 100% sure. After all, this thing is about the spirit body. It is not that simple. Moreover, this solution is really a bit abrupt and hard to believe. So Lu Changsheng planned to take out the dragon-attracting art later and visit her again, so that the other party can read it and then discuss the details of the transaction. My name is Ling Zixiao. You can come to the Zixiao formation shop in the city to find me later. Ling Zixiao heard this and smiled elegantly. Okay, in a few days, you will come to visit fellow Ling. Lu Changsheng bowed. He thought that the other party did not hide his face and identity. It turned out that he was a permanent resident of Zhuxiao Immortal City. At that time, he could also learn about the other party's general situation and personality through Baixiao's. Immediately, the two walked out of the compartment and continued to participate in the trade fair. During the process, Lu Changsheng told the items he wanted to purchase. He successfully purchased the last material for refining Jiujiuzuan's Hunsel and several third-level spiritual blood. The only regret is that the main auxiliary material of the foundation building pill, Hulong Ginseng, which appeared before, was traded by others. My trip to the Immortal City has been successfully completed. After the trade fair, Lu Changsheng walked out of the auction venue and let out a sigh of relief. It has been more than a month since I came to Zhuxiao Immortal City. He bought all the materials for making third-level talismans, materials for the 9-9 mysterious true strategy, and the gentle spiritual blood of his daughter Lu Wongshu, who awakened the blood talisman spirit body. He even accidentally obtained a second-level special demon collar. The only thing to say is that the third-level talisman-making materials are a bit scarce. But if I want to draw a third-level talisman, I still lack a third-level talisman pen. If I don't have one, I can only make do with a second-level top-level talisman pen. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. The talisman pen he is currently using is a second-level upper grade one. It is naturally not a problem to use it to draw second-level talismans. But if you want to draw third-level talismans, you still have to upgrade the talisman pen. But in Qingzhu Immortal City, there is no third-level talisman pen for sale. So he plans to collect the reward from the Qingyun Sect tomorrow to see if there is a third-level talisman pen. Lu Changsheng came to Baixiaozhe and spent 800 spirit stones to buy a detailed information about Lingzixio of the Zixio formation shop. 5th grade spirit root, initial foundation cultivation. 3 years ago, he came to Qingzhu Immortal City alone. Relying on the second-class upper-grade formation attainments, he set up formations for others to earn spirit stones. However, due to the dragon's body, he has been seeking to buy various cold-attributed spiritual medicines and natural treasures. The information also said at the end that Lingzixio is estimated to live only half a year. In just 3 years, she has made a certain reputation in Qingzhu Xiancheng by relying on the formation. It is indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for the dragon's body, this woman would probably have the ability to form a pill in the future. Lu Changsheng looked at the information about Lingzixio and murmured in his heart. He had a little understanding of this woman. He knew that this kind of woman was not a silly and sweet woman. If he wanted the other party to be the mother of his child, it would not be easy. He didn't think much about it, went home, and took out 2 jade slips of the skills. Through the divine consciousness, he imprinted the secret art of dragon-inducing art on the 2 jade slips of the secret art. After all, in a transaction, the secret art must not be read by people all at once. So he divided the secret art into 2 parts and imprinted it on the 2 jade slips. This woman can only rely on cold elixir to prolong her life under the backlash of the yang energy of the dragon body. Now her lifespan is less than a year. I think her physical condition is not very optimistic. It is difficult to solve the problem by relying on the dragon-inducing art to plunder the yang energy and the origin of the spiritual body. And the dragon-inducing art is extremely domineering. It is a method of collecting and replenishing. This kind of thing is very harmful to the body for female cultivators. Lu Changsheng thought of the other party's situation and narrowed his eyes. He took out the jade slip of the technique and imprinted several secret techniques on it. If the other party is willing to be the mother of the child, Lu Changsheng is also willing to spend a certain price to solve the situation for the other party as much as possible. After all, the other party is indeed a rare talent and worth his price. Early the next morning, Lu Changsheng walked out of Qingzhu Immortal City. He changed his identity and appearance, reapplied for an identity card, and came to the Qingzhu Mountain Law Enforcement Hall to collect the reward. Now that the auction is over, he has almost purchased all the items. There is no need to delay the reward for these 2 robber cultivators. Arriving at the Law Enforcement Hall, Lu Changsheng stated that he had killed the male and female evil spirits on the wanted list, and immediately a law enforcement disciple took him to a side hall. Lu Changsheng took out a coffin from the storage bag, opened the coffin lid, and revealed the bodies of 2 robbers. The law enforcement disciple first took out a white bead, placed it between the eyebrows of the 2 people, and quietly sensed it. Then he released a monster beast and sniffed the 2 bodies. After confirming it, he asked Lu Changsheng to wait and invited a law enforcement hall deacon. It is indeed the male and female evil spirits, Fang Qianzhu and Wang Qixia. Dao, there is a total of 48,000 bounties for killing these 2 people. Each point of the bounty can be exchanged for a spirit stone, or for elixirs, magic tools, secret techniques, and natural treasures of corresponding value. After the deacon checked the bodies of the 2 people, he said to Lu Changsheng, 48,000 bounties. Lu Changsheng heard this and nodded slightly. It means that these 2 people are worth 48,000 spirit stones. It's not very high. But it's not a small amount. Moreover, this kind of bounty can be exchanged for many scarce goods that cannot be bought on the market. It cannot be measured by spirit stones at a 1-to-1 ratio. Do you have a 3rd-level talisman pen to exchange? Lu Changsheng asked. 3rd-level talisman pen. The deacon was a little surprised when he heard Lu Changsheng's words. Because talisman pens are not like other magic tools. In addition to being used to make talismans, they have no combat ability at all. Only talisman masters need them. Usually, few people exchange for 3rd-level talisman pens. Are you a 3rd-level talisman master? The deacon asked, and his tone was a little polite. Even their Qingyun Sect would treat 3rd-level talisman masters as guests of honor and offer them as guest officials. Senior, you are joking. I just know a second-level talisman master and want to give him a third-level talisman pen. Lu Changsheng said calmly. Third-level talisman pens are available. The deacon heard this and did not ask any more questions. He immediately took out an album, which revealed several third-level talisman pens. However, these talisman pens are very expensive. The cheapest one has a bounty of 50,000. Senior, can the remaining bounty only be obtained by completing the bounty mission? Lu Changsheng asked. If so, it seemed a bit troublesome to him. If you are only 2,000 bounties short, you can pay 4,000 spirit stones and I can make up for it for you. The deacon said. 2 spirit stones for 1 bounty, damn it. Lu Changsheng cursed in his heart when he heard this. But he was unwilling to do the mission for 2,000 bounties. After all, it is not so easy to find wanted criminals. Sorry for the trouble, senior. Lu Changsheng took out 4,000 spirit stones and exchanged them for the cheapest third-level talisman pen. For him, the third-level inferior talisman pen is enough for a long time. I didn't expect that there are still people exchanging talisman pens. It's rare. After Lu Changsheng left, the deacon shook his head slightly. Usually, bounty hunters use bounties to exchange for rare elixirs or some kind of natural treasures. Few people exchange for magic tools. Not to mention talisman pens. But he didn't care too much. Finally, everything is complete. You can try to draw third-level talisman later. If you use the third-level talisman as the main one and the second-level talisman as the auxiliary one, the power of this talisman formation can be raised to another level. Lu Changsheng didn't feel too bad about his 4,000 spirit stones. After all, money is for use. He walked out of Jiuxiao Immortal City, changed his identity again, and came to the Xiao formation shop in the inner city. Excuse me, what do you want to buy? As soon as he entered the door, someone came forward. He has an appointment with Taoist Ling, please inform him. Lu Changsheng said. He did not hide his cultivation aura, so the shopkeeper heard him and politely asked him to sit aside and wait, and then went upstairs to inform him. After a while, Ling Xiao, who was wearing a light blue dress, had an elegant face, was calm and indifferent, and had a graceful figure, came down from upstairs. Taoist Ling, I had an appointment at the auction yesterday, so I came to visit you today. Lu Changsheng looked at Ling Xiao and said with a bow. Taoist, please. Ling Xiao heard the words and immediately knew Lu Changsheng's identity. She immediately smiled gracefully and invited him to the living room on the second floor with a calm and elegant look. Even though she was very eager to know the secret technique that Lu Changsheng had mentioned before to solve her dragon roar body, she still maintained a calm temperament as a chrysanthemum and poured spiritual tea for Lu Changsheng. Fellow Taoist Ling, can you take a look at this secret technique to see if it can solve your dragon roar body problem? Lu Changsheng picked up the spiritual tea, took a sip, took out a jade slip and said. Chapter 194 I fell in love with Brother Ling at first sight, so I wanted to become his Taoist partner. Ling Xiao took the jade slip and used her consciousness to check the contents. After a moment, she withdrew her mind. A light blush appeared on her pretty face. Unexpectedly, the technique that Lu Changsheng mentioned was actually a secret technique of replenishing. Dao Iao's secret technique is indeed extraordinary. It may be able to solve my dragon roar body. But in my current situation, the Yankee has eroded my meridians and danshan, and I am already terminally ill. I am afraid that I can't withstand this secret method of replenishing. Ling Xiao spoke and sighed slightly. She has been in Jiuxiao Immortal City for 3 years and has sought countless methods. Among them, there are methods to suppress the dragon roar body. But because she broke through the foundation, the dragon roar body completely erupted, the Yankee burned her body, and the meridians and danshan in her body withered, resulting in no way to save it. Dao Iao Ling, can it be convenient for you to check your physical condition? Lu Changsheng heard this and spoke. He had guessed before that Ling Xiao's Yankee burned her body and her meridians and danshan withered, and she might not be able to withstand the replenishment of dragon-inducing art. So he prepared other backup plans. However, we still need to see Ling Xiao's condition before making a judgment. Dao Iao, please. Ling Xiao rolled up her sleeves and revealed her slender wrist. You can see that under the white and crystal wrist, there are light blue transparent blood vessels. Lu Changsheng held her wrist and injected a trace of spiritual power to check the other party's condition. After a while, Lu Changsheng frowned. He knew that Ling Xiao's condition was very bad. But he didn't expect that it could be so bad. There was a very yang breath flowing in her blood and meridians. It eroded her body, meridians, and internal organs all the time. As a result, her meridians are almost withered now. It is estimated that her foundation-building magic power can only be used once or twice. If she uses all her strength, I am afraid that her meridians and danshan will be damaged directly, and she will die. In this case, it is very risky to use the dragon-inducing art to replenish her. After all, the dragon-inducing art is a very domineering secret art of replenishing. To replenish the dragon's yang energy and the origin of her spirit body in her body will definitely hurt her body. Ling Xiao's body at this time can be said to be a porcelain full of cracks. It can't withstand any tossing and will break at the touch. If the yin-yang nirvana technique and the life-saving technique are used in conjunction with the dragon-attracting technique, can this situation be solved? Lu Changsheng loosened his wrist and thought in his heart. Although he is not a doctor, he understands the effect of the technique. In his opinion, it should be feasible to solve the troubles brought by the dragon-attracting technique through this method. At the beginning, Lu Mioj was dying and hanging by a thread, and he relied on these two secret methods to save her. It means that as long as there is a glimmer of life, it should be feasible. Fellow Taoist Yi, how about it? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Changsheng in thought and spoke out. In her opinion, this secret method is indeed too risky. If Lu Changsheng said that he was 3 or 4 times sure, she would still be willing to try it for the sake of survival. After all, her current situation is completely dependent on spending money to prolong her life. If she can't find a radical cure, even if she has natural materials and treasures to prolong her life, she will not live for more than a year. Fellow Taoist Ling, your situation is worse than I thought. If you use this secret method to plunder the yang qi and the origin of the spirit body, it is indeed very dangerous. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly. I understand. Thank you for your hard work on this trip. If you need any array equipment, you can choose it at will in the store. Hearing this, Ling Xiao sighed slightly. She did not show too much disappointment. After so many years, all kinds of hardships have allowed her to keep a normal mind most of the time. But, Yi is not without a way. Fellow Taoist Ling, you can take a look at these two secret techniques. Lu Changsheng took out the 2 jade slips of the yin-yang nirvana technique and life-saving technique that he had prepared long ago. Ling Xiao heard the words, and her eyes, as calm as water, showed a look of surprise. She did not expect that Lu Changsheng would have other methods after checking her situation. This gave her hope, and she took the 2 jade slips from Lu Changsheng and began to check. After a long time, Ling Xiao opened her eyes, and deep in her pupils, there was a bit of excitement and joy. These 2 secret techniques can complement the dragon-attracting technique. They give her some hope of solving her situation. However, as a foundation-building cultivator, she knows that this kind of thing is not that simple. First of all, there needs to be someone who has practiced the 3 secret techniques to a very proficient level. Especially the dragon-attracting technique and the yin-yang nirvana technique. The dragon-attracting technique must be practiced to a very high level to be able to collect and replenish the essence of other people's spiritual bodies and achieve meticulous collection and replenishment. And the yin-yang nirvana technique must be practiced to the highest level to reverse the yin and yang and turn collection and replenishment into return. Secondly, when she was dying, this person was willing to burn the essence of the origin for her, perform the life-saving technique, consume his own life, and save her life. For cultivators, life is very precious. How many cultivators are willing to spend their own life to heal others? Huh? Ling Xiao exhaled lightly. Looking at Lu Changsheng with clear eyes, she said in a gentle voice, Dao has made such a complete preparation. I think it is not just for my formation inheritance, so that I can set up the formation. She has been in Jixiao Xiancheng for many years and has experienced many things. Through these 3 secret methods, she guessed that Lu Changsheng came prepared and his purpose was not so simple. Since Dao Ling asked this, you will not hide it. Lu Changsheng chuckled. As he spoke, a burst of light surged all over his body, unraveling the disguise of the Mi Xiansu. Suddenly, the face that was originally heroic and a bit rough turned into a handsome and elegant young man. The young man was dressed in a green robe, with a tall and slender figure. Just sitting still, it made people feel like spring breeze and heart-wrenching. Yi is going to establish a family power, and the family needs a master of formations. Yesterday, Yi fell in love with Ling Dao at first sight, So he wanted to become a Taoist partner with Ling Daoyao, support each other, and work together to cultivate the great Dao. If Ling Daoyao is willing, you will do his best to help Miss Ling solve the dragon's body. Of course, if Ling Daoyao is unwilling, you will not force it. These 3 secret techniques can be exchanged with Daoyao. Lu Changsheng restored his true appearance, with a handsome face. He drank the tea in the cup and said aloud. Yesterday, after reading Ling Xiao's message, he intended to let Ling Xiao become the mother of his child. Ling Xiao is not only a master of formations. He is going to establish a family. A family cannot be supported by him alone, and he has to do everything himself. Now, practicing, having children, making talismans, refining pills, and educating children are already too busy for him. Even if he draws a formation through the system, it will take him a lot of time and energy. Moreover, after the family is established, there will be other things and troubles. It is difficult to support the family with the current children. Therefore, many things will fall on him as a father. He must have someone to share things with him. Ling Xiao is not only a master of formations. He is also a foundation-building cultivator. If there is another foundation-building cultivator in the family, he can be much more relaxed. Moreover, Ling Xiao is gifted, and both his cultivation and formation are expected to reach a higher level. Such a talent, and a single female cultivator, naturally must seize the opportunity to let the other party become the mother of his child. After all, with his current status and position, it is no longer a problem for an ordinary concubine who simply gives birth to a baby. Now he needs some wives like Xiao Ziyu and Lu Miaoj. Not only can they give birth to babies, but they can also share their worries and difficulties, build a family, and support each other on the road of cultivation. Wife, Taoist partner. In his opinion, Ling Xiao belongs to this kind. The other party came to Xiao Xiancheng alone and made a name for himself by relying on the formation. This shows that he is not only gifted and understands formations, but also has talent and ability. However, this also shows that the other party is not a naive person. It is not easy to make her the mother of his child. Therefore, after thinking about it, he thought it would be better to be simple and direct. Through the matter of the dragon yin body, he proposed to become a Taoist partner with Ling Xiao, starting with a Taoist partner. Taoist partners between cultivators are similar to husband and wife. But they are more free and easy than husband and wife. The same way, support each other and go hand in hand. Different ways, then go their separate ways. Of course, if Ling Xiao is unwilling, or asks for the skills to find others to solve the problem, he will not force it. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. This kind of Taoist partner, wife, is not just used to quench thirst and give birth to a baby. He will not force it. Huh? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Changsheng in front of him, and was stunned when she heard this. On the one hand, she just didn't see any trace of Lu Changsheng's disguise, and was surprised by the change in Lu Changsheng's appearance. On the other hand, Lu Changsheng's words surprised her and caught her off guard. Although she came to Xiao Xiancheng alone and experienced many hardships, but she really lacks experience in emotional matters. She never expected that Lu Changsheng's purpose was to become a Taoist partner with her. However, she was not a girl who was easily shy, and she calmed down in an instant. Fellow Taoist is really direct. Ling Xiao chuckled, with a calm and elegant attitude on her face. Looking at Lu Changsheng's handsome appearance, she said, "It seems that fellow Taoist is sure to solve my dragon roar body. I wonder how sure you are if fellow Taoist takes action." Although Lu Changsheng's words were very direct, with obvious purpose and utilitarianism, but in this way, she felt relieved. After all, without plots and purposes, why would the other party spend so much money to solve her dragon roar body? Moreover, for some reason, she looked at the appearance of Lu Changsheng in front of her and felt that his words were full of sincerity, which made her trust him inexplicably. This made Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder in her heart, Lu Changsheng would not be some evil cultivator who wanted to replenish the origin of her dragon roar body, right? Otherwise, the skills that solved the problem for her were all secret methods of dual cultivation and replenishment. Now that his appearance has changed, and he has revealed such charming tricks, she feels close to him. However, she has to admit that Lu Changsheng is indeed a rare handsome man. His facial features may not be so delicate and perfect when viewed alone, but when put together, they give people an indescribable harmony, just right, handsome and suave, without a single flaw. What attracts her most is Lu Changsheng's temperament, which is like a spring breeze and a banished immortal. It makes people feel very comfortable and fond of him, and they can't help but want to spend a long time with him. Since fellow Taoist Ling has seen these 3 secret techniques, he should know that through these 3 secret techniques, in theory, fellow Taoist Ling's situation can be solved. And I, Yi, have already practiced these 3 secret techniques to perfection. If I use a few life-saving elixirs, I am 90% sure that fellow Taoist Ling will not be in danger during the process. As for whether the dragon yin body can be eradicated, I dare not guarantee this, because it involves the spirit body, and I am not clear about the mystery. Lu Changsheng said with deep eyes and a calm expression. He observed the expression in Ling Xiao's eyes. He knew that his beauty plan should have some effect. After so many years of practicing the immortal appearance technique, plus the effect of the peach blossom goo, his appearance and temperament, not to mention reaching the immortal appearance in the immortal appearance technique. It can also be considered a half-step immortal appearance. Especially the effect of the peach blossom goo, which makes him have an inexplicable attraction to the opposite sex. This kind of attraction and affinity can sometimes have some good effects. What's wrong with a man being a little scheming, not to mention that this is based on his own charm? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Okay, I, Ling Xiao, am willing to become a Taoist couple with you. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Changsheng, thought for a moment, and then smiled. It was like a plum blossom blooming alone in the cold, giving people a stunning beauty. Well, Taoist, don't you want to know more about me? For example, I am proficient in this kind of art. Aren't you afraid that I am an evil cultivator? Seeing Ling Xiao's direct response, Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. In order to make Ling Xiao the mother of his child, he also prepared some excuses. After all, the dragon-inducing art and the yin-yang nirvana method are all cultivation methods. It is obvious that they are not the cultivation methods for serious people. Maybe it will make people worry. Ling Xiao's direct response made him unable to do it. Does it matter whether he is an evil cultivator or not? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Changsheng's handsome face, smiled, and said calmly and elegantly, I know my physical condition very well. It is a blessing to be alive until now. Even if I rely on natural materials and treasures to prolong my life, it will be difficult to survive for a year. I have seen these 3 secret methods. There is indeed hope to solve my physical problems. Dao is so sure and sincere, so I am willing to give it a try. As for whether Dao is an evil cultivator, it is not important to me. I only know that Dao can save my life. You and I will become Taoist partners, support each other, and work together to cultivate the great way. Ling Xiao's eyes are as clear as springs, and his temperament is quiet and elegant. After speaking, he showed a playful smile on his face and said, besides, I think Dao doesn't look like an evil cultivator. If you are really an evil cultivator, I can only accept it. The husband sings and the wife follows. Her words and expressions were less calm and elegant, but made Lu Changsheng feel closer. Okay. Lu Changsheng smiled when he heard it. He thought that the other party was able to make a name for herself in Qingzhu Immortal City, and she was indeed not an ordinary woman. She could not be measured by common sense. But this also saved him a lot of effort. Since Dao Ling agreed and is willing to become a Taoist partner with me, you will not hide it. I am Lu Changsheng, from the Qingyun realm, and I already have several wives and concubines at home. But Dao Ling, don't worry, if you have any concerns, you can leave after serving Lu's family for 20 years in the future. Lu Changsheng spoke out and said frankly. Since the other party agreed to be his Taoist partner and go home with him, he would not do anything to deceive him. After all, he would know this sooner or later. As for the 20 years, if he still couldn't make the other party completely fall in love with him, he wouldn't say much. Dao can save my life, as long as you don't let me down. I will definitely not let you down and go hand in hand with you. Ling Xiao's eyes were clear and decisive, and she made a heart demon oath directly. She was a smart person. Since she made a decision, she would not hesitate. As for Lu Changsheng saying that he already had wives and concubines at home, she didn't care much. In the mortal world, the powerful still have wives and concubines. In the world of immortal cultivation, this kind of tilted ownership of resources is even more serious than in the mortal world. The other party looks like this, is a foundation-building cultivator, and is also an alchemist. It is normal for him to have many wives and concubines. Moreover, She knows very well in her heart that this so-called Taoist couple relationship is just a title. Lu Changsheng uses this title, relationship, and sincerity. How can she really expect a loving couple? Please rest assured, fellow Taoist Ling, you can prepare a spiritual contract as a Taoist couple marriage contract. Lu can sign the Taoist couple marriage contract, swear a heart demon oath, and do his best to solve the situation of fellow Taoist. Lu Changsheng said so when he saw the other party swear a heart demon oath. Although the two became Taoist couples. But both of them knew that this was just a title and an exchange of interests. Whether for themselves or to reassure the other party, they can use the spiritual contract to be safe. Okay, please wait for a moment, fellow Taoist Lu. Ling Zixiao smiled when she heard this. Knowing that Lu Changsheng asked her to prepare the spiritual contract was also a kind of sincerity. It means that he will not cheat. Immediately, she went out to buy the spiritual contract. Fellow Taoist, I've been waiting for a long time. Half an hour later, Ling Zixiao came back. She took out a spiritual contract. This is a second-level top-level spiritual contract. In addition to the imprint of mana, there is also the aura of the soul that all cultivators have. Its binding force is almost equal to the oath of the inner demon. Once violated, not only will the mana and soul be backfired, but there will also be a certain effect of the inner demon. Immediately, the two signed the Taoist couple marriage contract and the obligations of the two Taoist couples on the spiritual contract. The two became Taoist couples. During this period, Lu Changsheng needed to do his best to solve Ling Zixiao's dragon chant body. And Ling Zixiao had to contribute to the construction of Lu Changsheng's family, arranging formations and family formations. Since we have become Taoist friends, I will call you Lu Lang, and you can call me Zixiao. After signing the spiritual contract, Ling Zixiao's voice became a little softer and gentler. Okay, Zixiao. As for your dragon roar body, please wait for a while. I will prepare for a few more days, refine a few life-saving elixirs, and then start to solve this matter. Lu Changsheng said. Although he has 3 secret techniques, it seems to him that it is almost enough. But since there's this condition, he still tries to be cautious. In this way, even if Ling Zixiao is in danger, he can spend less of his original essence and lifespan. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Lang. Ling Zixiao, wearing a blue dress, graceful figure, elegant temperament, stepped forward and gently embraced Lu Changsheng, raised her head, and her rosy lips touched Lu Changsheng's face lightly, showing intimacy. Lu Changsheng smelled the rich fragrance like orchids, and embraced the exquisite body in his arms. He could clearly feel that Ling Zixiao's body was not as natural as hers, and was slightly stiff. It seemed that the other party had never experienced sex. Faced with this situation, as an old driver, he naturally had to take the initiative. His warm eyes looked at the beauty, his gaze fell on the elegant and refined jade face, his hands supported the jade woman's shoulders, gently moved closer, and kissed the two crystal clear, plump, soft and delicate red lips. Then, he took in the sweetness with ease. Ling Zixiao was struck by lightning, her slightly closed eyes trembled under her long eyelashes, a sweet hum came out of her nose, her body trembled slightly, and she was a little tense and stiff. As a foundation-building cultivator and a master of formations, she had never encountered such a situation, and was a little at a loss for a while. But after a moment, she learned it by herself and put her hands around the young man's neck. Chapter 195. Please give me more advice, Lu Lang. Huh? After a long time, Ling Zixiao seemed to have recovered from the suffocation. Her body was soft, her face was white as snow and red as the morning glow, charming and attractive. Zixiao, if you want to practice dual cultivation to heal your wounds, you can't do this. Lu Changsheng had a handsome face, holding the beautiful woman's shoulders, his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and whispered in her ear. The beautiful woman who was calm and elegant before, now in his arms, showing such a shy and moving look, really makes people feel a sense of accomplishment. Ling Zixiao's body was originally soft and weak, and the hot air in her ear immediately swayed her heart. Her eyebrows were curved, her beautiful eyes were slightly angry, her eyes were rolling, her face was shy and happy, and she said in a delicate voice, "Please give me more advice, Lu Lang. You and I are Taoist partners, this is natural." Lu Changsheng said. After speaking, he kissed the rosy and bright lips again. Since we are going to solve Ling Zixiao's problem through the method of Yin Longju, naturally, Ling Zixiao had to get used to the intimate contact between men and women in advance. Otherwise, when the time comes, she will just take supplements to heal her wounds. If she doesn't cooperate, it might affect the treatment. As the oppression and plundering came again, Ling Zixiao's body softened and her heart trembled. But with the experience just now, she slowly closed her bright eyes, her long eyelashes concealed a hint of shyness, and she held Lu Changsheng's shoulders with both hands, responding slightly unfamiliarly. Lips and teeth touched. Sometimes it was like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Sometimes it was like a violent storm. Sometimes it was like a violent storm. Tisk tisk tisk. As time went by, Ling Zixiao gradually mastered the skills. She knew how to respond correctly, and she wouldn't be shy and nervous like before, and her whole body was tense. This made Lu Changsheng secretly admire that he was worthy of being a master of formations. This comprehension and learning ability were indeed extraordinary. Soon, he also began advanced teaching. Ling Zixiao, who had just adapted and mastered some skills, was shocked by this advanced behavior. Her body trembled and she almost collapsed to the ground. The rhythm between her teeth was also disrupted instantly, and her breathing became rapid and she was a little breathless. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng slowly let go of that sweet and soft touch. He looked at the charming beauty who was like a cold plum with a gentle look. At this time, the beauty's beautiful and refined white face was as red as clouds and as hot as fire. Under her willow eyebrows, her beautiful eyes, as clear as autumn water, were full of charm. Lu Lang, I have something to do later. I will meet Lu Lang tomorrow. Ling Zixiao's face was rosy and charming, her beautiful eyes looked around, and she exhaled a long breath of orchid. As she spoke, her eyes drooped slightly, and she hurriedly tidied up her messy dress, her heart pounding. Although she did not reject close contact with Lu Changsheng, she was mentally prepared. But this progress still made her feel a little uncomfortable for a while. Haha, nothing, there is a long time to come, you should do your work first. Lu Changsheng looked at the beauty in front of him and chuckled, not caring whether the other party's words were true or false. Since the matter has been settled, he is not in a hurry to eat Ling Zixiao. He must give him some time to prepare. Besides, it is not very convenient to be in the reception room of someone else's shop. Zixiao, if you have anything, you can come to the Baodan Pavilion to find me. I will be in Baodan Pavilion most of the time these days. Lu Changsheng said. He had promised the Li sisters to be the alchemist. So he will stay in the fairy city for another month. It happened that this month, he would refine pills for Ling Zixiao to solve the problem of the dragon's body. Baodan Pavilion. Ling Zixiao was a little surprised when she heard the name. She had lived in Jixiao Fairy City for many years, so she naturally knew about Baodan Pavilion. She also heard that Baodan Pavilion had invited an alchemy master not long ago. But she didn't pay attention to this news. Now, after hearing Lu Changsheng's words, he immediately knew that the master of alchemy in Baodan Pavilion was Lu Changsheng. Okay, when I finish my work, I will come to find Lu Lang. If Lu Lang has anything to do, he can come to find me at any time. Ling Zixiao lowered her head slightly, and her face was still flushed. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded, his mind moved slightly, and a burst of light immediately surged all over his body. His handsome face immediately turned into a middle-aged man in his 30s with a heroic face. His aura and temperament also changed instantly. What an amazing illusion and disguise. Ling Zixiao looked at this scene and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. There was no trace of Lu Changsheng's disguise. Lu Lang, I'll see you off. Ling Zixiao wanted to get up and see him off. You don't need to see me off in your current situation. Lu Changsheng looked at the blush on Ling Zixiao's face and laughed. Ling Zixiao heard it, and didn't force it. Huh? After seeing Lu Changsheng leave, Ling Zixiao let out a long breath, and the shyness on her face disappeared. She tidied up her dress and hair, and cast a cleaning spell on herself, immediately regaining her dignified and elegant appearance. Lu Changsheng. Ling Zixiao murmured the name. Since he is willing to make a vow to the devil and sign a spiritual contract, I think what he wants should be, as he said, my formation, or the origin of the dragon roar body. So no matter what, he has no intention of harming me at the moment. Ling Zixiao's face was calm, and she thought to herself. She decisively accepted Lu Changsheng's request. In addition to seeing the hope of survival and solving the dragon roar body, it was also years of experience that made her feel that Lu Changsheng's words and deeds were not false, and he was not an evil cultivator or a demon cultivator. Of course, she couldn't deny that it was related to Lu Changsheng's appearance, temperament, affinity, and attraction. She practiced since she was young and was obsessed with formations. She never considered emotional issues. After breaking through the foundation, because of the dragon body, she put all her energy into the formation and life extension. Now that she has been busy for so many years, her lifespan is less than a year, which makes her feel a little lonely. Lu Changsheng proposed to become a Taoist partner. Although it was full of utilitarianism and interest exchange, she felt a little interesting and had the idea of trying it. After all, people are going to die, so naturally there are not so many concerns. In this case, she simply agreed decisively, gave it a try, and gambled. Even worse, it is just a word of death. However, Lu Changsheng's behavior, the oath of the heart demon, and the signing of the spiritual contract made her feel a lot more at ease, knowing that Lu Changsheng should be sure of saving her. As for the future, she can only take it one step at a time. But I'm afraid this person is not a serious cultivator. Ling Zixiao thought of Lu Changsheng's skillful behavior just now, which made her feel weak and breathless, and she spat lightly. Immediately, she walked out of the shop and came to Xianxi Tower in the Fairy City. This is the largest intelligence information force in Zixiao Fairy City. Its background is very mysterious, not only in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, but also in the surrounding cultivation countries. I want to buy information. Is there any information about this person, in the Qingyun territory, named Lu Changsheng? Ling Zixiao came to the second floor of Xianxi building, in a room, tapped his finger, and a water mirror emerged. In the water mirror, it was Lu Changsheng's appearance. However, this water mirror can only show Lu Changsheng's face, and cannot show his temperament like a banished immortal. Qingyun territory, Lu Changsheng. The receptionist was a man in black. She took a look at the appearance on the water mirror, then took out a crystal, held it in both hands and placed it between her eyebrows. After a long time, this person's information was updated 2 years ago. The price is 300 spirit stones. The man in black made a quotation. 2 years ago, 300 spirit stones. Ling Zixiao was slightly surprised when he heard the price. Okay. He nodded immediately and took out the spirit stone from the storage bag. With this jade slip, you only need to pay 50% of the spirit stones to purchase the subsequent relevant information of this person in the future. After receiving the spirit stones, the man in black handed her a white jade slip. Understood. Ling Zixiao nodded. She had come to Xianxi Tower to buy a lot of information and knew the rules. She put the jade slip between her eyebrows and checked the information about Lu Changsheng. This. Ling Zixiao looked at the information about Lu Changsheng in it, and her beautiful eyes showed doubt. When she heard about 300 spirit stones before, she felt something was wrong. Because the information of a foundation-building cultivator could not be so cheap. But when she saw the information about Lu Changsheng in the jade slip, she was immediately stunned. Qingzhu Mountain, the son-in-law of the Lu family. Relying on his talent for making talismans, he was valued by the Lu family. He was a 7th-level key refining cultivator and a 2nd-level talisman master. He had 7 wives and 13 concubines. More than 100 children. If it weren't for her trust in Xianxi Tower and the fact that they looked the same person, she would have thought that there was something wrong with this information. Because it didn't match at all. Through the brief contact before, she knew that Lu Changsheng was a foundation-building cultivator. And he was also a master of alchemy. Do you have more detailed information about this person? Ling Zixiao looked at the man in black and asked. Our Xianxi Tower will not record this kind of information in too much detail. If the customer needs it, they can pay extra and we will send someone to search for the detailed information. The man in black said. Although the Xianxi Tower is an intelligence information force, it is impossible to have relevant information on everything. Lu Changsheng's information was recorded, and it was when he was promoted to the 2nd-level talisman master. No need. Ling Zixiao shook her head when she heard this. It would take months or even years for Xianxi Tower to investigate the information. She simply didn't have time to wait so long. Moreover, if Lu Changsheng knew that she investigated his detailed information, she was afraid that it would cause disgust. Lu Changsheng. Ling Zixiao looked at the information in the jade slip, thinking of Lu Changsheng whom she had met before, and her beautiful eyes condensed slightly. Senior Yi, you are back. After Lu Changsheng left the Zixiao formation shop, he came to the Baoding Pavilion. In the hall, Li Xingyu, who was wearing a goose yellow dress and had a lovely face, was delighted when she saw him. Xiaoyu. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded. After chatting with the little girl for a few words, he learned that someone from the Li family came to visit him. Someone from the Li family came to visit me. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He naturally knew that this Li family was the family of the Li sisters. He had never met this Li family before, so why did they come to visit him? However, he immediately guessed that it should be related to the Li sisters. According to the previous situation of the Baodin Pavilion, the Li family obviously wanted to force the two sisters to survive in the fairy city. Now that he has arrived, the business of the Baodin Pavilion has improved again, which will naturally make the Li family unhappy. So this trip here is probably not a good one. It's okay, just notify me when he comes again. Lu Changsheng said to the little girl nonchalantly. After more than a month of getting along, he has a good impression of the two sisters of the Li family. He is also willing to help the two sisters. Thank you, Senior Yi. When Li Xingyu heard this, her cute face was immediately full of joy. The visitor from the Li family yesterday made her very worried. She was worried that her family would cause trouble for Lu Changsheng. She was worried that Lu Changsheng would leave Baodin Pavilion because of this. It's okay, I'm here. I'm going to make pills. If you have anything, just let me know. Lu Changsheng smiled. He came to the alchemy room in the backyard. At this time, Li Xingguo was making pills. Seeing Lu Changsheng coming, he immediately showed joy. Obviously, he was also worried about the visitor from the Li family. Senior Yi, if this matter will cause you trouble, you can leave. Li Xingguo said to Lu Changsheng with a slightly depressed mood, pursing her lips. She knew that she couldn't invite the alchemist to sit in because of the Li family. But she didn't expect that the Li family would send someone to her door directly. She was angry and annoyed. Since I have agreed to be your store's alchemist and have accepted your spirit stones, how can I just leave like this? It's okay, don't worry. Lu Changsheng chuckled and patted Li Xingguo on the head. He could understand the worries of the two sisters of the Li family. But this was not a big deal for him. After all, the Li family was just a foundation-building family. If he was worried about trouble, he would not have agreed to be the store's alchemist. Hearing Lu Changsheng's calm and gentle words, and his broad palm falling on her head, Li Xingguo couldn't help but feel an unprecedented sense of security in her heart. She remembered that it was the same when her father was still alive. She didn't have to worry about anything. Thank you, Senior Yi. Li Xingguo pursed her lips and said softly. Just relax, I'll take care of everything. Lu Changsheng waved his hand, looking casual. As he spoke, he took out a jade slip, made a list, handed it to Li Xingguo and said, Xingguo, if you have time, help me buy these spiritual medicines. Although he purchased a lot of spiritual medicines for alchemy. But they are all used to refine the first level breaking pill, the second level breaking pill, the 3-yang pill, the combined key pill, the true essence pill. These are useful pills for me. It is impossible to buy all the spiritual medicines. In this list, there are several auxiliary materials for the foundation building pill, as well as the medicinal materials needed to refine the life-saving pill for Lingzixio. Okay, Senior Yi. Li Xingguo heard the words, took the jade slip, and immediately responded. Your pill is almost ready. Lu Changsheng glanced at the pill furnace next to him and reminded him. Li Xingguo immediately came back to his senses and stared at the burning pill furnace with a serious face. When the pill furnace was full of inspiration, he immediately pinched his hands and shouted, Condition. Open. After the pills were condensed, the furnace cover flew up immediately, and pills flew out one by one. You didn't grasp the timing of condensing the pill just now, and the fire was a bit too high before, causing the medicinal effect in the liquid to evaporate a little bit. Lu Changsheng saw these pills and saw that there were 9 successful pills, but 2 useless pills and 3 inferior pills, and immediately pointed out where the problem was. Thank you for your advice, Senior Yi. Li Xingguo nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. He immediately tried another furnace to review the situation. Senior Yi. At this moment, Li Xingyu's voice came from outside. What's wrong? Lu Changsheng asked immediately after hearing this. Someone from the Li family is here to visit you. Li Xingyu said. Chapter 196. Sure enough, he is not a serious person, and starts to heal his wounds. I didn't expect the Li family to come. It seems that the other party has sent people to guard near the Baodin Pavilion. Otherwise, How could the other party come to the door not long after I came back? Okay, I'll go and take a look. Lu Changsheng walked out of the alchemy room and prepared to see what the other party wanted to do. Li Xingguo, who was standing beside him, also went out with him. The three of them came to the hall of the store. But in the hall stood a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing an ink-colored robe and with a thin face. When he saw Lu Changsheng and the two sisters coming, he immediately bowed respectfully. I am Li Changhu of the Li family, and I meet Master Yi. What can I do for you? As the saying goes, you should not hide a smiling person. Seeing that the other party was so polite, Lu Changsheng would not say anything cold, and said indifferently, I heard of Master Yi's name, so I came here to pay my respects. Li Changhu took out a beautiful gift box from the storage bag and said politely, no need for gifts. If you have anything to say, you can just say it. If there is nothing, Yi will still make pills. Lu Changsheng looked at the other party's behavior and said calmly without any fluctuations. He wondered what the Li family meant by coming here. It didn't seem like they were here to cause trouble. Or should they use courtesy before force? They wanted him to stay out of the affairs between the Li sisters and the Li family? I heard that Master Yi has just arrived in Xiansheng, so our Li family would like to ask if Master Yi plans to settle down in Xiansheng. Our Li family's land is Qingyun Mountain, not far from Xiansheng. Not only does our family have 4 foundation building masters, but we also have a second-level alchemist inheritance. I came here to invite Master Yi to become a guest of our Li family, as long as Master Yi is willing. Li Changhu said politely with a smile on his face, expressing his purpose of coming here. When the two sisters Li Xingguo and Li Xingyu heard this, they immediately glared at Li Changhu. The reason why their Baodin pavilion couldn't invite a master of alchemy was because of the Li family. Now that Lu Changsheng was finally in charge, the Li family immediately sent someone to come, which made them extremely angry. I have signed a contract with Baodin Pavilion, and now I am the alchemist of Baodin Pavilion. You should go back. Lu Changsheng heard this and said directly, in this case, I am sorry to bother you. Please accept this little gift. Li Changhu heard this and did not force it. He came here mainly to test the relationship between Lu Changsheng and the Li sisters. Now through Lu Changsheng's attitude, he almost understood in his heart that Lu Changsheng had no good feelings towards their Li family and was obviously on the side of the two sisters. No merit, no reward, no need for gifts. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said, Master Yi, actually I came here to apologize to my two nieces and explain the misunderstanding at the beginning. Li Changhu sighed and said, it means that there was a misunderstanding between the Li Xingguo sisters and the family at the beginning. At that time, the family had no ill will towards the Li Xingguo sisters. It was just because a foundation-building ancestor had some grievances with Li Xingguo's parents, so he acted a little overbearing. But before the matter was finalized and the family elders dealt with it, Li Xingguo directly abandoned the family's industry, took his sister away from the family, and cut off ties with the family, causing things to become a little stiff. Otherwise, how could the Li family do this, considering the contributions of the sisters' parents to the family and Li Xingguo's talent for alchemy? In recent years, if the two sisters admitted their mistakes, the family would not care about these things and would treat them well again. There is no misunderstanding. We two sisters have no relationship with the Li family for a long time, and we will not go back. Li Xingguo heard this, her face was frosty, and she said in a cold voice, she is not stupid. There may be some misunderstandings about the Li family's affairs at the beginning. But over the past year, the Li family's behavior has already made her completely disappointed. How could she believe these words? A light misunderstanding exposed everything. If it was really a misunderstanding, why did the Li family send Li Changhu to apologize and resolve the misunderstanding now? To put it bluntly, it was to give face to Lu Changsheng, the master of alchemy, that the Li family sent someone to say that there was a misunderstanding. Otherwise, they would keep putting pressure on the two sisters to surrender. In the end, they would either sell the shop and leave Jiuxiao Xiansheng, or bow their heads to the family and admit their mistakes. Okay, I'll accept the gift. As for whether it's a misunderstanding or not, it has nothing to do with me. I'm now the alchemist of Baodin Pavilion, and I don't want you to come to Baodin Pavilion to cause trouble again. Lu Changsheng said. After hearing these words, he roughly understood the purpose of Li Changhu's visit. To see how he and the Li sisters are related. If there is no relationship, he may send a gift, hoping that he will not get involved in the family affairs of the Li family. If the relationship is good, it will show goodwill and resolve the grievances. After understanding the general situation, Lu Changsheng would not be aggressive and asked for justice for the two sisters. After all, his relationship with the two sisters has not reached this point. He also does not have the leisure and time to do such things. As long as the Li family does not come to Baodhan Pavilion to cause trouble again, it will be fine. He accepted the gift to show his attitude, and the matter ended here. Yes, Master Yi, I'm nagging you. I'll take my leave. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was willing to accept the gift, Li Changhu was relieved. This meant that Lu Changsheng would not do anything to the Li family because of the two sisters. Although the Li family was not afraid of Lu Changsheng, they were unwilling to offend a second-level top-grade alchemist for such a small matter. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Lu Changsheng said lightly. Senior Yi, thank you. After Li Changhu left, Li Xingruo's eyes were red, and she pursed her lips and thanked Lu Changsheng seriously. Although Lu Changsheng did not talk about seeking justice, she was very grateful that Lu Changsheng was willing to stand on their side. Senior Yi, thank you. Li Xingyu next to her also thanked her. Although she was young, she was not stupid. She knew that the Li family came to apologize and resolve the grievances because of Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, they would not come earlier or later, but at this time. Haha, it's okay. The Li family shouldn't bother you anymore in the future. Xingruo, you can try to invite a second-level alchemist to the store during this period, so that after I leave, there will be an alchemist in the store. Lu Changsheng smiled and patted the two girls' heads, saying in a gentle voice. They knew that the grudge between the two sisters and the Li family had come to an end for the time being. Okay, Senior Yi. The two sisters felt lost when they heard Lu Changsheng's words of leaving. The past month or so, getting along with Lu Changsheng was the happiest and most relaxing time they had in the past year. They had some feelings for Lu Changsheng. They really hoped that Lu Changsheng could stay. But they knew clearly that in another month, Lu Changsheng would leave after finishing his work. This is identity and status. Xingruo's parents were originally Li family foundation builders, but after both of them died, they were forgotten and treated like this by the family. Now, just because I came to Baodhan Pavilion, an alchemist, the Li family is willing to send people to show goodwill, apologize, and resolve the grievances. Lu Changsheng returned to the alchemy room and shook his head gently. He was quite emotional about this matter. In the following time, Lu Changsheng spent most of his time in Baodhan Pavilion to make pills and talismans, except for rest. That day, Ling Xixiao came to Baodhan Pavilion. Master Ling. Li Xingyu in the shop saw Ling Xixiao and shouted respectfully. Jiuxiao Xiancheng is not big. As a master of formation, Ling Xixiao has a certain reputation in the fairy city. So Li Xingyu has also met him. Well, is Master Yi down here? Ling Xixiao saw Li Xingyu, smiled lightly, and said dignifiedly and elegantly. She has made preparations in the past few days, arranged all the affairs properly, and came to ask Lu Changsheng about the treatment. After all, for her, solving the dragon yin body is the most important thing. If she delays, she will be at risk for every extra day. Moreover, after buying information about Lu Changsheng in Xianxi building, she became more curious about him. She wanted to get to know him by contacting him. Are you looking for Senior Yi? Li Xingyu was a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect Senior Yi to know this Master Ling. Yes, I have an appointment with Master Yi. If he is here, please notify him for me. Ling Xixiao said with a smile. As she said that, her beautiful eyes looked at the cute and lovely Li Xingyu in front of her. She couldn't help but think in her heart, Lu Changsheng settled in Baodhan Pavilion, is he planning to take advantage of this little girl? She remembered that after the original owners of Baodhan Pavilion died, only a pair of children were left to run the store. This person is really not a serious cultivator. Ling Xixiao spat in her heart. She was more certain that Lu Changsheng was not a serious cultivator. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence that he just happened to settle in Baodhan Pavilion? Obviously, he has some improper thoughts about the girl. In the alchemy room, Lu Changsheng, who was refining the alchemy, naturally didn't know what Ling Xixiao was thinking. Senior Yi, Master Ling from Xixiao's formation shop said he has an appointment with you and is coming to see you. Li Xingyu shouted outside the alchemy room. I'm refining the alchemy, Xiao, you can ask her to come directly. Lu Changsheng said immediately after hearing this. Okay, Senior Yi. After a while, Li Xingyu invited Ling Zixiao to come. Zixiao, you are here. In the alchemy room, Lu Changsheng looked at Ling Zixiao, who was wearing a lake blue dress and had an elegant figure, and said in a gentle voice, Lu Lang, I have already dealt with the affairs these days, so I will be free anytime next time. Ling Zixiao looked at Lu Changsheng, with a faint smile on her face, and her voice was crisp and gentle, very moving. I still need a furnace of elixirs. 3 days later, when I finish refining the elixir, I will start healing with you, Zixiao. Lu Changsheng said after a little thought. Okay, in that case, I won't disturb Lu Lang from refining the elixir. I'll go and prepare. Ling Zixiao nodded and said. Since Zixiao is here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lu Changsheng looked at the beautiful, dignified and elegant lady in front of him and chuckled. He stepped forward and gently embraced the lady's waist. Lu Lang's appearance makes me a little uncomfortable for a while. Ling Zixiao gently leaned in Lu Changsheng's arms and said in a gentle and soft voice. Lu Changsheng chuckled when he heard this. He thought that Ling Zixiao's decisive response to his Taoist partner's request might have something to do with his appearance. This is normal. Cultivators are also human beings. It is impossible to be completely immune to worldly things. Just like him, after so many years, his hobbies have not changed. He still likes young and beautiful women. If the world of immortal cultivation did not care about beauty, there would be no market for beauty pills, anti-aging pills, and youth pills. Old man Xiang could not have spent so much time to create the Xianziju technique. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and the disguise of the Mi Xianzu in his dantian was instantly untied, restoring his true appearance. Then he looked at Ling Zixiao with tender eyes, and stretched out his hand to pinch the beautiful woman's smooth and round chin. Lu Lang. Ling Zixiao's beautiful eyes moved. She pursed her shiny red lips, tiptoed, embraced Lu Changsheng's neck, and offered her soft lips. Lu Changsheng felt a soft fragrance filling his mouth. Tisk tisk tisk, Ling Zixiao's comprehension was very high. With the experience of the previous 2 times, he can now take the initiative to grasp the rhythm. However, when Zuzu was held, her nose still couldn't help but hum, and her breathing was a little rapid, which made her plump and slender thighs in the skirt slightly soft. But she still tried her best to calm her mind and gradually adapt to this feeling. But as time went on, Ling Zixiao still lost. Her dress was messy, her eyebrows were full of shyness and seductiveness, her body was like soft mud, almost hanging on Lu Changsheng. She spit out orchids from her mouth, and panted. I think it won't take long for Zixiao to fully adapt. Lu Changsheng held the beauty in his arms, and said so with condensed fat flowing out of his palm. It must be said that Ling Zixiao's comprehension is indeed amazing. If he is trained and taught well, he will definitely be able to show amazing talent in this area. However, he felt that his behavior was a bit self-defeating. Since coming to Juxiao Fairy City, he has been in a state of self-cultivation. Now facing Ling Zixiao's dragon body, the yang energy in his body can't help but rise and spread, making his lower abdomen slightly hot. HMPH. Ling Zixiao heard this, rolled her beautiful eyes at Lu Changsheng, and snorted. She thought that she had read some books on dual cultivation in the past few days and was mentally prepared, so she would definitely not be as unbearable as before. But under Lu Changsheng's method, she was still weak and powerless, and retreated. She was convinced again in her heart that Lu Changsheng was not a serious cultivator. After all, the dual cultivation technique talks about the coordination of yin and yang and the understanding of the Great Way. Where did all these tricks come from? Let her, a foundation-building cultivator, be like an ordinary woman. Lu Changsheng chuckled, embraced Ling Zixiao, chatted, and got to know each other. When the elixir in the furnace was about to be completed, he let go of Ling Zixiao. Seeing this, Ling Zixiao tidied up her messy skirt and hair, and walked out of the alchemy room. When she came to the hall, she saw Li Xingguo chatting with Li Xingyu. Master Ling. Li Xingguo and Li Xingyu immediately looked at Ling Zixiao and greeted him. Miss Li. Ling Zixiao smiled lightly, his manners dignified and elegant. He looked at Li Xingguo in front of him. Her skin was as white as jade, her facial features were clear and elegant, her eyes were bright and her head was as clear as a new moon. Between her eyebrows, there was a clear and hard heroic spirit. With such an appearance, she can be said to be a first-class beauty. She is more charming than Li Xingyu, who has not grown up yet. Seeing Li Xingguo in front of him, Ling Zixiao reaffirmed his guess. Lu Changsheng came to the Baodin pavilion because he had ideas about the two sisters. But she didn't say much. After a brief chat with the two sisters, she said goodbye and left. 10 days later. The night was hazy. Qingzhu Mountain, in a cave. Zixiao, I'm going to start. Lu Changsheng hugged Ling Zixiao, whose skin was snowy, plump, and sweaty, and looked into each other's eyes and said so. 7 days ago, after he finished refining the elixir, he and Ling Zixiao came to the cave area of Qingzhu Mountain and rented a cave. After all, healing requires a quiet place where you won't be disturbed. Moreover, the cave is not only quiet, but also extremely rich in spiritual energy, which is helpful for the operation of mana. Now, after 7 days of preparation, Lu Changsheng is about to use the dragon-inducing technique to solve Ling Zixiao's dragon yin body. Lu Lang. Ling Zixiao's jade face flushed, and she was a little nervous. After all, the 3 secret methods can theoretically solve her dragon body. But it is only in theory. If it is useless, she has not been too worried about gains and losses these days. It is said that the passage to the depths of a woman's soul is. After the fusion of soul and flesh in the past few days, she felt that Lu Changsheng was good in all aspects except that he was not a serious cultivator. It was very pleasant and comfortable to get along with him. Dragon-inducing technique. Lu Changsheng did not say much and operated the dragon-inducing technique. A ferocious and domineering dragon roared out, full of aggression and domineering, entered Ling Zixiao's body and began to plunder. Boom. At this moment, the dragon body in Ling Zixiao's body seemed to be provoked. The dragon yang energy that was barely stabilized on weekdays burned fiercely and exploded, sweeping her whole body, limbs and bones, making her look painful. Not good. Lu Changsheng immediately realized that he used the dragon-inducing technique to replenish the dragon yang energy, breaking the yin and yang balance that Ling Zixiao had barely stabilized with natural materials and treasures. He immediately raised his palm and let the second-level talisman and pills that had been prepared by the bed fly into his hands. He activated the pills and talismans on her to suppress the dragon's yang energy. Seize. Lu Changsheng did not directly replenish the spiritual body's essence. Now that it has just begun, he must try to stabilize the yin and yang balance in the other party's body before he can try to plunder the essence. Roar. The dragon roared and began to devour and plunder the dragon's yang energy. Facing the explosion and plunder of the yang energy in the body, Ling Zixiao closed her beautiful eyes and hummed loudly. Her tense body kept trembling, and she could not control herself at all, and even her consciousness was not clear enough. She could only put all her hopes on Lu Changsheng. Is this the dragon's yang energy? Through the dragon-inducing technique, Lu Changsheng could feel the wisps of dragon's yang energy entering his body. The plundered yang energy was very thin. But Lu Changsheng could feel that this yang energy was good for him. It can nourish the blood and qi of the body, and even speed up the circulation of spiritual energy in the meridians. The dragon roar body is indeed one of the top spiritual bodies. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. He had to use the dragon-inducing technique to replenish Ling Zixiao's dragon roar body, and he inevitably had some expectations for the original characteristics of this dragon roar body. After all, this dragon roar body is one of the top spiritual bodies. It is one level higher than his own Zhengjin body and blood talisman spirit body. Although the dragon-inducing technique cannot completely replenish and plunder the dragon roar body, but it can also replenish some of its characteristics, which is of great benefit to him. The dragon roar yang qi is completely equivalent to providing me with a constant supply of physical nourishment. Lu Changsheng's body was running the Balian Baodi technique, refining the dragon roar yang qi, and using his magic power to operate the dragon-inducing technique to replenish the dragon roar yang qi in Ling Zixiao's body. Here comes the pill. After a while of replenishing, Lu Changsheng saw that the second-level spiritual pill that Ling Zixiao had just taken was consumed. He thought that this dragon roar body was really domineering. He immediately gave Ling Zixiao another life-saving elixir. The dragon's yang energy, the power of the elixir, the power of the talisman, and the plunder of the dragon-inducing technique made her brain blank and dizzy. Her beautiful eyes were hazy and misty, and her delicate red lips were panting and making sounds like complaints and sobs from time to time. Boom boom boom. Under Lu Changsheng's nourishment, the blood in Ling Zixiao's body also surged faster and faster, like a rushing river. As the saying goes, a single hair moves the whole body. The dragon's yang energy of this dragon's body is stored in the human body's meridians and blood. Lu Changsheng plundered the dragon's yang energy through the dragon-inducing technique, which naturally caused Ling Xiao's blood to be affected and surged wildly. It's really hard to plunder the spirit without hurting the woman herself. Looking at this scene, Lu Changsheng's face showed a bit of solemnity. He had guessed before that it would not be so easy to solve the dragon yin body through the dragon-inducing technique. But he didn't expect to encounter so many troubles at the beginning. Not only did it break the balance of yin and yang in Ling Xiao's body, causing the dragon yin-yang qi to burst out. Now the blood is surging, making her sweat profusely, and her pink and smooth body is surging blood red. If this goes on, I'm afraid that the meridians and blood vessels will be damaged. It can only come a little bit at a time. Lu Changsheng exhaled a turbid breath. He took out several talismans and used them on Ling Xiao to suppress her surging blood. At the same time, he held Ling Xiao's white wrist with one hand, and the mana in his body flowed into the other party's body to protect her meridians as much as possible. Compared with this surging blood, the other party's meridians and danshan are the biggest problem. Under the backlash of the dragon yin body and the burning of the dragon yin yang qi, the meridians and danshan have long been fragile. One careless mistake may cause problems. For a cultivator, the meridians and danshan are of utmost importance and cannot be damaged. Seeing that several forces barely stabilized Ling Xiao's condition, Lu Changsheng immediately accelerated the operation of the dragon-inducing technique. The dragon roared fiercely and madly devoured the dragon roar yang qi in Ling Xiao's body, causing her to make sounds of both pain and joy. Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it took. The dragon roar yang qi has barely stabilized. Lu Changsheng saw that the dragon roar yang qi in Ling Xiao's body gradually calmed down, and he also let out a long sigh. If it weren't for the Zuanin pearl, which gave him an endless supply of mana. Even with the supplement of elixirs, he couldn't stabilize Ling Xiao's condition with mana while using the dragon-inducing technique to replenish and plunder the dragon roar yang qi. At this time, Ling Xiao almost fainted during this process and turned into a pool of water. Yin-yang nirvana technique. Lu Changsheng took out a second-level healing talisman and used it on Ling Xiao, stopping the dragon-inducing technique and using the yin-yang nirvana technique on her. On the one hand, it was to nourish her fragile body and meridians. On the other hand, it was also to see how effective the yin-yang nirvana technique was in treating Ling Xiao. After all, this was just the beginning of solving the dragon yin body. The real problem was to replenish the dragon yin body's essence. Once the essence was replenished, it would not only hurt Ling Xiao's foundation, but also unknown what would happen during the process. This essence made Ling Xiao's beautiful eyes close tightly, her whole body was burning, and she was almost unconscious. Ling Xiao, who was unconscious, seemed to have drunk a mouthful of cold water in the dog days of summer, and a comfortable long groan came out of her throat. Lu Lang. Ling Xiao's beautiful eyes opened slightly, her eyes were blurred and helpless. The process just now made her feel as if she had died. Just like when she broke through the foundation building, the dragon yin body exploded and she almost died. But at this time, she could clearly feel that the dragon yin-yang qi in her body had indeed been greatly reduced, proving that Lu Changsheng's plan had a certain effect. Xiao, you should rest well first, and wait for your body to recover before taking the next step. Lu Changsheng exhaled and said. Although the dragon's yang qi collected through the dragon-inducing technique had a significant nourishing effect on him, it also improved his Balian Baodi technique. But this kind of treatment consumed a lot of his mana, energy, and mental strength. After all, this kind of treatment method is a great test of a person's mind. In this process, you have to concentrate and do many things at the same time, and you can't make any mistakes. It's too difficult. If Lu Changsheng hadn't experienced many battles and gone through many trials and tribulations, ordinary people would not be able to do it. Ling Xiao responded softly, closed his eyes, and fell asleep tiredly. Lu Changsheng also lay down gently, hugged Ling Xiao, and slowly fell asleep. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. The yin and yang qi swallow up the origin of Dragon Roar, and the immortal city is in turmoil. Qingzhu Mountain, Lu family. On this day, Lu Yuanzhong, who was away from home, came back. But the news that the ancestor of the Lu family had returned home did not make the family full of joy and welcome. Instead, the entire Lu family was in mourning and full of grief. 4 months ago, Lu Yuanzhong obeyed the dispatch of Qingyun Sect and took 9 elders, core members, and elite children of the clan to participate in the crusade against the Xiahao clan. But now, only Lu Yuanzhong and 3 Lu family children have returned. Moreover, Lu Yuanzhong, the ancestor of the family, was listless, his breath was disordered, and his face was full of fatigue and paleness. Ancestor. Grandpa, dad, husband. Finger. Some people in the Lu family cried softly, some wailed in grief, and there was grief. There were also many people who saw Lu Yuanzhong's pale and listless appearance and felt ominous in their hearts. With so many high-level combat forces dead at once, the Lu family has been seriously injured. If Lu Yuanzhong, the pillar and ancestor of the family, gets into trouble again, the Qingzhu Mountain Lu family will be finished. Brother, why is it like this? Ancestor, why is this battle like this? Lu Yuanding and Lu Miacheng asked Lu Yuanzhong with grief on their faces. To attack the Xiahao clan, Qingyun Sect not only recruited many family forces, but also had Jidan's Henren sitting in. In their opinion, this battle was not a complete crushing victory, but also a great victory. How could it be so tragic? Alice. Lu Yuanzhong heard the 2 people's questions and sighed deeply. This battle went very smoothly in the early stage. Under the leadership of Qingyun Sect, our family forces easily eliminated the forces of the Xiahao family and killed towards the Blackwater Pond. But just when the Blackwater Pond gathered, first the Xiahao family's clan formation changed from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. When Qingyun Sect broke the Xiahao family's clan formation with the earth-shaking formation, another accident occurred. Lu Yuanzhong spoke slowly, recalling the battle in his mind. On that day, the Xiahao family's formation at the Blackwater Pond was broken, and the monk's army rushed into the Blackwater Pond. At this time, the Xiahao family's fake Dan ancestor appeared. But this fake Dan ancestor is not the Xiahao Wuwo that everyone knows. It is the old ancestor of the Xiahao family, Xiahao Ji. The old ancestor of the Xiahao family let out a long roar, and thousands of coffins in the Blackwater Pond flew into the sky. Countless zombies broke out of the coffins, filled with evil spirits, and were amazing. Then, the war began. Although most of these zombie Taoist soldiers were of average strength, they were fearless. What was even more terrifying was that Xiahao Ji, the ancestor of the Xiahao family, with the help of this group of corpse soldiers, faced the Qingyun Sect's Qingzhu Henren and was not at a disadvantage. It was precisely because of this that the battle that should have been crushed became tense. In the end, it was the Qingyun Sect that laid the Xianluo Fumo formation and assisted Qingzhu Henren to barely kill Xiahao Ji and end the battle. But because of this battle was very tragic. All major family forces suffered casualties. There was even a family force where all the participants died in the Blackwater Pond. For example, the Bai family of Bai Niao Lake, which was on good terms with the Lu family, the ancestor of the Bai family died in this battle. Therefore, he was only seriously injured, which was considered lucky. The ancestor of the Xiahao family, Xiahao Ji, was a soldier of the Zuanshi Dao. Lu Yuanding and Lu Miacheng were shocked when they heard Lu Yuanzhong's story. They didn't expect the Xiahao family to hide so deeply. This battle was so tragic. The ancestor of the Bai family actually died directly in this battle. Although the Xiahao family of Blackwater Pond was destroyed, I heard that some of the elites of the Xiahao family have escaped. And the Xiahao family's fake Dan ancestor Xiahao Wuwo did not appear throughout the whole process, and it is very likely that he left secretly. Some people speculate that they may turn into demon cultivators and make trouble everywhere in the Qingyun territory, and even retaliate against our families. Maya Cheng, you ask all the family members outside to be more careful and pay more attention to avoid encountering demon cultivators making trouble. Lu Yuanzhong's face was pale and he said out loud. As he said that, he couldn't help but cough twice. At that time, he led the Lu family members to fight in the Blackwater Pond, and encountered a flying zombie in the foundation building period. In the process, the corpse poison injured his internal organs. If it weren't for his foundation building cultivation, this corpse poison would have killed him. Brother, how is your health? Lu Yuanding immediately asked with concern. I'm afraid I don't have many years left. Lu Yuanzhong shook his head and didn't hide it. Although I am seriously injured, as long as I don't fight with others, I can still hold on for another 10 years. Our family has also made many military achievements in this battle. Yuan Ding, you should settle the spiritual stones that the family can currently use. When the time comes, we will go to Qingyun Sect to exchange for a foundation-building pill and several foundation-building spiritual objects. Lu Yuanzhang said in a deep voice. The current situation of the Lu family is that the most urgent task is to have a new foundation-building cultivator. Only by giving birth to a new foundation-building cultivator and sitting in Qingzhu Mountain can their Lu family survive the future crisis. Ancestor, when the two heard this, they immediately showed a heavy look. As long as he doesn't fight with others, he can still hold on for another 10 years. This shows that Lu Yuanzhang's situation is very serious. If he fights with others, he may not even survive for a year or two. Yuan Ding, Miao Chang, you don't have to collect any spiritual medicines for me. During this period, go all out to collect and purchase foundation-building spiritual objects. Now our Lu family must have a new foundation-building cultivator. Lu Yuanzhang looked at the two people in front of him and continued. He knew his situation very well. Even if he had elixirs and elixirs, he could only prolong his life for a few years. This is not a long-term solution after all. Instead of wasting resources for his own life, it is better to use all resources to cultivate new foundation-building cultivators. Jiuxiao Immortal City. In a cave. Zixiao. Lu Changsheng called out to Ling Zixiao softly, indicating that he was about to start. After these days of recuperation, nourishment, and dual cultivation, the dragon yin-yang energy in Ling Zixiao's body has temporarily stabilized. Therefore, he is now going to use the dragon attracting art to begin to replenish the essence of Ling Zixiao's dragon yin body. This is a crucial step. It will also determine whether he can solve Ling Zixiao's physical condition. Lu Lang. When Ling Zixiao heard this, her exquisite jade feet wrapped in snow-white socks entangled Lu Changsheng. Through these days of getting along, she could see that Lu Changsheng was indeed wholeheartedly and doing his best to heal her. This made her completely open her mind and body in this regard, without any restraint. Dragon attracting art. Lu Changsheng's mind was heavy, and he started practicing his skills. Roar. In an instant, the dragon roared and rushed into the dark pool. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound of water waves in the dark pool, and there were splashes of water. After entering the dark pool, the dragon kept swimming deeper and deeper, as if looking for something. After a long time, the dragon found the target of his trip. In the depths of the dark pool, there is a dragon ball. This dragon ball contains vast and domineering power, which can transform a person into a dragon. But falling into the dark pool, it caused the owner of the dark pool to dry up and dry up. At this time, the dragon came to solve the dragon ball for the owner of the dark pool and plunder and devour the origin of the dragon ball. The dragon is not a creature in the pond. It will turn into a dragon when it encounters wind and rain. If the origin of the dragon ball can be seized, it will also be of great benefit to the owner of the dragon. Roar. The dragon roared at the dragon ball. Because the real dragon power contained in the dragon ball is too overbearing, the dragon dare not swallow it directly for now. So it only tentatively absorbs the original power of the dragon ball. There is a dragon soul sleeping in this dragon ball. The moment the dragon's origin was absorbed by the dragon, the sleeping dragon soul immediately woke up, roaring to the sky, exuding terrifying power. In an instant, the entire dark pool boiled, the pool water surged, and a vortex formed in the center, full of suction. At this moment, the owner of the dark pool also let out a painful groan. The scarlet body was as hot as fire, and the soles of the feet wrapped in snow-white socks were bent and tight. It was obvious that the awakening of the dragon soul brought her great pain. Sure enough, when Lu Changsheng saw this scene, he thought to himself, as expected. He immediately gave a pill to Ling Zixiao, wanting to suppress the riot caused by the awakening of the dragon soul. When he plundered Long Yin's yang energy before, he guessed that if he plundered the origin of Long Yin's body, it would very likely cause the dragon yin body to explode. Now it seems to be true. But he was prepared. He raised his hand and two talismans flew over and activated them on Ling Zixiao. This is a second-grade top-grade talisman, one that can warm the body, and one that contains the cold power of mysterious ice. Hiss. As the icy power of the talisman spread, the boiling and hot pool water suddenly cooled down. And the dragon in the deep pool, at this moment, was in a state of mixed cold and heat, causing Lu Changsheng, the dragon's owner, to take a deep breath. Seize. His face was solemn. He held Ling Xiao's wrist with both hands and circulated his magic power to protect her meridians and Danshan. At the same time, he activated the dragon attracting technique to allow the dragon to continue to absorb the original power of the Dragon Ball. Roar, 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 the dragon roared, ferocious and domineering, causing a ray of golden origin to emerge from the Dragon Ball. Ao, ao, ao. As soon as this ray of golden origin appeared from the Dragon Ball, the dragon soul inside also roared to the sky, causing the entire Dragon Ball to riot, causing the Yaoten to completely boil. At this moment, Ling Xiao raised her head suddenly high, gritted her teeth and groaned in pain, shaking continuously. Her long black hair was covered with sweat and scattered wantonly, leaving a few strands of hair in her red lips, sobbing and crying. But as the owner of the Yaoten, she still tried her best at this moment to help the dragon suppress the Dragon Ball and Dragon Soul in her body. Roar. The dragon roared again and swallowed the essence of the Dragon Ball in front of it, trying to take it away. This made the Dragon Soul extremely angry, and it almost rushed out of the Dragon Ball. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, endless dragon roar yang energy permeated from the Dragon Ball, causing the deep pool to boil and burn, and the water in the pool was almost evaporated. Under the power of the Dragon Soul, Ling Xiao's whole body felt like she was electrocuted and trembled in pain. At this moment, not only her body was trembling, her soul was also trembling. Ling Xiao closed her eyes tightly, her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, her arches were tense, and her two white jade hands tightly grasped the Dragon Master, and painful moans leaked from her lips. No, can't hesitate, it must be quick. Lu Changsheng knew Ling Xiao's pain through the force coming from her back, and a solemn look appeared on his face. Under the explosion of the dragon roar body, her whole body was boiling, extremely hot, and almost burning. Endless dragon roar yang energy erupted deep in her body, burning her flesh, meridians, and Danshan. Therefore, he must now seize this strand of dragon roar origin as soon as possible, and then solve this problem. Otherwise, this collection will not only fail, but also cause Ling Xiao's vitality to be seriously injured. Subsequent treatment will be more troublesome. After all, under the burning of dragon roar yang energy, Ling Xiao's lifespan is not much. Roar. The dragon roared, swallowed the Dragon Ball origin in one hand, and then quickly left the deep pool. Puff. A crisp and dull sound came from Ling Xiao's body. She fainted, and a bright trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Not good. Lu Changsheng's magic power was circulating in Ling Xiao's body the whole time. He knew that under the impact of the source of replenishment and the dragon's chanting yang energy, the other party's heart meridian was damaged and slightly ruptured. If it goes on like this, not only the heart meridian, but also the meridians and Danshan of the whole body will have problems. At this moment, he couldn't care too much. He directly used several pills and talismans on Ling Xiao. At this time, serious illness requires strong medicine. With the help of the power of pills and talismans, he allowed Ling Xiao to maintain a glimmer of life. As long as there is a glimmer of life, he can use the yin-yang nirvana technique and the life-saving technique to revive the other party and slowly recover. Time is racing against time at this moment. The pills and talismans made the unconscious Ling Xiao groan, like a pool of soft water. Roar. At this time, the dragon returned with a ray of origin taken from the Dragon Ball. After this ray of the origin of the dragon roar body entered Lu Changsheng's body, it immediately turned into surging force, washing every inch of his flesh and blood, every inch of his skin. 100 refinements of the body art. Feeling the dragon roar origin rampaging in his body, Lu Changsheng immediately activated 100 refinements of the body art. Boom! The sound of blood surging like a big river sounded in Lu Changsheng's body. As a foundation-building cultivator, he has also practiced the 100 refinements of the body art to the 4th level. Just a ray of dragon roar origin cannot have much impact on him. However, when this ray of dragon roar origin came to the Danshan of the Qi Si, in Lu Changsheng's Danshan of the Qi Si, the yin and yang qi surrounding the yin and yang 5 elements Dao foundation seemed to be sensed. It immediately turned into a small yin and yang fish and swam towards the dragon roar origin. What's going on? Lu Changsheng looked surprised and doubtful. He didn't know what was happening with the yin and yang energies of his Tao foundation. After all, he had never encountered such a situation before. But he saw that the yin and yang fish transformed from the yin and yang energies swallowed up the dragon's roar origin in one gulp. Boom boom boom, Lu Changsheng instantly felt that the dragon's roar origin was being refined by the yin and yang energies. The yang energy in his yin and yang energies slowly increased. So that's how it is. Lu Changsheng understood what was going on. His own yin and yang qi could be improved through the rare yin and yang origin. Moreover, his yin and yang qi were not balanced enough now. Yang qi was weaker than yin qi. It was not for any other reason. It was simply because the great sun essence of the golden crow pill was much worse than Xiao Ziao's Taiyan moonlight. The reason why he was able to maintain the balance was entirely due to the spiritual energy obtained from the golden pill girl. At this time, this strand of dragon roar origin was more compatible with Taiyan moonlight than the great sun essence. So the yin and yang qi instinctively swallowed this strand of dragon roar origin. At the same time, when the yin and yang qi digested the dragon roar origin, Lu Changsheng's 4th level peak 100 refining treasure body art also trembled violently and broke through directly to the 5th level. Boom! In an instant, the blood and qi in Lu Changsheng's body burst like a river. A volcano erupted, forming a dazzling rainbow column, rising into the sky, filling the entire cave. His whole body was shining, exposed and flowing, blood and qi gushed out, and precious light flowed. It seems that this dragon roar origin is more helpful to men in terms of physical body. Lu Changsheng was surprised. He didn't expect that under the stimulation of the dragon roar origin, his 100 refinements treasure body art actually broke through directly. According to his calculations, even with the 9 treasures Jade Ruai, a supernatural treasure to assist in cultivation, it would take 3 or 4 months to break through. Now that the 100 refinements treasure body art has broken through the 5th level, I can also start to melt the 9 treasures Jade Ruai in my sternum into my life treasure bone. Lu Changsheng was delighted. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. But he didn't think much about it. He immediately looked at Ling Zixiao in front of him. As he absorbed the essence of the dragon roar body and made the dragon roar body explode, Ling Zixiao was now on the verge of death. He relied entirely on the pills and talismans he had just taken to barely stay alive. Yin-Yang Nirvana Technique. Lu Changsheng didn't hesitate and took a recovery pill for himself. He grasped the beauty's plump waist and performed the Yin-Yang Nirvana technique to transfer the essence of the origin into Ling Zixiao's body. At the same time, he activated the life transfer technique. The opponent's situation is very bad now. Under the impact of the dragon roar body, his body was in a mess and his meridians were damaged. Relying solely on the Yin-Yang Nirvana technique, it is impossible to stabilize life and recover from injuries. If I plunder a ray of the origin, it will be like this. I'm afraid my lifespan will be greatly reduced. Lu Changsheng held the soft, white, sweaty waist and murmured in his heart. He had thought that Ling Zixiao's situation would not be too troublesome. Even if he had to use the Yin-Yang Nirvana technique and the life-saving technique to stabilize Ling Zixiao's life, 2 or 3 times would be enough. But from the current situation, it is not that simple at all. Because every time the origin of Dragon Roar is plundered, it will bring life-threatening danger to Ling Zixiao. If I condense the 9 treasures Jade Ruai into my own treasure bone and obtain the 9 innate magical powers, I don't know how effective the healing divine light is. Lu Changsheng pondered in his heart, thinking of the 9 treasures Jade Ruai in his sternum. This Ruai has 9 treasures and 9 magical powers. The 5th treasure is the healing divine light. It can heal other people's physical bodies and even spiritual injuries. Maybe it also has a therapeutic effect on Ling Zixiao's meridians and danshan. If her meridians and danshan can be restored a little, the subsequent treatment will be much better. Home with the origin that Lu Changsheng passed in, Ling Zixiao, who is in a coma, trapped in the dark abyss, and suffering endless torture, seemed to have streams of sweet springs pouring into her body. Let her soul trapped in darkness and her nearly collapsed body taste a hint of strange sweetness. Then, a ray of warmth emerged and pulled her out of the dark abyss. After so much time together, practicing dual cultivation day and night, she clearly knew where this ray of warmth came from. There was an indescribable sense of peace and security in her heart. Zixiao, hold on. Lu Changsheng noticed that Ling Zixiao had regained some consciousness, and said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his hands to hold the beautiful woman's elastic and smooth thighs, and the jade feet wrapped in snow-white socks, and deeply and powerfully brought vitality to them to stabilize the situation in the body. Ling Zixiao wanted to speak. But his consciousness was blurred, his whole body was numb and weak, and he couldn't open his mouth. He could only hum softly through his nose, soft and charming. Just when Lu Changsheng was using the yin-yang nirvana technique and the life-saving technique to heal Ling's Xiao. But above the Xiao Immortal City, the 5 colored rays of light that originally enveloped the Immortal City were rapidly becoming thicker. One by one, the colorful runes, like fish, diffused in the rays of light, emitting a powerful fluctuation of magic power. What's going on? This is the Immortal City's 5 absolutes heavenly array. Why is the array suddenly running at full power? In the Immortal City, many cultivators saw this scene and immediately cried out in surprise. Whether it was the market or the Immortal City, the formations were usually operated at the lowest consumption. Only when something big happened would they be fully operational. Otherwise, even with a third-level spiritual vein, it would be difficult to maintain the operation of the third-level formation. After all, the amount of spiritual energy consumed by the cultivators in the Immortal City every day was not a small amount. Now that the formation was suddenly fully operational, causing the Immortal City to be closed, there was something wrong no matter how you looked at it. Especially some robber cultivators, evil cultivators, and demon cultivators who were hiding their identities in the Immortal City were all a little panicked at this moment. Don't be afraid, everyone. Today, the Immortal City has activated the formation to suppress the demon cultivators. Everyone, don't walk around. A cold, domineering, and majestic voice sounded, spreading throughout the Qingzhu Immortal City. As soon as the words fell, a Qingyun Sect cultivator suddenly appeared, surrounding the courtyards, caves, and buildings. Boom. After a while, the sound of magic explosions and the collision of magic tools sounded in a building. Some courtyards and buildings collapsed directly in the battle and turned into ruins. Swish, a rainbow light flew out. Although Qingzhu Immortal City has a ban on flying. But this ban is not enough to prevent Jinden's Henren from flying. It just makes it more difficult for people to fly in the air and consumes more energy. However, at this moment, a sharp sword light slashed out. This sword seemed to come from outside the 9 heavens, and it seemed as if the skylight exploded and appeared. Almost instantly, the Jinden's Henren hurriedly activated the magic weapon. But he was too hasty, causing him to spit blood under this sword light. Boom boom boom, a series of noises sounded in the Immortal City. 7 or 8 rainbow lights can be seen appearing, all of which are fake Dan's Henren or Jinden's Henren. Not good. The Qingyun Sect has discovered us. When? These rainbow lights are all Jinden's Henren. Facing such a surging offensive, their faces are extremely ugly at this time. I didn't expect that they were hiding in Qingzhu Immortal City, but they were discovered by the Qingyun Sect. Devil cubs, do you think that what you have done these days, our Qingyun Sect has not discovered it? A cold and domineering voice sounded. A middle-aged man in a black robe appeared. He was tall and straight, and the whole person was like a sharp sword, which made people feel piercing and sharp when they saw him. Xianju Sword, Yun Jianfen. Now Xuanjian's Henjin is fighting with the 2 Henjins of Jin State. How can you be here? Someone saw this middle-aged man and said in a deep voice with a chill in his heart. Xianju Sword, Yun Jianfen. Jinden laid stage cultivation. He also condensed a high-grade golden elixir, and was the first person under Li Duixun, the Yuanying's Henjin of Qingyun Sect. His strength was amazing. Since the Grand Elder of our sect dared to accept the challenge, he is naturally fearless. Why should I go there? Why not kill all of you clowns here and teach the forces behind you a lesson? Yun Jianfeng's voice was cold and domineering, like a sword tip piercing his heart. As soon as the words fell, above the fairy city, the 5-colored light of the 5 absolutes heavenly array flowed, and a vast mana surged like the vast ocean. Then, a vast sword light like a tide emerged, like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, killing these Jinden's Henren. Go. Hurry up. Everyone, work together to break the array. When these Jinden's Henren saw this scene, their faces changed drastically, and they shouted, wanting to escape from Qingzhu Fairy City. In the Fairy City, there was not only Yun Jianfeng, the evil star, but also Jinden's Henren presiding over the Fairy City array, and other fake Dan's Henren. Under such circumstances, if they continue to fight, they will definitely lose. Moreover, they are not of the same mind, and they all have their own goals. Xiaojin, let's go. In the crowd, Nanguang Mili saw this scene and did not dare to hesitate. He pinched his hands and a purple jade spider with more than 10 pairs of eyes appeared. The graceful and charming body fell on the back of the purple jade spider, and it flew towards the gate of the fairy city after it was grabbed by Meng Xiaochen. Huh? You want to leave? Yun Jianfeng, dressed in black, looked at the giant and real people in front of him with a cold and domineering look. A black magic sword appeared in his hand and slashed forward. In an instant, the sharp and domineering sword light slashed out, cutting through the void, forcing a giant and real person to parry. And at this moment, boom! Another fierce wave of sword light surged from the fairy city formation, interweaving into a large net of sword energy, gathering layer by layer, to suppress this giant and real person. Swish, swish, swish. Several fake Danzhenren and foundation building cultivators from the Qingyun Sect came and tried to capture the giant Danzhenren in the sword net. Boom! Yun Jianfeng stood tall and straight like a sword in the air, his eyes like lightning. Seeing Nangguang Mili standing on the purple jade spider in front of him, he suddenly slashed with a black sword in his hand. Immediately, a black sword energy flashed, full of extinction energy, as if it was the beginning of the world. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing this, a purple flute appeared in Nangguang Mili's hand, and endless purple airflow surged to block this extinction sword energy. The purple jade spider also sprayed out strands of purple crystal clear silk threads to form a large net. But the next moment, boom! The 5 colored rays of light in the formation above the fairy city flowed, and the might surged. The dense sword light turned into a large sword energy net and killed Nangguang Mili. The formation master who presided over the fairy city formation was obviously cooperating with Yun Jianfeng. Whoever Yun Jianfeng wanted to kill, he would immediately suppress him. This kind of attack was hard to resist. Mili. At this time, not far away, a tall, dignified, and murderous middle-aged man saw the scene and immediately shouted with worry. He immediately gave up running away, and a dark red sword appeared in his hand. He took the initiative to chop at the sword energy net in the sky, trying to break the sword energy net for Nangguang Mili. Chapter 198, Gaga kills randomly and explodes his own elixir. Xiang Xiaongshan had a fierce look on his face, with messy black hair flying all over his head. As he swung the dark red broadsword in his hand, a sea of blood emerged. The sea of blood was boundless, rolling and surging, emitting a terrifying might, and killing towards the sword energy net in the sky with 5 colored rays of light. Boom! The sea of blood and the sword net collided, and a loud noise and terrifying magic power aftermath instantly erupted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, this aftermath swept all around, almost breaking the houses and white jade slabs around the fairy city. Even though the buildings and floors in the fairy city were all made of special materials. But it was impossible to withstand the aftermath of the fight between the giant and real people. Suppress. In an instant, a magnificent and deep voice sounded. The wind and cloud surged in all directions, and an invisible barrier formed to suppress and calm this terrifying aftermath. The Qingyun Sect dared to take action in Jixiao Fairy City. Naturally there were many considerations, and would not let the aftermath of the battle spread wantonly. Otherwise, even the fairy city would be reduced to ruins in such a giant-level battle. Besides, there are still many cultivators in the Immortal City. If the giant and true person is allowed to fight, the aftermath alone will kill countless key refining cultivators. Let's go. Nangguang Mili saw this scene without any hesitation. He took Meng Xiaochen with him and asked the purple jade spider to continue rushing towards the gate of the Immortal City. How? Yun Jianfeng sneered when he saw this scene. He didn't care about Nangguang Mili who was running away. The magic sword in his hand slashed forward with a black sword light. Endless extinction aura surged and killed Xiang Xiaongshan who was fighting against the sword energy net. Since the other party took the initiative to ask for death, he didn't mind fulfilling the other party. As for Nangguang Mili and others, the Immortal City formation was open and fully blocked. These people were already trapped in the jar. He only needed to defeat them one by one. If he acted too exaggeratedly and made these people despair, they might unite and even wreak havoc in the Immortal City. This was what he didn't want to see. Ha! Xiang Xiaongshan's face darkened when he saw the extinction sword energy coming at him. His true elixir power surged, and a ferocious and majestic black armor emerged around him, causing him to surge with murderous energy. He took a deep breath, taking in the air and spiritual energy from all directions into his stomach. As his lower abdomen inhaled and exhaled, thunderous sounds rolled, and 2 dragon pillars filled his nostrils. Roar! Then, a quick, violent, overbearing, surging, and sharp breath burst out from his body. This sound was like thousands of troops fighting, countless ferocious beasts roaring and roaring, erupting like a volcano, sweeping in all directions. Boom boom boom, a hurricane suddenly arose, and the sound waves visible to the naked eye raged in all directions with Xiongziongshan as the center. The pavilions, attics, shops and stores around him collapsed directly. And in the streets and shops, many people looked painful, pale, and even vomited blood under the sound waves, and their bodies exploded. Xiongziongshan was able to become a Jinden's Henren, so he was naturally not stupid. Knowing this situation, he was definitely not a match for Yun Jianfeng and the Immortal City Array. Instead of waiting to be executed, it would be better to use this method to prevent the two from using their full strength to attack him, and buy time for Nangguang Mili. Ho, ho, the Immortal City Array surged with power, and the cultivators of the Qingyun Sect also formed a formation, sweeping around to block and calm the sound wave magic power. Devil, you are looking for death. Yun Jianfeng saw this scene, his eyes were like swords, and his expression was fierce. In the void, a series of black sword beams with cold murderous aura and extinction appeared in an instant. The sword beams were dense and overwhelming, like a vast ocean, killing Xiongziongshan. He didn't use his full strength when facing these people before, thinking that the cat caught a mouse. Let them see hope, like a plate of loose sand, and flee separately. But now, Xiongziongshan's behavior made him angry. Buzz buzz buzz, Xiongziongshan saw the sword beams that broke through the air and could not be avoided. He quickly made hand gestures with both hands, and his body rumbled, as if a ferocious beast had revived. A black dragon snake phantom emerged from the black armor on his body, ferocious and terrifying, entrenched around him. Clang clang clang, the black sword beam broke through the air and landed on the black dragon snake on his body, sparks flew, and the clangs rose and fell. In this process, the solid dragon snake phantom became weakened invisibly. The murderous aura was like the wind, and the sword energy was like the tide, which did not stop and rose and fell. Morning. Xiongziongshan endured the endless sword beams, his face was ferocious, his eyes spewed out glass like black flames, and he roared. The dark red broadsword in his hand broke through the sword energy net and slashed forward suddenly, with unparalleled power and domineering power. The boundless sea of blood swept across the world, accompanied by the cries of ghosts and wolves. Boom boom boom, the boundless sea of blood was about to tear through the tide of black sword beams. But the black sword light was endless, breaking the sea of blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suppress. At the same time, a magnificent voice sounded between heaven and earth. Above the fairy city, the formation was filled with 5-colored clouds, and a 5-colored rainbow light, like a pillar of heaven, bombarded Xiongziongshan with amazing power. Facing Yun Jianfeng's attack, Xiongziongshan, who was already exhausted, suddenly looked extremely ugly. He looked ferocious, and his whole body was surging with magic power. The phantom of the dragon snake with black armor on his body roared to the sky, soared into the sky, and rushed towards the light column. But this dragon snake was already seriously injured, and its power was damaged under the attack of the black sword light just now. Facing this 5-colored pillar of heaven, it wailed directly, turned into ashes, and shattered in the void. Puff. The phantom of the dragon snake was shattered, and immediately Xiongziongshan's face turned pale and vomited blood. At the same time, the boundless sea of blood he cut out was shattered by the black sword light. At this moment, endless black sword light instantly submerged Xiongziongshan, causing the magic armor on his body to crack inch by inch, and sparks splashed. Then, the whole person flew backwards with a bang, smashing a deep pit on the ground. Blood spurted from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, which was very miserable. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing this, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect who were raiding the formation nearby immediately took action, formed a formation, and suppressed and captured Xiongziongshan. Melee, this is all I can do for you. Under the suppression of this force, Xiongziongshan's muscles crackled all over his body, and his limbs could not bear this force. He was motionless and looked painful. He raised his head slightly and looked into the distance. Looking at Nangguang Mili who had escaped riding the purple jade spider, his eyes showed an obsessive satisfaction. He felt that he was able to buy so much time for Nangguang Mili, and it was worth it. At this moment, Nangguang Mili and the others had already rushed to the gate of the Immortal City, and they all bombarded the formation in front of them, trying to break the restriction and escape. But now the third-level formation is fully operational, sealing off the entire Immortal City. Even if several Qingyun Henren attack together, they will not be able to break the formation for a while. Everyone, don't hide your weakness anymore. Now we have to work together to break the formation. Otherwise, we will all die here. I have a rare treasure called the Breaking Law Cone. It has the effect of breaking the restriction and breaking the law, and it has a certain effect on breaking the formation. An old man in a gray robe, with gray hair and a gloomy face, took out a purple gold cone and said quickly, "Yes, no matter what happened before, we must find a way to break the formation now. I have a third-level forbidden breaking talisman that can be used to break the forbidden formation. I have a magical power called the Great Divine Power of Reversing the Universe that can overturn mountains and affect the earth veins. It can be used to break the formation. Once this magical power is mastered, it can affect the operation of this small world, thereby making the formation weak." Seeing that the two Qingyun Henren were suppressed and captured so quickly, these people spoke out. Knowing that they are now trapped in a jar. Only by working together and finding a way to break the formation can there be a glimmer of hope to escape. Otherwise, the only fate waiting for them is to be captured and killed. Do it. These people immediately discussed and made a decision. A Qingyun Henren and a Qingyun Henren soared into the sky, acted separately, and used magical powers and magic weapons to attack the buildings and monks in the fairy city. In this way, the Qingyun Sect was forced to use the power of the formation to protect these buildings and monks. The other few people each used their magical powers to stop the Qingyun Sect monks and attack the formation, trying to blast open a ray of hope. Boom boom boom, under the powerful attack of the magic weapon, countless pavilions, towers, and magnificent buildings collapsed and exploded, turning into ruins. One by one, the key refining monks, and even the foundation building monks, were bloody and turned into meat paste under the powerful attack of such magic weapons. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. In front of the Qingyun Henren, let alone the key refining monks. Even the foundation building monks would find it difficult to resist. What's more, this Qingyun Henren was destroying wantonly. Looking for death? Yun Jianfeng saw this scene, and his face showed a cold murderous intent. This scene was the scene he least wanted to see. He transmitted his consciousness and asked this Henren who presided over the formation to isolate the sky and the earth through the formation and suppress the four directions. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect went to evacuate the crowd and block the surroundings. He held the black killing sword and killed a fake down of the demon. The black light of the magic sword was flowing, dazzling and dazzling. It slashed forward, and a black dragon that could destroy the world appeared, roaring ferociously, tearing through the void, making people tremble. Boom. Seeing this, the magic fake down immediately put a gourd magic weapon in front of him, spewing water and fire, forming a barrier to block this attack. At the same time, he looked at other people, asking them to help. After all, he was just a small fake Dan. If he had to face Yun Jianfeng alone, he would probably be suppressed in one round. What's more, Yun Jianfeng obviously had the intention to kill at this time. Killing a person is much easier than suppressing and capturing a person. Seeing this, the other Qingyun and fake Dan looked at each other, and all offered magic weapons, displayed their magical powers, and helped. Some people directly attacked the construction monks in the city, trying to distract Yun Jianfeng. "Evil beast, die for me." Yun Jianfeng's eyes were like lightning, and the golden elixir magic power in his body surged. The whole person was like a sharp and peerless sword, piercing the sky. Countless extinction sword ki emerged from his body, densely packed, covering the sky and the sun, like a mad dragon emerging from the tide, cutting through the void, extinct the world. Boom boom boom, the dense sword ki in the void broke all the attacks in front of him like a tide. At the same time, the evil fake Dan who was blocking the black dragon's sword light turned pale, blood spurted from his mouth and nose, and his body was broken into two pieces, and he died directly. This kind of attack not only attacked the flesh, but also contained the supreme Dan power of the golden elixir, suppressing the soul, making him unable to compete at all. Is this the real Qingyun? Tianju's sword, Yun Jianfeng. When the others saw this scene, their faces were all ugly. It was too terrifying. Yun Jianfeng's strength was too terrifying. Just now, all of them tried to stop him. But Yun Jianfeng broke all the attacks by himself. And killed a fake Dan real person instantly. If this continues, all of them will die here. Kill. Even if I die, I will drag a few people down with me. Seeing this, another demonic Dao Qingyun looked fierce, and sacrificed a small mountain magic weapon, carrying the power of the mountain collapse and cracking the ground, and smashed it directly towards Qingzhu Mountain in the center of the fairy city. He wanted to use this method to affect and destroy the spiritual veins under the fairy city. After all, the third-level spiritual vein of Qingzhu Fairy City, the main vein, is under Qingzhu Mountain. If Qingzhu Mountain collapses, the entire fairy city's spiritual vein will also be affected. Suppress. The real person who presided over the fairy city formation spoke in a magnificent voice, causing a 5-color rainbow light to fall from the sky immediately, covering the small mountain magic weapon and intercepting it. Kill. Yun Jianfeng looked indifferent, with murderous intent, and waved a black magic sword in his hand. Puff. A sword light with a domineering edge and exterminating everything exploded in the void. This demonic Dao Fake Dan, who had just sacrificed the magic weapon, was affected by the fairy city formation. Under this sword light, his body was unknowingly split into two. He showed a look of astonishment on his face. He didn't notice how the sword light appeared, and how he died. Everyone in the field saw this scene, and they were all terrified. One sword. Just one sword, a Jiandan's Henren died like this. Died easily. This is not only the difference between the early stage of Jiandan and the late stage of Jiandan. It is also the difference between Zhendan and Jiandan. Today you will all pay the price. Yun Jianfeng looked indifferent and merciless, and continued to kill others with his sword in his hand. Stop him quickly, my heaven and earth reversal great divine power is about to be completed. A Jiandan's Henren who is performing his magical power shouted loudly. But now, there are only 2 Jiandan's Henren left. The others are all fake Dan, building foundation. In this situation, how dare they make a move? They can only continue to bombard the formation in front of them with all their strength. Sky Spider, go. Nangguang Mili saw this scene, gritted her silver teeth, and let her purple jade spider rush out. Now the other 2 are trying their best to break the formation, and she can only take action to delay Yun Jianfeng. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 12 pairs of eyes of the purple jade spider glowed with demonic luster, and a crystal-clear purple web was spewed out of its mouth, trying to block this void. Then, Nangguang Mili slapped the spirit beast bag, and 6 spirit snakes and dense poisonous bees flew out. These 6 spirit snakes and poisonous bees did not fly towards Yun Jianfeng, but scattered in all directions. Woo, woo, woo. At the same time, she blew the purple jade flute in her hand, emitting an invisible wave of mana. The purple jade spider, spirit snake, and poisonous bee all heard this sound, and their breath continued to rise. Especially the purple jade spider, which changed from the size of a human to a foot tall, with purple light flowing all over its body, which was breathtaking. HMPH. Yun Jianfeng saw this scene and snorted coldly, with a look of disdain. The sharp and domineering black sword light slashed out, instantly chopping the large web of the purple jade spider in front of him into powder. At the same time, sword lights containing terrifying power killed the 6 spirit snakes. These 6 spirit snakes were all second-level monsters. Moreover, they were second-level poisonous beasts cultivated through secret methods, which were better than ordinary monsters. However, facing these 6 black sword lights, they were directly cut into 2 pieces with a puff puff puff, blood splattered, and they died directly. Nangguang Mili saw this scene and her face turned pale. Although these spirit snakes were not her life-blooded poisonous beasts, they were also connected to her mind. Now that they were all killed, it had a certain impact on her. However, she also knew that at this moment, she could only delay Yun Jianfeng in this way. She blew the jade flute, letting all the poisonous bees scatter, wanting to wreak havoc in the fairy city, so that the fairy city formation had to take action against the poisonous bees. Swish. But the next moment, a black sword energy containing great killing and great destruction came straight towards her. Hiss hiss hiss. The purple jade spider was glowing with a strange purple light, ferocious and terrifying, with 12 pairs of eyes that were terrifying, and spider silk was spewed out. The 8 spider legs were like spears, emitting a crystal clear and frightening sharp luster. Puff. Under this black sword energy that killed and destroyed everything, the spider web turned directly into dust. The sword energy continued to burst out, fierce and domineering, exterminating everything, allowing the purple jade spider to stab out the spider legs like sharp divine spears. Clang clang clang. The crystal clear and sharp spider spears were directly cut off one by one in the face of the sword energy, causing the purple jade spider to wail in pain. Puff. Another sharp and domineering black sword light broke through the air and cut the hideous and terrifying huge body of the purple jade spider into two. Crystal clear purple blood splashed out. Puff. Nangguang Mi, who was blowing the jade flute, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale and weak. This purple jade spider was her natal spider, and was closely related to her. Now that it was killed by Yun Jianfeng, she was also seriously injured. Tianju sword, Yun Jianfeng, so scary. Nangguang Mili's face was ugly. This purple jade spider was a third-level poisonous beast. Moreover, just now, under the urging of her magic, its strength was temporarily improved. But it was still killed by Yun Jianfeng's three swords. This kind of strength is simply despairing. Old Ghost Yan, is your magical power useless? Nangguang Mi looked pale and shouted at the Jiandan's Henren, who was using his great magical power to break the formation. Now she has used her natal spider to delay Yun Jianfeng. If it still doesn't work, she won't continue to stand here and wait for death. Because Yun Jianfeng only needs two swords to kill her. The world is upside down. Get up. The Jiandan's Henren called Old Ghost Yan didn't say anything, but slapped his chest fiercely, and then let out a long roar with a weak look. The formation flags around him fluttered, the magic beads rotated, and the Jiandan magic power all over his body surged wildly, stirring up the wind and clouds of heaven and earth. In an instant. Boom boom boom. The whole fairy city seemed to be shaken violently at this moment. Then, under the feet of the man called Yan Laoge, the white jade floor shattered, and the rupture spread like a spider web. At the same time, the ground in this area slowly rose upwards. The great supernatural power of turning the world upside down. Only the real people of Jiandan can display the supernatural power. It can overturn mountains and hills, break the formation and kill the enemy, affect the earth veins, and break the small world formed by the third-level formation in a short time. Although it is not as terrifying as the earth-shaking formation that directly destroys the foundation of a vein, its power is also very amazing. Suppress. The five-colored rays of light of the immortal city formation that is separating the heaven and the earth are surging wildly, trying to suppress the power of this supernatural power. Now, Yan Laoge opened his eyes, his pupils were full of bloodshot, and he shouted loudly with a somewhat ferocious look. As soon as the words fell, everyone else attacked the formation in front of them without holding back. Break the magic cone. Break the forbidden talisman. Heavenly thunder sun. The supernatural powers, magic weapons, talismans and strange treasures bombarded the immortal city wildly, trying to blast a crack and escape from the immortal city. Under the influence of the great divine ability of reversing the universe, the might of the immortal city array disrupted this self-contained small world, causing a weak point in the array in front of him, and immediately a crack was blasted open. It's open, it's broken. Go. Go quickly, it won't be long before this crack is healed. Everyone dared not delay and wanted to escape now. Want to leave? How can it be that easy? Yun Jianfeng snorted coldly when he saw this scene. With a sword slashed out, the sword light shone through the sky and the earth, as if a catastrophe had come to the world, causing countless destructive black air to spread and block the cracks in the array. If you want to escape from the formation through the cracks, you have to walk on his sword energy. This sword energy will kill ordinary foundation builders with a single touch. He held a killing sword and continued to kill the three Jiandan in front of him. The great method of disintegration of the heavenly demon. In the distance, Xiang Ziongshan, who was suppressed and captured by the heavenly sword sect, was now covered in blood, with blue veins exposed, and blood-colored runes appeared on his body. Melee, run away. He suddenly let out a long roar and soared into the sky, and was about to choose to self-destruct the real elixir. Not good. Even Yun Jianfeng's face changed when he saw this scene. I didn't expect Xiang Ziongshan to have some secret method. He sacrificed his life, broke through the seal in suppression, and performed the method of self-destruction of the real elixir. You know, there is a saying in the world of immortal cultivation that after the death of a cultivator above the Jiandan stage, he may be reincarnated with a wisp of soul, and will be reborn in the future to cultivate again and awaken his wisdom. Once you choose to self-destruct, the real elixir, the flesh, and the soul will all disappear in an instant, and there will be no trace of them in the world from then on, and there will be no reincarnation. Therefore, few Jiandan cultivators would choose to self-destruct their true elixir. However, the power of such a self-destruction is indeed amazing. Even Yun Jianfeng, a Jiandan's Henren, has to retreat. Sword locks the heaven and earth. He slashed with his black magic sword, and countless sword ki filled his body, blocking the void around Xiongziongshan to prevent the opponent's self-destruction from causing too much harm to the fairy city. At this moment, the Zhenren who presided over the fairy city formation also used the fairy city to operate at full capacity at this moment to block the void and suppress the power of Xiongziongshan's self-destruction. Boom! The next moment, Xiongziongshan used the method of self-destruction of the true elixir, causing a shocking explosion throughout the fairy city. Nangguang Mili and others took this opportunity to break through Yun Jianfeng's sword energy blockade and escape from Jixiao Fairy City through this tiny crack. Chapter 199 The Rise of Yin and Yang Energies, a Precursor to War. In a cave. What kind of demon cultivator is this? He actually made such a big noise in the fairy city. Lu Changsheng was performing the yin-yang nirvana technique to prolong Ling Xiao's life and heal her wounds. Hearing the earth-shaking explosion outside, his heart suddenly paused. He didn't know what was going on in the fairy city. What happened? Before, he heard a magnificent and vast voice. It said that the fairy city activated the formation to suppress the demon cultivator. But the movement of suppressing a demon cultivator really made him feel a little shocked. I hope it won't affect this side. Lu Changsheng looked at the fair and plump body in front of him, exhaled lightly, and didn't dare to be too distracted. He continued to concentrate, using talismans and mana to comb the dragon yin-yang energy in Ling Xiao's body, while using the yin-yang nirvana technique and the life-saving technique to nourish her flesh and warm her meridians and danshan. Under this earth-shaking explosion, Ling Xiao's confused consciousness also became clearer. But her current condition is still very poor. She was weak and feeble, and extremely frail. She could only rely on Lu Changsheng's endless vitality to calm the backlash of the dragon yin body. In this way, time passed bit by bit. It was not long. Ling Xiao moaned softly, and her whole body trembled violently. Although her delicate body was still weak, like a pool of muddy water. But she was no longer so weak and in a critical state. Huh? Lu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Ling Xiao's condition had finally stabilized. How? He shouted in a deep voice, and operated the exercises to carry out the final stabilization treatment. After a long time, after completing the last wave of treatment, Lu Changsheng's face was full of weakness and fatigue. After all, such high-intensity treatment not only consumes physical strength and mind, but also consumes the essence of the origin and lifespan. Ling Xiao's elegant face was flushed, her eyes were blurred, she slightly raised her jade arms, hugged Lu Changsheng's neck, and took the initiative to kiss him. Before this, although she and Lu Changsheng were Taoist companions, to put it bluntly, it was an exchange of interests. There was only utilitarianism, no emotion at all. Her intimate behavior with Lu Changsheng was simply because she had a good feeling for him. Thinking that her life was running out and she had not experienced this aspect, she tried to accept it. After all, the two of them still had to solve the problem of the dragon roar body through dual cultivation, and sooner or later they would have such a close relationship. But now, after these days of love and the desire to live and die, her attitude towards Lu Changsheng has also changed. It is no longer purely utilitarian and an exchange of interests. Under the backlash of the dragon roar body, the endless yang energy burned her body, making her consciousness blurred and falling into the endless dark abyss. Lu Changsheng consumed the essence of life and pulled her out of the abyss, which gave rise to an inexplicable affection in her heart. This thread of affection made her more sincere to Lu Changsheng. As long as Lu Changsheng did not let her down and could solve the dragon roar body, she would accept it even if he was an evil cultivator. Tisk tisk tisk, Lu Changsheng responded gently to Ling Xiao's kiss. He knew that women would be relatively sentimental after experiencing such things. It was a good time to cultivate feelings. After all, although the two were Taoist partners, they got on the bus first and bought tickets later, lacking emotional foundation. Therefore, in order for the other party to sincerely become the mother of his child, it was natural to cultivate feelings. The two embraced each other and kissed each other, just like a newlywed couple. After kissing for half a cup of tea, their lips reluctantly separated. Xiao, how do you feel about yourself now? Lu Changsheng asked in a warm voice, caressing the soft and delicate snow-white back of the beauty. He could see that Ling Xiao's condition had stabilized, but his body was very weak. But he didn't know what was going on with the dragon yin body. He didn't know how much impact his use of the dragon-inducing art to absorb a strand of dragon yin's origin would have on Ling Xiao. What are the benefits and disadvantages? Ling Xiao didn't speak after hearing this. She closed her eyes and quietly felt the changes in her dragon roar body. After a long time, she opened her beautiful eyes, showing a trace of joy in her eyes, and said, Lu Lang, my dragon roar body has been temporarily suppressed. Oh. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this, a little surprised. I didn't expect it to be suppressed so easily. But then, Ling Xiao frowned slightly and said, but I feel that the dragon roar body is just using the dragon roar yang qi that has been overflowing to repair the lost origin. When the dragon roar origin that you, Lu Lang, have collected is restored, it is estimated that there will be a continuous flow of dragon roar yang qi. Ling Xiao leaned her delicate body in Lu Changsheng's arms, pursed her red lips, and said in a weak voice, the dragon roar body will emit dragon roar yang qi all the time as the strength of the cultivation increases. This dragon roar yang qi, flowing in her body, not only makes her yin and yang unbalanced, but also burns her meridians and danshan all the time. Now, Lu Changsheng has plundered a trace of the dragon yin essence, allowing her dragon yin body to slow down the dissipation of yang qi in this aspect. But as long as the dragon yin body's essence is restored, it will continue to dissipate dragon yin yang qi as before, causing her meridians to wither. The essence of the spirit body is replenished, and it can actually repair itself. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard this. As far as he knows, if the essence of the spirit body is damaged, it is difficult to make up for it. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao's dragon yin body can actually repair itself after being plundered by a trace of essence. This is really amazing. Is this the characteristic of the dragon yin body? Or is it that I have collected too little dragon yin essence? Lu Changsheng was puzzled. He didn't think much and continued to ask, Xiao, how long will it take for your dragon yin body to recover by itself? If this dragon yin body can continue to recover, and recover quickly, then it will be troublesome. Because of this collection, Ling Xiao's body was very weak. Even with the yin-yang nirvana technique and the life-saving technique, these two secret techniques cannot withstand the dragon-inducing art in a short period of time. You must take good care of your body and wait for your vitality to recover before you can do the second collection. I'm not sure about this, maybe a year, maybe half a year. Ling Xiao shook her head and said softly, half a year, a year. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly when he heard this. According to his estimation, Ling Xiao's current condition requires at least 3 or 4 months, or even half a year, to adjust his body. According to this progress, Ling Xiao's dragon yin body has almost recovered. In this case, it would be very difficult for him to completely collect and plunder the origin of the dragon yin body. I don't know how many times he has to collect and replenish before he can completely collect and replenish the dragon yin origin. Although every strand of dragon yin origin is good for him. But the problem is that every time he collects and replenishes the dragon yin origin, the explosion of the dragon yin body will bring death to Ling Xiao. In order to stabilize Ling Xiao's vitality, he needs to spend a huge price and consume his life. Therefore, he couldn't always solve Ling Xiao's situation in this way. After all, he was just a foundation-building cultivator. He only had a lifespan of more than 200 years. If he lost too much lifespan, it would also affect other aspects of him. Now that I have broken through the 5th level of the 100 refining treasure body art, as long as I can melt the 9 treasures Jade Ruai into my life-bearing treasure bone and obtain the 9 great magical powers, I might be able to cure Xiao's situation through the healing divine light. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. Ling Xiao's biggest problem under the backlash of the dragon yin body is that her meridians and danshan are withered and very fragile. If he could nourish and restore Ling Xiao's body, meridians and danshan. In this way, through the dragon-inducing art, she would not be in danger of life and her life would be hanging by a thread when facing the backlash. In this way, he would not have to spend such a great price to extend Ling Xiao's life. He could use natural materials and other methods to let Ling Xiao recover slowly. It's okay. You should take good care of yourself and get your body in good shape in the next period of time. What kind of elixir do you need? I will refine it for you directly. Lu Changsheng said while holding Ling Xiao in his arms. Lu Lang, if I take too many spiritual medicines and treasures of heaven and earth during this period to warm up the meridians of my flesh, it will probably speed up the recovery of the dragon yin body. Ling Xiao pursed her red lips and told Lu Changsheng about the characteristics of the dragon yin body. She has been breaking through the foundation for many years. But her cultivation has not improved at all. She has always been at the first level of the foundation. On the one hand, when she broke through the foundation, the backlash of the dragon yin body made her meridians and Danshan wither, making it difficult to practice. On the other hand, she didn't dare to practice. If she practiced, or even took elixirs and spiritual medicines, the dragon yin body would absorb these energies and convert them into dragon yin yang qi. The more dragon yin yang qi in her body, the more vigorous it is, and the faster her meridians and lifespan will wither. This is why she only purchased spiritual medicines and treasures of heaven and earth with cold and yin properties. Because only the spiritual medicines with cold and yin properties, natural treasures, will not be absorbed by the dragon yin body. They can suppress the dragon yin yang qi. Hiss. Lu Changsheng took a breath and felt that this dragon yin body was indeed difficult to deal with. In this case, there was no way to use a lot of spiritual pills and spiritual medicines on Ling Xiao. He could only try to find spiritual pills and spiritual medicines with cold and yin properties. He exhaled lightly and comforted in a warm voice, "It's okay, I'm here, let me find a way." When Ling Xiao heard this, she suddenly felt an unprecedented sweet sense of security. She had been through many things along the way, but she had never been loved like a woman. Now, she finally experienced this feeling. It made her feel very good. Because of her tired mind, Ling Xiao snuggled in Lu Changsheng's arms, her eyelashes gradually drooped, her pale face showed tranquility, and she slowly fell asleep. Lu Changsheng heard the beauty's even breathing, gently hugged the warm and soft jade, and gently stroked her soft and delicate skin with his palm. He silently said in his mind, "System." Suddenly, the system panel appeared in front of him. Name, Lu Changsheng. Identity, son-in-law of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. Cultivation, second level of foundation building. Lifespan, 38/263. Talent, 4th grade spiritual root. Zhengjin body, medium spiritual body. Blood talisman spiritual body. Superior spiritual body. Kung Fu, 100 refining treasure body art. 7 stars Great Freedom Sword Sutra. Yin and Yang harmony art. 9 mysterious talisman sutra. Immortal posture art. Spells, 7 stars sword light. 7 stars sword shield. 7 stars sword escape. Items, mysterious sky pearl. Mysterious yuan pearl. Demonic curse book. Lingming treasure tree. Golden armor beam mother book. Life substitution talisman. Crystal condensing pill. Magic weapon. 9 treasures jade ruai. Black dragon magic pearl. 100 horses pagoda lock. Skills, alchemy. Second order, talisman making. Second order, puppet. Second order, spirit slaughter. Second order, spirit pets. Zumi tree king. 9 nether mastiff. 6 winged golden silkworm. Cold green black turtle. Peach blossom goo. Hope goo. Offspring. 153/153. 6 years less of life. Lu Changsheng looked at his life column on the system panel. He felt that he had to think of other ways to solve Ling Xiao's problem. It was basically impossible to solve the dragon roar body by relying on the dragon-inducing art, yin-yang nirvana art, and life-saving art alone. Unless he had an infinite lifespan. Otherwise, with his lifespan of more than 200 years of foundation building, he simply couldn't withstand it. The main problem is the backlash of the dragon roar body. If I can suppress this dragon roar origin power through some kind of cold power during the process of collecting and replenishing, it will be much easier for me to collect and replenish. Lu Changsheng thought about the situation when he used the dragon-inducing art to collect and replenish the dragon roar body before. I feel that as long as I have some kind of treasure and power when collecting and replenishing the origin, I can suppress the backlash of the dragon roar origin. In this way, I can collect and replenish the dragon roar body with confidence. There is no need to use secret techniques immediately to stabilize the situation for Ling Xiao as soon as I collect and replenish a wisp of origin. But if you want to suppress the backlash of the dragon yin body, you need at least a 3rd level spiritual medicine or treasure, or ask a Jiandan's Henren who practices yin cold attribute to help. Lu Changsheng knew that ordinary elixirs and treasures could not suppress the backlash of the dragon yin body. At least a 3rd level treasure was needed. Although he drew the 3rd level ones in the system lottery, it was too difficult to draw spiritual medicine or treasure that would be useful to Ling Xiao. As for the Jiandan's Henren who practiced yin cold attribute, Lu Changsheng thought it was impossible. Even if he spent a lot of money to ask a Jiandan's Henren to help, He didn't have the face to let someone use yin cold magic power to suppress the backlash of the dragon yin body when he was collecting energy. Forget it, I can only do it slowly. Now that the dragon yin yang qi has slowed down, the balance of yin and yang has been temporarily stabilized. At least there is no need to worry about life. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. According to Ling Xiao's original situation, the meridians and Danshan were constantly withering, and he was afraid that he would not live for a year. Now that the dragon yin yang qi in his body has been almost replenished by him, he doesn't have to worry about his life in the next 1 or 2 years. Therefore, he still has a lot of time to deal with Ling Xiao's situation. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of the time when he replenished the dragon yin origin, but this strand of origin was swallowed and refined by the yin and yang qi. He looked at his qi si danshan, the yin and yang qi surrounding the yin and yang 5 elements Dao foundation. After swallowing and refining the dragon yin origin, this strand of yin and yang qi seemed to grow a little stronger. He felt that his foundation, the Dao foundation, seemed to have improved a little. However, this improvement was very small and subtle, so he didn't feel it obviously. Could my Dao foundation be improved? Lu Changsheng looked at the flowing yin and yang qi and thought to himself. He had more expectations for continuing to replenish the dragon yin origin in the future. He hoped that after the yin and yang qi swallowed enough dragon yin origin, whether it would significantly improve his Dao foundation or even transform it. If it could transform, it would be amazing. Huh? Feeling the fatigue coming from his body and mind, Lu Changsheng didn't think about it anymore. Holding the warm and soft jade in his arms, he closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. 3 days later, Lu Changsheng and Ling Xiao walked out of the cave. At this time, the two walked together, more intimate and natural than before, like a perfect couple. Walking in the fairy city, Lu Changsheng could see that the number of patrolling and law enforcement monks in the fairy city had increased significantly. I don't know what happened in the fairy city a few days ago. Lu Changsheng thought of the fairy city suppressing the demon cultivators when he was treating Ling Xiao a few days ago. Ling Xiao was also a little curious, although she was confused at the time. But she also vaguely sensed that there was a lot of commotion in the fairy city. Immediately, the two asked about the situation a few days ago. It was learned that a few days ago, because several giant and demon cultivators were hiding in the fairy city, so the Qingyun Sect activated the fairy city formation and took action to kill these demon cultivators. In this battle, 1 giant and real person was suppressed and captured, and 2 giant and real people died. If it weren't for a giant and real person self-destructing, the remaining demon cultivators would almost all be suppressed and captured. 6 giant Henren, and several fake Dans Henren. Lu Changsheng and Ling Xiao were very surprised to hear the news. They didn't expect the situation that day to be so exaggerated. You know, in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, a family with a giant Henren sitting in the family is a well-known big force, a top force. But at this time, there are so many magic giant, magic fake Dan, hiding in Jixiao Xiansheng, obviously plotting something big. At the same time, the two were shocked by the means of the Qingyun Sect. It was no wonder that the commotion was so big at that time that they suppressed 3 giant Henren in a short time. Alice, now the cultivation of immortals is getting more and more chaotic. I heard that there are magic cultivators and magic forces appearing in the territory of Qingyun Sect and Yuling Sect. Yes, didn't it say before that the Xianxi Sect and the 5 Poison Sect of Jin Kingdom challenged the Zhuangjian's Henjin of the Qingyun Sect to fight? I don't know who will win or lose in this battle. If Zhuangjian's Henjin loses, our Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world will be in danger. Someone next to him sighed. When Lu Changsheng heard these words, he thought of the Blackwater Xiahao family's pursuit of Chu Qingyi on his way to Jixiao Immortal City. Through these events, he realized that something big was going to happen in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world. His heart sank, and he couldn't help but worry, is there going to be a war in the Jiang Kingdom? He read many books on weekdays. He has read historical records about the cultivation world. He knows that in the history of the southern wilderness, there has never been a lack of battles between countries. After all, a country's resources are limited. If you are stagnant, the best way is naturally to plunder. He has been able to survive relatively safely in the past 20 years, thanks to the relatively stable environment of the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world. Now, with several incidents of demon cultivation, the 2 Yuanying's Henjins of the Jin Kingdom have invited the Zhuangjian's Henjin of the Qingyun Sect to fight. Obviously, There are some signs that a war in the cultivation world will start. Once the war starts, this stability will be destroyed, and as a member of the Zheng Kingdom, he will be affected anyway. I saw the additional update for 500 monthly tickets, and it will be completed in the next 2 days, please rest assured. Chapter 200. She is actually a disciple of the Five Poison Sect? Is Lu Lang worried about the current situation in Zhang country's cultivation world? Xianzi Tower should have intelligence information on this. Lu Lang can go and take a look. This way, he can have a general understanding of the situation. Ling Zixiao saw that Lu Changsheng's face showed some heaviness, and said in a gentle and crisp voice. She knew that Lu Changsheng was preparing to establish a family power. If the war between the two countries broke out, this kind of family power would easily be involved and it would be difficult to stay out of it. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded. For such things, instead of making random guesses, it is better to go to the intelligence organization to buy relevant information. With relevant information, we can better judge the current situation. Moreover, if the two countries' cultivation worlds really want to break out in a war, it is impossible to break out immediately. It takes a process. Immediately, the two came to the second floor of Xianzi Tower. Ling Zixiao is familiar with this place. With a membership token, she can save a lot of procedures. I want to buy information about the relationship between Zhang country's cultivation world and Jin country's cultivation world. It would be best if there is information about the magic incident in Jixiao Immortal City and the magic incident in Qingyun territory. Lu Changsheng said straight to the point. From what he had just learned, he knew that the demon cultivators who were causing chaos in Jixiao Xiansheng were most likely from the neighboring Jin kingdom. The news between the Zhang kingdom and Jin kingdom is quite extensive. You probably want to know about the war between the two countries, right? Regarding the Jixiao Xiansheng incident, this building has just collected relevant information in the past few days, which is divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, and the prices are 3,000, 1,800, 1,000, and 600 spirit stones respectively. As for the Qingyun Land Demon Dao incident, it is divided into 3 levels, A, B, and C, and the prices are 1,200, 700, and 300 spirit stones respectively. Excuse me, what level of relevant information do you need? The black-clothed man from Xianzi building said calmly. So expensive. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly when he heard this. He said aloud, yes, I need a copy of the relevant information about the Zhang Kingdom and Jin Kingdom, such as the Jin Kingdom Qingyun Sect Master, the 5 Poison Sect Master, and the invitation to fight the Zhuangjian's Henjin Li Duongxuan. As for the Jixiao Xiansheng incident and the Qingyun Land Demon Dao incident, both require Class A intelligence. Lu Changsheng said so. Although the price is high. But as a member of the lower class of the cultivation world, he has limited channels to obtain intelligence information. He can only purchase relevant information by spending spirit stones. There is not much inside information about the news that the leader of the Qingyun Sect and the 5 Poison Sect have invited the Zhuangjian's Henjin Li Duongxuan to fight. Now that the decisive battle is imminent, there will be relevant intelligence information in about 10 days. You can come to our Xianzi building at that time. As for the Jixiao Immortal City incident and the Qingyun Sect Demon Dao incident, a total of 4,200 spirit stones. The man in black spoke and said directly. The decisive battle is imminent. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, knowing that the date of the appointment should be these few days, and it will take a few more days to get the result. He took out 4,200 spirit stones from the storage bag. In the future, you will only need to pay 50% of the spirit stones to purchase the subsequent relevant information in this regard with this jade slip. The man in black took out 2 purple jade slips, handed them to Lu Changsheng, and said, okay, thank you. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, took the jade slips, and checked the contents with his spiritual sense. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a Class A intelligence. The content inside is indeed very detailed. The 9 Heavens Immortal City Demonic Dao incident introduces the origins and related information of these demonic cultivators. And during this period, there is a general introduction to what they did around the 9 Heavens Immortal City. It seems that the 9 Heavens Immortal City incident is the preparation made by the Jin Kingdom's cultivation world to invade the Zhang Kingdom's cultivation world. After reading the 9 Heavens Immortal City incident, Lu Changsheng immediately understood it in his heart. Because these cultivators mainly come from the 3 major demon sects of Jin, the Qingyun Sect, the 5 Poison Sect, and the Yinming Ghost Sect. The remaining scattered cultivators also have 1,000 connections with these 3 major demon sects. Well, Meng Xiaojin, she is actually a disciple of the 5 Poison Sect of Jin. Lu Changsheng saw 2 familiar faces from the information on the jade slip. It was the young woman in black skirt and the girl in white skirt who he met when he came to Nine Heaven's Immortal City. According to the Peach Blossom Gu's hint at the time, she knew that the girl in white skirt was Meng Xiaojin. He didn't expect that Meng Xiaojin was actually a person from the Jin Kingdom's demonic Dao. There is no detailed information about Meng Xiaojin on this jade slip. There is only an introduction to her general origin. From the 5 Poison Sect. As for the young woman in black with her, the intelligence information indicated that this woman was most likely the Sky Spider envoy of the 5 Poison Sect of Jin State, Nanguang Mi Li. At this time, the 2 were being wanted by the Sky Sword Sect. After reading this information roughly, Lu Changsheng looked at another intelligence jade slip about the magic path of the Qingyun realm. The Blackwater Xiahao family is a hidden man of the Jin State's Xianxi sect, and its ancestor Xiahao Ji was once a disciple of the Xianxi sect. The Qingyun sect summoned all its subordinate forces to attack the Blackwater Xiahao family. The Xiahao family set up a 3rd-level clan-suppressing formation, the 10,000 Corpses mysterious formation, and the Qingyun sect broke it with the earth-shaking formation. The Xiahao ancestor Xiahao Ji, with the energy of the Blackwater Pond's earth veins, combined his own Xuanxi demon zombie with his Xuanxi Dao soldiers, and his combat power was comparable to that of the middle stage of the Jinden. In this battle, the Qingyun sect's Qin's Henren paid a heavy price to kill Xiahao Ji, resulting in the death of many family forces in the Qingyun territory. Among them, the ancestor of the Bai family in Bainao Lake was killed, the ancestor of the Zhao family in Beihu Mountain was killed, and the ancestor of the Wang family in Huangyan Mountain was killed. Lu Changsheng looked at these deaths and paused. After a few careful glances, he didn't see the news of the death of the ancestor of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Lu Yuanzhong died in this battle, then Qingzhu Mountain would be in danger. His wife, concubines and children are still in Qingzhu Mountain. The ancestor of the Xiahao family, Xiahao Wu, the fake Danzhenren, practiced the Xian'an Zuan Shigong and secretly escaped during the war. He is still lurking in the Zheng Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. The Luo family of Zijin Valley was investigated by Qingyun Sect as a hidden agent of the demon path, and the entire family was destroyed. The casual cultivator Liang Yan was a demon cultivator. Lu Changsheng roughly read the relevant information about the demon path incident in Qingyun. The main thing is that the matter of the Xiahao family in Hishu was quite a big deal. Not only did it cause heavy losses to many family forces in Qingyun, but also injured the Jinden's Henren of Qingyun Sect. So many hidden forces of the demon sect. It seems that the war between the Zheng Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom has been brewing for a long time, but I am at a too low level and cannot access this information, so I have never noticed it. However, the real decision of this war between countries lies in the Zhuangjian's Henjin Li Duongxun. If this Zhuangjian's Henjin defeats the 2 Yuanying's Henjins of Jin, this crisis will naturally be resolved. If this Zhuangjian's Henjin is defeated, it is estimated that the 3 major demon sects of Jin will start a war. After reading this information, Lu Changsheng came to a rough conclusion in his heart. This conclusion made him feel a little heavy in his heart. After all, this is 1 against 2. And according to the information, this duel was initiated by the 2 Yuanying's Henjins of Jin. Li Duongxun. This shows that the situation in Zheng is very not optimistic. He exhaled lightly, without thinking too much, and walked out of Xianxi Tower with Ling Zixio. He handed the intelligence jade slip in his hand to Ling Zixio. He said aloud, "Zixio, in about half a month, I will return to Qingyun territory. The situation in the cultivation world is not stable now." He planned to return to Qingzhu Mountain as soon as the news of Li Duongxun and Jin Guo's nascent soul final battle came out. As for Ling Zixio, under normal circumstances, he didn't mind Ling Zixio staying in Jixiao Xiancheng because his family hadn't been established yet. He would let him come after he settled down in his spiritual land. But the problem was that Ling Zixio couldn't be separated from him in his current situation. Although the other party's dragon yin body was suppressed, it would still accumulate dragon yin yang every day. He needed to sort it out and solve it regularly through the dragon-inducing art. "Okay, I will handle all the affairs in the next half month, and then I will go back with you, Lu Lang." Ling Zixio heard this, and her pale and weak face showed an elegant smile. She settled in Jixiao Xiancheng to prolong her life and find a way to solve the dragon yin body. Now that she has found a way to solve the dragon yin body, there is naturally no need to continue in Jixiao Xiancheng. Moreover, according to the spiritual contract they made at the beginning, they vowed that Lu Changsheng would do his best to solve her dragon yin body, and she would also build a family for Lu Changsheng. Zixiao, do you have any trustworthy people or channels? In the future, I should use this channel to purchase and procure certain materials in Jixiao Xiancheng. Lu Changsheng pondered slightly. After he returned to Qingzhu Mountain this time, he would definitely not come to Jixiao Xiancheng unless there was something particularly important, because the round trip took too long. But he had a great demand for rare spiritual medicines and third-level talisman-making materials. These natural treasures can only be purchased and procured in Xiancheng. Before, he was thinking of the Li sisters. Let Li Xingguo purchase some spiritual medicines and materials for him in Xiancheng. Then let Xiao Ziyu ask the people of Qingyun Sect to bring them to him. Now that he has the relationship with Ling Zixiao, he thought that he could expand the relationship channel through Ling Zixiao. Don't worry, Lu Lang. I have a few good friends in Xiancheng. If you have any needs, just tell me. Ling Zixiao said in a dignified and elegant manner. Although she is now somewhat sincere to Lu Changsheng, but she knew in her heart that she and Lu Changsheng were still in the stage of exchanging interests. Now that Lu Changsheng was doing his best to solve her dragon roar body, she would naturally help Lu Changsheng as much as possible. Besides, Lu Changsheng looking for her for help was also a kind of trust in her. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded. Then he separated from Ling Zixiao and returned to the Baodan Pavilion. He was going to continue refining some pills for Ling Zixiao. If he hadn't refined a few furnaces of life-saving elixirs before, it would have cost a greater price to stabilize Ling Zixiao's condition. Therefore, he was going to refine some more pills in these days to regulate Ling Zixiao's body. Otherwise, Ling Zixiao's current state is estimated to be not as strong as a late-stage key refining cultivator. If he encounters danger on the way back, it will be very troublesome. Senior Yi. In the Baodan Pavilion, Li Xingyu saw Lu Changsheng, and her cute face suddenly showed joy, and she shouted excitedly. Before, Lu Changsheng said that he had something to do next and would not come. But he hasn't seen him for more than half a month. Many people came to ask about buying pills. In 8 days, it would be the day for the Xiancheng store assessment, which made her a little worried. Haha, Xiaoyu. Lu Changsheng looked at the little girl with a faint smile on his face. This little girl's personality is quite likable. After so long of contact, he also treated her as a junior. Chatted with Li Xingyu for a few words. Knowing that Li Xingguo was busy outside recently, he contacted the second-level alchemist. Prepare to invite an alchemist to the store. Okay, I'm going to make pills. After a brief chat, Lu Changsheng came to the alchemy room and started to make pills and talismans. Why does Senior Yi have a woman scent on him? After Lu Changsheng left, Li Xingyu sniffed hard and could faintly smell a faint woman's fragrance. Before, she had never smelled this scent on Lu Changsheng. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Baodan Pavilion, in the alchemy room. Hu 8 mini dragon heads inhaled and exhaled purple furnace fire, making the red furnace flow with inspiration and emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Open. At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at the furnace with inspiration surging, pinched his hands, and performed the furnace opening method. The furnace cover flew up, and hot air filled the room. Swoosh swoosh in a heat wave, 9 pills fell into Lu Changsheng's hands. These 9 cold spirit pills should have some effect on Zixiao's current situation. Lu Changsheng looked at the pills in his hand and exhaled lightly. Ling Zixiao had taken too many common cold attribute pills, and they basically had no effect. He had asked Ling Zixiao about his general situation and what pills he had taken before, and then chose to refine this cold spirit pill. The main effect of this cold spirit pill is to remove fire poison. But it also has the effect of healing wounds and washing the marrow. It is a waste to use this kind of pill for Ling Zixiao. But there is no other way. Ling Zixiao's current condition is such that ordinary elixirs are completely ineffective. Only this kind of elixir can stabilize her condition and recuperate her body. After refining the elixir, Lu Changsheng walked out of the alchemy room. He was ready to go to the Zixiao formation shop to help Ling Zixiao remove the dragon-like yang energy in his lower body. Senior Yi. Li Xingguo came back in the shop hall. She immediately shouted when she saw Lu Changsheng. "Xingguo, how is it? Have you invited a second-level alchemist?" Lu Changsheng asked with a smile when he saw Li Xingguo. "Not yet." Li Xingguo pursed her lips when she heard this, and a bit of depression appeared on her face. Although the Li family will no longer target their Baodin pavilion, second-level alchemists are very rare. It is not easy to invite a second-level alchemist to take charge in a short time. It's okay, don't worry about this. By the way, there are still a few days, which is the day for the assessment and registration of the Xiancheng shop. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. He naturally knew that it would take a lot of time to invite a second-level alchemist to take charge. Well, there are still 3 days until the assessment registration day. Li Xingguo nodded gently. Okay, I have something to do now and I will come on time. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. Thank you, Senior Yi. Li Xingguo said with gratitude. Haha, what's there to thank me for? Lu Changsheng smiled, waved his hand, walked out of the Baodin pavilion, and came to the Xixiao formation shop. Senior, please wait a moment. The shopkeeper heard about Lu Changsheng's intention and immediately went to report to Ling Xixiao. After a while, Ling Xixiao, with her hair tied up lightly, her face elegant, wearing a lake blue dress, and her plump and graceful figure, came down from upstairs. She knew that Lu Changsheng didn't want to reveal his identity in front of too many people. As usual, her voice was light, calm and elegant, and she said, Friend Yi, follow me. Immediately, she took Lu Changsheng to the 3rd floor of the shop. The 3rd floor is the room where she usually lives and rests, and no outsiders will come. Lu Changsheng knew that Ling Xixiao was a face control, so he removed the disguise of the mystic bead. Lu Lang, I have already sold this shop to the outside world. I have already turned down all the business and affairs. As for the purchase and acquisition of materials that Lang Jin mentioned, I have contacted several friends. If Lu Lang has this need in the future, I can ask them to purchase and acquire on his behalf, and then ask Zhuxiao Chamber of Commerce or Qingyun Chamber of Commerce to send it to Qingyun territory. I have learned that the Zhuxiao Chamber of Commerce of Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce of Qingyun Sect often communicate with each other and have this kind of business. Ling Xixiao said so. Oh, can you ask the Chamber of Commerce to send it directly to Qingyun territory? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He had thought about asking the people of Qingyun Sect to send it through Xiaoxiao. Now it seems that it would be better to ask the Chamber of Commerce to send it directly. Yes, the Chamber of Commerce basically has this kind of business. Ling Xixiao nodded and smiled, indicating that there would be exchanges between the major chambers of commerce and this kind of business. It's just that the price is more expensive, and the fee is charged according to the proportion of the total price of the items. But fortunately, the safety and reputation are guaranteed. Okay, Xixiao, I will give you a list later. You ask them to purchase separately. If the quantity reaches a certain level, ask the Chamber of Commerce to send it over. Lu Changsheng said immediately. With this channel, many of the materials and spiritual medicines he needs can be slowly purchased in Xiancheng. The price cost can be reduced a lot by purchasing from outside. Unlike before, he had to go to the big Chamber of Commerce in big stores to buy, and he could only pay a high price. After speaking, he took out the handling pill and said, Xixiao, this is the pill I made for you. See how it works. Thank you, Lu Lang. Ling Xixiao smiled softly and took the porcelain bottle. Poured out an ice blue, crystal clear pill. Is this handling pill? She immediately recognized a pill. Yes, it is handling pill. In your current situation, most pills are ineffective. You haven't taken this handling pill much, and it will help you regulate your body a little. Lu Changsheng nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Lang. Ling Xixiao showed a touch of emotion on her face. She had taken the medicine to treat her own injuries, so she had a basic understanding of the healing pills with cold properties. The reason why she didn't take much of the handling pill was that it was expensive and that it was too cost-effective. The main effect of the handling pill was to remove the fire poison, and secondly, it was to cleanse the marrow and heal the wound. Taking the handling pill for a few healing effects was a serious waste. Haha, it's okay. As long as it can help you get better, it's worth it. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said in a gentle voice. He also relied on his second-level alchemy skills. The pills can be made by himself. Otherwise, Ling Xixiao's current situation is completely a gold-eating beast. Even if there are more spirit stones, it can't withstand such expenses. But when he saw the expression between Ling Xiao's eyebrows, he felt that it was all worth it. After all, he knew that at the beginning, Ling Xiao and himself were just playing around. But after these days of getting along, the other party obviously had some good feelings for him. As long as he continued to maintain it and brush up his good feelings, it would not be a problem for him to become his child's mother sincerely in the future. Yes. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. She came to the bed and took off her exquisite lake blue embroidered shoes. Her slender ankles were exposed under her skirt, and her 2 jade feet were wrapped in snow-white stockings. Then she sat cross-legged, took the handling pill, and began to refine it. There are more today, but they may not be published before 12 o'clock. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.